Hey, it's Katie. And I'm here to be your guide on a recap journey that took way too long, like over a year to make. And no one asked for it. See, my current hyperfixation is the primetime show Law & Order Special Victims Unit, aka SVU, which is objectively cringy as hell since I am an anti-capitalist queer woman who wrote an entire dissertation on how racist the prison system is and how the police force in America is tethered to our ties in slavery. But unfortunately, my ADHD and my nostalgic attachment to Olivia Benson has funneled all of my limited focus into asking the age-old question, will two fake cops finally kiss? And we might get that answer soon. If you've never went on vacation, got trapped in a hotel room, been in a hospital, or waited at the doctor's office, bank, or even the club now, Law & Order has probably been playing, and most likely SVU. And if you somehow avoided ever hearing about this show, it's basically propaganda at its finest. Quite literally, Dick Wolf created this sister show in the Law & Order franchise to delve into how working these cases with especially heinous crimes affected the cops' personal lives. It's been on since 1999 and has the same amount of seasons as I do years on this earth. And truthfully, because of its longevity, this video has been a royal pain in the ass to figure out because yes, on one hand, I want to focus on the longest will they won't they in primetime history, but there's so much fandom lore, behind the scenes info, and honestly criticism of the show itself, but also one of the most intense parasocial relationships in fandom world between watchers and Mariska. I have tried to squeeze everything in one video, but bear with me, I will probably forget something or gloss over a topic you might find incredibly important. And since this show is unfortunately my current hyperfixation, I might make a follow-up video to delve deeper into things. But before we can do that, what the hell is this video even about? Well, like the title implies, this is about the slowest slow burn in history. Two characters with 25 real human people years, not just TV, have been shipped by fans and now even their actors over the course of the series airing. The show never intended for these two to get together, a statement echoed by its creator and several showrunners, but somehow fans couldn't care less, managing to top AO3 charts every year and keep the OTP alive. But why were they shipped in the first place if it was never intended? Well, a lot of it can be due solely to the chemistry between the two leading actors, Mariska and Chris Maloney, who, alongside the networks, love to tease fans to a point where the fandom calls it torture, and honestly has fans threatening to stop watching the show every other episode. Now, maybe you've watched SVU in the early days and liked it, but stopped watching after Stabler left, which is a highly common thing that people say, or maybe you started watching when he was gone, and now that he's returned, you have no clue why people want them together. Well, instead of trying to watch over 500 plus episodes of the show, I have taken it upon myself to recap every moment, even the most minute ones, across the first 12 seasons to provide a backstory of EO, before we'll pivot into the next 10 years without Elliot, where I'll recap what the hell happened while he was gone, before we then talk about the return of Elliot Stabler and how fans, and even Mariska herself, may end up getting their way after all. Like I mentioned, while it may be the most popular of the Dick Wolf universe, Law & Order Special Victims Unit is not the first of its kind. It is well known that Dick Wolf created the Law & Order universe as his ode to the police. The first iteration, entitled simply Law & Order, although now it's more well known as the Mothership since it was the predecessor to them all. You hear the dog barking? Oh my god, stop barking! SVU came around later on, along with Law & Order Criminal Intent, Law & Order Trial by Jury, Law & Order LA, Law & Order True Crime, Law & Order Organized Crime, and now Law & Order Toronto Criminal Intent, with an almost additional Law & Order Hate Crimes, a show to focus on marginalized groups, which likely would have been written by a bunch of straight white males. I wish there was a joke here. The wild success of the franchise even goes beyond television, with one film and even video games, and now a Monopoly game? I mean, I guess cops and capitalism go hand in hand. The shows, although different, largely exist as the same format. One episode, one case. There's the iconic deep voice repeating a monologue that is memorized by fans everywhere in the criminal justice system.
Sexually based offenses are considered especially heinous. In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit.
These are their stories.
Then a cold open where typically a person is found dead or in trouble, and then an equally iconic theme song. Thanks, Mike Post. But the most recognizable staple is the dum-dum of it all. The show thrives off this thing, consistency. Not much changes, although the stories are different each episode. They follow a nearly identical arc with a beginning, middle, and end. Sometimes we get personal stories about the main characters, but sometimes it's less than a minute or a throwaway line that is somehow related to the case at hand. Dick Wolf loves cops so much, he created SVU to delve more into the impact these heinous crimes have on the police officers who specifically work cases typically involving rape, assault, and anything involving women, children, protected classes, and the elderly. And God, I hate ever having to remotely compliment this man, but the show does a good job at that. Going along with that consistency, if you have a television with an antenna or somehow have cable TV in 2024, go flick on your TV. I will give you 5 minutes to scroll until you find Law & Order in any of its iterations. I guarantee you, it's there. But the sister show became the one that people remember most, skyrocketing the careers of the main cast, most notably Mariska Hargitay and Chris Maloney, making them household names. Although most call them by their character names or sometimes Law and Order, respectively.
I just saw people, like sitting right next to me was, black people call them Law and Order. I don't know their names, but the lady is Law, the man is Order.
Thanks, Quinta. And while consistency is likely a big reason for the show's success, a lot of fans clung on to these actors, their chemistry, and the Chriska of it all. Mariska Hargitay and Chris Maloney have played Elliot Stabler and Olivia Benson nearly as long as I've been alive. Mariska Hargitay, daughter of Hollywood starlet Jane Mansfield, and prior Mr. Universe Mickey Hargitay, was coming off a guest spot on another popular television show, ER, where she played Cynthia Hooper, beloved by Mariska stans for being a little cutie, and relatively unliked by ER stans who found her character somewhat annoying. I love Cynthia though, and have no concept of the show ER, so I hope that tells you where I land. Chris Maloney was successful prior to SVU as well, with a notable role as the fiance in the Julia Roberts movie Runaway Bride, amidst several other projects. And now we're approaching the most cursed story for true EO fans, a story we've heard time and time again, the Big Bang of the beginning of Chriska. Chriska, the ship name for Mariska Hargitay and Chris Maloney, is more widely used to depict them as a romantic pairing, but is utilized as well in a platonic sense by fans and even the actors to label the unit. Other labels include CM and Marshmallow, although CM is more commonly phrased as CMHF or CMAF, and I cannot morally inform you what all those other letters mean. Marshmallow is a newer phrase to the fandom, shout out to Mariska Hargitay's hashtags, and tends to be taken on by fans who like the pairing platonically, while Chriska tends to still stick towards that more romantic or sexual depiction of the two. But it is the most familiar, so it's gonna be what I'll use for the rest of the video. And trust me, later we'll get into the lack of boundaries fans have with these actors and into real life shipping, because this fandom's a little different. But to understand the concept of Chriska, we must talk about the penultimate moment of their first encounter, the audition room. The scene is simple. 3 women, 3 men. Mariska was told that actor John Slattery would be there, and after meeting the other 2 men, she was assuming that next face would be that man. That man would not be John Slattery, but rather Chris Maloney himself. She, being an Aquarius, I guess, opened her arms wide at a stranger's arrival, yelled Slattery, and Chris corrected her with Maloney, but returned the hug anyways. A simple mistake that would turn into a story that is retold more times than episodes of the show at this point. It feels like when your aunt and uncle tell a story from their 90s vacation at every family function. But even so, without it, we wouldn't have Chriska. At this audition, the two hit it off immediately, swapping stories and jokes to the point where the suits, aka the casting table, was told to wait so that Chris could finish a punchline.
I was telling her a story that had a good, nice finish punchline, and I told them, could you hold on 1 second? Because I wanted to finish the story. So there are all the suits going,
what are you doing?
You're telling us to wait.
On here?
To quote them both, they knew that he was the guy and she was the girl. We'll circle back to Chriska points in this video, as the relationship between the 2 co-stars is nearly vital to the longevity of the longest slow burn in history, but also the show in general. But before we get too deep, it is my due diligence to bash the Law & Order universe and the police in general. John Oliver recently did an entire episode on Dick Wolf highlighting the problematic nature of propaganda shows, a term embellishing off propaganda, focusing solely on Law & Order since its impact is so large. In that episode, you can hear about Dick Wolf's obsession with the police, how he works directly with the NYPD, and about the overall lack of NYPD training, and how real-life cops say they turn to the shows to learn about their jobs. And yet, the NYPD is funded so well. The show itself contributes to the fantasy that the police are there for you. Despite the caring nature of some of the actors and how much they say that the show creates positive impact, the idea that justice will be served for all survivors, unfortunately, will not be true for most Americans. John Oliver also briefly touches on the point that showrunners of the Law & Order world would rip storylines right from the headlines, but he fails to mention that people have come out over the years calling out this exploitation. In fact, real-life survivors have tried speaking out over the years about how difficult it is to go through a horrific act, only to flick on the TV to see their own experience glamorized as a 60-minute program. For some, this is deeply traumatizing, and I can't imagine why. It's horrible to think you have no control over how the narrative of your own experience is depicted, and maybe the ending is changed to show how freaking great the police could have been if only Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler had your case instead of the police that failed you. And that very idea brings up the other side of the dichotomy of why the show is so successful. From the very beginning of Mariska's portrayal of the character Olivia Benson, she has been receiving fan mail, something that's typical for an actress on a highly popular television show. Except this time it was different. Instead of being praised for her acting or receiving drawings of herself, her inboxes were suddenly flooded with survivors sharing their stories, confiding in Mariska almost as if she was Olivia in real life. And to her credit, the main real-world impact that derives from the show can be due solely to Mariska Hargitay herself. She became a rape crisis counselor, speaking to experts before getting cast to do her due diligence to the character. And the combination of her experiences and interactions with fans pushed Mariska to begin a journey into activism that eventually led to her honorary degree in 2023 for her admirable achievements with her organization, the Joyful Heart Foundation. She has a documentary out there called I Am Evidence, which talks about dismantling the rape kit backlog, and an even more current interview on Gutsy had Mariska revealing that she was raped in her past, while also sharing a story about how she thought she was destined to die at 34 like her mother and grandfather, but instead booked Law & Order and her life was changed forever.
You're gonna die like they did. And then I landed on the ground and realized that I was alive and that I didn't carry the karma of the past, and my life began.
And yeah, isn't it ironic that the only actual impact consistently comes from the main woman on the show, significantly through an organization she had created herself that has no direct connections to Law & Order besides her being on the main cast and eventually an executive producer? There is a reason 8th grader me gave a speech about her accomplishments. But even though her work is admirable, there is of course a downside to Mariska's increased involvement in the survivor narrative, and it's a theme in plenty of video essays across YouTube: parasocial relationships. I want to talk about some fandom lore to create a comprehensive understanding of this ship, and a large portion of that intensity can stem from these parasocial connections to Olivia Benson and Mariska Hargitay separately. But we'll get there. For now, we can highlight a positive about the show, because technically this video is supposed to be solely focused on a fictional couple and how it became popular, but it's me, and I have to be a little critical because I'm a Virgo, I guess. While intense love is sometimes a negative, some of the intensity is derived from the show becoming a comfort place for survivors and women in general, and that's kind of a cool thing. Sure, there's plenty of credible flaws that can be largely accredited to the white male showrunners and the nearing into dictatorship leader of primetime television that is Dick Wolf, but fans found solace in the fictional justice warriors that are Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler, and eventually you can listen to John Oliver's video about the problematic qualities of the show after hearing about me recap everything that ever happened between two fake cops and why everybody wants them to kiss. So why in 2024, after all of this criticism, do people watch the show? A lot of people watch the show because the characters aren't real. The way that there's no Santa Claus or magical schools like Hogwarts. The real criminal justice system is set up to fail you. Maybe it already has. Maybe after the failure of real-world police officers, you turned to SVU as a comfort for what was not provided for you. Or maybe the show empowered you to come forward, speak out, or try and seek justice or support for something that was done to you, and that is powerful impact. Do not let my criticisms take that away from you. For myself, truthfully, I just have ADHD, and it's hooked on my nostalgic attachment to Olivia Benson combined with my current gay crush on Mariska Hargitay. I hate myself for it, but when it's on live, I watch every Thursday and I scoff at the embarrassing depiction of the horror that is the NYPD and smile at the prospect that my favorite character, who has constantly helped other people, may finally be getting a happy ending for herself after 25 years. And for most EO stans, it's the same story. Olivia Benson's been a part of all of our lives for so long, and Mariska Hargitay herself wants her iconic character to end up in a happy relationship with her ex-partner Elliot Stabler. I'll show you proof, you deniers.
Do you have like an ideal ending for the character? Have you thought about that at all?
I have.
So who the hell are these characters? Well, Detective Olivia Benson was born February 7th, 1968, although I want to say the year is unconfirmed due to continuity errors. Her mother, Serena Benson, is played by Elizabeth Ashley, who I know from Russian Doll as the iconic Ruth. Serena was a victim in an unsolved rape back when she worked as an English professor, in which she ended up pregnant with Olivia. This becomes foundational to the character as her mother was still dealing with her assault, turning to alcohol, and struggling to raise the child who was a product of her assault, leading Olivia on this pathway to eventually volunteer for the Special Victims Unit. At the start of the series, we see a fresh-faced detective who often gets emotionally invested in cases to a fault at times, and we see glimpses into her personal life, knowing that she is and has been all on her own. Her partner, Elliot Stabler, played by Chris Maloney, takes on this protective role with her at the beginning, knowing that she is alone and being a support for his partner. In a sense, Elliot Stabler is all duty. Dedication to his work, family, and faith all make up the foundation of his character. Right away, we know he's married to Kathy. They have 4 children together, Maureen, Kathleen, and the twins, Dickie and Lizzie. Their family started when Elliot got Kathy pregnant in high school with their eldest, Maureen, and they did the proper Catholic thing, got married. Elliot's Catholicism is a defining feature of his character throughout the show, even during the present seasons, but especially in the early days. He is devoted to his faith and the vows he makes, although at times even Kathy questions how close he is to Olivia and how much her introduction into their lives has affected their marriage. His backstory is just as grim as Olivia's, having an abusive father, Joe, who was an ex-cop and now deceased. His mother, Bernie, becomes a significant character later on, where we see that she has bipolar disorder, part of the reason why Elliot has pushed away from her. There are mentions of his siblings scattered throughout the series, but the introduction of his 2 brothers is officially coming in the upcoming season of Organized Crime, so. In the early days of SVU, the concept of the partners getting together was not as intense as it is now. Olivia was a woman on her own who always wanted a family. Elliot was a man of God, someone who thrived in his roles as husband, father, partner. Olivia's longing for family provided a balance to Elliot, who at times struggled to keep his own marriage alive and well, while also dealing with the challenges of parenthood. She was a third party who wanted nothing more than for his marriage and family to work, to stay together, because she never had a good example of that prior to him. He was her stability. And vice versa, Elliot became the man Olivia never had around. He filled in gaps where men would be, always having her back, making sure she is safe, giving her a solid pillar to lean on as a partner and a friend. It's important to understand these qualities of these characters because it explains why they haven't gotten together before. Olivia would never want to break apart the Stabler home, even when Elliot gets separated from Kathy, and Elliot would be disobeying God and his church to divorce his wife and get with Olivia. Despite all of this, they are the epitome of partners, with him as the tough father who would stop at nothing to protect and bring justice to the victims, and her as the empathetic and caring mother. This dynamic was the foundation to the success of Law & Order SVU. And not to pivot before we even get started, but in the original pilot script, it seemed the show was considering going in a different direction, if we believe a potential internet hoax, since it's not particularly well written. But it was circulated enough to become a point of contention in the fandom. A leaked script of the original pilot includes a conversation between the 2 partners that alludes to a potential relationship or affair where Elliot says, "Come on, how long have we been together?" Olivia responds, "Almost 2 years." Elliot then says, "Exactly, I'm not even sure they would remember what it was like before," referring to Kathy and his children. Olivia responds again, asking, "You really don't feel any guilt?" And Elliot dismisses her question, reassuring her that I'm here because I want to be. While not overt, this back and forth hints at an underlying dynamic between the 2 characters, that they might have been planned to be more than partners, but this idea was possibly scrapped. If it's even real. The reason I bring this up is because some fans were upset to find this information out, longing for the characters to have a different life, but fundamentally, if this were real, this would have changed the entire relationship dynamic of the 2 characters, completely rewriting their entire trajectory and removing a foundation that built the chemistry and trust between the 2. Okay, with all that background now out there, it's now time to get into the meat of the show and discuss why EO became such a huge pairing and why after 24 years on air, fans are still begging to know if or when when they will get together. To properly do this, we are going to break the show down season by season, discussing the timeline and events of the characters as well as providing a behind-the-scenes look into the show itself, but also the fandom and its impact. There are 3 unofficial eras of Law & Order SVU, 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. These delineations of the series are derived from fandom terminology, separating the show into more tangible pieces. 1.0 is defined by seasons 1 through 12. 2.0 has a clear beginning of season 13, but a loose end of season 22, episode 8, and 3.0 is defined from season 22, episode 9 to the present day. These eras are founded around when Elliot Stabler was on the show, 1.0 from the premiere to his departure, 2.0 the years without him, and 3.0 the return and resurgence of EO. As we go through and recap each of the 24 seasons that have aired, I will solely be focusing on episodes that include moments between Elliot and Olivia, important moments that impact them separately, and any other episodes of notable mention. That being said, I will only be focusing on more personal moments on the show, largely straying away from the cases themselves, avoiding the serious topics of the series as best as I can, although sometimes I will have to mention the case they're working on as it is pertinent to the dynamics development, since, well, it is a procedural show, so trigger warning all around. And when I say every moment, I mean it. If I miss one, no I didn't. This has taken me a year, so just drop it in the comments and please be nice to me. I'm going insane! And yes, I'm going to keep looking down because my entire script that is over 600 Google Slides is here, so do not judge me. I did my research.
Calling the police! Hello?
Season 1 is led by our first showrunner, Robert Palm, and our squad lineup for this premiere season consists of Captain Don Cregan and detectives Elliot Stabler, Olivia Benson, John Munch, Monique Jeffries, Brian Cassidy, and Ken Briscoe. Overall, the vibe is very fast-paced, very ensemble-based, and we find out a lot about what is different from Special Victims Unit compared to other police squads. Not only are the cases more brutal, but the show warns us from the get-go to expect a lot of changes because this unit is volunteer-based with an average tour of 2 years. And you'll see how ironic that statement ends up being throughout the rest of this video. This season introduces us to the iconic characters and starts off with a pilot that I would argue still holds up to this day, if it weren't for the slurs. Oh, the magic of 90s crime shows. We are first introduced to our 2 main characters in 1-1, Payback, on a rainy night at the crime scene, where we also get the grim introduction into the types of crimes SVU cases will be covering in comparison to the previous Law & Orders. Elliot has to testify for a prior case he worked on where he is asked why he volunteered for the sex crimes unit. Elliot answers by saying that sex should be one of the best parts of life, not the worst, and this immediately becomes one of the most iconic Elliot quotes of the series. When we find out the victim was not actually as innocent as he may have seemed, Chriska makes a comment to Elliot telling him to remind Olivia, his partner, that we don't get to pick the Vic, nonchalantly alluding to her past. Elliot pulls her aside to give her the update and she's immediately upset by the news. When they return to question the victim's wife, Olivia does not shy away from telling her how she really feels, and Elliot tells her she went a little too hard, warning her that if she can't keep herself in check, she'll be kicked out of the unit.
I'm a good cop, Elliot.
Yeah, I know.
Olivia continues to struggle with this case as they have to question the man's previous victims. Olivia even throws up after interviewing their first potential suspect, and Elliot checks in with her, but she insists on continuing their investigation. The two split off when Elliot has to run to a parent-teacher conference where we'll first see his wife, Kathy Stabler. While he's there, Olivia decides to question the next suspect by herself, and after hearing her story, it's evident she was one of the murderers. Despite the evidence, Olivia lets her go, though, for now, calling Elliot, who has to excuse himself and scold her before telling her they'll talk about it tomorrow. We then get the one and only scene of Olivia's mother, Serena Benson, while they're sharing a glass of wine at dinner. Olivia talks through the case in their conversation, revealing to the audience that Serena was once raped and that her rapist is Olivia's biological father, helping us to understand why Olivia is struggling and why she volunteered for the unit. They interview the next woman on the list, and same as the first, it's evident she's the other murderer. Olivia's trying to avoid the inevitable, but Elliot pushes her forward. When they go back to arrest the second woman, though, she stabs herself, whispering into Elliot's ear before she dies. The now surprising lack of evidence means that sentencing is weakened on the remaining suspect, and Cregan scolds EO for this. Olivia says, "I think we did the one thing that's going to allow me to sleep at night," and she quickly realizes her mistake. Cregan says that she used her one and only get-out-of-jail-free card and dismisses them both. Still shaken by the case, though, Olivia asks Elliot what the victim said to Elliot, and he responds with, "I just want to be with my family." The two share a somber glance and then the phone rings. They have to move on to the next case. It's symbolic of the entire series that each case is heavy and dark and can haunt the detectives, but there will continue to be new victims, so they have to carry on. In the next episode 1-2, A Single Life, we get our first iconic EO scene, Monkette. Elliot tries to play devil's advocate when it's revealed none of the victims' neighbors really knew anyone in their building, asking Olivia if she'd be able to tell her neighbors apart since she lives in Manhattan. She responds with, "I'm never home, I'm always with you," and Elliot makes a joke, causing Olivia to rip into him about referring to Queens as the suburbs. At the end of their bantering, Olivia refers to herself as a monk since she lives alone, and Elliot teases her back, correcting her with Monkette. Elliot is then staring at her with such intensity, and in my opinion, this is the definitive moment when Elliot realizes that this woman is really all on her own, and he makes an internal vow to protect her. It's unspoken. In fact, they both shake it off and the episode ends, but a lot of EO thrives in the unspoken, in these intense glances and casual touches, and if you came here expecting open communication, you might as well bail out while you can. This is the episode also where Elliot accidentally kills a turtle. Oh, and also just look how hot they are. Specifically Olivia to me. Later, EO goes to interview a shrink who lets them know that he doesn't accept walk-ins or couples, and Olivia says, "We're not a couple," which is a trope you'll see across this entire video. Everyone assumes they're together. Chris Girlies, this is also the episode where he strips for bed. Kathy talks to him about the kids, but Elliot is still caught up on the case, and it shows a little more insight into the job's impact on his family and his marriage. The case starts to affect Olivia more too, and we get a scene between her and Cragen where she reflects on how everyone left for the day before sitting down and asking him why he's alone at the precinct with her. We get some horribly sad Cragen lore, and dear God, I forgot how tragic his backstory is, before he gives her some advice that eventually ends up solving the case. We continue to get more glances and closeness while they're working on these cases, which is crazy since this is literally the first season. And the next few episodes include more insight into the Stabler family dynamic and the difficulties of fatherhood while working at such a dark job. Him and Kathy are still a healthy married couple, even sharing a handful of intimate scenes later this season. Across the series, each of the 4, later 5, Stabler kids takes on the spotlight, minus Elizabeth, and in 1-3, or Just Look Like One, Maureen, the eldest, is the first one up, heading deeper into her teen years, struggling with an eating disorder and pushing her parents away. Elliot is super cute as he's going through the first of having a teenager, and he's just worried about his daughter. This episode also gives us this iconic EO shot. I hate them. In 1-4 Hysteria, Elliot finds out that one of Kathleen's older friends, a 14-year-old from soccer, is pregnant and it's messing with him. And we also get a rare bonding scene between Olivia and Monique that makes me mourn a friendship we never got to see. This episode is very case-focused, and while EO's working their lead, we also get this visual. While they're looking for more information, Elliot says he's got to get home to kick soccer balls to Kathleen and also give her the talk, where Olivia gives some playful advice. Make sure you stress how aggressively she needs to protect the goal, and we get this iconic moment between him and his daughter.
Come on, kick it back.
Dad, I'm a virgin, okay?
Okay.
Elliot returns to the precinct, waking up Olivia, and damn, it's like, it's not even meant to be attractive, but this is what I mean about Chriska's chemistry and its impact on the show. They also do this thing where they stand way too close together because the director needed this for shots visually, but it's literally like kissing distance, so it makes me sick. The squad is working a case surrounding a promiscuous teen, and it touches a little close to home for Elliot in 1-5 Wanderlust. Wanderlust? Alright. We get this visual in the beginning of the episode, and then this one later. We also get more of Elliot and his family, with a few scenes of him and just Kathy, too. The case continues on, and later Olivia calls Elliot out on his behavior while revealing a little more of her backstory. Olivia says, when a father is absent, it's not unusual for a younger girl to be attracted to an older man. And Elliot connects the dots, asking, how old were you? Olivia answers, almost 17, before revealing he was older than 17, almost as old as I am now. And I'll tell you something, I couldn't have loved him more. This backstory actually comes back in a horrendous plotline in season 23 and mentions are scattered throughout the series, with some details changing due to the lack of continuity. But anyways, Elliot lets her know that it doesn't matter how she felt, it was still an unequal relationship. Olivia then brings up the topic of soulmates, which Elliot quickly shuts down, and she calls him out on making this about his daughter, not the actual case, and he gets defensive, saying, don't bring her into this. Olivia's right about it though, and Elliot messes up in the end, and he reflects on it at the end of the episode with Cragen, who says, Elliot, your feelings will always be a part of your police work. The more you try to deny that, the more control they will have over you. Don't worry when you feel something, worry when you don't. 1-6 Sophomore Jinx gives us more Maureen and Elliot scenes when she comes home late and he's pissed, grounding her. For how long? To which he says, till I get some answers or you turn 18, whichever comes first. He stands his ground for most of the episode until he caves towards the end of the episode, learning his lesson, which happens a lot on the show. He apologizes to Maureen, telling her he was just worried about her, and they hug it out. EO keeps working the case, hovering near the crime scene, and Elliot says the line, all I'm saying is, if I die, the spot where I go down, make sure this never happens or I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your days. Then they try to recreate the attack and we get this cute little interaction.
Victim or attacker?
Attacker. Yeah. So what? He bashes her head into the wall like that? Oh, no, no, no. You meant he hit her over the head with the building. Gotcha.
And in 1/7 Uncivilized, we get more of EO working well together and being cute with a couple more Stabler family moments. We also get Elliot showing up at Dickie's school to talk about his job. 1/8 Stalked is a big episode for EO, providing two of the most iconic scenes for fans. Olivia works hard to bring justice to a victim that she once knew, but ends up a target of their main suspect, Richard White. While they work on the case, Elliot reveals a list of addresses discovered at White's apartment were places Benson frequented. The morning after this reveal, Olivia gets a knock at her door, and it's Elliot, who was in the neighborhood. She calls him out on the obvious lie, explaining that there's no way he could have been, and he brushes it off, stepping into her apartment where the two share a glass of orange juice, while Olivia teases, "I sure as hell wouldn't drive to Queens to save your ass." And Elliot says, "Yeah, you would." Olivia says, "That's only because you have a wife and kids." But they both say, "Yeah," in tones that feel a little, you know.
Sure as hell wouldn't drive to Queens to save your ass.
Yeah, you would.
Well, maybe that's only because you have a wife and kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cragen is worried for her, telling her that he doesn't want her out there today, and Olivia says that she needs to have her partner's back and reminds him that we don't get to pick the Vic. When White then sends roses to the precinct for Olivia, Elliot drives her home that night, insisting to walk her in. She says, "I'm not a civilian," and he says, "You're not a superhero either." She calmly explains that if she lets Richard White change her life in any way, he wins, and Elliot says it isn't about winning, then asking her to blink her lights when she gets inside. She smiles, saying, "You're just gonna sit here all night until I do, you stubborn son of a bitch," and he smiles back, saying, "Yes, yes I am."
Blink your lights when you get inside.
You're just gonna sit here all night until I do, aren't you, you stubborn son of a bitch?
Yes, I am. See you tomorrow.
The blink your lights scene is a fan favorite and solidifies one of our first prominent tropes, Proteliot, aka Protective Elliot. In 1/9 Stocks and Bondages, we first hear about Elliot's brother who works in stocks, bonds, little of this, little of that, although it might just be a front to get their suspect to talk. This scene also includes EO sharing food casually while they try to get him to break. In the cold open for 110 Closure, we see Olivia and Brian Cassidy in bed together when her phone rings and she kisses him quickly, saying she has to go. Brian says, "That was incredible," and she is so hot, tying her robe shut and saying, "Don't get used to it." Adding to our trope list of everyone's in love with Olivia, Brian wants a serious relationship with her, asking to see her again. Olivia shuts it down, saying, "We went out, got drunk, and she wanted last night as much as him, but she only wanted last night, not more." When he tries to ask if it was about something he said earlier, he says it wasn't personal. And Olivia says, "Neither was last night." She re-enters the squad room and chats up with Elliot, who pivots their conversation and asks her,
How long you been sleeping with Cassidy?
She tries to deny it, and he adds, "Your stomach just dropped 2 floors, Olivia." She tries one more time, but Elliot isn't budging, and she cops up saying, "Not much. Is it obvious?" And Elliot says, "I'm your partner, for better or worse. Everybody knows a little too much about everybody else in this office anyways." She caves into the conversation, letting him know, "I broke a rule, Elliot, a personal one, and now he wants to see me again." Elliot says, "Can you blame him?" "Sir, you're married." And she smiles before clarifying, "I can't do it right now. I didn't mean for this. I guess you never do." Elliot oddly responds with, "Sometimes you do," and gives her some advice while he eyes her up.
It happens.
Really?
Really.
Cragen's waiting for us.
In the same episode, we flash forward 6 months, and Olivia is dressed up when Cassidy compliments her and asks if she's going out. He's still hurt, saying he thought she didn't have time for a relationship, but she clarifies that you don't fall in love with people you work with, no matter how great the sex was. Cassidy asks, "So now you're in love?" And she says, "I don't know, if I'm lucky, yeah." He says, "You'll be bored in months," and she says, "I'll still have my job." He then starts to say, "Well, whoever you married," and Olivia cuts him off, saying, "If I get married." Brian finishes saying, "You will. As long as you have this job, your marriage will be an affair," describing Olivia Benson kind of wholeheartedly in the most accurate statement across the first season. Time for a little speed round. In 111 Bad Blood, we get more Proteliot, and we get a scene of Olivia listening to the recording of her mother's victim statement, something that Olivia has memorized, starting to lip sync subconsciously to it. It then transitions to Olivia following the audio to the scene where the attack occurred, starting to cry. And then in the following episode, 112, Russian Love Poem, there is an intense ending to the case that shakes up Elliot and Olivia. We then get the iconic "Let's go home" Olivia line that will probably be brought back for the series finale, I'm just guessing.
Let's go home, Olivia.
113 disrobed goes back to Bensity, where the lingering tension is still there. Cassidy asks if Elliot knows about what happened between them, and Olivia says no, we don't discuss our private lives. Later, Benson teases Brian about using the word fledgling, and he snaps back, getting defensive, and sarcastically lashes that he learned it last night so he can come in and impress her in front of the whole squad. Craig then tests Brian's ability to stay in the unit, and ultimately, he decides to leave. The end of the episode has another tense standoff where the main suspect goes to shoot Elliot, and Olivia kills him before he can. And a super quick one with 117 Misleader, where we get this interaction.
No jewelry. I always carry at least a pair of earrings in my purse.
Yeah, like you carry a purse.
That's because you carry it for me.
In 119 Contact, Olivia's flirting with a reporter, Nick, and they get drinks together. He tries to bring up her current case, the subway rapist, and she asks, are we working or are we flirting? He says, I'm offering my undying love for the 10 millionth time, marking another tally for people falling in love with Olivia, and she says that tonight might be his lucky night. He brings up the case once more, and Olivia gets frustrated with him. He then says, you know these people, referring to predators, and doubles down when she tries to deny it, saying, you do. That's why people move away from you on the sofa, Olivia. You get inside sex offenders. Olivia says, gee, how nice for me, downs her beer and stands up to leave. Nick stands with her though, saying he's not moving away, and it cuts to them making out in her apartment. The vibes are fun until Nick ruins it again, bringing up the job and asking if she has to have sex with her eyes closed. Olivia tries to keep up the playful mood, but asks for them to not talk, and this fucker makes it so much worse by saying, let's pretend I'm the guy on the subway, referring to the rapist, and Olivia pulls away, heading to the bathroom, and kicks him out. What are men? What are men? Truly, what are men? In 121 Nocturne, Elliot is heavily affected by the case, and while on a walk, Olivia says, I bet I know what you're thinking, and Elliot says, bet you don't. She tries to provide some comfort for him, telling him even the best parents can't protect their children, but Elliot shuts it down, letting her know, gutter at home, part of it's broken, I need to fix it. She says, well, you can't do everything, and Elliot caves this time, saying, you'd feel everything for them if you could, all of the pain. Olivia responds with, sometimes I just look at kids and think, why? Why do it at all? And Daddy Stabler says the sweetest thing, because you want to more than anything in the world, because you want to love them every day. And here's where I'll add 2 new tropes to the list, Daddy Stabler and Mama Benson. Kids are a major storyline for them both, with him having 4, later 5, of his own, and Olivia's difficult pathway to motherhood. It was all right there in the first season, with them talking about kids makes me soft as hell. We end season 1 with 122 Slaves, a truly horrific case with a B-plot where the entire squad has to partake in mandated psych evaluations. First up is Cragen, and he struggles through his. Audra McDonald asks him about golf and what he does to relax. He gets fed up with the old song and dance and tells her to go ahead and ask him about his alcoholism. Next on the docket is Olivia. During her evaluation, she tells Audra McDonald that she is the child of rape and she never loses her objectivity, even when the case gets a little too much for her. When Audra McDonald brings up the shooting that happened in Disrobe, she tells her that Stabler was about to be shot and she reacted as she was trained. When Audra McDonald asks her what she would do if she could not work sex crimes, Olivia doesn't answer and instead cries. Immediately after, Stabler asks her how it went and she lies, saying it was a cakewalk. Not really EO, but Munch, the notorious Joker, goes next and is read for filth when Audra McDonald brings up his multiple marriages to beautiful, spoiled women, saying none of them matched him intellectually, and digs deeper, saying he did not trust women or the government, and he could smell a conspiracy at a 5-year-old's lemonade stand. She then adds that he has given up on relationships but believes in true love, and the pain of never having found it is unbearable. Tea. Jeffrey's evaluation does not go well either, and Audra McDonald expresses major concerns over her answers as it's revealed she got involved with a prior suspect. And Elliot's is, well, in his eval, he says the cases stick with him for a while, but he focuses on his family. She probes further, asking about cases with children, and Elliot says how he thinks he could get away with killing people who hurt kids. Which is probably not the best time to say that right now. The season ends on a cliffhanger though when Audra McDonald says there are 2 red flags, wonder who, and she recommends they be removed immediately. Cragen asks who, and then executive producer Dick Wolf flashes across the screen.
She's got the right idea. Leave the father's side blank. That'll mess them up.
Let's keep our eyes on our own paper. Don't make any more barbs about Benson's father.
Excuse me?
You don't know the history there?
Hey, something wrong?
It's just, hitting a little close to home.
How's that?
He's not my father.
You sure?
Positive.
What's going on at work?
Nothing.
You talked to Olivia about it?
She's my partner.
Are you gay?
How you gonna ask me a question like that?
So season 1 showrunner Robert Palm decides to exit the show because he apparently couldn't get the vibe, and we get a new showrunner, David J. Burke. The vibes are different between the first and second season, with an aim to make the show darker, which brings up a continuous argument that the show will later face more overt backlash for, indicating it's showcasing trauma as entertainment in a way that's beyond healing and more for monetary purposes, although the show in itself is doing that, so it's very hard to unpack it all. And let's pivot quickly to the haircut. Now, really fun fact, Mariska was nearly fired for this haircut because Dick Wolf was not a fan. Basically, Mariska wanted to get a trim and the hairdresser got a little too tipsy and cut off way too much. She was hysterical, and Dick Wolf, being the lovely, compassionate man we know him as, was ready to throw her out the door. But obviously she didn't get fired, or else this video wouldn't exist. Also this season, Monique Jeffries is pushed out unfairly due to the one-woman theory, and fans were more attached to Mariska, so Michelle was forced to go. But we get the introduction of Alex Cabot disproving the one-woman argument immediately, alongside the introduction of Melinda Warner and George Huang, showcasing minorities as helpful to the main cast, but rarely getting full-fledged backstories, or sometimes literally contradicting past information on who they are because who cares? Our squad lineup for season 2 consists of Chriska, Olivia, Elliot, Munch, Monique Jeffries, Only for Her Goodbye, and Alex Cabot, with new recurring characters Melinda Warner and George Huang. 2-1 Wrong is Right answers the unanswered from the finale. Stablers and Jeffries are both under investigation, causing Jeffries to be transferred to desk duty in order to further explain herself. But Elliot doesn't receive the same punishment, despite admitting he thinks about killing people, and Chriska testifies in Stabler's defense. He tells him about the horrific crimes that Stabler sees every day and says it's only natural that he would think about killing people who victimize innocent women and children. He adds that Stabler should be commended for keeping those impulses in check. Be for real! Chriska's defense of Stabler saves his job, but as the episode ends, Detective Odafin Tutuola, aka Ice-T, arrives to take Jeffries' place. The disrespect of Monique Jeffries is something I will still get heated about, and unfortunately, you're gonna see this particular disrespect continue with another character, Melinda Warner, as time goes on. We get the introduction of our first long-term assistant district attorney, Alex Cabot, to this episode, which, combined with Olivia's new haircut, adds a new sapphic level to the show. Look, to be honest, this season is not as EO heavy-handed and was the start of the Is Olivia a Gay Character fanon. It's obviously based off stereotypes, the short hair, the masculine job, but I will say the scenes between Olivia and Alex are, I don't think it's too much to read into. 2-4 Legacy gives us a Munch and Olivia scene, and despite this video being about EO, I just love the brother-sister dynamic they have, and Munch is one of my favorite characters after all. We get more mom and dad vibes this season and a lot more casual closeness, touching, and looks. It's all visuals, not a lot of actual scenes, but it's cute to look back on how in sync their partnership was even in the earliest days. And for the Chris girlies, watch 2-7 Asunder for some basketball scenes. In 2-8 Taken, Chriska lets Olivia know that her mom fell down the subway stairs and unfortunately passed away. Olivia starts crying, saying her mom never takes the subway, but Chriska says that it was right outside the bar, and Olivia realizes she was drunk. Elliot is concerned about her, especially when she returns to work so quickly. Olivia thanks Chriska for the flowers, and he tells her she was supposed to take time off. She says she doesn't want to, and when she came to terms with her mother being an alcoholic, she accepted all of the consequences and that she can handle coming back. She just needs to work, and he expresses concern that she is in no condition to work the case, but she insists, and the rest of the episode is just the closing of the case. Fun fact, there was actually a different take they were going to use for Serena's storyline, seen through deleted scenes that have resurfaced over the years. The first scene is Olivia with her mother's attorney, who lets her know that the entire funeral is taken care of, but her mother specifically left a key to a safety deposit box for her. There is some letters she finds, and I'm not sure of the details, but it's revealed that Serena wasn't actually raped. We then get scenes of Olivia at her mother's funeral. Elliot and the squad are there to comfort her, with him keeping an arm on her, offering to talk with her later, if she wants. She then sees her mother's old friend and drinking buddy, and the vibes shift. She demands to know who her father is, and eventually slaps the woman when she doesn't answer. Elliot is immediately concerned, obviously, but the scene pivots back to Olivia and the woman, who eventually reveals that Olivia's father's name is Robert Spencer, a professor of psychiatry. She goes to meet him, and he tries to hug her, but she pulls away and opts for a handshake instead. I am so happy all of this was cut, because it would have completely ruined Serena's character further and tainted the whole foundation of who Olivia Benson is. Speed round. In 2-10 Consent, we get a screen cap of Kim Benson, and I gotta say, they were cute girlfriends. In 2-11 Abuse, a child with a history of suspicious injuries becomes desperately attached to Olivia, who tries to pursue a case investigating into the potential abuse. The parents threaten the squad the entire time and eventually get a restraining order against Olivia. Side note, Olivia feels very gay this episode when she's having dinner with a friend and then her scenes with Alex. We get a final scene where Olivia is surprised to see Elliot still at work, but he stayed to talk with her. He mentions how it's been a month since her mom died, and when she's taken aback, he says, "Olivia, it's me. I know know the issues you had with her. She says there's no connections, and Elliot digs in deeper when she doubles down, telling him that he's wrong. He concedes, telling her that he's going to get her a coffee. Olivia is in trouble by the end of the episode, and right when she thinks maybe she helped the little girl just a little bit, she finds out she really couldn't do much change after all. In 212 Secrets, Benson and Stabler have to awkwardly enter a swingers club, which is far from the last time they will have to do this during their partnership. People assume they're a couple, and Elliot jokes, "You first," when the hosts tell her that they can go get changed to start having fun. Another tally for the everyone assumes they're together trope. In 213 Victims, Elliot has a rough time when he helps investigate the murders of sex offenders, one of whom Elliot put away, and it is soon discovered that a former cop turned community activist may be responsible for the murder. During this episode, he hurts his hand and may have been exposed to HIV, having to take meds for the next month before he'll get confirmation of his results. At the end of the episode, Olivia asks if he's okay and if he wants to grab a drink. He turns her down and she says, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow," and he smiles and says, "You will." In 214 Paranoia, Elliot is struggling through his time on the meds, dry heaving, and feeling dizzy throughout the episode. Olivia recognizes the victim as Karen, the woman who trained her, and they have such a sweet dynamic that it makes me sad that their relationship nearly turned sour during this episode. Karen talks about freezing during her attack, and Olivia says she dissociated, and although it's not extremely relevant now, when we get to a traumatic Olivia episode in season 15, she reacts similarly, and the parallels making me very sad right now. Despite her personal issues with the case, Olivia is extremely concerned about Elliot throughout the episode, adding our next trope, caretaker vibes, which is a very common trope throughout this entire series with EO. At the end of the episode, Elliot is healthily eating at a diner and Olivia walks in, patting him on the back. He asks, "You follow me now?" through a smile, and she says a cop should always know where his partner has breakfast. She notices his appetite is back and he reveals a clean bill of health. They cheers cutely, him saying salut, and it's so cute. I hate them. I'm going to add eating together to the trope list because this is a recurring scene dynamic, them eating together, sharing food, and it's cute when it happens in the most recent finale. 215 Countdown is a tense episode as the squad deals with a serial killer. A few lingering personal storylines take place in the background. Elliot prepping for the twins' birthday, and Olivia seeing a guy named Michael, who Munch calls Mr. Perfect. Right before they can all go home, another girl goes missing, and all of their plans are off. There's a scene of Olivia sleeping in the cribs, and Elliot wakes her up, but it is so hot for no reason. As it goes longer and longer, their personal lives get more difficult. Olivia cancels on Michael again, and Kathy calls Elliot, who says he's sorry, but they're still working. Now on 36 hours. Side note, this is also the episode where Olivia punches a sandwich, in case you're curious. The case continues and it's getting more tense. The squad starts fighting. Elliot and Olivia tell each other to screw you, and then Kathy shows up at the precinct with the twins. It's their 8th birthday and Elliot tells them about Uncle Munchie's pudding cups and the kids run off, leaving Kathy and Elliot alone. But the kids come back sans pudding cups as they've gone moldy, and Elliot apologizes for not having anything for the kids. Elizabeth says, "Brought you a present," and it's a fresh shirt and tie, and he says, "This is the best present a guy's ever had," and hugs them both. He hands him back to Kathy though when Olivia calls him over and they finally solve the case, although it is a grim ending. Speed round again. In 216 Runaway, the squad has to go undercover at a rave club and we get these iconic outfits. I am screaming. This is also the episode where we get the iconic, "You're a Jew? You're a Jew? What if I called you my boy?" And Finn says, "I'll be your boy, John." 220 Peak is the first time we meet George Huang and we get one of the creepiest episodes of all time. I mean, seriously, the ending was crazy. And then we close out the season with 221 Scourge, where we get another intense case with a Jack the Ripper copycat. Things get tense again for EO as they work on the case for long hours. Elliot comforts a victim's family member and gets a call. It's Kathy, and he's just glad to hear her voice. Elliot tells Finn, Munch, and Olivia they can go catch some shut-eye in the cribs, but only the boys leave. He looks up and softly says, "You too," to Olivia, but she says, "I'm too pissed to sleep." We get another EO spat, though, when Olivia offers to help, and he says, "I'm not gonna say no," tossing her some files. She then begins reading them out loud, and Stabler makes a snide comment about it, prompting her to ask,
"Aren't we in a mood?"
He then says, "You know, it's the middle of the night, and I'm sitting here realizing I spend more time with you than I do my own family." She then looks up at him, and he says, "No offense." She coldly replies with, "We both need a vacation," and he agrees, saying, "You got that right," and she chuckles.
Wig, okay.
Wig, did you just say wig?
Surprise, surprise! There's another new showrunner, Neil Bayer, but this one sticks around for a long time until season 12 and becomes a fan favorite among EO stans who still aren't sure if he wanted them together or not, but either way I like him. There's also another haircut from Olivia, which become iconic ways to delineate which season you're watching, and let's be real, we all have a tier list of which are our favorites. I could do a whole video on just that. Our squad lineup for season 3 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, and 88 Alex Cabot with reoccurring characters Melinda and Huang. And fun fact, Ice-T was only supposed to be around for like 4 episodes, but Dick Wolf loved him and his dynamic with the John Munch character, so he offers him a longer gig. Despite being vocally anti-police and even facing legal implications after mass performing "Fuck the Police," Ice-T caved, literally because of money. I love him. 3-2 Wrath is a heavy one for Olivia, so buckle up. Someone is killing people related to Olivia's old cases. As the unit tries to find the killer, Olivia struggles with the guilt that people are getting killed because of a vendetta against her. Elliot is in extreme pro-Elliot mode, getting rough with the suspects when they vaguely threaten Olivia. During one scene, Elliot asks, "Feel like some dinner?" and Olivia responds with, "When's the last time your kids saw your ugly mug?" Elliot says, "Oh, we'll set an extra plate, come on," and Olivia dismisses his ask again, saying, "No thanks, I'll see you later, okay?" While Elliot watches her walk away, concerned. When another body shows up at Olivia's door, Elliot is defensive of her, saying, "My partner knows how to do her job," and the feds insist on her getting a protective detail. And Elliot doesn't think it's a bad idea, but of course she refuses to accept. A few more tropes for the trope list. Let's add having each other's back, not following orders, Olivia can take care of herself, and fighting because they care too much. Cregan stands up for Olivia, trusting her to stay on the case, but does express concern for her safety. Olivia does the same song and dance, "I'm fine, the perp wins if we cave in," and Elliot chimes in as well, worried just as much, probably even more. Evidence then leads them to Eric Plummer, who Olivia had put in prison for rape and attempted murder that he did not commit. Eric spent 7 years locked up, and he was brutalized in prison, beaten, raped, and tortured. And Olivia feels horrible about what happened, questioning her capabilities as an officer. She gets jumpy on her way home and discovers FBI agents following her, saying, "I told them I didn't want one." But they inform her that Detective Stabler was the one who requested them. Olivia is pissed and heads straight for his house, and Elliot doesn't even have to ask. He already knows why she showed up. She says, "Only the rat squad puts cops on other cops without telling them. I deserve better than that, especially from you." Elliot looks at her for a moment before sighing and saying, "You've been under a lot of stress lately," and she says, "I've always backed her play." Elliot says, "I did what I had to do, knowing how brutal this guy has been and wanting to make sure that she doesn't become his next victim." But Olivia is Olivia and says, "If you can't trust your partner, Elliot, it's time to get a new one," and storms off. A few scenes later, Olivia is alone in a standoff with Eric, who tells her how she ruined his life with a wrongful conviction and wants her to pay for what she did. Ultimately, she is forced to fatally shoot Eric, and when Elliot arrives, he helps lower her weapon, a visual we will see again later on, whispering her name and saying it's okay. When soft boy Elliot tries to offer further support, Olivia says, "You can leave me alone." And we end the episode with her in her dark apartment alone, crying while she ignores knocking at her door and then her ringing phone. We then see Elliot outside her door, phone in hand, until he flips it shut and walks away. In 3-3 Stolen, we get cute scenes of Elliot with a newborn, and I'm such a sucker for EO with babies. 3-8 Inheritance is difficult for Olivia when the defense's argument is that the suspect was passed down the violent gene, and Olivia starts to think about her father, worrying about her own life, and if she is predisposed to suddenly become violent one day. When they question one of the victims, the woman shares that she was pregnant with her rapist baby, who only lived for 2 hours, and the woman says it sounds awful, but she's somewhat grateful, stating, "I don't know I could have lived with the constant reminder of what has happened to me." This hits close to home for Olivia, and Elliot can tell. When they leave and discuss the case, Elliot says, "Let's continue to pretend that this doesn't bother you," and she tells him to knock it off. He prods further, but Olivia says she's been aware of her past for a long time, she's dealt with it, and guess what? She's fine. Elliot gives her a soft and knowing glance before walking away. Closed off Sadie heads to the trope list. She talks to Huang at the end of the episode, revealing her backstory and admitting that the case was hard for her. Her mother's rape was the biggest reason she decided to become a cop and join SVU, and that she wanted to do good and make a difference, but now she's questioning her job. She has to be aggressive and even violent sometimes on the job, and she wonders if she was like the suspect. Huang says she doesn't hurt people, she protects them, proving that everyone has a choice, but Olivia isn't fully convinced and wonders if she's just lucky. Throughout the season, we also get more of EO with kids being all soft, and in 3-9 Care, we also get an insanely hot visual of Melinda and Olivia recreating a scene, producing this visual. 311 Monogamy is a horribly gruesome case where someone cut a baby out of a pregnant woman. In the first scene, Olivia notes how quick Elliot arrived from Queens, but Elliot says he stayed in the city. Interesting. While they're working, Maureen shows up at the precinct, surprising EO, and she asks to talk to her father. They head to Cregan's office, and Olivia watches, concerned. She then asks Maureen about school and has a quick chat with her before she leaves. She then asks Elliot if he's okay, and he says, "Yeah, let's go." When the baby is found deceased, Elliot struggles a lot, and Olivia can tell. In a later scene, Elliot says, "If you want to leave, go ahead," and Olivia says, "Or you could just stop being a jerk and tell me what the hell's going on with you." Olivia asks if it's about Maureen, and Elliot finally opens up, saying that he screwed up and forgot to mail in a check for a college application. He's being weird about it, though, and Olivia asks, "What is this?" And he says he's been distracted before they move on to the case. Later in the episode, Elliot snaps a little at Munch before walking away, clearly upset, and Olivia goes after him to see what's up. She says that everyone in the squad is on his side, but they're not mind readers. He cannot tell them what's going on, but they can't help him if he stays closed off. He walks closer to her, head down defeated, and says, "I knew you were on my side." She asks again, "Elliot, what is going on? Would you talk to me? Is there somebody else?" Okay, the case is dealing with infidelity, hence that question. And he says it's nothing like that. It'd be easier if it was, he says, confessing that he isn't sure what this is. Each case gets a little more horrific than the last. I go home. What am I supposed to do? Talk about my day at work? Honey, today a guy cut a baby out of his wife's stomach. Pass the gravy, please. Olivia pushes back, saying, so you just don't talk at all? That's no solution, Elliot. Hypocrite. Elliot responds with, well, one of us has to be able to sleep at night. She thinks I'm shutting her out. And Olivia says, you are. That's exactly what you do. You keep this up and you're going to ruin the best thing you've ever had. In 313 Prodigy, Olivia notices a wedding ring on the victim and asks about it, but Elliot says, trust me, married couples don't have sex in parks, and she chuckles. In 314 Counterfeit, Finn is paired up with Olivia when John's out sick, and we get her stunting in a dress. Finn sweetly says, all right, nice dress, and she says, yeah, it was a nice date. And Finn-Livia becomes a solid part of the show, especially with Ice-T staying on the show nearly as long as Mariska. He's been quoted saying he'll only leave when she does, and it's a lot like their characters who grow closer together through the years, with him becoming her number 2 later on. But they were friendly in the early days, and this episode shows that brother-sister dynamic off well and reveals more of Finn's backstory, like how he has a son. This episode also introduces us to Ed Tucker, who works in the Internal Affairs Bureau, aka IAB. In the real world, I, as someone who questions the police, should probably be rooting for this man, hoping to rightfully punish morally corrupt officers, but because this show is propaganda at its finest, fans, especially EO fans, begin to loathe this man for misunderstanding and being hard on our favorite dynamic duo. His longevity on the show is something to note, as we will see him pop up time and time again, and sometimes in ways other than the job. 315 Execution is a dark episode that focuses on Elliot and Huang with a serial killer who tries to get into his head, asking Elliot about his first time and prodding into his life, creepily bringing up women, calling them it, and Jesus Christ. Elliot almost gets hurt and Huang stops it from happening, making himself the target in the end. He's okay though, despite getting his head slammed against a concrete wall. 316 Popular opens with Kathy and Elliot discussing their daughter Kathleen's troubles at school, and Kathy brings up how Elliot is never home. Kathleen is an icon to the EO fandom, tending to be the fan favorite of Elliot's children. And this episode is the first of Alison Seiko's portrayal of her, and the actress herself seems to love EO, especially Olivia, so we have no choice but to stand. Elliot is being a tough dad on her, telling Kathy it's becoming abundantly clear that you are the parent and I am the paycheck. She says he's a good father, but he's overreacting, saying they haven't had any real trouble with their kids. Oh, just you wait, Kathy. During this conversation, though, Kathy spills about hearing that there was a girl who got raped by her teacher, and this becomes the main case for the episode. Elliot stalks out Olivia and says he needs a favor, and she responds with, okay, bear in mind I don't have any money. I'm an underpaid detective just like you. He then tells her about the girl, and they legally shouldn't pursue, but it's EO, and they won't be able to let it go, so they do things they shouldn't, like always, and work the case. But Kathy does get upset at Elliot for taking her friend's trusted story and meddling, saying that everything has a price, and there's a lot of tension. In 317 Surveillance, EO has to sift through sex tapes together, and on their 10th one, Olivia says, he really seems to be favoring that position, and Elliot says, at least he's consistent, and she says, boring is the word I think you're looking for. T. They have to work at a fancy concert this episode, so we get some visuals of them dressed up, including Olivia in another stunning dress. I love her in these. And we also get some Cabenton shots, so the Sapphics are winning. 318 Guilt introduces another fan favorite and regular Judge Donnelly, and Cabot ends up getting suspended for a month because of this case. We end the season with 323 Silence, an episode that centers around the church, striking one of the 3 pillars of Elliot's foundation. All of the Elliot-themed episodes have cases that involve his family, his faith, or his past. This episode is super outdated with transphobic language, and a lot of the early years of this show don't stand the test of time. So, what an interesting end.
Look at us. Hey. Look at us. Look at us.
Hair check for season 4, Olivia's hair is growing and she does look very baby girl. And this season there's not a lot of prominent EO scenes, but there's still stuff to talk about. Our squad lineup for season 4 consists of Cragen, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, and Alex Cabot, with George Huang joining the main cast, leaving our recurring character as Melinda Warner. 4-1 Chameleon marks Huang's introduction to the main cast, but not Melinda Warner's, which does hurt my feelings. We don't get much EO this episode, to be honest, as it was mainly focused on the case, but we can see our dynamic duo are still a great pair. We get some more of EO with kids in 4-2 Deception, specifically Olivia and its peak whisper voice, and I love seeing her with kids. In 4-3 Vulnerable, Elliot says, man, I don't want to grow old, and Olivia responds back, in our line of work, be careful what you wish for. We also get some great Cabenton tension, so it's a win for the queers. But for EO, we get more closeness, glances, and touching throughout the season. In 4-5 Disappearing Acts, EO works a highly dangerous case that deals with the witness protection program in the FBI, and they struggle to do their jobs. At one point, they're in a standoff and forced to drop their weapons and get on the ground. Then they're stuck in interrogation, being questioned. Elliot is beyond frustrated during his interview, and the Chris girlies get a couple of hot scenes. EO is still under official investigation now that IAB is involved, risking both of their jobs, but the case closes and they're okay. In 4-6 Angels, Olivia makes a snide remark about Alex being on a date with the defense attorney Trevor Langan, saying she's dining with the enemy. Alex looks so hot in the red dress, and EO is on the other side of the table, and it's funny to me with Trevor hovering behind. Side note, Benson and Langan's actors, Mariska Hargitay and Peter Herman, had been dating since they met while filming the episode Monogamy last season, and then they later got married, now having 3 children. In 4-8 Waste, Elliot defends Serena when Munch loudly says he's never worked a stranger rape case where someone kept the baby. Elliot turns, telling him Olivia's mother was raped by a stranger, and Olivia overhears their interaction, chiming in with, "My mother made a choice." Elliot apologizes, saying, "Look, Olivia, we were just talking," and she shakes it off, saying, "Oh, save it. If the same thing happened to me, morning after pill, no question." In 4-Line Juvenile, we learn that Melinda has a daughter in the 6th grade during a cute scene with her and EO. Melinda shows up at a restaurant they're eating lunch at, and Elliot spots Melinda, saying, "An Emmy out of the morgue? Must be big." She says she has news about their case, and Olivia asks if she should stop eating before she tells them. Melinda reveals what was in the victim's vomit, and Olivia pushes her plate away in disgust, and Elliot immediately starts eating from it. In 4-10 Resilience, the victim grows attached to Elliot, seeking a father figure. EO interacts with another little girl, Sally, in this case, who likes talking to Elliot. But the victim has a breakdown, and Huang recommends Elliot talks to her. He at first refuses, but Huang says she's looking for a dad, so he goes in. It's a tough scene to watch as the victim reveals some horrific information before sobbing into Elliot's chest. At one point, the other girl, Sally, also gives Elliot a bracelet, and EO later has to question her about it. The case is closed, and Elliot has one final scene with the victim, who is finally doing something for herself, not her father. In 4-11 Damage, EO is shaken up by their case. Elliot walks into the precinct, and Olivia hands him a cup of coffee, saying, "You look like crap," and he lets her know he didn't sleep at all last night, that he kept checking on his kids. Olivia then says, "Well, you should have called me. I didn't sleep either." The idea that these two are so tethered together because they are truly the only other person who understands it all is fuel for the shipping. Elliot may love his wife, but this part of his life is not for her. Hell, it's not for any civilian. Only Olivia. 412 Risk is a big Elliot episode, and it gives us undercover EO, which is a big trope for the list. We also get some Ed Tucker, which is fun. Let's just say if Tucker's in an episode, and at least in 1.0, Elliot is angry as fuck, and Olivia is definitely pissy. His first scene undercover is at a bar where businessman Elliot waltzes in for a drink. He then buys a drink for Olivia, aka Donna, who smiles widely and thanks him. He asks how she's doing, and she says, "Not bad, and yourself?" And he smiles cutely and says, "Better now." And I fucking love undercover EO. In the following scene, Elliot gets roughed up and Olivia can't stand it, saying, "Are we just gonna sit here while they beat the crap out of him?" We get another scene with the two of them, this time as a married couple. Olivia runs down the steps during a deal, shouting, "Honey, are those the tiles?" He introduces her as my wife, Dana, and she calls him baby, telling him, "You gotta get in the shower. We have to be at Vanessa and Glenn's in less than 2 hours." This scene actually causes suspicion in the case, and it leads to Elliot's first on-screen shooting. Tucker grills him about the shooting. Elliot reveals that Olivia wasn't armed, her call, that's why he went alone. He is then placed on desk duty until an investigation is complete, which leaves Elliot stressed, and Olivia says, "Maybe you gotta take a few vacation days." Kathy shows up at the precinct too at one point, bringing Elliot dinner, but he says now is not a good time. She kisses him, trying to convince him to come home, but he can't and misses her, telling her to tell the kids I love them and continue working. We later get a scene with Olivia comforting a baby she finds at a scene, with Cregan picking him up and soothing his cries, and she's so good with kids, and these scenes make me emo. Cregan then gets Elliot his gun and shield back far quicker than normal. He loves his problematic children. The last scene is between EO, a common ending for heavy cases, where they talk at their desks at night alone. Olivia updates him about the case before asking him if they're going to make him see a shrink because of the shooting. He will, but he hasn't gone yet. She can tell Elliot is somewhere else mentally, saying, "I thought I was okay too when I shot that guy, but even a lowlife like Kendall's gonna stick with you." Elliot says he has to get home, but Olivia doesn't let up, asking, "How long has that sandwich been sitting there?" And he ignores her actual question, saying, "I got busy, it's all yours." She tries one more time, asking, "You sleeping?" And he definitely lies, saying, "Yeah," as he heads out the door. Before he leaves, though, he turns and says, "Seeing that shrink, did that help?" And Olivia looks at him saying, "Not much." And then the episode ends. 413 Rotten deals with corrupt police, and Olivia gets in too deep, eventually getting doxxed 10 days pay for her actions. Elliot's not in this episode, but we do get some more Cab Benson tension, and Melinda looks so good. It's not EO, but sorry, I'm sapphic. In 414 Mercy, Olivia mentions how she had a pregnancy scare in college. There's a weird reveal later on in season 20 where she hints at getting an abortion, but a deleted scene from 21 provides more details, and she may have never been pregnant at all. You will learn that men can't write women well on this show, but we'll talk about that later. You also find out that Melinda Warner is married, and not to me, so that's a loss for us. In 415 Pandora, Elliot heads to Prague for a case, but before he goes though, the detective he's going to be working with sits at Olivia's desk and sees a photograph of her, saying, saying, wow, is this your partner? Elliot nods and he asks, does she date? And Stabler says, a lot of guys. In 416 Torture, they're talking about the case, and Elliot says, I'm not buying it. If Kathy didn't come home all night, I'd be out looking for her. Olivia says, that's you, and he clarifies, that's everybody. She bites back saying, that's bull. How many times have you been working a case and Kathy doesn't hear from you? And he says, that's different. I'm on the job. In 417 Privilege, EO is recreating a scene, and we get this visual. And 418 Desperate gives us more Olivia with kids, and all of the scenes are really, really sweet. And 421 Fallacy is super not great to watch 20 years later. Transphobia galore. We get some Kim Benson this episode though, if that helps, which it really doesn't. Alex and Olivia are more understanding, but in order to work on the case, Alex has to do some things that she's not too happy about. The woman ends up being convicted of murder and sobs as she's pulled away, begging not to be sent. At the end of the episode, Olivia asks Alex if she wants to get a drink, but Alex isn't in the mood. She feels guilty and the two talk. Alex asks why she feels so lousy when Olivia says she was just doing her job, and Olivia says it's because Alex looks at Cheryl and can't imagine what it's like to feel like your own body is a mistake. But it takes a tragic turn when we learn that Cheryl, who is continuously misgendered, was hurt at Rikers and is being rushed to surgery. 423 Futility is a rough one on Olivia, who gets punched in the face by their suspect Michael in the cold opening, and let's just say someone in the squad room made sure to rough him up on the way to the precinct. Finn and Elliot are hella suspicious. Olivia is struggling this episode, wondering how much they're helping victims as police officers, and we do get a quick little moment of Elliot with a cute puppy before the episode is just giving us sad Olivia. Olivia and Alex fight over the case, and the two work together to finish the rough one. In order to help the case, Olivia has to pressure the victim into talking, and she feels horrible when the rape crisis counselor digs in on her, saying that she made everything worse to get her win. Olivia is shaken up by this, and the next scene shows her crying outside at night. She's at Elliot's house. He pulls up and she asks where everybody is, and he tells her, Kathy took the kids to La Boheme. Pass. She tries to be playful to cover up her sadness, saying, so on your one night as a bachelor you go to the grocery store? That's pretty pathetic. And Elliot jokes back saying, grocery store with strippers. He stares at her intensely before saying, Liv, you gotta let it go. You put a rapist on trial. You did your job. She then says, I think I made it worse, and Elliot takes a seat next to her saying, you know that's not true. She continues saying she made Carrie relive the worst thing that's ever happened to her, made victims not feel safe with counseling, and this all might lead to less reported rapes. Elliot reminds her that if Michael is convicted, he'll never hurt another woman. She says it's not worth the cost, and Elliot asks, to you or them? Olivia then says, I'm not talking about me, and Elliot delivers this little speech. Yeah, you are. For as long as I'd known you, you've always identified with the victims. Now, maybe that's because you're a woman, I don't know. I do know it's one of the things that makes you a great cop. It's also one of the things that makes this job torture sometimes. You can never go back and change things that have already happened, Olivia. You can't. She isn't convinced and says, you kill yourself to make something happen or you do nothing, and it doesn't matter. There's always another child molester, there's always another rapist, and it's like you have to sell a little piece of yourself to get the job done, so what the hell's the point? Elliot says, I don't know, maybe there isn't a point. Maybe the cost is too high, Olivia. No one's making you do this. The difference between you and all the victims is that you can walk away. And Olivia breaks a little more, crying while she whispers, no, I can't, before she leaves. And Michael doesn't show up to his trial, and they search for him, only to find out he's been murdered by his defense's help. 423 Grief is Elliot's time to be upset over a case again. This time it's about a father and his dead daughter. This episode, Olivia is the one keeping check on Elliot, telling him to go home and that there's nothing we can do tonight. We'll start fresh in the morning. He says, I need to get that bastard. And she says, plenty of other bastards out there, Elliot. Why this one? Elliot says, you know why. And Olivia heads out saying, I'm going to catch a few hours of sleep. See you at 7. The case takes a turn and Elliot feels responsible, saying, I could have stopped him. I should have known what Ray was going to do. Olivia asks him how, and he says, I would have done the same thing. She says, no, you wouldn't have. And Elliot shittily says, wait until you're a parent. And Elliot says dumb things is a big one on the trope list. Olivia says, don't throw that crap at me, Elliot. You made a mistake. He gets pissy saying, what? And Olivia clarifies, you let Ray in. Elliot concedes, still feeling guilty, saying, you're right, I did. He got to me, and now I'm responsible. 424 Perfect brings back Tucker, who asks SVU to work a case as a favor, and EO rip into him, but they agree to work on it for the victim's sake. And our finale, 425 Solus, is a case that bothers Olivia, and at one point Olivia says, you're either born with a conscience or you're not. Elliot says, no, it's all about how you're raised, and we get a case episode to end the season.
She's running all over town with this credit card. No one once asks for ID.
You gave me your credit card to buy Kathy's birthday present. Nobody asked me for ID.
It's because you look like a cop. Why don't you spend the money on?
I do not look like a cop.
Well, that was the DMV. Jenna did apply for a new license a week ago.
Which is about as long as it's been since you slept. Grab a few upstairs.
Hey, guys.
Okay, first, Olivia hair update. It's this. Our squad lineup for season 5 consists of Cragen, Olivia, Elliot, Munch, Finn, George Huang with Alex Cabot until she leaves, and we get Casey Novak, still with Melinda Warner as recurring. Season 5 used to be one of my favorite seasons because I was a Casey Novak stan. Do not bring her back though, like please, dear God. But personally, I feel like this season is where EO starts ramping up more. Chris and Mariska definitely seem more comfortable at this point with the characters, and evidently their friendship off screen may have helped Olivia and Elliot have even more chemistry on screen. So let's pivot for a second to give you some more info. Chris Maloney has been married to his wife Sherman since well before the first season, but Mariska was welcomed into their lives pretty early on, becoming the godmother to the eldest Maloney, Sophia, shortly after the show started filming. Not long after, Mariska found some love for herself, falling for the guest star back in season 2, Peter Herman, and these two would later get married and go on to have a family of their own, becoming known as Piska? I don't know how to say this. As for Chriska, the friendship was growing, with Chris providing a solid man for Mariska to lean on while she was still figuring out her life. Her own words from a People magazine interview. This is Chriska now, by the way. Mariska and Peter are still married with their son August and 2 children, Andrew and Amaya, who both have really cute adoption stories. And Chris and Sherman are still married and now have their 2 kids, Sophia and Dante. That's all. Back to season 5. Season 5 opens with 5-1 tragedy, which is a high-stakes case for the squad as a pregnant woman goes missing. When they end up finding her, Elliot ends up delivering the woman's baby, and he comforts her as she starts slipping, petting her hair and letting her know that she'll be okay. The woman ends up dying though, and Olivia is seen holding the baby, pressuring her father to help with their case. 5-2 Manic deals with the school shooting, and Olivia says to Elliot, "One of your kids got into serious trouble, what would you do?" He says he doesn't know, and she says, "Yeah, you do. You hire the best lawyer that you can, and you tell them to keep their mouths shut." In 5-3 Mother, Olivia says, "How would you like it if Kathy was treating sex offenders one-on-one every day?" And Elliot says, "Wouldn't let her." Olivia says, "Let her," and he says, "Did I say that?" They talk about the case for a second before Elliot asks her if she wants to drive, holding out the keys, and they both laugh while she pushes his arm away. 5-4 loss is a big one for the Cabensler and Benson girlies. The case is intense and involves the drug cartel, and at one point, Alex becomes a target. Olivia and Elliot are worried about their girl, and they head to take her home. The informant they're working with spooks them for a moment, and we see EO draw their guns in sync, lowering them when they see who it is. He lets her know that he'll handle everything, and for Alex to not worry, but an explosion goes off, and their informant is killed. Alex is shaken up, and Olivia asks to take her home, and Elliot tells her to get off the case. The squad keeps protecting Alex, but she doesn't want to back off the case out of fear. None of the squad wants to back off either, despite the danger. Cragen then pulls her into his office, gifting her an old revolver and a gun permit. He does love his kids. They eventually drop the case, giving it to the feds. The crew goes out for drinks after, and people start to head out, leaving Alex, Elliot, and Olivia, who chat for a bit. Alex is still feeling guilty, and she asks for them to leave. They walk out of the bar and talk for a moment before gunfire happens, and they all jump. Elliot chases after the car while Olivia looks behind to see Alex on the ground shot. She is distraught, saying, "It's okay, sweetheart," holding her hands over her womb and continuing to soothe her. The next scene, everyone is somber. Olivia is broken up, and we see a newspaper article say that Alex was killed. EO then receives a note that Agent Heyman wants to meet up with them later, and they ask what for, but aren't told why. When they pull up to the random location, they're confused, and Heyman says, "She's a real pain in the ass, this one. Wouldn't take no for an answer." And the car door opens, revealing a very much alive Alex Cabot. Oh, this scene broke me. Elliot is beyond shock, but nothing beats Olivia. This woman is crushed. It's like soul destroying. She says, "Your funeral is tomorrow," through tears, and you can tell that they weren't just friends. They say that Alex is in witness protection for now, and Olivia keeps sobbing while she asks, "How long?" And a teary-eyed Alex shrugs. She has to leave and looks at them both as the car pulls away, and EO is left without their girl. It's time to say goodbye to the shirts. In 5-5 Serendipity, we get introduced to my favorite ADA, Casey Novak, objectively the gayest character, and Olivia is reluctant to let her in. Elliot recognizes her from the work baseball game. Again, this woman is not remotely heterosexual despite them pretending she is. This episode gives us EO with kids too, and Casey saves the day at the end of the episode, rescuing a little girl out of a cooler. At one point, the tough ADA struggles with the case, not being used to live victims and especially kids. Olivia goes to yell at her and sees her crying and says, "Nobody can handle the kids." Casey asks, "I mean, what do you say to your boyfriend when you go home at night?" And Olivia says, "I don't actually have one." "Because of the job?" Casey asks. Olivia says, "Well, I try to date. Things go well until they ask what I do." Casey says, "Not exactly dinner conversation, huh?" And then Olivia says, "The ones that don't pull away immediately lean in way too interested, wanting to hear all the sick, twisted details. And either way, it's always the last date." When Casey says it must be easier for the male detectives, Olivia says, "Well, let's see. Finn never talks about his love life at work, and Elliot doesn't talk about his work at home, and Munch has just given up." Casey asks, "Then why do you do it?" And Olivia says, "Because someone has to." This episode is also the one where we get this picture from. In 5-6 Coerced, Elliot gets deeply involved in a case involving a father, shocker, and EO has some interactions with kids. Elliot does some questionable actions this episode in order to help, and it creates some tension between himself and Casey, and also with Huang. We get Casey at the batting cages and Cragen showing up, telling her that we gotta trust each other at SVU because it's just them. All of Elliot's efforts, though, weren't in vain, and he gets to reunite the man with his son at the end of the episode. 5-7 Choice deals with a victim who finds out she's pregnant. Olivia gets deep in it now, even getting a call in the middle of the night when the victim gets served. The victim is struggling with drinking, and Olivia tries to help her until they find out she had a child in the past and she drank through that pregnancy also. Olivia asks Elliot if Kathy ever drank when she was pregnant, and Elliot reluctantly answers, a glass of wine every now and then. Olivia then asks, did you know that in just one night of drinking, fetal alcohol syndrome can set in? Elliot says, I didn't know that. Olivia then asks, if your wife got pregnant again, would you allow it? And Elliot says, if Kathy got pregnant again, I'd shoot myself. A funny line considering what happens later on. EO goes to meet the victim's first child who is diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome. They then try to convince her to meet her daughter, and the victim is ordered to abstain from alcohol in order to protect the baby. Olivia goes to apologize to the victim for the stress of the case, and the lady is drinking! Olivia is beyond pissed, arresting her for violating court orders, and the lady says, I'd like to see you handle being pregnant, not understanding the damage she's doing to her child. At the end of the episode, the victim gets away scot-free. Olivia later sees the victim watching her first daughter from a distance, and the woman starts to feel guilty, finally ready to meet her daughter. Season 5 has a lot of Casey episodes, to be honest, and I think it's because Alex was such a prominent character and they wanted her to be just as well liked. I think they did a good job, to be honest, but I'm extremely biased because I love her. 5-8 Abomination hasn't dated well, and we get this exchange. Olivia says, Elliot, you can't tell me that repressing your sexual desires makes a gay person a good Christian. Elliot says, I don't know, maybe some people choose to be gay and others choose to be straight. Olivia barks back, oh, so you choose to be heterosexual? And Elliot says, me? No. Awkward for Elliot, but more reasoning. I think Olivia's bisexual, just saying. We then get a scene of them eating lunch together too this episode, sitting on the same side of the booth. 5-9 Control is another Olivia feels guilty episode when she realizes she dismissed a victim in the past. We do get a small cameo from Mariska Hargitay's father, Mickey Hargitay, which is very cute. She works on the case and makes a mistake because of her deep guilt, though. At one point, she goes somewhere alone and Elliot gets pissed at her, asking and accusing her of protecting a woman that's their main suspect. He grills her for a bit before she says, a couple of hours ago, and I don't need you interrogating me. Elliot says, why didn't you come back to the squad? Olivia says, because I had a hunch. I checked out 5 hotels and this was number 6. He yells at her, without backup, what the hell's the matter with you? She gets pissed and says, Elliot, don't start with me. He says, you're out of control. She then says, I never had control of this one. Remember, I lost my judgment. He snaps back, everyone makes mistakes. Get over it. Olivia feels worse when more victims are revealed, having been taken after Hillary, the victim she had dismissed. Elliot watches her head to her locker where she starts packing. Elliot looks over to Cragen, who heads over to her asking what's going on. Olivia is crushed, saying, I can't do this anymore, and he says, it's not your fault. But she isn't convinced, saying that if she believed Hillary, none of this would have happened. Cragen later says, you can't control what other people do. There will always be perps and victims. Olivia then says, you think you need to tell me that? The only reason I'm standing here is because my mother let herself get raped. Cragen says, let herself? Since when do you blame the victim? Olivia says, my mother was drunk, so was Hillary, and that's why I didn't believe her. Now these women are paying for it. And Cragen says, okay, quit. Throw away the good you've done and the good you'll do over one mistake. She finishes the case, though, and doesn't quit, because she can't. 5-10 Shaken deals with shaken baby syndrome, and it's a heavy Elliot episode where he talks about his own experiences with his kids. We get a lot of lines of Daddy Stabler, like, and I'm telling you, every parent's been there, a baby's crying can make you lose your mind. You pick them up, you rock them, and I mean hell, you'll beg them, and sometimes nothing works. And I love my children. If one of them was sick, I'd do anything in the world to make them better, but I would also pray to God if all hope were gone, he'd give me the strength just to end their suffering. Elliot at first felt for the mother, but when she is keeping her child alive despite the pain she's in, Elliot does everything he can do to fight for the baby. At the end of the episode, Elliot is drinking at the bar, and Cragen stops by to tell him that the baby passed peacefully. He offers to take him home, seeing he's clearly upset, and he shows Cragen a picture, which is actually a photo of Chris Maloney's real daughter, and says, this is Maureen, when she was about Lucy's age. I had just gotten out of the Marines. I was unemployed. Kathy was pregnant again. One night she went out, and I was home alone with Maureen. She spilled her grape juice all over this brand new carpet we just bought, which we couldn't afford to buy. I grabbed her arm to spank her, and she twisted away, and I slapped her in the face. As my hand was coming down the second time, the voice in my head said, stop. So I'm standing there in the middle of this room holding the limp body of my little girl. She starts crying, and I pick her up, and I just keep saying over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He cries harder, finishing with, I could have killed my own kid over a lousy carpet. He's still broken, and Cragen pulls him out of the bar to take him home. In the next episode, 511 Escape, we get a small jealous Elliot moment when Olivia is sent to work with Marshal Andy, and Cragen asks, Elliot, how do you know Eckerson? Elliot responds with, before Andy went federal, he was NYPD. Oh, and he used to date Olivia. After working the case together, Andy offers to stay a few extra days for Olivia, and she says, Andy, I don't think that's a good idea. He tries again, asking, how about one drink before I leave? And she says, it's not going to work between us. He asks, why not? And she tells him, because I have enough insanity in my life. I need stability. He heads out, turning to say, see you around, Liv. Stability. Stable. Stabler. I'm just saying. 513 Hate is about hate crimes, shocker, and we get some Elliot personal info during interrogation when Olivia can't put up with the hate speech that the suspect spews, so Elliot is the one to play along. He says he's Irish, he went to a Catholic school called Sisters of Mercy, he has 3 brothers and 2 sisters, although we won't see them until the current season of OC airs, and he says that one of his best friends died in the World Trade Center, but that one might have been a lie to get the suspect on his side, and is actually something that's relevant to Chris in his real life. The dialogue is crazy. At one point, the suspect goes at Olivia, who is beyond done with his Islamophobic ass, and assumes she's Arab, Finn too. Finn and Olivia check in with each other after the tense interrogation, and Olivia says she was a little rattled, but the truth is, I don't know anything about my father. Race and color are the least of my questions. 517 Mean is an iconic Casey episode with how she works the trial, and Olivia tells her after, remind me to give you the names of all of the girls I hated in high school. In 520 Lowdown, a man, Jeff, is murdered, and Olivia reveals she used to date him. During their investigation, they find out he is gay and had HIV, causing Olivia to worry that she may have been exposed. Again, these early days don't really hold up, especially with queer issues, so if you go back and watch, just fair warning. Chris Girlies, he wears a baseball cap in this episode, if that matters to you. Elliot keeps checking on Olivia, asking if she's okay, and saying she should get tested. He then says, you don't want the results in the departmental record, so be sure to go to an anonymous clinic, okay? And offers to go with her, but she says, let's just focus on the case. Melinda worries about her too, offering to test her herself, but Olivia rejects her help. Melinda convinces her to do it though, saying she'll do the test herself, no paperwork, and she agrees. Olivia is being hard on herself for not seeing it, and Huang reassures her that you're not the first woman to sleep with a closeted man. Sexuality is very complicated. Just because he was gay doesn't mean he wasn't also attracted to you. Later in the episode, Melinda confirms her test results. She's negative, and they finish the case. We then get a Cragen episode, and then we get a Munch one. In 523 Bound, Olivia and Elliot have to recreate a sibling rivalry to get a suspect to confess. Olivia plays a soft-spoken woman, apologizing to the woman while Elliot storms in like an ass, barking at her to come here while snapping his fingers and gesturing over to her. Olivia, of course, heads over to him, trying to shut the door to give him privacy, but Elliot stops it aggressively, asking her what she's doing and if she's apologizing. Olivia says, why do you care? And he yells at her that he's in charge. She says, this is our case, and she breaks a little, saying, please don't talk to me like this in front of her. Elliot then speaks right to the suspect, asking if Olivia brought her here, and he turns to Olivia then, accusing her of bringing the woman there to take the credit. They continue the act, and Elliot really drives it home when he yells at Olivia to shut up. You know what the problem is? Women shouldn't be cops, and they shouldn't be doctors. They're too weak and stupid. Olivia feigns hurt, apologizing to the victim, fake crying. She later tries to get her to confess, bringing up her own life, saying, my mother was a drunk. I had to carry her into bed every night and had to scrub the vomit off the floor. I thought I'd never escape. She then says she only felt free after she died, and the act works, getting the confession they need to close the case. We then end season 5 with 525, Head. The premise of this case is that there is a woman who has a brain tumor that caused her to be a pedophile. During an intense interrogation, she suddenly kisses Elliot, grabbing his junk. He pushes her back aggressively and she falls into the ground before having a seizure and going to the hospital. While they're at the hospital, Elliot says he doesn't know what happened, and Olivia immediately backs him up, saying, it was an accident. She assaulted you and you have witnesses, Elliot. Tucker shows up, pissing them off, and Elliot says, sorry to interrupt your beauty sleep. I'll be waiting for my union rep. Tucker says, smart move if you got something to hide. Olivia interjects, saying, he was sexually assaulted, and Tucker says, oh, what a surprise. The partner's gonna back you up, and she bites back with, yeah, how would you feel if a perp had your boys in a vice grip? Elliot defends his actions, saying he thought he used appropriate force, and Tucker brings up Elliot's confession in season 1 when he said he dreamed about killing pedophiles. Asshole. The case closes grimly though, and that's another season in the wraps.
Playing with me, man. No, for real, don't play like that.
Y'all, this season is insane for EO. Chris and Mariska really put their whole ass pussies into this season. First off, Olivia hair update, a fan favorite for some, and it's cute in my opinion, but not in my top 5, so sorry. And anyways, we just have to get right into it because holy shit. Our squad lineup for season 6 consists of Cragen, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Casey Novak, and guess what? Melinda Warner is still only reoccurring. Season 6 begins with a banger performance by Abigail Breslin and is a complicated case of custody and biological children. I don't want to spoil it because honestly it's a great episode. 6-1 Birthright gives us great EO scenes with Patty, aka Abigail, but it kind of becomes a heavy Casey episode, and also Viola Davis is in it. When Casey's having trouble with the morality of it all, she shows up to Queens looking for Elliot. We get a scene of Elliot playing basketball with Lizzie and Dickie. Dickie won't pass to his sister, and Elliot tells him not to hog the ball when the twins suddenly get distracted by Casey's presence. She's looking for advice. He's a father, and that might help provide her the necessary context she needs. Casey asks him, if you found out you had another kid out there, would you want it? He says, damn right I would. And she responds with, so you know why she's so obsessed. And Daddy Elliot corrects her, telling her, it's not an obsession, it's a love. It's a connection that transcends everything and anything. It's, I would die for my children, and there's nothing in the world that would ever change that, ever. He then mentions a quote from the story of King Solomon, which is quite fitting for this particular case, and highlights a background dynamic I really enjoy. Both Casey and Elliot are Catholic, and they bond a bunch during her time as an ADA. I know back in the day, people shipped them, but I really thought they had a great brother-sister dynamic. Besides, I am fully on the Casey and Alex train. I love the lesbian lawyers. Anyways, this episode's ending is crazy to me, and yeah, Top tier episode. 6-2 deck gives us some EO with a little girl who doesn't speak English. Juan helps translate for them, and we find out the little girl's mother has been gone, leaving her 6-year-old to take care for her baby sister. We get Olivia and Barbie Pink absolutely slaying in a quick undercover scene, and Elliot is super soft in the rest of his scenes. You could tell he cares a lot about victims, and he'll do anything to help, even when it gets him in trouble sometimes. He ends up choking out a suspect in interrogation for information, desperate to find a victim. She's being held at gunpoint, and Stabler shoots the man down. QIAB. 6-3 Obscene gives us an annoying Howard Stern archetype perp, and it reminds me of Andrew Tate podcasts. Crazy how this was 2004 and shit like this is still happening. This episode also stars Philo from Phil of the Future and Shannon from Lost. Ooh, okay, 6-4 and Scavenger is a nail biter. The whole episode is the detectives dealing with a copycat of an old serial killer, RDK. The squad has to solve riddles, and the clues lead them to the victims. Eventually, they find a man behind it all and have to deal with his creepy ass in order to save their last victim, one that was a victim of the original RDKs. Elliot is leading the interrogation, and I will say the Chris Gurley's got some great scenes. Again, a thrilling episode I don't want to spoil. Let's just say Elliot gets a little rough and Olivia hops on board right away. Absolutely nuts. Right in the beginning of 6-5 Outcry, Olivia crosses the line when the stepfather of the victim, played by Amanda Seyfried, doesn't want to have her go to the hospital. To be fair, the victim didn't want to go either, but Olivia lies to them, citing a fake law that allows them to take her to the hospital, and Elliot calls her out on it after. Elliot says, social services law? What was that crap? And Olivia says, if Tandy goes home, we lose our evidence. Bastard gets away with it and he rapes another kid. That girl is too young and too scared to think for herself. Elliot asks, so what, you're gonna think for her now, huh? And she responds with, what else could I do? Cragen shows up and asks what happened, saying that the stepfather is threatening them for Olivia's lie and reprimanding her for it. Don't worry though, Elliot also crosses the line in this episode too. 2 peas in a pod. We meet the chief and get Elliot smolder as he's getting scolded. Of course, he's pissy, and Olivia immediately goes to calm him down, only it's Elliot, so he goes to the reporter who got him in trouble and roughs him up a bit before he leaves. At one point during their investigation, Elliot pulls out a photo of his daughter to track the witness. It's cute that he carries around pictures of his kids. The case takes a few turns, the victim might be lying, and we get this little exchange. Elliot says he's covering for her. Olivia says she was raped, Elliot, he's trying to protect her. You do the same thing. And Elliot responds with, I'd do anything to find the son of a bitch who did it. And let's remember one thing, that guy's her stepfather. She's not his kid. Evidence leads them to the stepfather. During an interrogation, he punches Elliot in the face and gives him a bloody nose after Elliot is trying to get him to confess. Olivia snaps up right away to arrest the man, and Elliot ends up at the bar where Cragen shows up. Elliot says he understands and would do the same, and then the TV catches their attention. The victim admits to lying about the case, and Cragen forces them to arrest her. Olivia and Elliot both have trouble with this decision. Olivia is against it vehemently, but Elliot says every false allegation of rape just makes it harder for real victims to be believed. Olivia interviews her while Elliot talks with the stepfather again, and she breaks down in Olivia's arms. The case then points to an actual perp, the stepfather's boss. Only in true Boy Who Cried Wolf fashion, the trial goes wrong when the defense successfully convinces the jury she's probably lying again. It seems like a loss, except right at the end, another victim comes forward and the episode closes. Okay, season 6 is solid. The next episode, 6-6 Conscious, has a lot of twists and turns and gives us Denim Elliot. Eel looks great this season, truly. This episode gives us a psychopathic kid, Jake, as our murderer, and also this dude for the first time, but very much not the last time. This show loves to reuse actors. This guy is the father of the victim and shoots Jake outside the courtroom, killing him. Elliot feels guilty about it, and while they're waiting to hear about his status, Olivia comes in behind. She immediately knows by the call of his name that Jake is dead, and he turns to exit the room. Olivia goes to head after him, but Cragen says, Olivia, don't. Judge Donnelly then storms up to Elliot, yelling at him for letting it happen, and we get this insane shot. Do you realize how close these people have to be in real life for that camera to show it up like this? Elliot is of course having trouble with the case, telling Casey, I spend my life locking up skells for murdering children. The system says they go away to prison, fine, but if it were my son lying on that slab, I don't know what my rage would make me do. Anyways, complicated end with a cold ending. Ooh boy, 6-7 charisma is fucked up. And I mean, all the episodes are, but this one centers around a pregnant 12-year-old and a cult. It's a heavy Olivia one, but also the investigation really messes with the whole squad when they arrive to the home of the cult leader and the kids answer the door. The man, Abraham, refuses to step outside and the case ramps up. When shots are fired, backup is called. They break down the door and officers head inside, only for one to run out immediately. Inside, the SVU squad heads in and finds the body of all of the children, and it's so tragic. Each detective is horrified, and the episode is only 7 minutes in. God damn. The manhunt begins for Abraham, but each detective has to have a psyche eval because of what just happened. Of course, Elliot pushes back and Huang offers to interview him now. Elliot says, let's just get it over with. Elliot acts calm, downplaying the tragedy of the case while Munch is his classic cynical self, although he is still sickened by what he saw. Olivia is crushed and crying, and I wish I could hug her, while Finn tells Huang he has called his son after and he's still struggling himself. It goes back to Elliot and he mentions his children, but Huang asks him why he thought of his kids, and he reveals that one girl was wearing the teddy bear shirt that his daughter has, and Elliot has tried to move on. Olivia is afraid she won't be able to handle the case, but her acknowledging that it's affecting her is the best thing. Olivia cries harder and says she's afraid it's not working, and holy shit, I did cry while we were watching this. They continue working the case, finding Abraham's real identity. Finn is putting his jacket on and lets him know he's going home. Sometimes you gotta know when to pull yourself out. Munch offers to walk him out, and EO is left alone at their desks. Elliot is in work mode, but Olivia is still talking about the interview, wondering if she's going to be taken off the case or not. They're gonna send me home, she says. Elliot tells her, no, they're not. But she replies with, yeah, I was way too emotional. I couldn't hold it together. And plot twist, Elliot gets pulled into Cragen's office, and he gets sent home and gets his gun taken away. No kidding. He goes back to the squad room and Olivia is shocked. Elliot silently walks out and Cragen tells her that she's with Munch. She goes to protest, but Cragen says, let him go. Next we see Olivia calling him, but he's not answering his phone. The rest of this episode is all Olivia, and she's really fucked over this case, crying a bunch. She also screams at the mother who isn't protecting her child. They end up finding Abraham and question him where Melanie is, the pregnant 12-year-old. The dude tries to get into Olivia's head, but Olivia snaps back. Another twist in the case leads them to the little girl and Abraham, and then there's a standoff between Olivia and the little girl. Melanie shot the officer that was Olivia's backup, and Olivia makes him leave. Abraham is trying to continue brainwashing her while Olivia is telling her the truth. It is intense as hell. She's shaking uncontrollably, and Abraham is screaming at them both, but he fucks up, and Melanie ends up shooting him. She starts sobbing, and Olivia goes to her, holding her while she cries. She says that was a lie, referring to when he said he was greater than God, and that's how she knew. Wild. Oh, 6'8" is our big boy for EO. Truly. It's a he said, she said case between college advisor and a graduate student where our faves end up on opposite ends. This episode is iconic in the series, walking the audience through an incredibly complex case. We see the process of body examinations and the difficulty with knowing the exact truth. Olivia stays with the victim while Elliot goes with the suspect. They both hear their version of the story, and when they reunite for the first time, there's some immediate tension. Olivia has to leave, and Elliot stays with the victim while they wait for her ride back home. She's exhausted though, and Elliot reluctantly offers to take her home. He helps her up the stairs and she falls over in exhaustion, causing Elliot to catch her. It's super awkward and Elliot is uncomfortable, offering to stay behind while she walks up the rest herself. He leaves, and next we see him bringing food for him and Olivia, and look how hot they are here. It's disgusting. Anyways, there's a bunch of back and forth, who's right and who's wrong, still keeping EO on the opposite sides. When Casey shows up, she's caught in the middle of their feud and leaves when it starts to pick up, giving us this iconic fight between the two.
Ellie, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Myra hasn't told a consistent story yet. She lied about when he looked at her portfolio.
Right, maybe he lied. It's her word against his.
Yeah, but her words can put him in prison for 10 years.
Cragen calls him to the office and the victim's attorney is there. Elliot and her are bickering and she accuses him of sexually harassing her client. Olivia steps in to defend him, but that incident on the stairs is murky and could be enough to get him in trouble. This bitch then reveals that Elliot's wife has filed for legal separation and that his wife took the kids and moved in with her mother. Olivia is shook, and Elliot is pissed, telling her she has no right to use his personal life in this case. He storms out, and Olivia chases him down, as always. Oh my god, this scene... Ooh, changes the course of EO for a bit. She stops him from leaving, asking him what's going on, and Elliot is still pissy about the case. She tells him to forget about that and asks him what's going on at home. He says nothing with his back still turned, and she shouts, will you talk to me? Oh my god. He freezes, turns and walks straight up to her so fucking close and says, Kathy left me, before turning and leave. Holy shit. Olivia is dumbfounded and girly, so the fuck was I? Elliot is on the roof then, and Cragen chats with him asking if he's okay before they talk through the case. They are forced to arrest the suspect, but everyone is just as confused on what the right thing is to do. After receiving hate mail from the man's daughter, Elliot is once more unsure and seems to be switching sides. Casey and Olivia go to tell Myra an update, but she isn't home. The neighbor runs up the stairs behind them and says there's water leaking. The two run back up and break in, revealing Myra in the bathtub with an attempted suicide. Olivia is torn up, but Elliot comes by to let her know that it was probably a ploy for sympathy. Now Olivia is switching sides. Flip-flop. It's time for the trial, and EO makes up while having coffee together, apologizing for both of their actions. This case is just that complicated. Olivia says that she saw this scared and angry woman. Maybe she jumped the gun. Elliot responds with, maybe I didn't give Myra a fair share. I saw Pokoff and his daughter Wednesday nights and every other weekend. That got to me. Olivia says, what happened with you and Kathy? And he tells her, the job makes me kind of hard to live with. And she jokes back with, she should try working with you. And our babies are back. And to make it more complicated, this episode ends with the verdict, only it cuts off before the audience hears the decision. 6-9 week gives us the introduction to Jelivia, aka Jealous Olivia, when the duo works with the former cop, now Dr. Rebecca Hendricks. When they're working the case and start to disagree, Elliot asks what Olivia's problem is, and she continues to discuss the case and why she doesn't agree with Rebecca's tactics. Olivia says, I want to talk to her, referring to the victim, without Rebecca, and Elliot asks again, what's your problem? She's a cop. And Olivia is pissy, butting back with, no, Elliot, she didn't think that being a cop was good enough, so she quit. Ooh. Elliot can smell her bullshit, asking if this is about some inferiority complex, and our girl Liv claps back with,
you know, I get that you're on the rebound and everything, but if you could keep it out of work, that'd be great.
Look at his face. He knows. Oh, he knows. 6:10 Haunted, we get a quick Elliot comforting Olivia scene after Finn is shot. This semi-hug doesn't really make it on the official 4 hugs list, but it is nice to see him there for her in a time of need. 6:13 Query gives my friend Nikki her favorite scene in the series through the following exchange. Elliot's sitting on her desk, way too close because what even is personal space, and Olivia, after asking about how Dickie's doing, asks if before Elliot had kids, was he ever worried what they'd be like? Elliot says, all the time, still do, and Olivia packs up her bag, tossing away how, at least you and Kathy know what you're passing on, half my genes are drunk and the other half are violent and cruel. And this man, this guy who has historically said the wrong thing, pulls out,
Look how great you turned out. It's not all about the genes, Liv. All you can do is love your kids.
She leaves, teary-eyed, saying goodnight in her classic whisper voice, and goddamn, this is one of the top-tier scenes. We get a more Elliot-centered plot with 6:17 Rage when Elliot has to keep his emotions in check while interrogating a man he wants to let get away, and now seems like a good place for a quick police brutality zaddy conversation. John Oliver brings up this exact point in his episode on Dick Wolf, focusing greatly on Elliot Disabler in specific because, well, he is the main hothead. In the fictionalized New York City, viewers are transfixed by his passion to protect the victims, many times glossing over the fact that he gets physical with suspects on a plethora of occasions. Sure, a lot of it's about his dedication to the job, but let's be real, a large portion of individuals just find it hot. Hell, even John Oliver says it. The show is so good at making people forget that the real police force has the wrong suspect in cuffs many times, meaning if Elliot Stabler was in the room, there's a potential for an innocent person to get body checked into a concrete wall. Oh yeah, by the way, we'll hear about this in a few seasons from now, but apparently Elliot has a 97% close rate. That is so far from reality, it's quite depressing. So let's call it escapism, I guess. Chris Maloney is hot, and him roughing up suspects that by his percentage rate are guilty is something to get you all hot and bothered. Just keep a memo in the back of your head that it's far from attractive when it comes to real life. Following an Elliot-focused episode, 6:19 Intoxicated wraps up our Season 6 recap and gives us an Olivia storyline with a mother-daughter dynamic that reminds her of her own mother. In this episode, we hear about Simone Bryce, a lawyer who specializes in cases involving children and children's advocacy. In fact, according to the fandom wiki, one of her first clients was Olivia Benson, who was 16 at the time. Benson was facing criminal charges after accidentally putting her mother Serena in the hospital during a fight where the older woman was heavily intoxicated and outraged upon learning her daughter was dating someone. Bryce helped Benson to avoid doing hard time for the assault. When Benson later became an officer in the Manhattan Special Victim Unit, she occasionally referred abused children to Bryce. Casey and Olivia chat at the bar, delving into the story about the incident between Olivia and Serena, hearing her say, "My mother was an English professor. When I was 16, I started dating one of her students. He was a senior, he was 21 years old, and he asked me to marry him, and I said yes, because I wanted to get away from my mother. She found out and she told me that if I didn't stop seeing them, that she would have him kicked out of college, and I told her that I was moving out. She was halfway through a bottle of vodka and she dropped it. It shattered all of the floor, and then she picked up one of the jagged pieces of the bottle, and she came at me screaming, 'I'll never let anyone else have you.' And so I kicked her hard, and then I kicked her again, and she went flying across the room into the wall, and she slid down onto the floor. I never hurt her before. I ran out. I was so afraid." Casey responds with, "You didn't kill your mother, Olivia," but she rebutes with, "I know what it's like to want to. That's how I know Simone Bryce. I called her back then. She was a law student, and she helped me survive it." Casey refocuses on the case, asking why her daughter didn't say anything, and Olivia says, "Because then the abuse becomes real. If you keep quiet, you can just pretend that it's not."
How do you walk away? You just don't walk away after 20 years. How do you walk away?
You okay?
Yep. Let me tell you something.
I can say one. You want me to say
Go home and get the gun. Go home.
Continue off the intensity of the previous seasons, things only get more insane for Elliot and Olivia. Behind the scenes, this season gives Mariska an Emmy win due to her performance in the mostly solo episode 911, and she ends the season pregnant with her first child, August. Chris also gets an Emmy nomination for his performance in the episode Rip, so congrats overall. In terms of EO, we are still dealing with a separated Elliot and a far too supportive Olivia. She's there for him throughout, despite Elliot being a royal mess. And fans were certain at the time that the two would finally get together. I mean, come on, he's heading on a pathway to be single, and Olivia and him only grow closer throughout the season. But remember one important thing, Mariska is pregnant. She would have to go on maternity leave, and fans were not quite sure how that would be handled. And well, fans got their answers, sort of, after, dare I say, possibly the most important Elliot and Olivia episode in the series. Hair-wise, still cute, I love it. And our squad lineup for season 7 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Casey Novak, and finally, Melinda Warner joins the main cast. As she should. She even gets an episode where she has a backstory and is a major player this season. 713 Blast, like, come on. Hopping right into things, 7-1 Demon sends Elliot undercover as a perp, and it really messes with his head. It's a great Elliot episode, honestly, and Olivia is worried about him throughout, as she should be, but still defends his decisions to Cregan because it's Olivia. The ending is super intense, with Olivia immediately concerned for him since he drags out the suspect's body, but he acts like everything is fine because, alright. 7-2 Design is a great Olivia episode where she works closely with Casey, and we also get a small little EO scene of them with the baby, and look at how he looks at her holding a baby! Olivia deserves to be a mom. I'm so sick over this. 7-3 911 can be considered one of the greatest episodes of this entire franchise, in my opinion. Olivia's on her way to a date, and look at her! But because it's this show, she's cut off when there's a little girl on the phone, claiming she's trapped in a room. She spends the entire episode on the phone, some people even doubting the little girl's existence, and Olivia does everything she can do to find her. Please go watch this for real. Like, Mariska won an Emmy for this. And for the Chris girls, 7-4 Ripped gives him his nomination. Basically, the case involves his ex-partner, and the whole ordeal really gets in his head, like to the point where Elliot consults a shrink, aka the return of Rebecca Hendricks. During those conversations, we learn more about his dad and get some insight into his past. We get some EO moments, including a little fight in the beginning where she questions his choices as he's close to the suspect, while Elliot does everything he can to prove that his friend isn't a bad person. Olivia and the squad play it by the book. At one point, Olivia just literally shows up to Elliot's house to apologize. They're alone in his house. Just look at how they look at each other, even just talking about the case. Gross. Ugh. Anyways, Elliot gets into a physical fight with his ex-partner who starts beating up his son in the courthouse bathroom, and it triggers Elliot, who just keeps punching. Olivia comes in wondering what happened. He says, "Leave me alone, I don't know," before immediately going to talk to Rebecca. He doesn't remember what he did, and he is defeated, asking what's wrong with him. When she asks why he came here, he says he was sent home, but there's nothing there. Kathy left and took the kids. She left because she's tired of him being angry all the time. They even went to a priest for counseling, but next thing you know, she wanted out. He says, "I did everything I was supposed to," which is such a throwaway line until you really think back to the characterization of Elliot Stabler. That's all he ever does, what he needs to, not what he wants. He says he worked hard, got a good job, I never cheated on my wife, which is an interesting point to make. Some can connect it to EO, but I think it's more about his father, with a slight hint to Olivia, in my opinion. The man is truly defeated, and he of course gets offended quickly when he thinks that Rebecca is judging him. He goes to leave, calling it a mistake, but she bolts up when he's at the door, asking Elliot how many times he thought about eating his gun. He says suicide is a sin, and she responds with, "So is divorce," and he comes back in. She asks him about his job, and he says he loves it and isn't burnt out. She asks if he was burnt out in his marriage, and he says that Kathy left him, not the other way around. Elliot says, "I don't like being ordered around." Yeah, we know. But he became a cop because his father was one. She says his dad must be proud, and he says that he's dead. They go into why his father wasn't proud of Elliot following his footsteps, despite Elliot wanting to be a cop all his life, and he gets offended by the notion. They pivot into talking about his dad more, how the job screwed him by forcing him to rat on his friends, but he didn't and got fired, losing his pension, which he took like it was the end of the world. He gets offended again about why they're even talking about his dad, saying, "I'm not him," but she says that she has to know him to help him, and he sits back down. She asks him then what his relationship was like with his dad, and he keeps it surface-based, pretending everything was fine. They watched TV together, played ball, went fishing, but the guy was a busy worker. She asks if he has ever helped Elliot with his homework, and he says once in the 5th grade, and he tells her about this diorama he helped Elliot with. When she dives in further, it's clearly a sensitive spot, and we learn that Elliot had never got to hand in the project because his dad destroyed it before school when he noticed that Elliot had moved one of the trees. After stomping all over it, he beat Elliot with his belt for crying because only pansies cried, and yeah, Chris deserved an Emmy nomination for this. His father called him a failure a lot, and when he saw himself after beating up his ex-partner, he saw the guy that his father always saw. Ugh, gut-wrenching. The end of the episode is pretty intense and gives Elliot a reflection of himself when he speaks to the son of his ex-partner, Olivia watching from behind. Damn. In 7-6 Raw, we get the introduction of fan favorite Dana Lewis, played by Marcia Gay Harden, yes queer, and an episode all about neo-Nazis. Oof. There's a courthouse shooting as tensions are high, and like every episode with Dana, Elliot gets hurt, now shot in the elbow. God, it sounds so painful. I mean, listen to this noise he makes. Anyways, of course, Olivia is at his side in the hospital wondering why he hasn't called Kathy yet, but it's revealed that she had actually started divorce proceedings. Oh my god. And by the way, the ending of this episode is insane. That twist, oh my god. 7-8 Starved is a really interesting episode and gives us a brief undercover stint for Olivia as Rachel, with Elliot standing by to protect her carefully. Honestly, not for EO reasons, but this episode's just like really good. To be real, a lot of season 7 slaps. Like, if there's a season with an interesting case you want to watch, give this one a try. Following along, 7-12 Infected builds on Olivia's great interaction with kids, kind of hinting more about her personal want for motherhood when she gets too close to Walt from Lost. And sorry, Lost was also my other hyperfixation, so you'll hear a lot of references to it since they tend to borrow guest stars from it a bunch. Okay. In my opinion, This episode alone proves that these two were in love with each other despite all of the barriers. 719 Fault is an extremely iconic episode for a reason, riveting with the case itself, two kidnapped children, and a race to find the suspect Gaetano before he continues his gruesome spree. With a strong lead taking them to the bus station, the entire SVU squad disguises themselves within the crowd searching for Gaetano. They spot him, but he's spooked and chaos ensues. He's got both kids with him, Ryan and Rebecca, and the detectives have to work against the fearful crowd to get the kids away from him and arrest him. Elliot finds Ryan standing alone and looks hopeful. He beckons him over, but the child doesn't move. Before Elliot can snag him, he hears a scream and turns to see Gaetano using Rebecca as a shield with Olivia's gun up pointed at him. She can't shoot, it's too risky with the child there, and Gaetano takes advantage of this opportunity, slicing Olivia's neck with a knife. Elliot watches her fall, his eyes off Ryan, and he has to make a choice. Save the boy or save his partner. He makes his decision. He runs towards Olivia, screaming,
No! Olivia! Oh my God! No! No!
And he kneels at her side trying to assess her injuries, but covering her bleeding wound, Olivia reassures him that she is fine and tells him to go after Gaetano. Elliot is in shock, but manages to get up and race up the escalator where Gaetano took the children, only to find out that the man killed Ryan in the process. This sticks with Elliot, causing a flood of guilt. He went against his duty to the public, choosing Olivia over the job, and his decisions led to Ryan's death. Elliot takes out his guilt through anger, focused more than ever on the job, and when it's revealed that Olivia is genuinely okay, he snaps at her, acting as if it was her fault, haha, get it, that she ran to her. He has an increasing attitude this whole episode, with a huge fight in the hallway later on.
Why didn't you shoot Gaetano?
He was using the child as a shield.
How could you let him get so close to you?
There were innocent civilians around. I couldn't get a shot.
Well, he got close and Ryan's dead.
So this is my fault?
No, I can't do this anymore. I can't be looking over my shoulder, making sure you're okay.
You son of a bitch. You know that's not true.
I need to know you can do your job and not wait for me to come to the rescue.
All right, that's enough. Knock it off.
You know that's not true, you son of a bitch, before one of the most gut-wrenching scenes of all time. Me trying to get through Fault right now is insane. Despite being off their game as a partnership, their drive to find Rebecca reunites them at a warehouse Olivia discovers after Gaetano's van's previous GPS locations. Elliot meets her there and they head inside before backup can arrive, knowing their time to find the little girl alive was limited. They split up briefly, smelling cigarettes, and suddenly a scuffle is heard and Olivia is thrown to the ground before she spots Gaetano with a gun to Elliot's head. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, this shit's crazy. And by the way, Mariska was very pregnant during this episode, and I don't know how she did this. I can barely move if I have a tummy ache. But Olivia stands up and the standoff begins. Elliot, still emo about being divorced and causing the death of the child, screams at Olivia to shoot Gaetano, but she can't. It's too risky. If she does, there's a strong possibility Elliot will die, and she can't do it. She can't! Tears begin to fall, first from Olivia, who literally starts to shake as Gaetano eggs her on, and their window is closing in. Elliot then shifts from aggression to sadness as well, tearing up as he stares at Olivia, telling her it's all right and cueing her to take the shot.
It's all right.
It's such a powerful scene, and the intensity of the moment is thankfully diverted when backup finally arrives and Gaetano is taken down, leaving Olivia and Elliot breathless and in shock. But they hear a faint noise, a child's cry, and find Rebecca, picking her up carefully, finishing the job, whispering to her softly as the scene ends. Now at the hospital, the case completed, Olivia finally takes a rest, exhausted, and Elliot brings up what they just went through. I know you would have taken the shot. No, I wouldn't have. Did you really expect me to cause your death? What about your kids? What about me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Olivia has only had him in her life, and I seriously don't know how people can watch this episode and this scene specifically and not think they were in love. And that love is hard to define, especially to the characters themselves. It's complicated, a quote we will later hear from Olivia, but it's so true. I mean, Elliot was so avoidant of whatever feelings he clearly has towards Olivia, so conflicted he told Dr. Huang, "I wish I didn't care so much," referring to Olivia. And during the hospital scene, he doubles down. They chose each other over the job, and they can't let that happen again. Otherwise, we can't be partners. She says, "I can't believe you're saying that." And he says back, "You and this job are about the only things I have left. I don't want to wreck that. I couldn't take it." I swear, it's been years and I still think about this every day. Heartbreakingly, the episode concludes with Olivia doing exactly that, asking for a new partner. And yeah, I know it's because Mariska was getting ready to go on mat leave, but God, it's such an insane concept to have these two separated after 7 years. 720 Fat literally begins with Elliot in confession where he says, "I was selfish and disrespectful. I lost my temper. For these and all of my sins, I am truly sorry." The father responds with, "After 2 years, that's it? Why don't you tell me what's really bothering you, Elliot?" And Elliot heartbreakingly says, "It's like I keep losing people." The father asks if he means his family, and Elliot says, "My family, my kids, friends." The father presses saying, "You said friends. You mean someone at work?" And Elliot gets a call beckoning him to leave, of course. Oh, and Elliot, for your penance, call your wife. Catholics, man. Okay, so now Olivia works for computer crimes, and Elliot does get a new partner, Anthony Anderson, in an episode that's pretty cringeworthy given it's all about being fat, I guess. Look, to watch this show, you're gonna have to deal with some episodes that did not age well, truly. Anyways, this episode continues on from the EO high from fault, though, and we get some pretty memorable scenes, especially since everyone keeps bringing her up.
Where's Olivia?
Reassigned. Detective Blaine, Dr. Warner.
Elliot and Blaine get into a fight when he is playing the case dirty and dares to mention Olivia, saying, "No wonder your partner dumped you. You screwed her and now you're trying to screw me." Ooh, this makes Elliot snap, and the two rough each other up in the hallway for a minute before Cregan scolds them both. Elliot is next seen changing into new clothes after his were ripped, and somehow, even though this fight just happened, look who's in the doorway. Like, girl, did you run here? This scene is crazy. Like, Olivia says, "I like that shirt," while looking at him like this, prompting the angsty man to eventually ask, "Why didn't you tell me?" referring to her leaving SVU. She responds with, "Elliot, we've been partners for 7 years, longer than anybody else here. We needed a change. I'm sorry, I should have talked to you. It's just too complicated." And he stares at her, dismisses it, and says, "Thanks for dropping by," and walks away. He then has to talk to Cregan about what happened, and he asks him, "You know why I put Blaine with you?" And Elliot snippily responds with, "Because you started drinking again," which is such a low blow, but Cregan ignores it, saying, "So you know what you're like to work with." He then tells him that Elliot is a good cop, but God knows how Olivia put up with you for so long, to which Elliot says, "Oh, well, Olivia's a saint," which becomes a prominent nickname in the fandom, Saint Olivia. The case continues on, and eventually Olivia is consulted to help wrap it up, go computer crimes, and look at how he looks at her when he's surprised by her. Like, come on. Not to spoil it, but like 721 Web's name implies, yeah, it involves the internet. And yeah, that means working with computer crimes. Synopsis-wise, it's about brothers, and the older one is involved in CP, even having his own like fan club. It's incredibly disgusting, so I'm just gonna pivot strictly to the EO scenes. They first go to consult Olivia about halfway through the episode when investigating, and we get this adorable reunion at her desk. Like, look at her face. Mariska is so pregnant, and you could tell, and it makes me mourn the EO baby that we never got to have. Like, look at her. Anyways, after discussing the case, Elliot and Finn head out with him awkwardly turning back with a small smile to say, "See ya." And she is literally blushing when she says, "Okay." Like, what? There's a few more case scenes with her looking so cute, and then back to having no personal space. Elliot manages to convince her to help more, bringing her back to the station where she says, "I wasn't planning on coming back," and he says, "It's in your blood," and she goes, "Yeah, that's the problem." Olivia, of course, helps wrap up the case because it's her, and she's too good at her old job and her new job. What a queen. And after the case is wrapped up, we can see Olivia coming out of Cregan's office, which Elliot thinks means she ratted out Morales, but she is no rat. Instead, she circles back to the desk across from him, and he asks, "What are you doing here?" And she puts her bag down, letting him know, "I work here." Our girl is back, baby! Kind of. Look, who cares? Look how happy this man is currently. Also, I really want you to remember this imagery when we get to season 24, because, oof.
Never got to bond with his mother. He needs all the human contact he can get.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, okay.
I could make an entire video solely about season 8. This was their chance. The EO moments in this season are some of the most iconic of all time, and it really is a tragedy that they didn't get together at this time and have a little EO baby together. Oh, fans were certain that they would get together, especially when Mariska would return from mat leave and Olivia would see Elliot with his temporary new partner, Danny Beck. And yeah, we're gonna talk about her. For now, though, I need to talk about her hair, because this is one of my favorites of all times. Yes, it's bangs time. God, her haircut this season is so iconic and truly just the best. If you're a bang hanger, don't even try to talk to me, like especially during the Persephone James time, I swear to God. Anyways, getting into it, our squad lineup for season 8 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Casey Novak, and Melinda Warner, with recurring character Chester Lake, although I won't even really mention him at all, so sorry. We start off season 8 with 8-1 Informed, where Olivia works with Dana Lewis and the rest of the FBI on a case involving eco-terrorism, and of course, because it's a Dana Lewis episode, Elliot gets hurt. Olivia steps in more, and by the end of it, she agrees to stay on the case and work a bit longer on it, starting her journey as Persephone James, my favorite of all time, to be honest. Yes, just you wait, God. But because of this new stint, when Elliot returns from his injury, he's shocked to see Olivia's desk is empty, and the following exchange happens between him and Cregan. Elliot asks, "Where's Liv?" To which Cregan says, "Temporary reassignment." Elliot presses, "Where?" To which Cregan says, "I can't say." Elliot continues, "She's still working with the feds on that eco-terror case?" And Cregan says, "Can't say." One more try from Elliot with, "How long's she gone for?" And Cregan says, "Real estate's at a premium around here. We need the desk for a new partner." Elliot snaps back with, "My temporary new partner," having just gotten her back, but Cregan just says, Okay. When John and Finn are even surprised, they joke that she would never leave without saying anything. That's something John would do, but not Olivia. Elliot tries to call her, face falling, asking, "What is this, a joke?" when the service is disconnected. Cue. Okay, so we are approaching an era that is highly volatile to discuss. Like, the actress who played Danny Beck even said she'll never come back to the show because of how bad the harassment got. EO fans do not like acknowledging Danny Beck. Hell, I as a child lost my shit over the next few episodes, but it is significant to the story, so we have to talk about it. And please, dear God, do not take it out on the actress, like, for real. This lady did it for a paycheck. She is not the character that she plays, and it has been like 15 years. 8-2 Clock is the first episode without Olivia, and at the end of it, we get our introduction to Danny Beck, Elliot's new partner. She's pretty, blonde, and yeah, she's a tough cookie too, like a weird hybrid of Olivia and Kathy, but also like nothing like them at all. Danny is around from 8-2 to 8-8, with the first episode of any EO note being 8-5 Confrontation. Basically, we get a slight mention of Olivia when Elliot defends her to Danny when discussing the case. He lets her know, "My old partner's a child of rape," being defensive as hell over Olivia's mother, which is kind of cute. Smack dab in the middle of the Danny days, though, Mariska is back from maternity leave, and we get one of my favorite episodes of all time, 8-6 Infiltrated. This episode brings our baby girl back, starting off with a case where Olivia is called to the stand, only that's not possible. We then cut to Olivia in a hospital bed, mumbling Elliot's name in her sleep as she wakes up and holding.
Hey, who's Elliot?
What?
You've been mumbling the name Elliot all night? So spill, who is he?
Nobody.
It doesn't sound like nobody. Elliot.
But no, tell me they're not in love. Jesus Christ. The rest of the episode is these two storylines happening at once, split between New York City and Oregon, where the squad is desperately searching for Olivia, and her being Olivia finding ways to leave a place better, solving a cold case in between her work for the FBI. While Persephone James is being a little badass, her case agent Dean Porter consistently forgets to mention to Olivia that she's needed back home in New York for a trial, which, like, if she doesn't show up, it's likely to go Defense's way. During her time with Dean, though, we get this cute scene where she calls Elliot her best friend, and ouch. But after unbelievably solving the case all on her own, Olivia races back to New York City and saves the day. I don't want to talk about this one. This episode still pisses me off, like peak level pissy. In 8-7 Underbelly, unfortunately, Danny and Elliot are becoming two peas in a pod, even starting to flirt. Yeah, like, I get it. He doesn't even know Olivia's back, and it will always be Olivia. But, like, in the middle of the new dream team working so well together, Olivia returns to the 16th precinct with her rockin' bangs, only to be confronted with Danny Beck sitting at her desk. She's perplexed, asking if Elliot is around, and Danny says that he's in interrogation, but asks if she can help because she's his partner. You can visibly see Olivia react, and instead she diverts to the captain's office politely, where they chat for a few before she spots Elliot at Danny's desk through the blinds. They seem hella comfortable, almost like how he was with her, and boy, doesn't that make your heart hurt? Almost like what they had didn't mean shit. Although it did, but like, she's hurt at the time, you know? She then tells the captain she's not ready to come back, and when he asks if she's really going to leave without saying hi to Elliot, she tells him to say that she wasn't here. Bro. And then it only gets worse. Like, I'm not kidding. When bail is set for their suspect, Danny, Elliot, and Casey Novak go out for drinks to celebrate, where Elliot now ramps up the flirting, complimenting Danny. Casey calls him out on it, saying, "I don't remember the last time he said something nice to me," before getting distracted by the actress's real-life husband at the time, and it's just the two lovebirds left. Danny says, "I gotta get home," and Elliot pisses me off by saying, "You left your car at the squad." She says, "I'll take a cab," and Elliot is just such a good guy, and he offers, "No, I got mine out back. Let me drop you off." But nah, he can't just drop her off. I mean, why not, I don't know, kiss her against your car door? You see why I'm pissed now? Their phone rings, thank you Cregan, stopping the makeout sesh. The case gets way more intense and tensions are high, and at the end of the episode, Elliot places a hand on her back, a classic Elliot Stabler move, asking if she's okay, but Danny lets him know that she needs to be left alone. Uh-oh, trouble in paradise? Good. This brings us to the end of Danny Beck, but since they just kissed last episode, it's a notable ending. In 8-8 Cage, we get a Danny-heavy episode where she gets attached to a little girl who nearly kills her in the end. Oh, and also Elliot gets stabbed by a kid with a pen. He goes to the hospital, and Cregan orders Danny to focus on the case, but she doesn't, instead following her boyfriend Elliot. At the hospital, they talk, and he even holds her hand, and when she goes to speak, they're abruptly interrupted by Kathy and Kathleen's arrival. Kathy's like, "Why didn't you tell us you got stabbed?" Because Cregan had to let her know, and we get this awkward interaction between her and Danny, where Kathy's introduced as my wife, Kathy. Nice one, Elliot. When he refers to Danny as his new partner, our saving grace Kathleen asks, what happened to Olivia? And Danny awkwardly leaves. Kathy clocks it though. She knows what's up. And Danny sees him with his family watching from afar sadly, which welcome to the club, Danny. And on top of that, because she disobeyed Cragen's orders, she's in trouble now. As the episode continues, the little girl becomes way too attached to Danny, even asking to stay at her apartment with her, where she asks about Danny's husband. Oh yeah, by the way, Danny's a widow and has a lot going on herself, which helps explain why she and Elliot are doing what they're doing. They're two broken people who just needed escape for a bit, and to be honest, that's exactly what this is. Unfortunately, viewers just have to bear witness to it. Anyways, the kid then starts her apartment on fire while screaming about how she wants to die so that Danny will never leave her. So yeah, it's a rough end for Danny. We then get a final Danny and Elliot conversation where Danny says she can't do this anymore, asking, how do you keep doing this job? And Elliot says, because I have to. Danny, all upset, asks again, why? We don't make a difference. And Elliot reassures her, or at least tries to, saying, Danny, you can do this. But Danny looks at him, prompting him with, are you asking me to stay? Elliot looks at her saying, Danny, I can't. You've got to be here for yourself, not for me. And Danny tearfully agrees, saying, yeah, bye, Elliot. And it's the end of Danny Beck. Okay, here we go. The rest of season 8 is crazy for EO, so bear with me. There's a lot to talk about, especially this episode. In 8-9 choreographed, Elliot starts his episode off alone because, well, Danny's gone. He's definitely a little messed up from it, seeing how everyone keeps leaving him, something he said last season. Melinda even calls it out, asking, so you're working alone? And he says, yeah, and she asks, where's Detective Beck? He lets her know Danny went back to Warrants, and she asks, you getting another new partner? To which he teases, they run out. And because the man has nothing at this point, he gets way too invested into the case. He needs to find a homeless man for more information, and Cragen says not to go alone, so Elliot says, you offering to be my partner? Cragen iconically responds with, I'm not your type, to which Elliot says, I don't know, maybe I'd have better luck with a guy. Women keep leaving me. Cragen responds with, I don't know, maybe you have another chance. Elliot perks up a bit, asking, Danny change her mind? But Cragen corrects him, letting him know, no, Olivia's back. Look at his face! He can't even believe it. And also, he knows he's fucked. No surprise here, but Elliot disobeys orders, shocker, and goes alone, where he ends up beating up the homeless guy in an altercation. Nice one, Elliot. He then has to interview him, but the homeless man is nonverbal and Elliot struggles. When he's asking him for the hair color of the suspect, we then get the return of a lifetime with Olivia chiming in from behind. Elliot is stunned. Look at this man. He slyly asks, you here to give me a hand? And Olivia lets him know, Cragen called me. I've been assigned to be your handler. Despite the distance, they immediately work well together, providing a balance they both haven't had in the time on their own, and we get a small protective moment when the man grabs Olivia. Together, they get the information they need, and we cut to the coffee shop. Most awkward date ever. They're drinking in complete silence because how the hell do you even start this conversation, honestly? But Olivia breaks first, asking, why couldn't Danny cut it? Elliot lets her know that she couldn't deal with the victims, and Olivia presses, asking, but she liked working with her? To which Elliot responds with, she didn't have to handle me. After another little moment of silence, then it's Elliot's turn. He asks, how'd you like working alone? And Olivia swallows down her coffee, saying, I didn't. As this episode continues, there's a lot more snide comments, giving us another trope, bickering. One of the first is when Olivia tells the person they're interrogating, you know, my partner's got a real anger management problem. I thought he had it under control, but apparently I was wrong. And Elliot says, trust me, I've had a bad couple weeks. We also get Elliot referring to the victim Danielle as Danny, which Olivia clocks, calling him out for it. Elliot tries to dismiss it though, shrugging it off, asking her, something bothering you? Another trope, avoidance at their finest. Melinda's back this episode, and upon seeing Olivia, teases, oh, so you're recycling through old partners, to which Olivia responds with, old, and Melinda welcomes her back, calling her Liv. Another trope for you is that everyone knows EO's business. Our next scene up has a Homeland Security guy flirting with Olivia, saying he'll do anything for her, while Elliot gets a well-timed phone call. When the guy shoots his shot and asks Olivia out, she rejects him, which Elliot is witness to, a little taken aback. He then mentions how Dickie got suspended, and Olivia teases with, look at you glowing with fatherly pride, and it's awkward for a moment, so she chimes in with, I'm just glad you and Kathy are still talking, but Elliot cuts her off, getting them back to work mode. It's time to add another trope in the mix, which is the case they're working on brings up situations that directly relate to EO, and in this episode we get that with the line, people fall in and out of love all the time. Also, I know I'm a strictly Mariska girly, but Elliot did look so beefy wearing those casual jeans, so it's kind of a vibe. Anyways, at the hospital, we get Olivia telling Elliot, oh, I don't drink soda anymore, and he's surprised, nudging with, any other major changes you want to let me in on? Olivia pushes back, saying, well, you're the one who traded in your suits for jeans. Maybe you should tell me. Once more circling them both around the real convo needing to be discussed. The case ramps up, and suddenly the wife needs a kidney from her husband, Bob Saget, who is the reason she's dying, but he wants to give it to her so she doesn't die. The whole thing is wild, and at the end of the episode, it wraps with such a cute scene from EO. Olivia comments on the whole ordeal with, "Love's a bitch," and Elliot agrees, saying, "Tell me about it." While they wait for the elevator, Olivia says, "You know, we've been partners all these years. I don't even know your blood type." Elliot lets her know he's A positive, and she says, "How about that? Me too," as they get into the elevator. While standing there reflecting, Elliot breaks the silence, letting her know,
I'd give you a kidney.
Not if I gave you mine first.
okay, despite all of the awkwardness, EO is still EO, and it's clear that they still deeply care about each other, although they will always be these two incredibly lost individuals. Ugh, I love them so much. In 8-8 Scheherazade, Elliot spends time with his family at Dickie and Lizzie's confirmation. Apparently, Dickie chose his confirmation name to please his father, and Kathleen sarcastically responds with, like, that's gonna get you guys back together. After the ceremony, or whatever this thing is called, Elliot tries to keep up the playful family dynamic, asking if they want to get lunch. Kathleen remains pissy, though, clarifying that she's a vegetarian after he offers up a burger place, and it's evident that the kids are being distant with their dad. Kathy chimes in, stating the obvious, saying, it's still hard for them, and then we are moved into the case mode when the priest calls Elliot over. This whole episode's pretty close to Elliot involving a church with a storyline about a father, and yeah, it's not looking good for our guy. Oh, and this episode was clearly filmed when Mariska was still pregnant, so it's a weird jump visually. Following choreographed, 8-11 Burned is another banger for EO. In fact, it's top 5 for me personally. The whole plotline is basically Olivia and Elliot fighting over a case dealing with an ex-husband and wife. Like, the case hits a little too close to home for Elliot, who's kind of an ass the entire time. Olivia's on the victim side, like always, and this whole he said, she said is very realistic of how tricky divorces can be in real life, even highlighting the defensiveness of men and the insane silver bullet strategy, which is when women apparently bring up abuse during divorce proceedings just to get more out of the divorce. And apparently one of Kathy's lawyers suggested that she should do it, but didn't end up going with him when Elliot reveals this lore so casually. And Olivia takes note of it, concerned about him. The fighting begins pretty early on with the line, "You don't bait a judge," and Olivia brings out the clause, "And I think your current situation is clouding your judgment." There's another fight, apparently Kathy called at some point, and Olivia tells Elliot he's reaching, to which he responds with, "And you've got your blinders on. I'm the longest relationship you've ever had with a man. You have no idea how bad things can get when a couple goes sour." Holy shit! But Olivia doesn't let him get away with that shit, biting back with, "In 8 years in this unit tells me I don't need to be married to know an abusive man is escalating." Oh, go off. Plot twist, more fighting, and everyone is over it, especially Casey. When Olivia ends up being the angry one roughing up the suspect, she glares at Elliot asking, "You have a problem?" And he replies with, "Just nice to see someone else with an anger issue," leaving her pissed off and Elliot over it. After the ex-husband is arrested, he manages to pull on Elliot's heartstrings with a conversation about his daughter and the difficulties of a divorce, which causes another fight. With a statement with this many red flags, no good cop would overlook it, Elliot snaps, trying to defend his suspicions over the ex-wife's allegations. And that statement lights up Olivia again, and she flames his ass with, "Especially not one with a dying marriage and a history of violence." Even Casey is shook, saying, "I thought you said they were working it out." Okay, and then the most wild thing happens. Kathy calls Olivia, which is not wild in itself, but she isn't trying to reach Elliot. She's calling for her. The two go on a walk in the park with Kathy asking, "What happened to the stunner?" Olivia clarifies, "Danny back?" letting her know she transferred back to her old unit. Kathy asks again, "Why'd she leave?" and Olivia says, "I have no idea." Kathy tells her, "Well, that makes me feel better to know you didn't like her either," and Olivia cuts her off asking, "Kathy, what's this about?" She tries to be coy, saying, "I just want to know how everything's going," and Olivia clarifies again with Elliot, and she says, "He's what we have in common." Olivia asks her, "Why do you care, Kathy? You're getting divorced," and she lets her know that it doesn't stop her from caring, and reveals that he won't sign the papers. Olivia says that she can do it without him, but Kathy cuts her off with, "Do you think this is easy, talking to you about the state of my marriage?" Olivia says it's none of her business, but Kathy continues with, "Do you have any idea how much I used to worry that he preferred spending time with you than with me and the kids?" When Olivia tries to dismiss her again, she keeps going with, "You know things about him I will never understand. That's what I'm counting on." So basically, Kathy wants her to convince Elliot to sign the divorce papers, leaving her with, "You're his partner. You give him stability. Elliot can't move on until he feels like he's on solid ground." Do you see the vibe now? Like, do you see, even Kathy sees it. Like, the case takes an insanely dark turn that makes you understand the title now, and it causes Elliot to sign the papers, dropping them off in Kathy's mailbox. EO is haunted by how the case turns out, and there's a final scene that's one of the most iconic in the series. Elliot's stuck awake at his apartment when he gets a text from Olivia that says, "Meet me downstairs." Like, she doesn't even have to ask if he's awake, she knows. She's sitting on the stoop, very New York of them, and she hands him a coffee. He glances over at her, looking into her drink. He playfully says, "Is that a flower in your cup?" And she laughs softly, saying, "It's tea." Oh my god, wait. It looks horrible on camera, but whatever. They sit together talking about the case, how it ended, and how blurry the lines really were. And if Elliot reflects on it with, "When love warps into hate, there's nothing you won't do." Then revealing, "That's why I signed the divorce papers. I don't want Kathy to ever regret me." Olivia is surprised, but says, "That's a step in the right direction, Elliot," before asking, "So are we okay?" Oh my god. Elliot answers, I just need some space to disagree with you so I don't feel like it's going to cost me our partnership. To which Olivia reacts with, you've never been gun shy before. And Elliot says, yeah, well, you know, I mean, things change. And then Olivia says,
Well, like you said, you're the longest relationship that I've ever had with a man. Who else would put up with me?
God, like, holy shit. Could you imagine watching this live? I would have absolutely thought that they were about to get together. And, like, then you have to wait 17 more years? She then asks, you hungry? And Elliot answers, I can go for a bite, asking, who's buying? Olivia smiles, teasing, well, you are going through a divorce and you do have 4 children, so I guess you are. He smiles. EO is back and says, that's what I thought. 813 Loophole is mostly about Olivia, who's dealing with being the victim of a poisoning. And we get a protective Olivia moment in the cold open, and then later, Elliot showing up at the office at night, looking at her like this. Holy shit. Then 814 Dependent is a heavy one for Elliot, with Olivia defending him, as she always does. Elliot kills the suspect while cuffing him, and an IAB investigation has started. Olivia is so on the defense for him. She's even mean to Melinda, which is rude. There's a Tucker interview scene with Olivia that flashes between them and visuals of Elliot messed up drinking. Anyways, in the end, the ladies get him cleared, go women, but Elliot is still going through it. Going to Kathy, letting her know, I had time to think about what's important to me. I love my job and I love my family, and I nearly lost both of them. I want to come home. Look, I get it though. He didn't have any control over his job or if he would get to keep it, so it makes sense he would try to save the one thing he had a little more control over, but still, like Olivia. Speaking of Olivia, we are going to get a very big twist for her, beginning with 815 Haystack, where at the end of the episode, we find out that Olivia got her DNA tested with a new system that finds familial matches. And guess what? She has a brother. Well, half-brother from her father. Get ready for a long one, kids. Because the show has to make life as difficult as possible for Olivia, in 816 Philadelphia, when she tries to reconnect with her brother, she of course finds out he's a suspect in a string of rapes, and this episode quite literally almost has EO losing their jobs. While the episode moves linearly, we also get these cutscenes of EO and a psych eval discussing their partnership and what they mean to each other, and the lengths they'll go. We start with Elliot's, where Rebecca Hendricks asks for him to tell me about Olivia Benson. What's she like as a police officer? And Elliot answers with, she's experienced, professional, good with the victims. People trust her and they let her get close. Rebecca then asks, does she become emotionally involved? As we quite literally see Olivia use binoculars to spy on her brother from afar. And Elliot says, she does her job, and when it's done, she goes home. So yeah, the biggest trope in this episode is literally disobeying orders for each other, starting with Elliot following Olivia to New Jersey to try to stop her from doing something really stupid. Elliot pesters her asking, you find your brother, but that's not enough? You gotta stalk him? To which Olivia says, this is none of your business. And Elliot dismisses that, saying, yeah, it is, we're partners. But Olivia is Olivia, remaining closed off, and says, not on this is personal, and we get this fantastic shot of them in the back of a Jersey police car. It's Olivia's turn now, being asked to talk about Elliot, and she tells Rebecca he's the best, smart, brave, and detective. He's straight with me, I'm straight with him. I could tell him anything. So the episode is set up with the idea that something they will do will cause the psych evals, but the audience isn't sure why yet. But one half is about her brother, and the other half is about the main SVU case, and Olivia, by default, Elliot too, is distracted by her personal conflict with her brother. They have to lie to Craig multiple times, and the man gets increasingly pissed off at the two of them covering for each other, which they do all the time. He scolds at them when he finds out they were in New Jersey, updating them about the case, telling them that their weekend plans are off. Craig then gives them the order to take the victim on a walk in a park, but Olivia gets a phone call, once more distracted, and when Elliot notices, he checks in to see if she heard what the captain said, but she just asks for Finn to step in for her. The call then leads her to Wong, who gives her an update on why Simon Marsden is in the system. 2 counts of joyriding. The last arrest was 17 years ago. Olivia asks why is his DNA in the system now, to which Wong lets her know from a murder investigation in Jersey 6 years ago. Simon volunteers his sample with 40 other young men who live in the neighborhood. He was questioned, cleared, but his sample stayed in the system. Olivia sees shoplifting, asking what did he steal, and Wong says the file says women clothes, lingerie, to which Olivia comments, a kid stealing women's underwear, that's not a good sign. George asks what else do you know about him, and Olivia says he lives with his girlfriend and her 6-year-old son from a previous relationship, and he works as a pharmacist in an all-night drugstore. He then asks what she's looking for, and she tells him it's personal, causing George to ask something to do with your father, and Olivia caves, letting him know, I ran my DNA through a kinship analysis. Simon Marsden and I have the same father. He's my brother. Back to the case, Craig asks Elliot where Olivia is, who simply says that she has some personal business, and he continues updating his captain. The men devise a plan to find their suspects, saying 4 of them is enough, to which Craig points out if Olivia's done with her personal business, and then it cuts to Olivia at Simon's door. His girlfriend Lucy answers, and Olivia introduces herself as an old friend, commenting on how she heard he's in trouble with the police. Lucy's clearly turned off by the ordeal, saying he's never mentioned it, Olivia, and Olivia says, well, maybe he has something to hide. Her kid calls her, and Lucy lets her know that if she wants to see him, to come back tomorrow morning, but Olivia finishes with, we should talk, call me. Back to the psyche eval, Rebecca asks Elliot, has Detective Benson been under stress? And he says stress is a part of the job, you know that. She clarifies, I mean recent stress, and he simply says nothing she can't handle. And then we circle back to the female detective in Jersey running Marsden's case. She catches Olivia at Simon's house saying, I thought I told you to stay away, and a sarcastic Olivia bounces back with, are you arresting me or buying me a drink? We then get a little more info on Simon's case, finding out that Marsden's a bad guy. I don't have enough to lock him up, but 3 women have been stalked in the last 6 months. None of these women have been assaulted, and all 3 women go to the pharmacy where he works. He's the only link. All of this sits with Olivia, who keeps pretending that Simon is a suspect in a private case of her own, hiding her familial connection from the Jersey detective who wants more information to bring him down. And then we're back to New York with such a soft EO scene in a fan favorite. Oh, and by the way, we're only 10 minutes into the episode. Olivia gets a ping from Elliot and she heads to his car asking, we set up regarding the sting for the SVU suspect. Elliot says, yeah, before pivoting to the other story going on, asking, you get anything? I know, it's none of my business. Olivia looks clearly upset and Elliot softens, pressing with, Liv, what is it? Tell me. She then tearfully updates him, my long-lost brother is Simon Marsden. He might be a rapist, like father, like son. Elliot chimes in with, maybe there's a mistake, but Olivia shakes it off, telling him, he's stalking women, Elliot. That's why the cops are looking at him. Just a matter of time before he hits. Elliot tries to help, offering her advice, asking if she spoke with the girlfriend and maybe she just needs to talk to Simon. Olivia asks back, and say what? Hi, I'm Olivia. Your dad raped my mom, and oh, I found you because I illegally ran my DNA. She sighs, then says, I wish I never went looking, to which Elliot says, you had to find out, Liv. And cue the most heartbreaking moment.
Last night, watching him in that window playing with that little boy. I wanted to be part of a family. So much. I've been alone my whole life. I'm sorry, I'm whining.
You're not. Family's everything.
Finn rings in that he's got something and it's time to chase their suspect, but Olivia gets a call from Lucy and gets distracted again when she agrees to meet up with her, causing the suspect to get away when she mishears directions. It's back to evals. Rebecca asks, are you and Stabler good partners? To which Olivia answers, we worked together a long time. I can anticipate what he's thinking about what he's gonna do. Yeah, we have a good rapport. And then cut to him yelling at her for messing up, and yeah, honestly, she deserves it. Sorry, Olivia. They debrief with the captain and it's getting bad, with him asking EO what happened. Both try to take the blame, with Elliot cutting in first, saying, I gave Olivia unclear directions. Cregan asks, is that true? And Olivia says, it was my fault. I misheard Elliot, leaving Cregan disappointed and investigating into it further. He dives into the radio footage with Teru, hearing her mumbling to someone else, and he asks, who is she talking to? Cut to the restaurant where Olivia's supposed to meet up with Lucy, except plot twist, Simon shows up. It takes Olivia off guard and she tries to leave, but he lets her know he did some research on her and knows she's with them, clarifying those idiot cops who keep accusing me of stuff I haven't done, who hang around my work and my house making my life miserable, defending himself and letting her know that he has never hurt a woman in his life, before Olivia excuses herself, pretending she's still mistaken. Back to EO now in their case, but first Elliot has to check in with her, asking if she saw him, and Olivia lets him know that it was a mistake. They finally catch their suspects and we get this line.
Hon, what's your name?
Eat me, bitch.
It's got a nice ring to it.
And surprise, they're brothers, which hits a little close to home for Olivia. Oof. Their victim refuses to talk and their case is struggling to convict without it. Cregan is pissed at EO again, taking it mostly out on Olivia, again with valid reason. He chews into her with, it's your job to make them talk, a job you used to be able to do, and Olivia asks, what does that mean? For him to tell her that she blew it. Munch and Elliot try to defend her, but Cregan lets them know, I listened to the radio tapes, it was amateur night out there. And Elliot barks back with, well, maybe you need a new squad. Cregan snaps back himself, maybe I need detectives who care about the job. And Elliot, being so on the defense for his girlfriend, says, so now you're questioning our commitment. Finn breaks the fight up for a moment with some case updates, ordering Munch and Finn to continue working and letting EO know they'll talk in the morning. More eval scenes back to Elliot, where Rebecca asks, how far does your loyalty to your partner go? Say you had to choose between saving a member of the public and Elliot bites back with, I already faced that situation. I saved my partner. A boy died, referring to fault. She then asks, what would Detective Benson do? And he says, I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Cut to Olivia coming back to her apartment, and guess who shows up? Simon. He wants to have a talk, having followed her from the precinct. You're good at following women, Olivia chides, and lets him know she has nothing to say to him. But then he says, I know why you look familiar, pulling out a newspaper clipping of her from back in the day, telling her it was found in his father's stuff. He lets her know that his father died 10 years ago, and he has no idea why her picture was there, and Olivia asks to see a picture of him, the first time she'll ever see what her father looked like. She's upset by the image, starting to cry, and she lets Simon know that his dad raped her mom, but Simon can't believe it. He was such a good dad to him, but she says rapists often lead double lives, and she's proof of it. He's her brother. The two continue talking in her apartment, Simon further defending himself against the cop's allegation, and surprisingly the conversation shifts into a more playful tone, with the two cutely bonding. Simon saying he always wanted a sister.
All right, 10 years old. Strawberry or chocolate ice cream?
Strawberry.
Captain Crunch or Cocoa Puffs?
Oh, Captain Crunch.
Really? Dukes of Hazzard or Little House on the Prairie?
Dukes?
Quarters or Anchorman? Come on. 3 out of 3. It's in the blood.
Olivia asks Simon to tell her more about his dad, and she tells him that she found him by chance, something her mom said, revealing she's all on her own now. Cut to Olivia sleeping, look how cute she is, and things take a turn. It's the Jersey police. There's another victim. Olivia tries to dismiss the woman's idea of him, letting her know that he was at her apartment, and this catches the detective off guard. Okay, so this is already getting really long, but basically Simon's in trouble, asks for Olivia's help, and the detective turns her into Craig, and EO's flamed again. Your partner just told me her good news. Now she's got a baby brother. How'd she find him? Elliot says, I think that's for Liv to say, but it pisses Craig off more. I put my head on the block dozens of times for you two, and you're gonna hit me with this thin blue line crap? You've already compromised one case, maybe others. Why should I keep you together? Why should I keep you at all? Oh! Craig pulls Huang aside, asking for his advice on Benson and Stabler. And then it cut to the evals. Olivia is asked, if you had to choose between saving your partner and saving a member of the public, which would you do? And she can't answer, standing up to leave, saying, I'm done. And then Elliot shows up at her apartment.
Thought you could use some company.
She tells him all about Simon and how messed up the case is, but Elliot uses his investigation skills to help her out. Apparently, there's a personal connection between the Jersey detective and Simon through her sister. EO go to question Simon about it, and it's revealed that he took the detective's sister to prom, and she panicked when they were kissing, ultimately causing her dress to rip. Olivia doesn't believe him, calling him a rapist, but he pleads with her, and it's all very tragic, and Elliot is there to witness it all. Olivia needs answers, though, and questions the detective who tells her side of the story, and it's not sounding good for Simon. Still think he's innocent? Holy fuck, does this episode ever end? Okay, so Elliot reveals that Simon jumped bail, and when he asks Olivia about it, who gets defended at the notion she intervened in an investigation, which she totally already did, Elliot gets all soft, apologizing, but Craig cuts him off. I discussed your situation with George Huang, and at his recommendation, I want you two to undergo an independent psychological assessment. Elliot asks, why? And he says, so I can decide if it's appropriate for you two to continue working together. And Olivia asks, and if we refuse? And he says, you make my decision easy. Look at them. They're so fucked. Okay, but here we are. What are the results of the evaluations?
In my opinion, Detectives Benson and Stabler have a degree of mutual reliance and emotional dependence that compromises their effectiveness as police officers.
In other words, they're too close. You recommend I split them up? Only if you want to lose your two best detectives. T. Sandwiched in between the Simon Marsden episodes since 8/18, responsible where Elliot is bonding with Kathleen, who previously avoided getting a DUI thanks to her father being a cop. But because of the case, Elliot agrees to turn her in for her own good, so cool, I guess. Are you ready for another novel? Because I'm not. In 8/19 Florida, Olivia once more risks her career to protect her brother in an episode where we get more Protelia and some more insight into Olivia's father. It starts with the SVU case where Olivia is interrogating an angry suspect who gets pissed at her, prompting Elliot to pull him back. Craig calls her out, revealing Dean Porter is there for her. She refuses to go undercover again, but Dean reveals that he's not there for that. His new case is searching for a guy that jumped bail out of Jersey, Simon Marsden. She tries to get out of it, but he reveals a pair of cuffs, saying we can go with them or without them. Uh-oh. Dean is questioning her, revealing that Simon cashed in a money order in Pennsylvania that happened to be purchased a half block from her apartment and is the same amount of money Olivia got from cashing in a CD. He says that there's footage of her, but she pushes back, asking what he wants. He asks for the truth, and she tells him how Simon is her brother, that his father was her mother's rapist, but she still doesn't know where he is, that he called her apartment from a disposable cell. She then asks if he's going to arrest her, and he says if Simon contacts her again, and that it's her lucky day. The cameras were actually broken the day she sent the money. Olivia is confused, asking who dimed her, and Dean reveals it was the Jersey detective, aka Captain, Julia Millfield. This pisses Olivia off, who immediately goes to Julia after being revealed, and we get a catty conversation between the two. Detective Benson, what brings you over the river today? Your big mouth. Oh my god. Julia asks, what do you want? And she says, you out of my private life. You're running my financials? What are you, tapping my phone too? And Julia says, whatever it takes to lock up Simon Marsden. Olivia calls her out for treating her like a perp, and Julia says it's because she's acting like one. She alibied the scumbag. Olivia yells at her that it was because he was at her apartment, and Julia pushes back saying, and after he left, he raped Donna Lynette. His hairs were in her underwear, detective. He took out his rage out at another innocent woman because you wouldn't screw him. This pisses Olivia off to the max, who calls her crazy, and Julia says, try looking in the mirror. A sex crime cop in love with a rapist sound perverse to you? Olivia says go to hell, but Julia tells her, no stalkings, no rape since your precious Simon left town 2 months ago. Still think I'm crazy? And Olivia storms out. Olivia makes it all the way back to the precinct, surprised to see Elliot at his desk. She says, thought you'd be home by now, and he tells her took another round with Thatcher, their suspect. Craig didn't think you'd be back, and she responds with, well, neither did I. Tough day. Elliot, being his usual nosy self with her, says, Munch said you left with some suit, and Olivia says, Munch should mind his own business. Elliot gets that she's not going to tell him, so he says, okay, but Olivia covers with, just my FBI agent from Undercover Gid needed some information. He pivots saying, well, I went at Macho Man for 2 hours, and he wouldn't spill the beans. He'd only speak with you, and she says, no time like the present. Okay, remember how we discussed police brutality, Zaddy, and the problematic nature of making it hot to beat up suspects? I need to caveat this next scene and say that everything I previously said is 100% true, and I still do not condone violence. Anything I say about the following is because of pure brain rot for me being a queer woman, and I apologize for it in advance. Olivia takes out all her anger on this guy, getting rough with the suspect, who is a complete douche. He touches a nerve when he asks if she has a thing for perverts, which hits a little too close to home following the conversation with Julia earlier, and she slams his head against the table before pulling out the chair from under him so he falls and she can kick the crap out of him, all while she's screaming at him to confess. Cragen rushes in to stop her, followed by Elliot, and she grunts, get off me, in a way that makes me need a moment.
Get off me!
Cragen follows after her, screaming, what the hell is your problem? And Olivia, still pissy, says, we got a confession, didn't we? Cragen is like, what the fuck? And says, what part of that do you think is gonna stand up in court? A 5-year-old could have done a better job. And Olivia bites back with, then go hire one. Cragen says he's had it with her crap, and when she goes to leave, he grabs her, saying, we are not finished yet, and she snaps, telling him to get your hands off me. And it's tense as he tells her, you go home now. The next scene is a personal fave, and I don't know why there's something so sexy about this, but she's packing up her stuff in the locker room, and Elliot rushes in, asking, what was that? Olivia ignores him, saying, Thatcher got what he deserved. But Elliot's not having it. No, I'm talking about you. What are you doing? And she says this next line, so sexy, I die.
Oh, the poster boy for rage is going to tell me how to control my anger?
Elliot softens, knowing how to make her open up, asking, Liv, what's going on? And it works because it's Elliot. She tells him, the feds nailed me for sending Simon money, and Elliot says, Cragen wouldn't let you near here if you knew the feds were charging you, but she lets him know that they're going to cut me a break if I turn him in when he contacts me. Elliot's pissed now, telling her, his DNA's on the victim, the cops in Jersey have him cold, and Olivia says, I knew that when I sent him the money. He asks her why she did it, and she says, he's my brother. Elliot's worried about her, though, trying to snap her out of it by telling her, you don't even know the guy. Look at what he's doing to you. It's hard for her to hear as she looks him up and down before saying, Cragen wants me out of here, and leaves. We then get an iconic shot of Olivia for reasons when a phone call from Simon wakes her up. She asks where he is, agreeing to bring the cash, but makes sure to notify Dean. She then asks to talk to him first, where she asks what he's going to do with the money, and he says he wants to go home. He asks what's wrong, and she says, you kidding me? You screwed me. I broke the law for you, and I got caught. I could lose my job and go to jail. He apologizes, telling her, but it'll be okay once we prove I'm innocent, but she says, save it, Simon, I'm done. He pleads with her, asking her not to give up on him, but she says that they have his DNA on the girl. He asks why she helped him if she really thought he was a rapist, and she says, because I didn't want to believe that my own brother could do such a thing. Simon is offended and tells her, you're so screwed up you can't believe that there's good in anyone, before running out on her. A chase scene ensues and Simon gets away when Olivia is almost hit by a car. Dean asks if she's okay, and she says, that was Simon's car. My brother tried to kill me. Now she's fired up, ready to keep working the case with Dean, who comes back to her apartment with her. Simon has sent her some stuff, and he keeps asking why there's stuff of her in there, and she says apparently her dad was keeping tabs on her. They search through the stuff, find an address, and head over there hoping to find Simon's mother, and this next scene breaks me. It's revealed that his mother has Alzheimer's, and they talk to her. She asks Olivia, have we met before, dear? And Olivia says, I don't think so. The woman thinks before saying, yes, from the newspaper, the one Joe had, and Olivia asks if she saw the picture, referring to the one that Simon had. She says, Joe showed it to me. He said it was his little girl. She looks just like you. Olivia starts to break, sitting down, and Dean chimes in, asking, Joe told you he had a daughter? And the mother answers, yeah, he got a girl pregnant a long time ago before we met. Oh, don't tell Simon. He doesn't know. He's always wanted a sister. Dean stays focused on the case, asking if she knows where Simon lives, and she tells him Route 94 to Florida, but Olivia is still going through it, crying when she interjects with, "Did Joe ever go and try and find his daughter?" The lady tells her, he called her once. Her mother answered, but he hung up. And Olivia is broken now, asking, "Did he ever see me?" But it's too late. She's losing focus. Olivia pleads, asking, "What else did he say? Please try to remember," leaving Sharon to ask, "Who are you?" God, this scene hurts. Dean tells her that they got 2 plane tickets to Florida, and Olivia tells him she was seeking closure, but not with Simon, with her father. She bids him farewell, leaving him to find Simon while she's in search of more information about her dad, wondering how this great guy was also the horrible man who hurt her mother. She then finds out he died by suicide with a tox screen and substances that created a deadly combination, and the booze and pills were found in his office. This then causes her to head there for more information, where one of his friends fills her in. He says that Joe had chronic depression, even seeking out a shrink who put him on medication, which helped until he turned to alcohol. One day, he almost killed Simon and himself when they got into a car accident when he was drunk, and Sharon divorced him, took Simon, and never let him see his son again. Olivia asks if he killed himself because of Simon, and he agrees that it was probably the case. He still had his job and they loved him there, and he reveals some lore about Joe's work with Columbia, where Olivia's mother used to work, making the ill-fated connection. This is a lot. Olivia seeks out Huang's help, turning back to the audio files of her mother's account of the incident. She asks, "Are you saying depression caused him to rape?" And Huang says, "Anger brought on by depression. He was a young guy, strong sex drive. He must have raped to make someone else feel as crappy as he did, or else to give himself a sense of control over his life, or power over another's." Olivia corrects him, saying, "Men don't usually stop raping once they start," and Huang lets her know back then he was probably prescribed trophinol or Elavil tricyclic, I don't even know, antidepressants. They both could have killed his sex drive. She asks why he would have started drinking, and he says the drugs probably stopped working. George asks what all of this is about, and Olivia reveals that he kept all this stuff about her, and now she's questioning if her mother was really raped, sending her spiraling for the truth for the rest of this episode. And to be honest, this episode is just sad for Olivia, who's been so alone, and it's kind of gut-wrenching to watch. Olivia goes to interview the other suspected victim of Joe's, finding out the woman who confirms his identity to her. It's not a guaranteed answer of the truth, but it is pretty good evidence. Olivia goes back to the precinct, stopping in to see Cregan, who lets her know that they got Thatcher without a confession. She starts to apologize, and Cregan reveals that Dean called and told him everything, then saying she needs a rest, which she actually accepts. She goes home, but is followed by Julia, who's seeking her help. She still thinks Olivia was into Simon, saying she gets it, but Olivia fills her in that he's her brother, before revealing she also knows that he attacked her sister and agrees to help her with the case. Julia then asks a lot of questions back at the precinct with her, and Olivia tells her everything she knows before her chief calls her out of the room. Olivia gets nosy, sifting through the file and swipes a few DNA photos, faking a phone call when Julia comes back in, telling her she has to leave. Everything is suspicious now when Emmy O'Halloran basically lets her know that the hair follicle that was supposed to nail Simon is definitely fake. Olivia goes to seek out Julia again, who is nowhere to be found and is apparently on bereavement leave, and has been for the last 3 days because her sister OD'd on heroin, and yeah, it's go time. Olivia leaves, running into Elliot and Dean, telling them they have to find Julia, that she framed Simon for the rapes and she could prove it. Olivia asks if they have Simon in custody, but Dean says apparently Simon's never been to Florida. Olivia asks to clarify the address, and Elliot reveals it's not Route 94 in Florida, it's Route 94 to Florida, and it's upstate, not down south. The trio races there when they hear a gunshot and things are ramping up. Simon and Julia are both there, her on the ground shot, and him holding her at gunpoint. Oh, fuck. Simon doesn't want her to intervene, and it's a tense standoff as more police arrive. Elliot goes protective mode for Olivia, making sure to keep mentioning her safety too. Julia tries to play innocent, but Olivia reveals she knows Simon isn't lying, that Julia faked the evidence. He says he accidentally shot her, and it's revealed that Julia was the one who almost hit Olivia with her car, not Simon, this bitch. When Dean is forced to leave and they hear Olivia put her gun down, going closer to Simon, Elliot panics, asking for 5 minutes to go protect his girl. Olivia seeks the truth from Julia, and after questioning, it's revealed that Julia was trying to go after Simon to prove he was dangerous. Elliot makes his appearance, and Olivia begs him not to do anything, asking Simon for more information about what has happened with the sister. Olivia hears the story, and it's not making sense, so she asks Julia if her sister was molested. Julia doesn't want to believe it, but unfortunately it was the truth. She just didn't want to believe it, so she went hard on Simon, thinking her sister was just saying that because of the drugs, and it is a sad ending, with Julia admitting she was there to kill Simon and it was an accidental shooting. She starts to fade, but Simon gives Olivia the gun after some pleading, and it's all over. He's cleared, the medics come, and Simon's not getting charged. Simon apologizes to Olivia, and she apologizes too. Dean takes him to his office to unravel the mess Julia made with him, and Olivia thanks Dean before turning to Elliot and thanking him too. He asks, "For what?" And she says, "For trusting me." I'm sure you've been confused at all this good EO stuff going on because we're only at season 8 and obviously things have to take a turn or else this video wouldn't be a million years long, right? Well, 820 Annihilated can be given a lot of credit where that joy takes a turn. While we simultaneously have EO with this sick need for each other, we also get this emphasis on family, which in turn pushes Elliot back towards Kathy despite it all. There's even a small throwaway line in this episode about Catholics and not being able to divorce, and Olivia glances at Elliot because, well, Duh. The case this episode focuses on is truly awful, where the wife and kids are left for dead with the husband shot and in the hospital. He blames his wife, saying that she did it, but the horrific scene of it all is just too difficult for Elliot to handle. He says he needs a break, leaving Olivia confused, but he wants to go home and see his kids sleeping after witnessing what he did. While visiting, he thanks Kathy for letting him come by. She asks if it helped, and then tells him to stay. And yeah, cue the most awkward sex scene to ever have to watch. What even is this music? Anyways, Kathleen spots her father in the kitchen at 2 a.m. letting him know it isn't fair to Mom. He says, look, I called. She said it was okay, but says that's not what I mean. We're your family, not some booty call. Come home or don't, but there's nothing in between. Damn. Alright, so here's the nail in the coffin and the end of any beautiful hope that this season gave for us EO fans. 822 Screwed wraps up this perfect little season of magical EO moments and potential just to crumple it into a ball and spit on it before stomping on it repeatedly. Basically, everyone is involved in a high-profile case. Nancy Grace, yes, the real one, is even there. Due to the intensity of it all, everyone's personal lives are being used against them, and it's high stress and fights ensue. And during all this tension, who makes a visit to the precinct? That's right, Kathy Stabler. She comes bringing news for Elliot, and guess what? She's pregnant! Yeah, his magical sperm worked wonders on their one passionate night of reuniting. Later at the courthouse with his not girlfriend, Olivia can tell something is up and he tells her the news. She responds with, I didn't know you went back home. And he says, I haven't. I'm pathetic, fumbling around like a kid. Olivia rightfully asks, so what are you gonna do? But Elliot, being Elliot, gets pissy, biting back with, what do you mean by that? The rest of this episode just makes it worse for everyone, honestly, and Olivia even turns herself in for helping out her brother, getting suspended while the whole squad is in trouble for their own shit, with Cregan at the top of the shit list. Such a tragic end and an eraser for all EO hope. R.I.P. Season 8. Back in 2007 and 2008, the WGA, aka the Writers Guild Association, began a strike over unfair wages, specifically focusing on residuals. Sound familiar? The strike took place from November 5th, 2007 to November 12th, 2008, lasting 99 days, and of course NBC was a major contender. We'll circle back to the behemoth that is NBC in a few when we discuss the whole contracts debacle, but I bring this up as this strike leads us to a shortened 9th season, only 19 episodes, which stands as the least so far, until the newest season's gonna air.
Absolutely not.
You know when girls get broken up with and then they chop off their hair? Because do we even need to talk about the haircut? Like, I don't think we have to. If we're going to talk about season 9 hair, I'm only going to mention 9-3 Impulsive because this was top tier. I don't acknowledge the rest. Anyways, let's just get right into it. Our squad lineup for season 9 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Casey Novak, Melinda, and Chester Lake. In 9-1 alternate, we are reunited with our characters who ended last season in such a dramatic way, and what's more dramatic than a speak to the manager haircut? This episode stars Cynthia Nixon and was one of my favorites due to the twists and turns, but EO-wise, we don't get much beyond a scene where Olivia saves Elliot and Kathy, kind of. Overall, season 9 gives us mostly protective vibes throughout, emphasizing their strong partnership and shifting away from the intensity of the duo's potential because Elliot's back home. It's like season 8 never happened. But going along with that, we're up to the 2 biggest EO episodes of season 9, and we finally get our first hug. This line is so long. In 9.7 Blinded, Elliot gets hurt when working a case, suffering temporary blindness caused by a head injury given to him by a suspect with schizophrenia. And Olivia gets a little too involved, obviously, and she ends up coming for Casey's throat. The moment of injury is scary for Olivia, who rushes over to cradle Elliot to her chest, giving us this scene, and the rest of the episode is her simultaneously caring about him, but also fighting with Casey, who has her own special interest in the case due to her past. Oh, and this episode also gives us this shot, which is used in a lot of edits because symbolism. Okay, but here we go. 9-9 Paternity was the episode that little me was truly never angrier about, which is nuts to reflect on, but I was passionate. Basically, there's this dramatic case dealing with custody and affairs and also a major car wreck involving Olivia and Kathy. We get this little boy, Tommy, clinging on to Elliot as the squad searches for his boy's parents, and he's so attached to Elliot that he even has to take him home, giving him a bath with a very pregnant Kathy. The case is super dramatic, causing Elliot to even question if Kathy's baby is his, which is a super awkward scene, and he is so involved in the case that Olivia offers to take Kathy to her doctor's appointment for him. But you know when a camera is like lingering a little too long on a shot and you definitely know something's up? Yeah. T-boned. Despite being in the car, Olivia is a badass, saving the day, getting Kathy to safety, even being her support as she births the 5th Stabler kid in the ambulance. And this is where my little 11-year-old heart stopped, when Kathy starts to fade and suddenly newborn Eli is thrust into Olivia's arms as Kathy's heart stopped. And then it cuts to Elliot rushing into the hospital, seeing Olivia for a mere moment until he makes it to a very much alive Kathy. Yay. And their new baby, Eli. She assures him that the baby is his, which is a wild thing to have to say, and they share a cute moment, unfortunately. But who cares? Because when he leaves the room, there's Olivia, dead on her ass, covered in blood, and Elliot shuffles up to her. She asks how the baby is, and they share a moment before they turn to walk away, but Elliot turns back quickly, wrapping her up in his arms in an unspoken moment that's so heavy. All you need to see is the physicality and stares of it all. She just saved his wife and child, and yet she's okay too. Chris Maloney himself talked about how powerful this moment was, nearly tearing up while talking about it. And guess what? It was the actor's decision to add the impact.
Getting choked up thinking about this. Hold on. So, we're in the hospital, and geez, I still remember it like it was yesterday. And we were trying to work out the blocking. And I said, we need to hug.
Pulling back though, 9/12 signature isn't EO, but I think it's important to note as we get a moment where Olivia is left traumatized after seeing a woman shoot herself. This is far from the last time Olivia will be left scarred, even in this season alone, but this is one that is repeatedly overlooked. In 9/14, Inconceivable, the storyline of Olivia wanting to be a mother ramps up in a case involving stolen embryos. Simultaneously, we get a lot of the trope Elliot is a dumbass when he manages to keep saying the exact wrong thing. Some of these bangers include telling Olivia, I made kids the old-fashioned way when they're discussing IVF, and when she's pissed at him later over what parents are doing to their disabled child, using her for her eggs and stunting her growth, Elliot tells Olivia, you gives your kids a fighting chance, which sets her off as she was about to just call CPS. Not only that, he keeps bringing up Kathy being over 40 for the last pregnancy and how dangerous it was, to Olivia, who is over 40. Like, context, dude, context. Olivia's had enough saying, and you know what, Eli turned out perfect, so spare me the perils of women over 40 having babies before hopping in the car. Elliot miraculously realizes his mistake, telling her, you know you make a great mom, to which she huffs, oh my god, I'm not having this conversation. But he continues with, you're great with kids, and the craziest line of, maybe you should start thinking about having kids, and any way you'll do it, I'll support you. Which sounds fine when I say it, but listen to how wild it is from him.
Look, maybe you should start thinking about having kids, and any way you want to do it, I'll support you.
She's his co-worker. The fanfics that have stemmed from this are wild, and I mean, he did say anyway, so yo, baby's back on. But Olivia is too pissed off, saying, Elliot, do me a favor, shut up and drive. Later in the episode, one of the victims is talking with Olivia and asks her, do you have any kids? Then, don't you want them? To which Olivia says, yes, I do, very much. And the woman prompts her again, then what are you waiting for? Elliot and the boys say the wrong things again, managing to hit on sensitive points regarding Olivia's journey with motherhood, and Elliot finally manages to explain himself as a two-way for an elevator. He lets her know that he didn't say anything to the guys, and when Olivia cuts him off, he manages to dig himself in a deeper hole with, no, I understand, your biological clock's ticking. But finally gets it, saying, I'm just gonna shut up. Olivia reveals that a few months ago she looked into adoption, and although Elliot's face is elated, she continues on saying, they turned me down. He's as heartbroken as fans were, questioning their decision, to which Olivia says, well, I'm single, I don't have an extended family support system, I work all hours, they didn't see me as prime parent material. And this man looks at her like this and simply says, they're wrong. Like, that face is crazy to make, as I once again stress, this is your coworker. Being serious, this is one episode I am unable to rewatch due to the intensity of it. In 9/15 Undercover, while working a brutal case, Olivia ends up in danger while undercover, and while this is a fantastic acting episode from Mariska, the climax of this episode still sits with me because of her screams. To be blunt, a CO takes her into the basement intending to rape her, and she fights him off as best as she can until she's left handcuffed to a door, pushed against the back of it while he tries to force himself on her. Camera is super close to Mariska's face, and her screaming and crying is just The moment is intensified through Finn's efforts to save her, racing to unlock the door to catch the bastard red-handed before it happens. Although she wasn't raped, Olivia says it's the closest she's come, and it leads her on a very long recovery process. Towards the end of the episode, you can actually see her face bruised and her deep exhaustion, as her assault actually led to them being able to close the case. Elliot comes by her desk to check on her, where he makes polite conversation, even offering to drive her home, until he finally asks about what happened in the basement. She remains Olivia, though, saying, "Nothing, I'm fine, Elle," before she's beckoned away. In 916 Closet, we get a reveal of Olivia's secret boyfriend Kurt Moss and IAB's one and only Tucker after Olivia is accused of outing a suspect knowingly. Nobody knew about Kurt, even Elliot, who seems offended by not knowing. Kurt Moss works for the Ledger, the paper that revealed the suspect's sexuality, and when Tucker reveals this information to the squad, there's a little fight between him and Elliot before Elliot takes it upon himself to go and visit Kurt to save his partner's career. Kurt recognizes Elliot, saying, Olivia has a picture of you two in her living room, and when he tells him, I'm here trying to save her job, Olivia shows up, letting them both know, I don't need help from either of you. Elliot leaves, but not before tossing in a sarcastic, nice meeting you, leaving the lovebirds alone. Kurt pivots, bringing up Olivia, saying that she's so used to taking care of herself that she can't let anybody else in. Tea. And then he asks, why is it you won't move in with me? But Olivia says, I gotta go. And he realizes she's never gonna let him in. He agrees to call IAB. They share a quick and pathetic kiss, and that's the last of Kurt. Bye, buddy. Olivia heads back to work, letting Elliot know it worked, and her suspension was lifted, to which he teases, your man came through. Olivia awkwardly apologizes for not telling Elliot about Kurt, cutely sitting on his desk, to which she says, I'm just glad you have someone. Then joking, I mean, you could have said something, you know? And Olivia smiles like this on his desk, looking away to reply with, I just wasn't ready. Like, they straight up act like ex-lovers still in love. Did season 8 traumatize us all? Surprisingly, there's more EO with another scene of them later drinking at a bar where Olivia asks if he wants another beer and Elliot says he can't. Olivia teases, I just broke up with Kurt and you said you'd be there for me. He says, I am. Eli's driving Kathy crazy, and she smiles saying, I'm kidding, go home. The Robin Williams episode 917 Authority is just good. Like, sorry to distract from the topic at hand, but Robin does such a good job as the suspect in this episode that, like, sometimes I just flick it on to rewatch it. In terms of EO, though, Olivia gets taken at one point by Robin Williams, and of course Elliot goes nuts to find her. He eventually finds them and is forced under an experiment in which Olivia is strapped to a chair on the other side of the glass. All Elliot needs to do is push the button to electrocute her, but he can't. He's screamed at but holds his ground. Robin Williams commends him for being a good man and reveals that it was all fake and Olivia was fine. Elliot sets her free, they arrest Robin, and uh-oh, bomb, where did he go? We'll never know. I mean this as impolitely as possible. Fuck this episode. This is Casey Novak's last appearance as a regular and for a while, and there's no way in hell that the canon version of her would actually do what she did based off the character that the writers created in the first place. This was such a bad exit story, and was she supposed to be with Chester from a throwaway line last season? Like, what? Anyways, this whole finale leaves the whole squad fighting again, and it's heated. Everyone is pissy, and EO is back to minimal moments tucked into a case-heavy episode. Season 8, you will be a hero to us all. I'm married! Okay, Olivia hair update. We're at my favorite years, also known as the beginning of the married EO vibes, which is literally just the next 3 seasons. I've successfully managed to convince myself they're just married and also work partners. It's fine. I know I'm delusional, but it's fun. Just go rewatch it and think about that. Our squad lineup for season 10 consists of Cragen, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Melinda Warner, and the worst character ever, Kim Graylick, with recurring appearances from Alex Cabot. 10-1 trial gives us mom and dad vibes with a small moment for Elliot when he worries about Olivia after what happened undercover last season. It shows how much he truly cares for her despite not knowing the full story. He doesn't need to. Finn and Elliot fight this episode too, and it's a background storyline this season for a little, but they're literally fine the next episode. Finn forgives Elliot in 10-2 confession after Elliot beats up a perp for using a picture of his daughter Elizabeth on his website, if you understand what kind of website I'm talking about. And it's sad that this is Lizzie's only shining moment on the entire show. In 10-3 Swing, Elliot gets a call regarding a trespasser, which surprisingly leads to an episode focused on his daughter, Kathleen. This episode has a big theme with mental health, as Kathleen is in trouble again, and Elliot is forced to seek out help from his estranged mother, Bernie, played by Ellen Bernstein. Olivia very much is giving pseudo-stepmom and second wife vibes this whole episode, staying with Kathleen and holding, answering Kathy's phone calls, comforting Elliot, and even visiting Bernie herself. Elliot struggles throughout to try and take care of Kathleen, especially with all the legal issues she got herself into, and boy, it's a lot. Drugs, trespassing, theft, ugh. Eventually, it's revealed that Kathleen has bipolar disorder like her grandmother, leading Elliot to visit Bernie at her beach house seeking her help. She's so excited to see him, saying that he didn't even call her when Eli was born, and when she asks how everything is, he tells her how Kathleen was arrested, wanting to focus on the task at hand. He doesn't want to bond right now. This reunion scene between the two of them is a masterclass in acting, to be honest, as the conversation delves into their past, her mania, and hatred for doctors. A comparison is made to his father with how he's acting. He's living his father's life, and there's a sad talk about how Bernie left him. Apparently, he wanted to be an architect, but he had to be responsible and a family man instead, and he leaves when he realizes she's not going to be helpful. After a fight between him and his wife in the courtroom, Elliot is found in the cribs by Olivia, who says she had just been called by Kathy. He says, I'm in the doghouse with her, before asking if he is with Olivia too. Olivia sits down saying, we've been partners for 11 years. You know everything about me, even the parts I'd rather forget. How come you never told me about your mother? He responds by saying it never came up, but she argues that he made sure it never did. Elliot is still hesitant to open up, even to Olivia, but Olivia calls him out on this behavior, eventually telling him, bottling it up inside hasn't worked for you, and neither has beating up perps or walls or garbage cans. Kathleen may be sick, but you're the one with the problem. Damn. His reaction to mental health issues is indicative about how many saw them back in the day, unwilling to be understanding, especially when you're being impacted by someone else's struggles. But as always, Olivia is here to represent the softer side, the more understanding one, and she uses that to visit Bernie herself to seek out her help and some answers. Olivia meets up with Bernie at a crab shack, who upon seeing her says, "I thought we'd never meet," clarifying with, "Well, I could see why you scared the pants off Kathy. I was always grateful that there weren't women in the department in my day. Of course, Joe made do with chasing nurses," revealing Elliot's dad was also a cheater. She then asks if Elliot ever talks about her, and Olivia sadly reveals that she thought Bernie was dead. She tries to pivot immediately to asking for help on behalf of Kathleen, but Bernie interrupts, needing to show her something. In her words, perhaps selfishly to prove she tried to be a good mother. It's a scrapbook, and it gives us Elliot as a carrot, a fandom favorite photo. Olivia takes her time to hear Bernie's stories, one of which talks about her time with doctors and medication, how they made her feel. Olivia says that she pays a pretty steep price by not taking her meds, pointing out how her family has pushed her away, but Bernie says that this is her life and she doesn't want to announce to the world that she's crazy. However, sharing her story is practically integral to Kathleen's journey, and Olivia simply asks her, "But would you do it for your granddaughter?" We then cut to an emotional scene between the two in a jail cell before cutting to their arraignment, where it's revealed that Kathleen is willing to go on meds and seek help. Elliot is surprised at her turnaround, and Olivia walks out until he stops her, asking, "What the hell just happened?" Olivia responds with, "Maybe God remembered how cute you were as a carrot." And then the episode ends. The very next episode, 10-4 Lunacy, is more of Elliot's backstory, this time through a man named Dick Finley, an astronaut Elliot looked up to, even naming his son Dickie after. Throughout this episode, this man flirts heavily with Olivia, and it's so gross to me. Like, I'm sorry, but Olivia, you can do so much better. Like, have you seen yourself? Elliot says, like, I need the competition, after Olivia asks why he never told her about him. And later on, in an adorable lunch scene, Elliot shares the story of how they met. They went to the same high school, different years, and when it was Elliot's senior year, Dick was visiting. Elliot was so excited, he paid off the student who was set up to drive him down from the airport, and the rest is history. Apparently, Dick is the one who got him in the Marines too, a critical part of Elliot's past. Dick grossly checks out Olivia's ass, asking, "So?" And Elliot says, "Dick, I'm married," to which this lovely guy says, "Never stopped me." Gross. Surprisingly, this is the B plot to the main case until it's not, and as it evolves, Dick's interest in Olivia ramps up, Dick eventually asking her out, wondering, should I ask Elliot? But he doesn't, instead inviting her to a dinner that night. But guess what? Time to add to our trope list of guy who likes Olivia or Olivia likes and turns out to actually be a bad guy. Yeah, this is not the first or the last iteration of this one. This poor thing. Elliot beats the crap out of him in the end, clearly upset that his hero was a fraud and that there's some mentions of EO throughout with some playful jabs at Elliot. Oh, and I forgot to mention, there's 2 hot scenes of Olivia in this, one when she's undercover in a blonde wig, and the ending in that blue dress. Yep. Alright, you horn dogs, let's talk about 10-7 Wildlife. When Elliot goes undercover to break up an animal smuggling ring, don't ask how this is related to SVU, he ends up in a lot of danger, risking his marriage and his life. NBC promoted this episode in the craziest way, making it seem like EO was a way bigger deal than it was, and that Elliot potentially died? Okay. He does get shot in this episode, but before then we gotta talk about the daddy of it all. When Olivia tries to step in to help Elliot's marriage survive, she ends up showing up at Elliot's undercover home to seek answers, which is not a safe place to be. When there's banging at the door, the two have to work quick to not get killed, leading to this.
Are you ready for me, Daddy? Oh, didn't know we were having a party. That's gonna be $100 to watch, $250 to join. Each.
Guys gotta eat, huh?
I think about that accent every day. Are you ready for me, Daddy? Oh my god. Olivia panics too, crying a little when she finds him shot, desperate to save her partner, who is literally fine. What a weirdly uneventful twist. Super speed round for season 10. 10-9 PTSD gives us Olivia processing her assault in therapy, while Olivia mentions her assault again in 10-10 smut. Both of which showcase how long and difficult the process is for recovery, something that 1.0 does in contrast to the later eras. 10-12 Hot House gives us Olivia undercover as a madam, be fucking for real, while 10-13 Snatched and 10-14 Transitions gives us big mom and dad vibes from the duo. And 10-20 Crush is a quick undercover moment from Elliot. Case, crime, EO is dying. But objectively, this is the best finale of 1.0. 10-22 Zebras is an exciting case episode that even manages to take this side character and turn him into the main villain. Stucky has been spread throughout the season, having stupid one-liners and overall being a pest, but his mistakes in this episode lead to their main suspect being let go, and the squad, mostly Elliot, is pissed. When I say he annoys Elliot, I mean it. At one point after a snide comment about Olivia, Elliot grabs him by the collar and tosses him back. His need to make things right and anger towards those who are rude to him causes Stuckey to get deep into the case himself, eventually killing O'Halloran, I'm still upset about this, and trying to kill Elliot. Olivia gets suspicious after Stuckey answers Elliot's phone and tracks him down to the ME's office, where Stuckey has him duct taped with cuts all over his chest. Elliot is immediately telling her to run, but he can't speak, and Stuckey holds up a gun to her. Olivia is quick with a plan, realizing she's the only one who's been nice to the kid, and fakes hating Elliot as much as Stuckey, giving us this.
Liv, do this. Liv, do that. I want to hear him scream.
Don't you touch me.
Did somebody say you could talk?
Don't do it, bitch.
Don't hit me! No more orders out of you, pal!
It takes some convincing, but Olivia seduces Stuckey into believing her, finalizing it with her best kiss in the series, and that's so tragic to say. While she's kissing another man, she's staring directly into Elliot's soul, and he looks defeated. Anyways, they unspokenly work together, knock out Stuckey, and the episode ends with a cute exchange where it's revealed she knew he was in trouble because Stuckey said you went to get sushi. You and raw fish. End of season 10.
Nightmare. My credit card company doesn't even care if I catch this guy. They're just going to cover the losses by jacking up the interest rates. Am I boring you?
I'm sorry, I got absolutely no sleep last night.
All right. So the blind date went well.
I didn't go at all. I canceled it.
Again? Wow, it's the worst thing that can happen.
If we'd found Noah earlier.
All right. Look, you can't do this to yourself. You can't go there.
Is everything okay? You're supposed to duck.
You're supposed to leave.
Well, when my partner hangs out with scumbags, I like to stick around to see what happens.
Thanks.
In May of 2009, Chris and Mariska's contracts expired, where it was revealed they each make about $375,000 to $385,000 per episode. While negotiating for the next years, NBC allegedly threatens to replace one or both of them if they don't sign the deal as is, which leaves them little choice. The show gets renewed for seasons 11 and 12, keeping Chriska on air.
How the fuck would you show me something if I couldn't have it?
Like I mentioned last season, I love her hair for the rest of 1.0, but oddly season 11 is a little more of my favorite one of the three. As for the show, we are continuing this ensemble feel with little moments from EO, but also this weird comedy vibe is ramping up with moments like this scene in 11-2 Sugar.
Attention employees, will the masturbator please report to register 1? Masturbator, register 1.
Not a masturbator, the masturbator.
Our squad lineup for season 11 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, Melinda, and Alex Cabot. Getting right through some small moments, 11-1 Unstable is about how Elliot put an innocent man in jail. Only one. Wow, he really is a superhero detective. But we do get this iconic scene.
April 12th, 2007, 5:28 a.m.
Late night.
11-3 Solitary gives us Olivia caretaking after Elliot is thrown off a roof. Literally, how is this man alive? And later in the episode, Elliot tries solitary confinement. Chris Girlies will probably love these episodes because of the man's acting, but to be honest, if I can, we're in like the dead cable seasons of the series, and we'll be here for a bit. We get the introduction of a new character, Sonia Paxton, in 11-4, Hammered, who is immediately catty with Elliot. She's also an alcoholic and therefore has some reminders of Olivia's mother. She becomes a fan favorite, and I liked her too. Liked. Unpopular opinion, but 11 Spooked used to be my comfort episode. Now it's 24/9, and you'll see why, but later. This episode gives us the return of Dean Porter, and guess what? Let's add another tally to the guy who likes Olivia or Olivia likes and turns out to actually be a bad guy. We get a lot of Jelliots through some iconic moments, like Nita Liff and his incessant pacing around while she's in a dress flirting with Dean. But the penultimate moment is at the airport where Olivia is taken at gunpoint, leaving Elliot to save his beloved partner. We get a standoff at the JFK parking lot, Olivia scared and Elliot too, with tears rolling down her cheeks gently as she tries to focus on the case. Elliot is aiming to kill, hoping to save her when another's gun goes off and they fall to the ground. Turns out it's Dean Porter, but who cares? Elliot panics, rushing towards her, shouting, "Liv!" and reaches for her, scooping her up in his arms and checking to see if she's okay.
Liv! Call bus! Liv! Are you hit? No, the blood is his.
She keeps her eyes closed, welcoming his cradle, and he holds her like this on the ground in front of everyone. They're just coworkers. Are you nuts? Last season we got Kathleen being the messy Stabler kid, but don't you worry, Dickie's coming into the spotlight now. Elliot's eldest son becomes entangled in a string of compromising events, which technically is the B plot of this episode, but the personal side of it allows us to get Olivia back in her pseudo-stepmom era again. But contrasting Kathleen's love for Olivia, Dickie is not a fan, spatting at her during an interrogation. Ever sleep with your partner? Hello? Elliot is taken off guard and Craig is in the background probably curious about the answer too, but our girl's not having the attitude, biting back with, never. Are you done playing games? Ooh! The whole episode is Dickie being mad at his dad and it ends with a somber hug, but it is a nice moment for Elliot as a father. Arguably the last good EO episode of season 11, 11-9 Perverted has Olivia as a prime suspect of a murder investigation while she's battling the flu. We get the cutest caretaking scene when Elliot shows up at her apartment, spotting her in a blanket and checks on her, although he's here about the case too.
Hey.
You look terrible.
Oh, stop with the sweet talk.
It's so domestic. He makes her tea. She has no food in her fridge, which I feel. And the line, let's get you to bed.
Let's get you into bed. Come on.
You know, this bike kings don't play nice.
I'm getting my hazard pay coming to see you.
Cue the AO3 writers. Peter is back as Trevor playing Olivia's lawyer, and there's a lot of Tucker being Tucker. Elliot will stop at nothing to protect his partner, and poor Olivia has to go through so much while being sick the whole episode. Let this lady rest for real. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, Elliot mortgages his house to get Olivia's bail. And Kathy doesn't even know.
What was I gonna do, let you get shivved in Rikers?
There are worse fates. Does Kathy know you mortgaged the house for me?
Well, it's not at risk. You're innocent.
Co-workers. They're co-workers. What? It ends fine, though. She's acquitted, although I'm still scared of people actually being able to fake DNA now. Whoa. 11-12 Shadow has another Jelliot scene. Dude, I swear, you're the married one. What are you jealous for? In this episode, Jelliot comes around with, I'm your partner, when Olivia teams up with Saeed from Lost to catch Sarah Paulson. And then we get the cringiest episode for every queer woman. 11-13 PC, where Kathy Griffin and Sutton Foster rep the lesbian community, and words like aggressive are tossed in instead of butch. Olivia is confirmed to be an ally only, which, come on, y'all. Like, we remember Alex Cabot, and the writers implied that the A in the community acronym is for ally. It's not, by the way, so don't get any ideas. Oh, and if you're bisexual, apparently, you're a betrayer. Has no one seen the L Word? There's a behind-the-scenes interview associated with the most memorable scene after Olivia is hit on by Kathy Griffin, who tries to kiss her because it's 2010 and lesbians are still overly sexualized or predatory in the media. And Olivia asks Elliot about his thoughts, questioning him with,
Do you ever get a gay vibe from me?
Elliot, remembering seasons 2 through 4, says,
Would it matter if I did?
And Olivia bounces back with, you're not answering the question. Like, girly, come on. Anyways, Mariska said this moment was particularly fun because it's fun to flirt this way with Elliot by teasing with these questions. 11-14 entitled Savior is fitting when Olivia ends up getting custody of a sick baby and has to make some incredibly tough decisions. Spoiler, unfortunately the baby doesn't make it, so let's add another tally for the show not letting Olivia be a mom. Side note, this season gets a lot of Olivia being called a bitch, and in 11-17 Disabled, she calls it out in advance, asking, you think I'm a bitch, don't you? 11-18 Bedtime continues to bring the comedy vibe to the horrific crime show, not sure who asked for it, but when one of the women in the episode straight up asks for a threesome with EO. And honestly, I kind of get it. But this is their reaction, though. And let's keep it up with the ridiculous plots with 11-20 Beef, because why not? A wild episode, but we get a scene I quote so much where Olivia's undercover as a Russian cleaning lady, because remember, Mariska's an accent master, and gets clocked only for Elliot to supersonic speed to save her because nobody touches his lady. I'm cleaning. Season 11 wraps with the introduction of Jo Marlowe, played by the one and only Sharon Stone. Despite her being only a guest, the show focuses on her a bunch, and EO becomes a background player in their own show. Basically, Jo is Elliot's former partner, who I find annoying, to be honest. Sorry, but it's because she's so intense, like, all the time. In 11-21 Torch, we get her first scene, and there was a lot of unspoken lore with her, despite her taking up a lot of screen time. But we get this exchange between Jo and Olivia that's, well...
Speaking of Elliot, you and he ever...
No. He's married.
Yeah.
Did they fuck? Did they fuck? Anyways, Jo puts EO in danger in 11-22 Ace, which in turn gives my favorite little undercover story when EO plays parents trying to adopt a child. Glenn and Beth are just two normal folks wanting a baby, and God, look at them. Elliot makes it worse too when they're asked for a name for their baby, and he says,
Oliver, after her father.
I can't wait to tell my mother.
Bastard! We then wrap up the season with 11-24 Shattered, where my fave Melinda Warner gets shot and Olivia has to help her, and look at my baby. Elliot, of course, worries about her and panics too, but Jo Marlowe is the hero of this episode because why not? It's Sharon Stone's show now. Let me preface this by saying nobody but the people involved know the truth, and this is pure speculation, but it's just widely spread, so I'm just the messenger. Apparently there were further rumors that NBC wanted to pull Mariska back for the following seasons after 12, eventually replacing her with Jennifer Love Hewitt, who ironically guest stars this season because the show literally recycles actors like crazy. NBC gives Chriska their contract offers, and Chris pushes back, asking for more money or at least less time. His kids are getting older, and if they need him more, at least give him more money for it. NBC is like, okay, bet, not believing he'd walk away, but he does, because he's not going to be taken advantage of. But it does leave Mariska with a far bigger commitment than she expected, with her co-star leaving after season 12 wraps. We don't know the exact ins and outs of everything, but we do know that this was a huge point of contention between the two besties for a while, and I hate that NBC got in between them this way. I mean, they're fine now, I think, but to be a fly on the wall during this time, man. Ugh. Anyways, welcome to the beginning of the end.
Gasoline. Liv, fall back. I'm not leaving.
Oh, how sweet.
Morning, sunshine.
Hey.
Yeah, double homicide.
Yes, this really is the last season of 1.0. Hair, the best. But let's just get right into it though and rip it off like a band-aid. Our squad lineup for season 12 consists of Cregan, Elliot, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Huang, and Melinda, with an appearance from Casey Novak. Starting off the season with some quickies, 12-1 Locum gives us Olivia being close to a little girl again, and please, this woman deserves to be a mom, literally. Before the season aired, Mariska was interviewed saying she just wants Olivia to be a mother, which is tragic given we are far from that becoming a reality. Creepy guy Eric, who I can't see as anything but Desmond from Lost, flirts with Olivia in 12-2 Bullseye, and guess what? Another bad guy. 12-3 Behave is an episode that brings up the real-life issue of the rape kit backlog, something that Mariska's organization has been tirelessly focused on fixing over the years. They've successfully managed to impact all states but Maine, check yourself, and according to endthebacklog.org, since we launched our policy campaign in 2016, we've helped push for the passage of 130 bills in 46 states, affecting more than 321 million people and more than 136,000 survivors of reported rapes every year. Incredible work. Super speed round. 12-4 Merchandise is a dynamic duo episode with a couple cute combos and the origin of the belt loop pole. 12-5 Wet is the funniest fucking episode ever because of how insane it is, and gives us Olivia high on mushrooms saying,
I'm not the one who stabbed the captain with the pickle.
And Elliot once more cradling the love of his life. 12-6 Brandon has some slight to Olivia with a new ADA, and 12-7 Trophy gives us the beginning of one of the saddest storylines for Olivia and a reunion with her ER girlfriend. You interpret that how you will, Maria Bello. There's a lot with the case in this, but basically Maria's character Vivian gives Olivia custody of her son Calvin, and this time it feels a little more serious than the rest. In 12-8 Penetration, we get the return of fan favorite Dana Lewis, a cute opening scene between Olivia and Calvin, and more of Elliot getting hurt with my favorite line delivery in all of television.
Oh my God, what happened?
It ricocheted off the beam.
It ricocheted off the beam! Hey, remember how sweet it was to see Olivia enjoying motherhood? Well, after the cold open regarding the case 12-10, Rescue starts off with Olivia packing Calvin's lunch, who reveals how grateful he is to spend time with her, giving her a drawing of her with his signature, Calvin Benson. Oh my God. Still, despite the cuteness, Elliot doesn't want to see her get too close and is kind of a dick the whole episode, but like, I hate that he ends up being right. We find out Olivia hasn't sent in Calvin's DNA to find his dad, and when Elliot kind of snoops into her desk, he decides to do it for her. Calvin's mom, Vivian, ends up involved in their current case, kind of, and Olivia's disobeying orders because of her attachment to Calvin. Elliot and the entire squad support her throughout, and at one point she has to decide between her job and wanting to keep Calvin. Ugh. After everything seems to wrap up well at the end of the episode, shit hits the fan when CPS arrives to take Calvin away from Olivia and return him back to his family. This scene breaks me every time I watch it, from it starting with Elliot playing rock, paper, scissors with Calvin and Olivia's happy face, to her slowly starting to cry and panic over losing Calvin, to Elliot stepping in to hold her back, the it's always temporary and Calvin's pleas and desperate clinging on to her to stay. Oh my god, the pain. And guess what? They never talk about it again. Like, for real, one moment in season 13, but nothing. How? 12-11 Popped is more Elliot focused, with him wanting to protect a kid, and Olivia gets read for filth in 12-14 Dirty by a woman who says, talk to me in 10 years when you have nothing. No family, no future, and a dead career. Like, shit. Okay, for as much as 12-17 Pursuit is a bad episode, it's also the best for EO. Any scene with Deborah Messing sucks, but Sonia Paxton is back, and unfortunately, not for long. Elliot is in Quantico this whole episode, which leads to some flirting over voice calls. Don't believe me? Finn even clocks it with, at least I watch her back and not her backside. See ya! This episode is a parody of To Catch a Predator, with Deborah Messing being our Chris Jansen, except she has a stalker out to get her. The case evolves and eventually Sonia Paxton is killed in the end, which really shakes up Olivia, and we get the best hug of the series so far. Elliot races to her from Quantico, running down the hall to meet her halfway, and she sadly says, "I'm really glad you're back," welcoming his embrace as she cries.
I'm really glad you're back.
He huffs out, "I should have come back sooner," and golly, I hate them. I know people question EO, but I hope at this point you're seeing the picture now, because this moment is wild. Speaking of wild, remember how I mentioned in the early days that they went to a swingers club and that wouldn't be the last? Well, 1219 Bombshell has EO undercover at the swing set, which was not a difficult thing to convince them to do. In fact, Olivia eagerly offered it up, and like, come on, of course you want to go undercover to a sex club with your partner. Her quickness to come up with the idea is very hot to me, and it gives us this imagery with my wife Olivia, and boy, were the writers mean to us for this.
This is my wife Olivia, I'm Elliot.
There's lots of graphic fan fiction that has stemmed from their scenes at the club, but I like to focus on how quickly other people scooped up Olivia, hoping for a chance with her, because same. The rest of this episode, and to be honest, the case itself is crazy, and my jaw was dropped, and not in a good way. Alyssa Milano, you're nuts. A few more quick ones before 1220 Totem has my favorite lost girlie, Juliet, aka Elizabeth Mitchell, guest starring with Scar from The Lion King. Wild thing to say. And Olivia wears this dress, which gets a healthy up and down from her partner. Uncle Jesse guests on 1222 Bang as a man who can't stop having kids, giving us EO with a baby for a moment. There's a scene I love where they go to a baby shop for investigating purposes, and Elliot says, "We need your help," to the cashier, who mistakenly thinks Olivia is pregnant, saying, "You aren't even showing yet." And Elliot doesn't bother to correct her. You're sick, man. You're sick for that. And finally, we get a teasing line to Elliot from John Stamos, who says, "Admit it, detective, you know you want to bang your partner. Watch her grow swollen with your child, and why not? You know she give you beautiful babies." That's so creepy. But is he wrong? And 1223 Delinquent is a very frustrating case for Elliot, who is accused of touching a kid. He definitely didn't, by the way. And in the end, Kathy refers to Olivia as his work wife. Okay. Here we go. It's time for the end of an era. Literally. We close 1.0 with 1224 Smoked, an episode that isn't really EO heavy, but contains the one scene that ends it all. This episode premiered on May 18th, 2011, and its synopsis was, Benson and Stabler never see what's coming when the shootout of a rape victim leads to a bizarre confluence of an undercover sting, gun running by a federal agent, who's literally Pedro Pascal, and a deadly shootout in the precinct. Also, funnily enough, Michael Raymond James, aka Rumpelstiltskin's son on Once Upon a Time, is in this episode, and he makes a reappearance in Organized Crime later on when Elliot returns, but spoiler. Oh yeah, and this is Elliot's last episode for 10 full years, so sorry. This is somewhat speculation, but I do remember hearing that some producers were not happy with Chris's decision to walk away, and when deciding how to write his ending, some rallied to kill off his character. Seriously. This whole episode is largely uneventful EO-wise. It just seems like any other case-based episode until the end scene where Jenna, the daughter of the victim, comes in wielding a gun and begins shooting around the precinct. It's chaotic. Olivia falling to the ground to nurse Sister Peggy's wounds. Elliot behind her, his gun drawn. He's pleading with her to put the gun down, but Michael Raymond James, aka the suspect, eggs her on and she pulls up her gun again, and Elliot is forced to shoot, causing Olivia to scream. He rushes over because he just shot a kid, and it's all traumatic. Him holding her in his arms as she says her final words, and he looks over at Olivia, whose hands are covered in blood, her jaw dropped, eyes full of fear. Elliot's face here is just like holy shit, this is such a horrific ending for the parent. Honestly, to have her looking at him like that, oh, I feel like that made him sick. It's awful. And that's how it happens. That's how he's written off the show. And that's the end of Elliot Stabler. Or is it?
You think of what I'm thinking?
I hope not.
Look, he said that he had some kind of secret information.
That's what I'm scared of. And if somebody sees me comparing notes with a known vigilante?
Well, actually having coffee with a guy who thinks you're cute.
We're all branded, I guess. By our parents, our childhoods.
I think you turned out all right.
Thanks, one of us.
1.0 is the beginning of it all. All of the highs and lows of a work relationship that is shackled by the boundaries of vows to God, to duty, and to each other. EO started as this partnership, literally quickly becoming close, echoing the actors who play them. Their chemistry off camera is tethered to EO's on-camera one, making fans ship the two characters never destined to be together. They start off with that platonic foundation, that need to protect each other due to the nature of the job, but when personal lives start becoming more and more impacted by the long hours and horrific crimes, everything starts to become muddy. With Elliot's marriage in shambles, his kids taken away from him, he starts to spiral, not wanting to become like his father, wanting to do everything right because he has to. And Olivia wants it for him too, never having a family of her own, fighting for Elliot and Kathy's marriage to survive, and supporting his children as much as she does her partner. There's an unhealthy reliance between the two, and when EO is faced with that head-on and fault, things become too complicated and Olivia has to walk away. Her departure now causing a single Elliot to cling on to the next woman, Danny Beck, and needing that company just for a little bit because of how fucked up everything has become. Both Olivia and Elliot have abandonment issues inherently, and Olivia eventually comes back to him, although it's not the same. They have to talk about it all. And that's what season 8 is stepping into, about the possibility of Elliot getting a divorce and having to come to terms with whatever he feels for Olivia, until the job is almost taken away from him again and he gets some clarity going back home and getting Kathy pregnant, and bam, there's no need to think about EO anymore. It's just over. The tension translating into an actual relationship caused fear from creators, showrunners, and even the actors at times, who all said it would be the destruction of the show, no matter how badly fans wanted it. But with the Stabler family back to normal, the final few seasons of 1.0, 9 through 12, weren't as palpable as prior seasons, and it felt like the show was coming to a standstill. It got cringy at times, even having a comedy vibe that was ill-fitting given the show topics, and eventually, Chris wanted to move on. It was a decision he made for himself that would ultimately impact his friendship and the show itself, as he would be leaving Mariska behind, having to be the face of the show all on her own now. 1.0 is why people ship EO. Not everyone walked away watching the first 12 seasons thinking they were destined to be together, but I dare say to those who weren't able to see it back then to rewatch knowing that they might actually be together soon. Everything was started in 1.0. All of these tropes giving fanfic writers fuel for a decade without new EO material, a feat unto itself. It was where EO began and where people thought EO would end, not knowing what we know now as we head down a new pathway for the beloved show. With Elliot's departure, these season recaps aren't going to be episode by episode anymore, but rather catching you up on all of the things Olivia's been going through and any other important moments of note, since I know a lot of viewers dropped off during these years. Even though fans knew Elliot would not be returning, that story wasn't fully buttoned up, and it would be up to the new showrunners, Warren Leight and Julie Martin, to pick up from where 1.0 left off.
I ain't never ever seen you act like this before.
Both Warren Leight and Julie Martin seemed ambitious about taking on this feat, wanting to address real-life issues and bring them to life on screen. Warren was interviewed about the premiere of season 13 back in the day, commenting that Olivia used to see things in black and white, and now without her partner, she's going to start evolving. I'm not sure I totally agree with that description of Olivia on both sides. One, she proved in 1.0 to be learning about shades of gray all of the time, so the argument could be null there. But also, if that were accurate, I also want to argue that Olivia still thinks very similarly at the end of 2.0 as she started 1.0 on the victim side nearly 100% of the time. The vibe of season 13 is different, and you can tell just by looking at it. It's much prettier, in my opinion, taking on the aesthetics of a more sophisticated show and straying from that cable TV coloring. As for Olivia, she's just so hot, and if Elliot sticked around, he'd definitely cheat on Kathy this time, I'm just saying. Our lineup for season 13 is Cregan, Olivia, Munch, Finn, and newbies Nick Amaro, Amanda Rollins, with recurring appearances from Casey Novak, Huang, Melinda, and Alex Cabot. 13-1 Scorched Earth reunites us with Olivia, who looks so good. We don't know exactly what has happened to Elliot, but we know he's ghosting her, and she clings onto her phone the whole episode, even leaving him a voicemail that goes unanswered. She glances at his desk, longing for her partner, but it's not looking good. She defends Elliot multiple times during the episode until the end, when EO fans are crushed. We do get a cute introduction to our first newbie, Amanda, who is a big fan of Olivia. She'll lose this accent pretty quickly, though. The case is difficult, and after it's buttoned up, we end the episode with an answer to fans' biggest question. Cregan calls Olivia to his office, telling her, Elliot put his papers in. There was nothing I can do. She is gutted, but manages to say, he's earned it. Cregan agrees, asking her if she wants to talk or take the day, but she starts crying and says, no, turning to leave. She's clearly upset, and when John mentions an incoming case, he turns to Finn and Rollins instead, but Olivia asks for 5 minutes and she'll be ready. She heads towards the hall, finding an empty interrogation room, and shakily enters as she breaks down in tears over the loss of her best friend and partner. Oh my God. 13.2 Personal Fouls gives us a mention of Elliot when Olivia is tasked with packing up his desk, and 13.3 Blood Brothers is our last explicit mention when Casey Novak returns and fights with Olivia, saying she's off, and it leaves Olivia so upset she kicks a vending machine. We do get a little reunion, but not with who we really wanted, but with Calvin in 13.5 Missing Pieces. It's really short and we never hear from him again, which breaks my heart, to be honest. Like I mentioned earlier, this season is darker, more serious, and the cinematography itself reflects that. And unlike the final few seasons of 1.0, we get grimier cases, ones that involve the squad way more. For example, season 13 literally wraps with 1324 Rhodium Nights, where Cregan literally wakes up in bed with a naked, dead prostitute. So the vibes are definitely different. With Elliot's absence, Olivia is back on the dating scene, and this time it's more serious. Her first official relationship after Elliot's departure is with DA David Hayden, played by guest star Harry Connick Jr. They start dating in 1312, an official story, where we get some cute moments, and then he promises he won't leave her, only to later... Well, in 1317, Justice Denied, they're forced to break up because they haven't disclosed their relationship. It's a short-lived love, but we get these cute visuals of Olivia, so I guess it's a win. Olivia's brother Simon returns in 1316's Child Welfare, where she meets her niece Olivia. Look how adorable. And guess what? We never see them again. I'm not even joking. Olivia's namesake is just out there in the ethers, and we will never know how she's doing, nor if Olivia knows anything about her niece and nephew anymore. Wild. A deleted scene resurfaced where Olivia receives a package with her name on it. When she opens the package, it's revealed to be Elliot's mini badge and a note that says Semper Fi, which is Latin for always faithful, a prominent Marine motto. Despite it not being within the show itself, the mini badge sits proudly on the butt of her gun, and I know there was like some necklace too that was supposed to be from Elliot, but like I don't have Twitter anymore, I'm banned, so I couldn't find that information out. Mariska was heartbroken herself, uncomfortable on set when she suddenly felt like the new kid losing the person she always joked around with. And like, we'll find out more about this time later, but it makes sense that she was struggling just as much as Olivia did.
Police! Help! Police! Help!
Our squad lineup for season 14 is Cregan, Olivia, Munch, Finn, Nick Amaro, Amanda Rollins, with reoccurring characters Rafael Barba, George Huang, and Melinda Warner. Olivia is overall less pissy compared to last season and is letting the squad in more, letting fanships like Rolivia and Ben Saro happen. There was also a scandal this season when Mike Tyson guest stars for an episode because of his past with abusive allegations, and Warren Light responds with, "When the tweets become harassment, I will have to block," which he becomes really good at. We start 14.1 Lost Reputation and 14.2 Above Suspicion, where we get the continuation of Cregan's case, which gives us a great father-daughter dynamic and also the return of Brian Cassidy. Unlike season 1, Ben City actually thrives, which makes sense since Elliot is no longer a factor. They share a cute kiss in the hospital when Brian's shot, and honestly, I liked them together. There's a scene in 14.10 Presumed Guilty where she's holding hands with a stranger, who's obviously Cassidy, on the plane to the Bahamas for a rare vacation. Then in 14.14 Secrets Exhumed, Dana Lewis is brought back only to be completely destroyed. I'm not kidding, just skip this episode to avoid ever having to know. This brings us to 14.17 Undercover Blue, where Cassidy is accused of rape, and when Nick and John go to question him, Olivia is caught in his apartment, only in a baggy dress shirt. Later in the episode, she's forced to disclose to Barba, and side note, everyone's personal lives are way too intense now, especially Nick and Amanda. The writers were clearly excited by their original characters and poured a lot into them, but boy, is it a lot at once. Last season's finale was crazy, but 14.24 Her Negotiation gives us the beginning of the worst. Yes, we're at William Lewis. The William Lewis arc takes place over 2 episodes, then an additional 3 more scattered throughout season 15. We are first introduced to this psychopath William Lewis in the season 14 finale in a horrific episode. We see everyone's happy Sunday, Olivia with Brian, Cregan and Finn going to a game, Munch apparently having a date from the night before, Nick playing catch with his daughter, and Amanda running with her dog. And then we meet Lewis, who is burning his fingerprints off like it's no problem. Unfortunately, Pablo is a fantastic actor, and I'm truly horrified by him. Back in the park, 2 women scream to chase Lewis down, and Amanda gets him and is immediately skeeved out, so she calls everyone in. There's 3 witnesses, 2 young girls and an old woman named Miss Parker. Everyone's pissed about having to come in on their day off, but Amanda's like, y'all, trust me on this. Something's up. He has no ID, no record, and no way to prove who he is. Olivia and Nick are sent to interview Lewis, and they're not buying his bullshit. He takes issues with Olivia's attitude and still acts like Mr. Nice Guy though, but there's definitely something so creepy about him. Barba then comes in like this, and I swear he's a gay icon to me. Sorry, Barson shippers.
Where's the fire, Rollins?
Where were you, on your yacht?
Not my yacht.
They eventually take Lewis to court to let him go, but only if he agrees to give his DNA so they can keep tabs on him, and he becomes weirdly close with his attorney before he is let go without DNA and the detectives have to keep digging. Cregan goes to Miss Parker's house and she takes a while to answer, but she eventually does. He gives her back her camera, lets her know they'll probably need her to testify at trial, and she excuses herself to go. It's super awkward, and after Cregan leaves, we find out why. Lewis is behind the door, gun in hand, and it's bad. His whole MO is burning flesh, torturing people, tying them up, drugging them, assaulting them, and raping them too. The squad finds Miss Parker alive, thankfully, and she tells them that it was Lewis. Now that they have him for a higher charge, it's go time. A manhunt begins and they find him on his way to buy energy drinks. He's back in interrogation, cuffed, and Nick and Olivia are back on it. Olivia is pissed, not buying into his story, and strikes a nerve.
Well, you did to her. You're lucky I didn't kick your teeth in.
What I did. You should be so lucky someone does that to you.
Hey, shut the hell up.
Nick goes to defend her right away, which does kind of remind me of Elliot, but Olivia eggs Lewis on, asking him to continue, and it gets fucked up. He goes into intimate details about the attack, and Olivia's quite disturbed but tries to keep him talking. And it's like trigger warning all around. It's so messed up. Even having to rewatch it made me sick. His lawyer shows up and he says that everything he said was hypothetical. Convenient. The squad discusses the case, ready to put him away for life, but they still can't find his record, although it's clear he has one. But he's smart, getting put on suicide watch so he can avoid a lineup, and Barbara has to work around his tactics. But the law's the law, and they're forced to follow it. They finally find his record, and holy fuck, it's bad. Like everything he did to Miss Parker and more, but he kept getting away with crimes because he's lucky and unfortunately smart. The squad is ready to stop him, bringing in prior accusations. However, they're not convictions, so they can't be used against him. His attorney makes the argument that the police are relentlessly harassing him, targeting him, and causing him to have an emotional break. Lewis plays a mean game though, willing to take this to trial, which should be a win, except of course it's not. They need Miss Parker's testimony, but unfortunately she had a heart attack and is found dead. They're doing everything they can to get Lewis, and Olivia is aggressively getting more pissed off, and he convinces his attorney that Olivia is projecting her feelings against others onto him. And Olivia's like, did you not see the photos of what he did to his last attorney? And uses wordplay to say lover instead of client to really piss her off. They go to trial and it's tense. Both Barbara and the DA are going at it, and it's not going well for the SVU squad, especially when it's revealed that there was a DNA processing error and it was compromised. A mistrial is declared, he's out on bail, Vanessa, his attorney, paid for it, and Olivia is not taking it well. Cragen orders her to stay home for 2 days, saying that if she comes in, she'll be arrested. Nick lingers back though to ask if she's okay, and she says not really. He asks if she wants to talk about it, and once more she says not really. He respects it, letting her know that he'll see her in a few and to keep your head up. And now things get bad, and I mean really bad. Olivia goes home to a dark apartment, bag full of groceries, when she hears a floorboard creak and looks around the corner to have a gun in her face and Lewis saying, "Welcome home, Detective Benson," before grabbing her, and then the episode ends. And this was a finale. Okay, so now we're at season 15 with 15-1 Surrender Benson, and we pick up where we left off, kind of. We see Olivia waking up tied to a chair, mouth duct taped, laying on the floor next to burnt cigarettes. I am not going to discuss the details of these scenes, but I'm assuming you can figure out what's up. Her phone dings, she says it's her boyfriend, and Olivia tries to convince him to let her go. He can get away with it, but Lewis plays the message, and Brian has to work late. She tries one more time to scare him, but he isn't fazed and knocks her out. Brian then shows up to the precinct with flowers, not having seen Olivia, and everyone in the squad all wonders what's up with her. Cragen finally sends Finn and Amanda to her apartment to check up on Olivia. When they show up, it looks exactly like Miss Parker's apartment. It's Lewis, and they all know. God, the way they describe the crime scene is so brutal, and like the things he did to her, fuck. Everyone is working now, determined to find our girl, and the rest of the episode is split between the squad and then Olivia. We find out that Vanessa, his attorney, just saw him and that they were at her parents' house, and when they head over there, the father is dead and the mother is tied up in the closet, barely alive. She confirms before she fades that she saw Olivia and he made her watch while he... Yeah. They're forced to keep looking now, and now it's back to Olivia, who's not looking good, cuffed on the car floor when Lewis comes back from a trip to the hardware and liquor store. We get a really graphic scene of him forcing her to drink vodka and telling her they're going to find someplace special, and fuck, I fucking hate this. I know it's television, but this has been a lot of Survivor's comfort character for so long, and to witness her going through this in such a violent and graphic way feels incredibly exploitative. There's another horrible Olivia and Lewis scene when he's singing along to a cheerful song when she's on the ground in the back seat, a tarp over her, when a young officer pulls them over, and yeah, Lewis kills him. The squad continues their search, just one step behind, and it's now the 4th day that Lewis had Olivia. He finally finds an abandoned beach house in Long Island, dragging Olivia into it and tossing her on the bed. Now, we don't see everything that Lewis does to her, thank God, but I will say it does cause a little bit of a gray area as to what happens between these scenes. Lewis has to get rid of the car, and when he comes back, Olivia, cuffed to the bed, is caught trying her best to free herself. In this next moment, there's just no easy way to say it, so I'll be blunt. He fully intends to rape her, and we unfortunately get a nod to Elliot during it. Lewis asks her, "What's that look? Are you feeling sad? Thinking about someone you're never going to see again? Mom, dad, boyfriend? No, huh? someone else, someone who you would give anything to see just one more time. You're gonna cry his name out at some point. They always do. Well, just try and put him out of your mind, okay? Because you don't make it out of here alive. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this so much. I'm going to be skipping a lot of the details because it is a lot, but Olivia ends up getting herself freed and knocks him unconscious. While he's out, she's trying to process everything, for the first time in her life becoming the victim and feeling an anger she has long since tried to tame. She monologues for a bit while he's out, saying, I haven't called anybody yet. I think I want you to suffer first. Maybe I can burn you, or cut you, or I could use the blowtorch on you, but you might enjoy that too much. See, you know what to do. Your whole life you know what you want, and you just do it. What I want to do, I want to shoot you in the head right now, watch you bleed out, or maybe that's too easy. And then the moment. If you weren't sure if that previous moment was about Elliot beforehand, we do get confirmation here when she is defeated, broken, and says, my old partner, he'd know what to do. He wouldn't question himself after what you've done. He would kick your teeth in, break your legs, break your arms, break your back, break your face. Maybe I should call him. Maybe I should get him to use that metal bar on you, huh? And make you beg for your life. Side note, I'm not sure of the validity, but there's fandom lore that Chris actually came back to New York City when she was filming these episodes to be like a comfort for her as she filmed some of the hardest episodes she's had to so far. There's some pictures that people say are proof, but I'm just a messenger. I'm not sure if that's real or not. And I know that Chris said he's actually never seen the William Lewis episode, so jury's out on this.
No, because from my standpoint, I would not have known what happened. So, no, I think my imagination, I do a better service to myself with my own imagination.
Elliot's always had her back, sometimes even before she needed it. He saved her before, they saved each other. Hell, he cradled her in an airport parking lot, and now he's gone. No one checked on her for 2 days, and if he was around, he likely would have. How would things be different if Elliot had been there? And now we know that he's been on her mind this whole time while she's been drugged, tortured, just waiting for him to save her, but he's not coming. Now, I am in no way saying she needs saving, because when Lewis wakes up, she beats him within an inch of his life with that metal bar, screaming the entire time, and it's so hard to watch, but that this was a pivotal moment in her life. For the past 2 seasons, Olivia's been doing all right, but still kind of stagnant after Elliot left. Her life only ramps up after dealing with Lewis, understanding how much more she wants out of her life. Elliot was not coming back for her. It was not like how it was. She was all on her own again, and the only person she can rely on is herself. I hate the William Lewis episodes, truly. Like, Mariska is a fantastic actor in them, but there's something about the constant traumatization for entertainment that occurs with Olivia Benson that's nauseating to watch for a show that acknowledges how much fans look to her for comfort. Now, those same fans are forced to watch their hero, idol, or savior go through the worst of it, and sure, she saves herself and all is well, but that's the age-old argument. Is it necessary? I'm not here to debate that. I know where I stand, but that doesn't matter. This is the canon, and I'm simply here to recap it for you. Olivia makes it out of the beach house, and Lewis is miraculously alive. She's incredibly out of it, though, finally free from the beast. We can see Olivia give her witness statement covered in bruises, arms slung in a cast where she lies, saying that Lewis had broken free of his cuffs, forcing her to hit him with the metal bar, but he was cuffed the whole time. This comes back later to bite her in the ass, but she was just trying to save herself. Our girl has PTSD and goes to therapy with Mr. Noodle, aka Dr. Lindstrom, when she physically recovers too, but before then, she looks at herself in the mirror, traumatized, and cuts off her hair in tears. Jumping forward, 1510 Psychotherapist is a trial for William Lewis, and if you thought it would be easy, guess again. The trial is actually so unbelievable, there's so many legal errors, like this would never happen in real life like this remotely, where he can be his own lawyer in this dramatic of a way, and it pisses me off. It's hugely traumatic for Olivia to relive everything, and Lewis makes it worse by offering to take a plea if he can lie and say that he raped her. She refuses, so they go to trial, but he gets to her on the stand, and it's sad. I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of the trial, except I'll mention that Lewis's injuries are extensive, and Olivia is sticking to the story that he broke free, even though we know it's a lie. Unfortunately, this makes Olivia seem suspicious too, and her credibility is on the line, with Lewis twisting the truth into a sick narrative, which is where we get another Elliot mention. He says, "You came into the bedroom, started talking to me about your romantic fantasies about your ex-partner, how he would have known what to do with me," and Olivia, so sad, just whispers, "He would have." Holy fuck, it's heartbreaking, and her breakdown at the end of the episode is brutal. William Lewis gets off on several charges, but he still does get convicted, receiving jail time. It's not a complete upset, but it is still a win. Oh, but that'd be too nice, right? Make too much sense? Yeah, why don't we do a small flash forward and show him all creepy in prison, almost as if he were up to something, like, I don't know, escaping?
I mean, what the fuck? Can I live? Can I live? can I fucking live?
Okay, so back to season 15 for a second. Our lineup is still Craig and Olivia, Munch, Finn, Nick, Amanda, and Barba, with Huang and Melinda as reoccurring. The whole season is just, can it get any worse? Not only is it a lot of trauma for Olivia, but we also get the retirement of John Munch in 15-5 Wonderland story, although it is a nice goodbye. And then after the William Lewis trial, we get Cragen's departure in 15-11 Amaral's 180, where Olivia is also announced as a sergeant, having scored top of her class too, so good for her. So Cragen leaves, and then she's immediately like in charge for a while, which is no easy feat given Amanda and Nick are chaotic as hell, to be honest. And in 15-13 Betrayal's climax, when she's officially sergeant, everyone makes her life even harder. And I believe this is the episode 2 where there's either a deleted scene or it's in there and I just missed it, where Finn refers to Olivia like always protecting Stabler because Amanda's doing the same for Nick. Or vice versa, I can't remember. Then we get 15-14 Wednesday's Child, where we get a cold open that makes me very emotional. Olivia thinks she might be pregnant and she even goes to pick up a pregnancy test. She isn't though, and Brian is thrilled, but she talks with Dr. Lindstrom about it. The rest of the episode is about this brutal case with children, and we forget about Olivia's storyline until...
It's okay there. Hi. Hi.
While looking for a missing kid, she and Rollins come upon a baby in a drawer, and slight spoiler for a few episodes from now, this is her future son, Noah. For now, though, he is baby John Doe, and no one has claimed him, so Olivia starts to keep tabs on him. 15-15 Comic Perversion introduces the first crossovers into the mix, and yeah, I gotta update you on some more stuff. In addition to the Law & Order franchise, Dick Wolf decides the world didn't have enough of him, expanding his monopoly over primetime to add another franchise, the Chicago shows. Chicago Med, Chicago PD, and Chicago Fire all come to NBC, airing Wednesday nights. As these shows are in their early days, Dick Wolf makes use of SVU's popularity to have some crossover episodes where the SVU squad works with Chicago's, hoping viewers will transfer their loyalty. Did it work? Who knows, but the Chicago shows are relatively successful, so maybe they did exactly what it needed. Back to SVU, Ben City struggles in 15-19 Download a Child and ultimately break up as Olivia is spending more and more time focusing on baby John Doe. In this episode, we get this iconic shot for the gays, while Brian confesses that he feels like they're drifting, saying that she never told him what happened to her during her time with Lewis. She says he shouldn't have to have those images in his head, but Brian doesn't see it that way. By the end of the episode, we get the breakup with Olivia saying, well, you know, Brian, I've been thinking about it. You know, you and me, we found each other at the darkest, lowest points of our lives, right? You got shot, demoted, I got hurt, and you got me through that. Brian says, well, we've always been there for each other, Liv, and she responds with, you know, maybe that's what it was supposed to be. Maybe there's something even more right for each of us, you know? I still think about having a family. Do you ever think about having kids with me or growing old with me? Cassidy says, I just don't see myself growing old, and she says, I know you don't. Then he tells her that he loves her, and she sweetly says, I love you too, Brian, always will, and they walk off together. Honestly, I think it was a great breakup for the two, and it made a lot of sense, and Brian Cassidy will always have a special place in my heart. Remember that flash forward at the end of 1510? Well, here we are. In 1520 Beast's Obsession, William Lewis escapes prison, somehow FaceTime calling Olivia to let her know. He goes on a rampage and the SVU squad starts hunting him down, but he's quick. He wants Olivia to admit she lied on the stand, admitting to beating him while he was cuffed, eventually kidnapping a little girl, Amelia, to use as leverage. Despite the protests from her new commanding officer, Declan, she caves into Lewis's demands, hosting a press conference to tell the truth. Olivia is then put on watch, but Lewis is still contacting her, only wanting her, so she sneaks off to give herself to him in hopes to save the little girl, and now she's back with Lewis. When I said that trauma was exploited before, this is what I mean. The whole ordeal of this situation feels far too fantastical. It's no longer even a believable case. It's just a way to get rid of Lewis in a way that has fans holding their breath, praying their favorite character doesn't get raped or killed. I'm not kidding. Lewis takes her to an abandoned warehouse where he already has a little girl tied up, Olivia trying to soothe her. But Lewis is sick, asking Olivia which of them wants to go first while the other watches. Olivia is then tied to a table, feet duct taped to each leg, and then we see the most disturbing scene where we see Lewis trying to... Olivia remains stoic, not giving into a sick fantasy, and that pisses him off. New game, he says, and they literally play Russian roulette. It is such a hard scene to watch. Like, Olivia really thinks she's going to die in this moment, and I hate it. After a few brutal exchanges, it's Olivia's turn again, and the bullet is definitely next. So Lewis grabs her face, holding the gun, and says, game over. Say goodbye, Olivia. This is the last thing you're gonna think about before you die. The last thing you're gonna see then turns the gun on himself and shoots. The episode ends with her face covered in blood. All of this leads to 1521 Postmortem Blues, where we get the fallout of the ordeal. Basically, although he is dead, he shot himself with his opposite hand, making sure to cloud the situation and forcing Olivia to have to defend herself now against charges. The SVU squad is ready to back her up no matter what. Finn even telling everyone they should lie, tell IAB they saw him shoot himself, but Declan says they have to tell the truth no matter what. IAB eventually interviews Olivia and Tucker isn't buying her story, but Rita, Olivia's public defender, comes to her aid. This whole episode is basically Olivia sticking to her story, saying that she lied last time and look what happened, while the Brooklyn PD try to paint her out as a woman with a vengeance, someone who targeted and killed Lewis without being under duress. Hell, she admitting to lying about police brutality once, why wouldn't she do it again? Olivia is not doing well this episode, having several therapy appointments and even almost walking straight into traffic. Unlike 1.0, Olivia doesn't dismiss therapy, and the addition of Dr. Lindstrom gives us some good insight into her psyche in time for self-reflection. Olivia tells him, the juror who helped Lewis escape testified, and my lawyer says that I can't. He responds with, and yet you want to be heard? Olivia answers, if I tell the grand jury that my public confession was true, then they indict me for the assault. If I tell them that I lied, I perjure myself again. Either way, Lewis wins. But he argues, he's dead, you are alive, and so is Amelia. Now this trap you're in, he didn't trick you into it, you chose to walk into it. Why? She answers, because I knew what he would do to Amelia, and he responds with, and before Amelia, last May, you broke free of your restraints because you were afraid Lewis would be alone with another little girl, Louisa. Where do you think this strength comes from, Olivia? Olivia says, well, you think it's because I can't fight for myself, and I can only fight for other people. But Lindstrom says, actually, Olivia, I think you've been fighting for yourself for a very long time. When you were a little girl, you saw your mother drinking, falling apart. You realized your father hurt your mother. She was damaged. You were defenseless then. You're not now. Now, all these years later, you're in a situation where another horrible man is about to hurt a little girl. You risk your life, Olivia. It's time to let Lewis go. The case isn't going well to the point where Olivia starts filling out her retirement paperwork. If I wait and the grand jury indicts, then I could lose my pension. I'm not going to let them or Lewis have that power, she tells Declan, who says, does everybody in the squad always think the sky is falling? He tells her to talk to the grand jury, but she says, I would have to lie under oath about the beating. I won't do that again. Before he says, no one should ever have to do that. It sits with him. The guy who's been preaching about telling the truth this whole time, and when it's his turn to testify, he says, I know for a fact that Sergeant Benson's televised confession was not true. I know because I ordered her to make the so-called confession. She did not commit police brutality, nor did she perjure herself. It was a gambit, a police tactic to lure the weasel out just enough so we can get him. His lie saves her job, and he tells her later on, well, there are little truths and then there's the larger truth. I told the larger one, and we are finally rid of William Lewis. Despite all the tragedy of season 15, we wrap with 1524 Spring Awakening, where echoing Mariska's real-life adoptions, Olivia gets to take home baby John Doe at the end of the episode. We start the episode off to see that Olivia is still attending his hearings, even asking if she can visit him, but Nick gets himself in a lot of trouble and it's time to focus on the episode's case. The synopsis is that an online ad for escorts leads to the rape and robbery of several male tourists, and one of the suspects, Ellie Porter, is the mother of baby Doe. Trevor Langan makes an appearance and Mariska is basically just pretending not to flirt with her husband, and we get this scene.
You doing okay with everything?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks.
He's tall.
Yeah, like that's a skill set.
You two have history?
I don't date lawyers. Twin twin.
I love Amanda. Anyways, back to the case. Olivia's being a little cold with Ellie, not like her usual self, but she tries to work with her, hoping to get her help instead of booking her. When that doesn't work and she'll be charged, baby Doe's lawyer comes by to ask to see Ellie, revealing that she's the baby's mother. Ellie is surprisingly excited to see that her son is alive, even getting to reunite with him, and suddenly she's willing to work with SVU, but it doesn't go well for her. In fact, it's so bad that the girl is later found burned to death, leaving her son, Noah, an orphan again. The case is not fully solved. It'll finish up next season, and we end the episode with Judge Linden asking if they've located any other family members for Noah, as Trevor walks in to deny this. Trevor states he will be representing Noah like he did with his mother, and Linden takes note of Olivia being in the crowd again. She soon declares that she will be putting Noah into foster care until an appropriate home is found. However, she notes on Olivia displaying an active role in the infant's life, asking if she would be interested in becoming a foster mother to Noah. Olivia is surprised, but is told by the judge that she has a good feeling and places Noah in her care for a year until Olivia can then choose to adopt him.
Again. Nothing new, nothing changed, same old shit. Same old fucking shit.
Our squad lineup for season 16 is Olivia, Finn, Amaro, Rollins, Carisi, Barba, with reoccurring moments by George Huang, Melinda, and Cregan. This is the first season of Mama Benson, and let me just say, life doesn't get any easier for our girl. 16-1, Girls Disappeared, has Olivia seeking justice for Ellie Porter, giving us this little scene with Noah.
How's my boy? How's my baby? I got good news, sweetheart. The man that hurt your mama is never ever gonna hurt anybody again. It's over.
In 16.3, producers back end, Noah has a lung issue and is rushed to the hospital. This storyline continues into 16.4, Holden's Manifesto, where it's revealed that Noah was potentially abused at his foster homes. Oh my god. And in 16.7, Chicago crossover reintroduces us to some crossovers. 16.9, Pattern 17 introduces us to Chief Dodds, who becomes another fanship where the main fanon about him is that he eats the fuck out. I'm not kidding. It's so funny. In this episode, though, Noah is quite literally almost taken out of Olivia's care because of her work-life balance. We also get another episode about the rape kit backlog, Go Joyful Heart Foundation, and in 16.12, Padre Sangrio? I'm just going with that. We get the craziest thing when Olivia Benson flirts with, oh my god, flirts with Ed Tucker. 16.15, Undercover Mother is where we get the horrid zebra outfit and the reveal of Noah's birth father, Johnny D. In 16.19, Granting Immunity, Noah's sick again because God forbid the Bensons get a break, and in 16.22, A Parent's Nightmare, Tucker asks her to take the lieutenant's exam. We wrap the season up though with 16.23, Surrendering Noah, where Johnny D tries to get custody of Noah, but through a wild ride ends up killed by Nick Amaro, and it's Amaro's last episode. We get the last reference to Elliot for a long time with his goodbye, where Olivia says, "I grew more with you than in the 12 years with my old partner." While people hate this quote, it's unfortunately so true. Granted, she's forced to grow rather quickly over the 10 years he's gone, but she has career growth and gets a family she always wanted. Not necessarily because Elliot intended to hold her back, but because her attachment to him forced her not to move on in 1.0.
Who are you to get me wet? Who are you to get me wet? Who are you to get me wet? Did I ask you to get me wet?
Our squad lineup for season 17 is Olivia, Finn, Amanda, Barba, Carisi, with reoccurring spots from Huang, Melinda, and Munch. Oh my god, I've been forgetting to mention her hair, but season 17's hair is like top 5, maybe top 3. Season 17 gives us the intro of Mike Dodds, Chief Dodds' son, too, and we start off with another Chicago crossover, 17.1, Devil's Dissection, and 17.2, Criminal Pathology, because why not? In 17.4, Institutional Fail, our baby girl gets promoted to lieutenant, and we get Carisi's adorable nickname Lou throughout the season. This episode also has Olivia so hot in a black dress, and this is why people kind of see her with Dodds. I mean, it is a vibe. And surprise, did y'all call for more trauma? Because 17.11, Townhouse Incident, Olivia is held hostage and really goes through it, where it also basically sits as the official reveal of Tucson. And to be honest, before I get killed, Tucson unfortunately isn't that bad. That is mainly because Tucker is basically a completely different character, one with a lot of similar archetypes to Elliot, Catholic, brooding, and all that jazz though, so don't come for me. And if I had a nickel for every time Olivia revealed a relationship to Barba, only for him to be weird about it, I'd have 2 nickels. Except in this case, 17.18, Unholiest Alliance, Olivia gets temporarily kicked out of SVU for it. But she's only gone for a second, so don't worry, y'all. Also in this episode, Tucker and Olivia drink a bunch, and Mariska mentions that this was slightly intentional, marking some issues with potential alcoholism due to stress. But it's in the background and never really focused on. 17.20, Fashionable Crimes gives us a cute little Munch and Olivia reunion with Noah, which is a perfect goodbye to Richard Belzer, who recently passed. 17.21, Assaulting Reality, there's more Tucson drinking before a gut-wrenching finale, 17.23, Heartfelt Passages, where we get more Olivia trauma through the death of Mike Dodds. This episode is so sad, and Tucker is there to comfort her throughout the process, ending with a scene where he asks her to Paris. And apparently, he was supposed to propose. Like, dead ass, there are behind-the-scenes pictures of it. So long, season 17.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Our squad lineup for season 18 is Olivia, Finn, Amanda, Barba, and Carisi. Are you ready for a boring season? New showrunner alert, Rick Eden comes through after Warren leaves to do a contract with Sony, and this season we randomly get a guest appearance of Joe Biden. It's not really random. Mariska was doing a lot of great work with the Joyful Heart Foundation, and she even spoke in front of Congress. Anyways, this season is really ramping up how the show is becoming more of the Mariska show, with the lines blurring between Olivia and Mariska, in my opinion. In 18.1, Terrorized, Olivia is recovering from Dodd's death and her feeling responsible for it. In 18.7, next chapter, Tucker dares to mention retirement, which scares Olivia, and in the next episode, 18.8, Chasing Theo, they break up in a sweet goodbye. Take care of yourself, Olivia Benson. And the last notable episode to me was 18.17, Real Fake News, where there's more problems, aka trauma, when Noah and also Amanda's daughter, Jessie, are targeted briefly. Good riddance, season 18. You gave us nothing.
Y'all the ops, I keep telling y'all. Y'all are the ops.
This is the year of Olivia's curtain bangs, and oh my god, it's definitely top 3. We also get a new showrunner, Michael Asternuchin. I don't know how to say names. I'm really bad with this. Which is great considering last season was so boring, and yet he really wants to bring in more real life stories and says Benson's life will get worse before it gets better. How? How will it get worse? Our squad lineup for season 19 is Finn, Olivia, Barba, Carisi, and Peter Stone with a guest star, Alex Cabot. We open up 19-1 Gone Fishing where we get a new Noah Benson who gets hurt and Olivia saves him from nearly getting hit by a taxi. When Noah shows up to school with a bruise and says his mom gave it to him, his teacher calls Olivia, hinting that she may have been stressed at work, and she's beyond offended. Later that night, Olivia talks to her son about why he said she hurt him, and he reveals that it unfortunately was the truth and that it comes from the taxi incident. Olivia is relieved her son was not lying, but she warns him to tell the full truth in the future to avoid incidents happening again. Unfortunately, it's too late because Brian Cassidy shows up again, and he's apparently working a new child abuse case. Olivia's. The investigation continues into 19-2 Mood, where her experience with Lewis is used against her, and we get this incredible moment.
The reason that I fought so hard to stay alive was for Noah. And I hadn't even met him yet.
God, give Olivia a break. And in 19-3 Contrapasso, we get the reveal of Noah's maternal grandmother, Sheila Porter, played by Brooke Shields. In 19-4, No Good Reason, Sheila's trying to question Olivia as a mother given her recent child abuse case and is fighting for custody of Noah as she didn't even know of his existence. Ellie Porter, Noah's mom, walked away from her family, so Olivia isn't sure of Sheila herself. In the following episode, 19-5 Complicated, there's the hearing where Olivia agrees to let Sheila see Noah, understanding what family means to people, although she's super protective of her son still. And then in 19-6 Unintended Consequences, Olivia's really trying not to judge Sheila before we get a really badass episode for Olivia with 19-7 Something Happened. Seriously, this episode is an underrated hit. This all brings us to 19-8 and 10, where Olivia begins to form ground rules with Sheila, only to end the episode with Noah going missing under her care while they're at the mall. Look, I know 19-9 Gone Baby Gone is a scary episode for Olivia, as her son is missing, having been last at the mall with Sheila and then vanishing, but it's a little camp. I'm sorry, like, everyone is really over dramatic in it and it kind of feels soap opera-y, especially with this moment.
Going home. She didn't want to bother you.
Come on.
What happened?
I'll tell you on the way.
Like, I love this episode, but it's kind of funny to me. Noah is fine, by the way. Sheila actually planned all of this out to take Noah away from Olivia and in the end gets arrested. It's one of my favorite episodes though. I love Mariska in it, and Rollins and Carisi are so intense in it, it's brutal. And we open 19-10 Pathological with Olivia in Noah's bed, him having nightmares about Grandma Sheila, and it's revealed they went to go visit her having told Noah that she's sick. Like the show loves to do though, they never mention or hear from Sheila again. Damn. Back to season 19, we have the departure of Rafael Barba in 1913, undiscovered country after he kills a baby. No, literally, he pulls the plug. At the end of the episode, he and Olivia have a heartbreaking goodbye at the courthouse steps where he kisses her forehead saying she changed him. Some fans ship these two together, and while I don't want to ship shame, this one never made sense to me. Don't worry though, we'll get into Barson again when he returns in season 23. Ugh. We get the introduction of new guy Peter Stone too, who looks just like a Roblox character to me. Oh, and people think that Mariska hated the actor who played him, although that's definitely not confirmed. Anyway, speaking of love interest, Brian Cassidy comes back again in 1914 Chasing Demons, where he calls Olivia the love of his life, and she makes this face. To be fair, I liked them together, but I think it was not meant to be long lasting. They both knew that too. He says she was never going to bare her soul to him, which she wasn't, so he's right there. He was there for her when she needed and she provided him support too, but she's a mom now and he's still Brian, so for now it's goodbye. But speaking of love interests again, Alex Cabot comes back in 1919 Sunk Cost Fallacy. This episode literally feels like two lesbian exes, and even Mariska and Stephanie filmed a kiss because it felt like they needed to. Basically, Alex is working against the law and there's a lot of tension, and I'm sorry, it does feel gay. I saw gay, so I said gay. Boo boo bop bop boo boo bop bop. The infantilization of the police really ramps up this season, really solidifying the Savior Benson part of the show. And our showrunner, still Michael, really emphasizes how much he loves the Olivia and Amanda friendship, although his execution of a female friendship is exactly how you think a man would write one. Our lineup for season 20 is Olivia, Finn, Amanda, Carisi, and Peter Stone. In 21 Man Up, Olivia is getting older, getting winded while chasing a suspect, and starting a storyline about her needing to be more fit, which... Anyways, in 22 Man Down, there's a weird reveal to Amanda that Olivia had a pregnancy scare in college, and like, it kind of sounds like she got an abortion. This was something that was also revealed in season 4. But then in 2020, The Good Girl, she confirms it wasn't. If you're confused about this at all, so is everybody else, and most of the personal additions in the next few years are just like unnecessary and contradicting. In 25 Accredo, Olivia gets a personal trainer who I sincerely hope she fucked. If you know, you know. But in 26 Mea Culpa, ADA Stone is on trial, and we start to get hints that maybe they're they're trying to make this a thing? Why? Sorry, I'm the biggest Livestone hater. In 2012, Dear Ben, we get Noah being a brat the whole episode, and Olivia finally is over it, asking him what's up at the end. We find out it's about his dad. He wants to know if he ever loved him, and she definitely lies to him, but her kid is so young, so I get it. It's a somber moment, and then Peter comes over, offering to play ball. Look, I just think Peter has mommy issues, and so a romantic relationship with her is just something I don't see. I get people do. I just think personally he was going through a tough time and needed some family, and Noah was his outlet for that, so he fell for her. Am I an expert? No, but this video is about EO, and if you made it this far and are defending Livestone to me, I'm honestly impressed. 2014, part 33 is the best modern non-EO episode of SVU. Seriously, go watch it. 2015, Brothel gives us another Partners in Love storyline when we meet Phoebe, Finn's first partner. They're really cute, and I actually liked this addition. And guess who's back again? Cassidy in 2016 facing demons. But we end the series with a villain arc, Rob Miller, who I solely recognize from Lost. It starts in 2018 Blackout, where we get Olivia absolutely stunting in a black dress again, whoo, and then another scene with her personal trainer. I'm telling y'all, they did it. Anyways, Rob Miller is the big baddie, and the whole episode is them trying to get to him. At one point, Olivia goes undercover. She's herself, but like she's going on a date and not actually interested in him, just trying to clock him. He is smart though, figures it out, and they actually start this long standoff that lasts a few episodes. Olivia is driving Noah home, gets pulled over, and is confused at how rough the officer is being with her. Noah's scared and she calms him down, but is asked to step out of the car for a pat down. The next day, she screams at her chief about what happened, saying that Noah was terrified all night. Badass Benson makes her appearance though and ends up collaring his ass after a very dramatic monologue because the show loves these. The rest of the arc happens over 2021 Assumptions, where Miller is out on bail, and then in 2024 Endgame, where we get this scene after Miller has two unis pick up Noah from school to show his power off.
You son of a bitch!
You son of a bitch. This pisses off Peter, because remember, I guess he's in love with her, and he basically lies in court to get Rob Miller sent away before a cringy goodbye outside the courthouse where he reveals his feelings. Kind of. And if Olivia had a nickel for every time an ADA confessed some types of feelings for her before quitting in front of the courthouse, she'd have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Guess who's back? Warren Light. Yeah. And he really wants to let you know he's back because we get some William Lewis flashbacks in 21-2, The Darkest Journey Home, because he's really just so proud of that character. His words, not mine. The season 21 lineup is Olivia, Finn, Amanda Carisi, and Catriona Tamine, with recurring spots for Melinda, Christian Garland, and a guest star moment for Barba. We get another director Mariska episode this season 2 with 2111, She Paints for Vengeance. Oh my god, I'm just realizing I never talked about Mariska being a director, but surprise, she's been directing episodes since I think season 15, so, I'm not going back. This season, Chriska becomes an ADA instead of a cop, which is only because they want Rollins and him to get together in the future and need to give him screen time. We get a new girl, Kat, who I miss like crazy, and a new chief, Garland. The idea of family is a lot stronger, with emphasis on how the squad became one. And because Warren is back, get ready for a lot of trauma. Oh, and COVID-19 also affected this season, making it only 20 episodes and distracting you each episode with this weird choice of when cops wear a mask or don't. It's a really fun drinking game. In 21-1, I'm Going to Make You a Star, Dodds lets her know that he's stepping out and also that she is now Captain Olivia Benson. Proud of our girl. In 21-5 at Midnight in Manhattan, okay, pause. If you've noticed, these titles are getting so long because Warren wants them to have as many characters in the title as the season. So 21 letters. Jesus. Okay, so anyways, there might be an EO reference in this episode. Releasey, aka Rollins and Carisi, are fighting, and Olivia scolds them as their captain, and Finn makes a joke about being familiar to Olivia. Not an overt mention, but I think the fandom agrees it's EO. Ooh, and the next 3 episodes, we get reunions. Aw! In 21-6, Murdered at a Bad Address, Simon comes back and dies. Then in 21-12, The Longest Night of Rain, Tucker comes back and dies. I'm not kidding. Like, it's actually really depressing too. Olivia loses her only blood relative, thinking he was back on drugs, bailing on her and her kid, forcing her to leave an angry voicemail, only for a few episodes later to have the man she nearly married get married to someone else and then tell Olivia he has cancer before he kills himself. Like, holy shit. And then in 21-13, Redemption in Her Corner, Barbara comes back. And he doesn't die though. He just works for the defense now, which by this show's standard is worse than death. But there is some light in this tunnel with 21-18, Garland's Baptism by Fire, which gives us my favorite man of all time, Edgar Goodwin. And I know this video is supposed to be about EO, but even Olivia wanted a piece of this man. Like, he was such a sweetheart too. Apparently they were supposed to date, but COVID ruined it. However, I find it hard to believe because the show never lets Olivia date any POC or women. And finally, we wrap up the season with another big baddie in 21-20, The Things We Have to Lose, which is kind of forgettable in my opinion, but it ends up being long lasting, I guess.
White woman!
Truthfully, to be a good recap video, I need to talk about every season, but literally this is just the last leg of 2.0, and it's just 8 episodes, and they still kind of suck because of how forgettable they are, but I will do my job correctly. Hair? Not the greatest. People are kind of mean to Mariska about it this year, to be honest, so I'm not going to dive in too deep about it. The season 22 lineup is Olivia, Finn, Amanda, Carisi, Kat, Garland, with reoccurring spots from Melinda, Barba, and yeah, Elliot Stabler. But we'll get there. For now, it's a season start impacted by COVID, so the mask situation is still weird as hell, and Warren Light tries to bring in real-world conversations about racism and the NYPD, and the police in general, into the premiere 22-1 Guardians and Gladiators by having Olivia wrongfully arrest a black man. Olivia's distraught about this, knowing that she was just following her job, but like, no offense to a character I like, it kind of gives white woman complex, where her 2 black friends, Finn and Garland, have to say she's still a good cop, with a 3rd black colleague at IAB giving her a talk too. Hell, even Noah this episode straight up asks if Olivia's racist, and his solution is to try to apologize. I don't know, I get that the show wanted to address real world issues, but like the way they handled it showcases how off well-intended people can still be. In 22-3 Remember Me in Quarantine, we get Mariska speaking Italian and working with the Italian police, which is wild because you'll see. And in 22-4, Sightless in a Savage Land, Barba comes back as a defense attorney to face off against Carisi. But then we wrap up 2.0 with 22-8, The Only Way Out is Through, where a case from Olivia's past resurfaces while Noah has a COVID scare, and we hear about Olivia getting an award, NYPD Woman in Law Enforcement, which she's unsure about considering her unlawful arrest at the beginning of the season. She thinks it's not the right time to do a victory lap, and Finn says, maybe that's why they're giving it to you. She says, look, I don't even know if I'm gonna go, and the best wingman ever, Finn says, you need to be there because you deserve it and you should own it. And you never know who may show up. Olivia sits there pondering, and yeah, baby girl, you're not even ready. Compared to 1.0, 2.0 is much darker and much more cinemized, which isn't a word, I'm making it up. But basically, it's about creating good TV, not focusing on the victims, but creating these big moments, big reunions, new relationships, and zooming Olivia through a career journey all the way to captain because, well, they wanted the show to survive. I don't blame them in all honesty. As showrunners, I get it. There's no easy feat to have people already not planning to watch because the guy they like is gone, and now you're new and need to create something special to grab people's attention, but I do have some qualms. In my personal opinion, Julie Martin and Warren Light were so excited with their new characters that they really threw it all at the wall with them, causing major characterization flaws. And the introduction of the prominent ship Releasey became their baby because they couldn't write or didn't want to write EO, so they wrote a different set of partners getting together. And while 2.0 gives us a lot of great Olivia moments, at times she feels out of character because the writers inherited her. And by the end, the character blurs with the real-life Mariska's personality, creating an almost synonymous unit. Where does Mariska end and Olivia begin? But the constant traumatization of main characters is a lot. Like, I only mentioned Olivia, obviously, for the purposes of this video, but none of the main cast really gets a break. They're all heavily involved in cases, some shot, some held hostage, some even killed. 1.0 really didn't do that. And truthfully, my main qualm with 2.0 is the traumatization of Olivia Benson from season 15 and beyond, with her life becoming hell. And for what? The plot? Unfortunately, the answer is yes, because again, this is the entertainment industry. But like I mentioned before, Olivia Benson is a character that's different from many other characters on TV. Fans' attachment to her is sometimes rooted in trauma, and they watch her for healing purposes. And while some fans may find it empowering to see her get through everything life throws at her, others may find it triggering to see so much happen, so graphically too. I don't know, it's complicated though, as it is inherently still a cop show, but at what point does it become too much? And when can Olivia catch a break? Before we get into the highly anticipated reunion of EO and the final and current era 3.0, I think it's time we get into talking about the 2 major pillars of EO's longevity, Chriska and the fandom, because they had and have a major impact on the show. Truly, EO fans are still highly active online, participating in average fandom things, fan fiction, fan accounts, and edits about the show, and then edits like these.
Asking about kids like you know my kids.
I do know your kid.
How do you know my kids?
I know your kid because I know your baby daddy. I know your baby daddy because I sit on his like almost every other night.
You know, just the classics. EO fans have kept up the longevity from the early days, with some fans reminiscing about their days on svufans.net and the live journals dedicated to the show. EO fans come in all ages, all starting the show for different reasons and at different times, some coming back when Chris returned, others never leaving, some transferring from other fandoms alerted by a viral Tumblr or Twitter post of a current scene. Fandom is a place for community after all, and for EO, community didn't only mean connection between fellow fans, but with the cast and crew too, some in good ways and others in not so good ways. And back in the day, surprisingly, Chris and Mariska were champions of community, even having their own websites. Amazingly, Chris and Mariska were one with the times, both having their own websites that were a mix of blogs and resources, but also places to interact with fans. Both had places for fans to submit questions, and Chris's is slightly more accessible nowadays than Mariska's, however, both are archived. Mariska was very sweet on hers, encouraging with a cutesy theme, and Chris was Chris. Would you date a fat girl? Hell yeah. He also had a lot to say about politics and was very progressive on social issues, even way back then, openly speaking out against the occupation of the Middle East, speaking for gay rights and abortion rights. For SVU, though, fans would ask plenty of questions about him and Mariska or about his character and hers, but some answers, looking back from where we stand now, are wild. How would you feel if you left SVU and it flopped? Would you feel responsible in any way? No comment. I just had one question. Don't you think it's about time that you and Liv get together? Not quite yet, but almost. Almost, yes. Me being a guy, who do you think right now is the hottest woman on TV? Mariska. I was wondering, since Olivia says she was eventually wanting to have a baby of her own because she was unable to adopt and whatnot because of her age and work situation, hours, and type of job, do you think Detective Stabler would be willing to be a sperm donor for her, secretly between them, because he believes she would be an excellent mother if she got the right chances? I can tell she secretly likes Stabler a lot, him, her too, but doesn't admit it. It might be interesting, if worked into a script. While the website isn't necessarily accessible anymore, one person took the time to summarize most of his answers regarding specific topics. Regarding co-stars, this is what was collected about Mariska as of then. Despite all the love he has for everyone on the SVU set, as of November 3rd, 2001, Chris felt closest to Richard Belzer and Mariska Hargitay. When asked who would win in an Olivia versus Munch fight, Chris says the winner would be Olivia by a knockout. Chris has never met Mariska prior to auditioning for SVU. He says that she is a ball of fire, light, and energy, a live wire, fun, and a big plus in my life. He adds that he loves her immeasurably. The limited time I have here would never give my feelings justice. Chris also says that if we look up fabulous in the dictionary, we see Mariska's picture, but refuses to say which one of them is smarter, saying instead that each of them is smart in different ways. When asked if he thinks Mariska is hot, Chris replied, hell yeah. If he had to choose between Heather Locklear and Mariska, Chris would pick Mariska. During Mariska's wedding, the most beautiful women in the room were my wife, Sophia, and Mariska. Of those wedding celebrations, Chris says not one moment was unaccounted for. 3 days of fun. When a fan pleaded with Chris to not get it on with Mariska on the show, Chris asked, can we just play doctor or something? When another fan asked if there was really no smooching to look forward to between Chris and Mariska, Chris said, only if you catch us in my trailer. I hate him. In an effort to clarify the meaning of a photograph showing Chris and Mariska coming very close to kissing over a body bag, Chris said, means we're getting together off the show. Don't tell our spouses. A large portion of Mariska's website has actually been removed, but of the archive posts, we can mostly see that she was in the later portion of her pregnancy, around 2006, with a few answers about her and Chris/Elliot. Someone asked, do you think that in any future episodes of SVU, you and Elliot will be dating? To which she replied with, that's a question for the writers, but in my opinion, I don't think it will ever happen. I think it would really change the dynamic of the Benson and Stabler crime-fighting duo. Another asked, I saw a picture of you and Christopher Maloney kissing over a body bag. Will that be on the show? She says, we were just doing shtick and there happened to be a photographer there. Sorry to all you Benson and Stabler shippers. There will be no hot passion between this crime-fighting duo. There was even a question regarding her being a lesbian pinup, as she has achieved iconic status among lesbian and bi women, to which she replied, I think Olivia appeals to a diverse group of women in many ways because she's physically and morally powerful and emotionally strong, but also nurturing to others and herself. I think it's great she could be a role model to young and old, gay, straight, and women of so many different cultural backgrounds. Although I've never thought of myself as a pinup of any kind, I have no problem with being a lesbian pinup. I'm flattered. While there isn't a lot available, there was still a poll from April 28, 2005 that can be found that asked, do you think Benson and Stabler should date? To which 48% of people said yes, 45% said no, and the rest were undecided. These archive websites showcase a few things. 1, the attachment fans had with these actors separately and together, and 2, that even since the early days, EO fans were looking for opportunities for the partners to become closer, perhaps even get together. And truthfully, it shows that there was never a plan for them to get together. Despite all the naysayers, including the actors at the time, and for a majority of the show airing, Benson and Stabler were a relationship left for fans. And side note, while most of these questions are from passionate fans who had interesting and thorough questions for the show, some of the remaining ones asked back then are similar to how the pair are interacted with nowadays. In the media, many outlets focus solely on Chris's ass and call him a zaddy, forgetting he's actually an eloquently spoken man with a passion for politics. And for Mariska, she's often spoken to about such heavy topics that have nothing to do with her.
Love the purple.
Thank you. I'm feeling very regal today.
You look, I mean, the queen is getting buried, so.
Right?
Seriously, that question is nuts, but Chris's response was even more iconic.
But the queen, her funeral's today. Have you had a chance to watch like the rest of the world?
No, I'm more worried about Puerto Rico and other things.
Mariska no longer really gets many opportunities to be silly anymore, and oftentimes falls victim to being a woman in Hollywood, with people focusing on her looks more than her words sometime. It's kind of sad to look back and see the difference. Like, bring back the blogs, except don't, because people might ruin it. While this video is a recap of EO, Chriska and their antics are practically tethered to the longevity of the EO fandom, and to not include their best moments would be a disservice to the video. Chriska had a weird amount of chemistry from the get-go, and some more astrologically in tune fans later found out that their birth charts were nearly identical, which is wild, but perhaps in a weird way might help explain how when filming season 1, they were like this.
Playing partners and best friends, the two stars were constantly joking around, even from the beginning.
I'm being...
He plays this detective who's in love with his partner. Is that bad?
Mariska heart attack.
Hi.
Olivia Benson.
There are countless Chriska moments over the years, with Chris even picking Mariska as his daughter's godmother in the early days, and the story of how Mariska even thought about having Chris walk her down the aisle on her wedding day. Obviously she didn't, but Sophia, his daughter, was her flower girl. They grew closer over the years, starting to play into their chemistry as the seasons went on.
Kisses for you too.
Congratulations.
How are
to
you? Thank you.
You got married.
I did.
And not to Christopher.
Which is weird, but I didn't. Not this time.
Truly, behind the scenes, they laughed a lot, even while filming such a dark show. That playful energy helped get them through some heavy days.
Okay.
See my new cover?
I just wish you could see more of his ass.
It's true.
Look here, touching himself.
And when they talk about each other, their dynamic is often referred to as an old married couple.
Talk about your relationship with Mariska. I mean, you guys have been dubbed like the BFFs on set. Yeah.
I've been married to this woman for 12 years. I can't tell you, I see her more than I do my own family.
Limited bloopers exist as they were saved for cast parties, but some have resurfaced over the years, and it really emphasizes how they were so in sync as not only EO, but Chriska.
That looked like you were about to kiss. One more time.
If we have chemistry, we can't help it.
They were silly goofs in interviews too, an iconic fandom moment with Janine, emphasizing that playful energy again.
Janine, do not panic. Crawl along the floor down the hall. Take deep breaths. Slow it down, Janine.
If you have a wet cloth, put it over your nose and mouth.
Push hard. Push hard and elevate the area.
Even so, they always stayed firm on their belief that EO was not meant to happen, still playing it up for fans.
Is it gonna happen for the two of you? I'm talking about sex.
Do you want to answer or should I?
I don't know.
Well, we haven't planned anything, but we're always kind of rehearsing and, just getting ready for it.
Seriously now, do you think they'll go there? Do you want them to?
Those are two different questions.
Oh,
Let's
boy,
start with the
also.
first one. Well, do you think they will?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so either.
Do you want them to?
Oh, yeah. Oh, baby.
More than anything.
It's been 12 long years fighting those urges.
Long years.
While they were adamant that they would never kiss as EO, that didn't mean Chriska couldn't. Cue the most unhinged interview. Roll the TV Guide clip.
Hey, enjoy your 2 weeks off, huh? Your son.
To some, if they ever got together, it would ruin everything, a reference to the show Moonlighting repeated over and over again, as attention is why people watch, not the actual relationship.
It should never happen.
No. What?
Right, because like Moonlighting, the minute it happened, then it was
It's
like,
over.
oh.
No.
Sam and Diane, I disagree with Carson.
Raise your hand if it should happen.
Percolating, 23 years.
Yes.
You
Let
can
it
vote.
percolate.
Oh, there's a poll. Got a poll.
We polled our viewers. What do they want? Oh,
landslide.
Wow.
And also, I haven't mentioned this before, but Dick Wolf named EO after his own children, which maybe contributes to why he doesn't want them together, but Chriska's chemistry is just that good, y'all, that he's gonna have to get over it. Like I said, Chris left for reasons, and it was tough for him after, with constant questions about him coming back, but there's definitely some stuff he just didn't want to keep talking about.
Did I hear that there's a chance you might pop back over to SVU? No?
After he left, though, they both spoke of each other. However, it was much more common for her to be asked about him since she was left on the show, although he did get his fair share.
Any talk of him stepping back into SVU?
I don't think so. He's so happy, and he has a whole new chapter going on in his life, and he's like a movie star now, and he's doing so great. I mean, it's always such a fun thing, for me to think about, because I'm still on the show, and but I don't think so. I think that chapter's closed.
We have some things in common, and one of the favorite things I think we have in common is that we were in love with the same lady, Mariska Hargitay, on Law and Order.
Oh, yeah.
You must have unbelievably great memories of working with her.
Yeah, 12 years, 16 hours a day, and then we'd go to work.
Fans didn't hear too much about the bad times after he left, although years later, when he would return, we would get a little more info.
I was devastated. I was just so sad because, we started this thing and built this thing. I kept feel like we built this thing together, and we went through so many milestones together and spent so much time together and understood so many things that nobody else could understand because we did this first together. And so now it was like, oh, wait a minute. I had so much mental gymnastics and sort of reinvention to do in my own mind.
The entire People magazine interview is honestly a great reference for Chriska, so go watch it. The pair's real-life friendship stayed strong throughout the years he was gone, kept alive by a lot of Instagram pics.
Now, you know you break the internet every time you post a selfie with Mariska. Are there more in the works? You trend on Facebook. You know this, right?
Well, let's be fair. We trend on Facebook, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I have some. It's like a dossier. I have a secret file on Mariska and I. So at any time, I could leak those on social media.
There were some press reunions, with Chris even saying he'd walk over broken glass for her. In the same interview, he says that there would have to be very specific circumstances for him to ever make an SVU return, hinting about the previous tension with NBC.
But if she asked you to come with you,
I'd crawl over broken glass.
speaking of SVU, is there a door open for you maybe to make a return at some point in the future?
That's a question that's above my pay grade. I don't know. Yeah.
Would you like to? I'm sure would you like to come back for a couple guest spots in the future?
Things would have to be specific and right.
Hell, the questions didn't even die down deep into season 16, with conversations about Elliot coming back to be Noah's baby daddy.
I mean, Maloney, there's got to be a way for him to come.
I've been trying.
Right? I mean, maybe. You never say
Maybe he
never.
could be.
Noah's baby daddy.
See, this is what I wanted.
And when he eventually did return, the press only increased wildly with some very key interviews and even podcasts. Notably, Mariska revealing she'd been working on his return for 10 years.
Did you have some say in that?
I've been working on this for 10 years.
You did.
And he knows it.
So yeah, while fans kept EO alive, Chriska kept them fed over his absence, still keeping that ionic bond fresh after all this time.
What's our bond? What's the magic?
Ionic.
Yes, ionic.
Turn off the camera.
We just need a minute.
Diving into fans, I know I spoke a little bit about this topic at the beginning of the video, but I did write my senior thesis on parasocial relationships, so it's something I hold dear to me. Olivia Benson is an enigma when it comes to this topic, becoming such a behemoth for women everywhere, with most NBC-based promotion highlighting her as a badass supportive powerhouse and capitalizing off the catchphrase, "What would Olivia Benson do?" Fans of the character will look up to her as a role model, someone who embraced femininity and could kick someone's ass too, who platformed women and gave them a sense of power, especially those who felt like they lost theirs. And while she was becoming a comfort character for many survivors, this attachment to the character due to trauma has created some gray areas. Yes, there are fan accounts on every platform for her with active fans around the world. Some fans even get tattoos, others are gay and most of their content is looking at pictures of her and gasping. Not gonna say who that is. And there's also amazing stories like how a little girl knew to leave DNA in her kidnapper's car so they could figure out who did it because of watching SVU. Mariska even praised her for her heroism on the Today Show.
I just want to tell you how blown away me and all of my squad are, and I think the whole world right now, that you had the forethought and the wherewithal to do what you did.
Every celebrity is bound to be tethered to their fans through these arbitrary connections, these individualized parasocial relationships. It's the nature of the industry. Hell, I have a parasocial relationship with that lady. All it comes down to is the one-sidedness of it all. But what happens when that goes too far? How does the trauma factor play a role in this specific attachment? I have to be careful with this next section because in no way do I want to imply that people who are emotionally attached to the character of Olivia Benson or even the actress Mariska are inherently problematic, especially when that connection was based off of a traumatic experience. That's not what I'm remotely implying. I myself have watched the show after I've gone through some horrible things in my life, and I do find comfort in Olivia's maternal quality with the victims. However, Mariska, unfortunately, is a very kind-hearted humanitarian who makes great experiences for fans when she's able to, giving them hugs, sharing words of wisdom. And a huge part about filming and living in New York City is that she's fairly accessible. In theory. It's really cool to be able to go to the set of your favorite show and see it in action. As someone who wanted to work in the industry, to see all the moving parts was amazing. I highly recommend going if you can. But unfortunately for everyone, some people don't know when to stop. Some people go to set as often as possible with an attachment to Mariska that sometimes feels Look, it's a lot. It's way too much and it borders on safe. Now, I was only in the fandom later on, but some of the alleged stories I've heard about fans have included the following. Set stalkers who followed Mariska home, doing anything they can to get a bit of attention. One took photos of her through windows. One bribed her driver to wear her sunglasses. A fan was catfishing Mariska, posing as her goddaughter on Instagram and sharing wildly fictional stories of her broken, abusive marriage and Mariska's BPD. Fans reenacted the William Lewis episodes and gave Mariska a DVD copy of it. One fan even stalked her kids' sports games, filming them before baking a cake for her son's birthday, then later on left a suicide note and a bloody razor blade in her trailer. So you see what I'm saying when I mention too far? If you were wondering if that meant you, someone who maybe would want to meet her if you could, say you love her, take a photo, no, that would actually be completely normal compared to some of the craziness that allegedly has happened. And with social media, it only has gotten worse. People seemingly find every opportunity to be near Mariska, paying lavish amounts of money to be at a charity event she's speaking at, or donating over $45,000 to have an hour lunch with her. The New York City factor comes into play too, with people scrambling up to bum rush her with their phones asking for picture after picture. She's a multi-million-dollar actress though, the highest paid woman on television, and as she's grown more popular and fans got more invested, security has definitely beefed up. There's way less stopping for fan photos now, to be honest. In fact, it's highly discussed that she fakes a phone call walking out with an entourage, and honestly, good for her. These boundaries have also been more apparent on social media with much more limited fan interactions as people took advantage of that too. It seems like everyone feels like they know the woman way more than they really do, and I do think a lot of that has to do with the foundational connection to her. If your healing experiences included Olivia Benson or Mariska, psychology will likely point to the possibility of a lack of separation. While this topic may seem random in a video about EO, I think it's really important to bring awareness to, as I love Mariska's, but boundaries are important. We do not know her. She is a celebrity. She is not our friend, even if you've met her. She's a nice person who gives people great experiences because that's her job. Her personal life is her own. She plays Olivia Benson, and that character is not real. Continuing on with that overall intensity of fans, let's pivot to a slightly lighter topic, but one that still needs mention. So we've talked a lot about attachment to Olivia and Mariska, but how about the attachment to Chriska and EO? See, like their websites hinted at, people really wanted their characters to get together, but also the actors who played them, wondering how their chemistry felt so real to fans as they really did seem so close. Some fans even genuinely believed that Chris and Mariska were or are having an affair, even getting to the point of hating their real-life spouses, writing fanfiction about them together, aka RPF, Real People fanfiction, and sending in fake demois about Peter cheating on Mariska or vice versa. Which, side note, people don't have the same energy with Chris and his wife, only about Peter, but that'll take us down a whole other rabbit hole involving misogyny, and that will make this video far too long, as if it needs anything more. Now, Chris and Mariska both play into the fun of it all, admittedly, taking photos fake kissing, playing into the sexual chemistry, talking about the magic of their ionic bond. They're cute as hell, and a lot of people who don't keep up with them even pretend they're together, surprised to find out that they're not.
I remember when I said there's certain couples that just look like they will go to the Olympics for the category of gut game.
I don't think it's immoral to look at them and think that they'd be cute together, or to say, wait a minute, that's kind of sus. It's a natural fangirl reaction. And yet, it seems to always go too far. Shipping Chriska has become a point of contention between some EO fans, and honestly, it's a topic I don't even want to get into. All I'll say is, boundaries. Don't cross them. Have fun, and remember, they are real people. Which brings us to the penultimate topic of the fandom and one of the biggest, the division between fans. See, during 1.0, there was a lot of fans who did not want the characters together, and after Chris left, EO was honestly prepared to take a dip. I mean, how could their relationship thrive when there was no way he'd be coming back on the show? Fans resorted to fanfiction and fan theories more than ever, with many fans dropping their viewership after the titular character left because what was the point? But with Chris's absence, a whole other group formed, vaguely called the diehards, fans who would wholeheartedly support Mariska through the next chapter of SVU 2.0, and on Olivia's solo journey through the next 10 years. With the introduction of the new showrunner Warren Leight, hate trains about Elliot Stabler began forming, with the showrunner himself going on Twitter rants about how Elliot would never ever come back, so stop asking. Some fans supported Leight almost obsessively, ready for any and all new storylines and shitting on Elliot whenever they could, because how dare Chris leave the show and pursue other work? Now, it's fine to not like someone or to have a strong opinion on the show, I really don't care. But the intensity of the fandom and the division between EO stans and now the more appropriately named antis has become something so incredibly toxic, I ended up banned off Twitter permanently. Social media in general has a huge influence for all fandoms. It creates community. It can be a place to make friends with similar interests, discuss your favorite shows or actors, and keep up with all the news. It can also increase the connection between fans and those who create the show, and when that happens, it can sometimes go south. Besides fighting between fans, new division took place with showrunner Warren Leight against those who were adamant EO belonged together. Like I mentioned, he said often EO was never going to happen, ever. He was responsible for all of Olivia's relationships in 2.0 alongside the other showrunner Julie Martin, giving giving us the return of Benson and the introduction of Hayden and Tucson. Yet I will primarily be focusing on Warren for most of this conversation because he was a little more involved than Julie. However, Julie had her own issues, like telling people how to dress like Olivia Benson during the William Lewis episodes for Halloween, which is wildly untasteful. But Warren was more active on Twitter, especially with a block button. Hell, EO fans even began to wear it with pride. And fans persisted. Throughout 2.0, EO stans remained strong, begging for their fave to come back, hoping their favorite duo would return to the big screen and finally get together. How? I mean, it seemed like there was no hope. Chris was doing all new projects, having moved on from the show, and both actors said it would never happen, teasing fans with mini reunions between them on Instagram, but always saying no. Until.
Are you and Stabler good partners?
We've worked together a long time. I can anticipate what he's thinking, what he's gonna do.
Elliot put his papers in. There was nothing I could do.
Liv!
March 2020 was a memorable time for many of us. For myself, my graduating year of college was derailed due to COVID, and yeah, my life just went downhill from there. But for those active in the fandom, a huge announcement was made. Chris Meloni would be returning to his character, Elliot Stabler, once more. From the beginning of the announcement, fans would learn the beloved character would be receiving his own spin-off show, not coming back to SVU per se, but leading a 13-episode season of this new Law & Order sister show. There wasn't a lot of preparation for this announcement, although a few months prior, the Paley Center honored Law & Order Special Victims Unit, which did have archival footage, but also statements from Chris and Mariska about their friendship and also their characters. She didn't speak about his exit on the TV special, but did address having to see many other fellow co-stars come and go. It was really hard, she said in the show. It's been really difficult over the years to see people leave, and painful and scary. I didn't want them to go. But, she added, it's life. One door closes and another one opens. People come into our lives and then they leave our lives. You feel all of that, and it's a lot to feel, and you keep going. And just like that, he was coming back. Mariska posted on Instagram welcoming him back and wishing him a happy birthday, saying happy birthday at Chris Meloni, congratulations and welcome home Elliot Stabler. And of course we got some great Mariska hashtags, something she's infamous for, with hashtag it's been a while, hashtag missed you, hashtag Elliot Stabler. And Chris responded, saddle up girl, re-riding again, sick, and thank you for the B-Day wishes. Fans were thrilled, not knowing if this meant anything for EO as a relationship, but having their hope revived. And of course COVID got in the way of a bunch of plot lines, one even including a case storyline with Kathy and Dickie, but eventually they settled on his return. Surely, I mean, the show could do something crazy, like, I don't know, kill off Kathy in the first episode, like how fans kind of wanted in Paternity, but that'd be crazy, right? I can do this. I got this. This is fine. Chris was nervous to come back to his beloved character, but once he got back on set with Mariska, he said it was effortless, a common phrase for Chriska, although the reunion was anything but for EO. We opened 22/9 Return of the Prodigal Son with Olivia on her way to her awards ceremony in the rain, getting interrupted by a call. There's a Vic near Center Street and she's been requested. Despite being in a dress and heels, she gets out of the car, heading into the crime scene only to see Kathy on the gurney getting put in the ambulance, and then
Liv!
holy shit. Oh my god. Olivia is messed up about the whole thing because, like, she hasn't seen this man for 10 years and it's all very triggering, with flashbacks back to seasons 9 Paternity where she saved Kathy's life from a different car accident. Outside the hospital, Finn lets her know Elliot's been living in Italy. Elliot had just come in for some type of task force meeting and he and Kathy decided to make it a trip. He just called me out of nowhere and told me he was coming. I may have spoken about your award. I thought enough time had gone down between you two. She cuts him off and Elliot eventually comes through just as Kathleen and Dickie arrive, with Kathleen surprised by Olivia's appearance, saying, "You're here," and Olivia saying she's just here to help. There is so much EO in this episode. Like, if I miss a minute detail, I'm sorry. Go watch it. It's like the episode. The investigation begins with Olivia asking Garland to stay on the case even though it's not SVU related, as she's close with the family. Since there were heavy police protests that night, she agrees since every precinct is booked and busy. They bring in their first suspect, who is throwing Molotov cocktails into other police cars, and Finn and Amanda start to question him when Elliot comes back into the office. He's obviously not well. His wife is touch and go, so he pleads with Olivia to question the guy with her. Olivia's backed into a corner, literally, and caves because it's Elliot. He tells Olivia, "I've worked plenty of these cases over the last few years. I need to talk to him." And she says, "You need to be at the hospital." But he's not listening, telling her, "Liv, I give you my word, I'll behave," while looking like this.
I give you my word, I'll behave.
Okay, sure, buddy. He indeed does not behave and charges at the suspect, giving us this moment.
Detective Stabler, get out now.
This altercation leads us to a mini fight on the roof between the two, serving us some iconic line reads and Elliot tossing around her new title, Captain, and the tension is all building. They're about to really get into it just when Dickie arrives to say Kathy is awake and they have to go. EO heads to Kathy, who's not looking too hot in the hospital bed. She starts it off weakly saying, "I'm sorry I ruined your big award ceremony," to which Olivia says, "Oh, did me a favor, I hate making speeches." Like, damn, the woman is dying, and that's kind of a wild thing to say. Anyway, she pivots to the case, but Kathy can't remember much, and Elliot soothes her. She then says, "It's like the old days, the two of you together, always so in sync," which is like, damn, especially right after the roof fight, where they're most definitely not in sync. It's rough. But then she hits us with the, "You really didn't talk for 10 years?" And Olivia, all sad, says, "I didn't even know he was back on the job." Kathy says, "That's what Elliot told me. I didn't believe him." And Olivia confirms, "It's true, Kathy. Olivia took up so much space in your marriage. She even lingered on in the 10 years when you were an ocean away. That's so sad. And like, you felt so threatened by her that it seems like you wanted him to never talk to her ever again." Like, I'm sorry, but y'all, at some point you have to realize divorce is an option and you could have a way happier life if you let it go. Kathy starts to fade and Olivia leaves, once more watching Elliot with his wife through a hospital window. Filming this on my period is, a choice. We then get the conversation in the hospital with EO sitting alone together, uncomfortable with each other and the awkwardness of it all. Elliot leads the conversation though, first acknowledging his recklessness, telling her, "Back at the station, I put you in a bad situation. I know it's not like the way it was back in the day when I had free run of the place. No, it's your house now." Olivia says, "Thank you, I appreciate that," standing up to leave, but he stops her by saying, "Liv, I'm sorry." And she responds with, "Elliot, we don't have to do this." But he's looking at her like this, so she says, "Okay, I guess you want to do this now?" Sitting back down. "You're sorry for leaving?" she asks. Then, "Or are you sorry for not giving me the courtesy of telling me?" He says, "Both. I think I thought if I talked to you about how," and she cuts him off with, "You walked away? Because that's what you did, Elliot. I had to find out from Cregan." Ugh. And then we get this quiet-ass exchange and the saddest Olivia face ever.
Olivia. Elliot.
Then she hits us with, "You were the most important person in my life, and you just disappeared," which, fun fact, was a line actually provided by Mariska. And Elliot responds with, "I know, I was afraid. If I heard your voice, I wouldn't have been able to leave. Dear God, that's why he wouldn't answer her phone calls in Scorched Earth." Olivia gets a call and has to leave, and yeah, this conversation still kills me to this day, clearly. The next scene is Garland talking to Olivia about Elliot's behavior in the interrogation room, with her still defending him like it's 1.0.
He went through his record.
Multiple firearm discharges, 6 fatal shootings, and I'm still going through the IAB logs. And disposition on multiple charges, and referred for counseling.
We were both referred.
The case is ramping up and no one can figure out why Elliot was in New York, leading Finn to have a one-on-one with him over drinks. Elliot tells Finn, "After SVU I did a walkabout for a few years, then I was doing private security overseas," with Finn asking about that thing in Rome, and Elliot responding, "That came out of a terrorism task force I was working on, the liaison job that opened up 4 years ago." Finn says, "When you called me, you told me you were coming here for a conference. Anything else?" And Elliot says, "A few training sessions. Next week I'm supposed to testify at a trial. These two guys involved in extortion, money laundering, they were hiding out in Puglia. I picked them up 6 months ago. They're minor players." Finn lets him know that the bomb used read more international than domestic, leading Elliot to give his supervisor at Intel a heads up, and that half these cases I can't even talk about. Finn pivots, asking how Kathy's doing, and Elliot says, "Hanging in there. You know, Kathy was the one who insisted we go to Liv's ceremony." And Finn is the best number 2 for Olivia, saying, "And Liv did not even know you were coming, didn't know you were in New York, thought you told me we were gonna call her." Elliot gets clocked ASAP and says, "I know I told you that. I would, and I meant to. I just felt like so much time had passed that I couldn't reach out to you both." Finn says he gets it and brings Elliot up to speed, saying Liv moved on. It took her a minute, but she moved on. She has a son now. She's had a couple of relationships. One was pretty solid. And Elliot says,
"Son. Good for her."
Before asking,
Who's the guy?
with Finn saying, "You'll have to ask her that." God, I love him. Elliot and Finn return to the hospital, but Kathy starts to crash and Elliot's not doing so hot again. We get a scene between Amanda and Olivia where she's checking on her bestie, asking if she's doing okay, to which Olivia says, "You know, I've been better." Amanda asks, "Were you and Kathy Stabler friends?" And Olivia answers, "You know, not at first, and it's such a long story, but over time we got really close," which Amanda teases kind of like us, before bringing up how she never talked much about Stabler. "All I know is when I got here, his desk was empty, a shrine." Olivia says, "Yeah, Stabler had a pretty big presence in the squad room," with Amanda replying, "I know Nick always felt the brunt of trying to fill his shoes. From what he told me, you and Stabler had a
complicated
relationship?
And Olivia says, we did. You know, back then, nobody looked out for me the way he did. Oh. As the case starts moving, Olivia and Elliot catch up on the newest suspect, Sasha Linsky, and Elliot says, give me 5 minutes with Linsky. Olivia immediately refuses, maybe because of what happened with the last guy, saying, do you hear yourself, Elliot? Not a chance, to which he says, then we go in together. She continues to refuse, and when he's not getting it, she pivots, asking, how's Kathy? They chat for a bit before she has to leave. They definitely got the bomber, but maybe not who called for the hit. Elliot calls Olivia, who's ready to update him, but it's bad news.
I'm so sorry.
The two talk outside the room with Elliot letting Olivia know her spleen ruptured. They took her into surgery, but it was too late. I didn't get to say goodbye. Olivia says, I'm so sorry, Elliot, and he says, I just don't get it. We were happy. Olivia pivots, asking, Elliot, where are the kids? And Elliot's struggling, answering, yeah, I gotta call them. I gotta, leading Olivia to offer help. If there's anything that I can do. Elliot says, I just don't know what to tell them, before remembering, oh my god, Eli's in Rome, I gotta get him back. And Olivia once more offers help. How about I call Dickie but Elliot refuses. No, I'll do that. You just make sure the son of a bitch goes down for murder. They keep working the case, but someone killed Sasha Linsky in jail. And then Garland takes SVU off the case, and it's all bad news. We end with Elliot at the hospital church, teary-eyed, praying before his kids race in and hug him tight, crying. While he holds them, Olivia stays at the door, holding eye contact with him while music plays and the episode ends. Damn, what a comeback. 8 million people watched this live, which was a remarkable feat for SVU. Insane. We then get to the introduction of the newest series for the Law & Order franchise, Organized Crime, with the first showrunner on deck, Eileen Chaikin, better known for her work on The L Word, so we know it's gonna be a little bit sapphic. When it was announced, it was supposed to have 13 episodes, however, due to COVID, this was later cut down to 8. Elliot is obviously the star of the show, but we do get new characters in the series, with two most notable, Sergeant Ayanna Bell, played by Danielle Monet-Truitt, and Jet Sloopmakers, played by Ainsley Seeger. Ayanna Bell quickly becomes a fan favorite, especially since Danielle is just the best, but also for me, it's nice to have queer rep on the show, even though Ayanna ends up divorcing her wife. It's a long story for another time. Jet was cool in the beginning too, being the Gen Z rep and all, but then she just gets weird and her characterization makes no sense anymore. Anyways, the series starts off with Elliot having to deal with the damage of losing Kathy, taking care of Eli and the rest of his family while dealing with the grief, which is slowly breaking him apart. He's also dealing with the guilt of leaving Olivia and struggling to process all of his feelings, leading us to get a lot of EO in the first season. Don't get used to it though. Mariska and Chris actually got to put a lot of input in with their characters' direction, and the new format gives EO a nice environment to play in. Remember how I said Chris would only come back under certain circumstances? Well, the main one was switching to a format that has a story across the season, not episode by episode like SVU. So OC is set up that way, giving us an arc to follow instead of a single story. It's actually really well done at times, and overall I find OC to be the prettiest of the 3 shows, and it is the most entertaining. Especially since the whole crew and cast are newer, more diverse than SVU, and seem to be younger, so it feels more like a well-written show and with the times. 1-1 What Happens in Puglia starts off with Elliot being his usual reckless self because if anything, he's at least consistent with that. We also get an EO scene very early on with Elliot meeting up with Olivia outside in the snow where she and Noah are playing. She walks up to him, handing him a bag, telling him, it's my evidence folder. It's everything up to the point when Intel took over. I just wanted to give it to you, in case they kick me out, Elliot chimes in, then saying, thanks, I'm still on there for the moment. He then looks out in the snow, continuing to talk to her, although he pivots, saying, we didn't do a lot of sledding in Rome. Eli's all about soccer. Olivia's definitely a little uncomfortable with the awkwardness of it all, chiming in with football, and Elliot says, yeah, that's what they call it in Europe. Italians call it calcio. They think they invented the damn game. Olivia, still awkward, looks out to her son, saying, yeah, I can't believe you lived in Rome. And Elliot says, had this great apartment, terrace overlooking the 15th century palazzo. Then,
you'd have loved it.
Sir. Olivia says, Elliot, I can't. And Elliot is definitely a little hurt, saying, I get it, before there's a lull in the conversation. Olivia goes back to talking about work because that's all she can handle at the moment, letting him know they found a burner cell at the Linsky kids' apartment. Now it's in the bag. Our tech guys couldn't crack it, but maybe you know someone. Elliot says, yeah. Olivia says, okay, and then Elliot thanks her again. She accepts it, although the vibe is still, you left me for 10 years and then your wife literally blew up and my life has completely changed forever, so small talk with you is the death of me. So Elliot is the one to break the silence again. He tells her, look, when I RSVP'd for your award ceremony, they asked me to say a few words, and you know me in public speaking. And Olivia laughs a little, saying, yeah, prompting him to pull out a letter and say, yeah, so I wrote this, and I was going to give it to you that evening. Probably a better way to say what I was just about to say. So just take it, read it, don't read it, throw it away, whatever you decide, I understand. And I'm not kidding you, the transcript literally says love theme starts playing. Like, not only did Ruth Barrett give us a banger version of the classic theme song, She literally ships EO through the musical score, giving EO their own love song that props up throughout the series. God, as a classical music nerd, I am sick over this, sick. Ruth actually spoke about this exact moment, clarifying the background score entitled Love Theme, saying, and then meeting Benson in that first scene, I didn't realize how iconic that first scene with the letter would be and why that drove everyone crazy. I just knew I had to create a feeling between these people of history and what ifs and the feeling of heartache between two good friends of what would happen if they had been together, which you can see just because the chemistry on screen between Maloney and Mariska Hargitay themselves is just so apparent, so that music almost came instinctively and fairly easy. Noah then interrupts Olivia's hesitation over the ominous letter, which we have to wait a season to know what's inside, and once we do, it literally causes the most drama online ever, yelling, "Mommy, Mommy, did you see that one, Mom?" Elliot is enamored by her son, seeing him for the first time, and god damn it, he wanted her to be a mother so bad. He lets her go, watching her be a cute little mom and run with her kid in the snow, looking like this, like that man wanted to be that kid's father. This premiere episode introduces us to the big baddies of the show, Manfredi Sinatra and his son Richard Wheatley. They basically are every archetype of Italian-American mafia, so you already know they had something to do with Kathy because, you know, just look at them. We also meet Richard Wheatley's ex-wife Angela Wheatley, who's a college professor. Elliot asks to speak with her about her son she recently lost, Rafi, but she's against it at first. She says she already knows why he was murdered, not knowing who. Elliot lets her know that his wife died and that his passport was found alongside Rafi's, but she doesn't have many answers for him. Elliot notices one of Rafi's poems on the wall and then asks Angela, how long does it take, referring to grief, which begins a whole storyline for these two bonding over shared grief in a way that gets... well, it gets a little confusing. Back to EO though, we get Kathy's funeral, which is fucked for me to say that EO is straight up bonding on top of Kathy's grave, but plot twist, this won't be the last time they do. We also get to see all the Stabler kids back. Maureen is married to Carl and has twin sons who we'll see next season. Dickie has a beard, Lizzie is there, and our fave Kathleen, and Eli, who's supposed to look 14. Also, tell me that Noah doesn't look like an EO love child and that Eli doesn't look exactly like season 1 Olivia. Like, that's nuts. Anyways, EO shares comforting glances at the funeral with Olivia so uncomfortable as he leaves, hugging the kids tightly and giving Eli a reassuring squeeze, not knowing what to say to Elliot. He just grabs her bicep and says thanks for coming, and she walks off making this face as she leaves. Elliot gets a call though, getting back to work, and all of his kids are pretty disappointed in it all. The case then ramps up and it leads to the death of Manfredi Sinatra, who was killed by his son Richard Wheatley on a Ferris wheel in Coney Island. Elliot shows up at the scene and sees the body, snagging his phone, which is definitely not allowed, before anonymously calling it in. He's in a panic, rushing back to his hotel when he hears his name being called by Olivia. Elliot looks super suspicious, jumping at the sound of her voice saying, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Olivia is definitely worried about him, asking, "What just happened?" To which Elliot tries to play it off, asking back, What do you mean?" And she clarifies, as if she needs to, "You okay?" Elliot is still trying to pretend like it's all good, saying, "I'm fine, what's going on? Why are you here?" And Olivia says, "I was just out at Hunts Point and I read your letter and I thought we'd talk about it." Oh my god, and when you know what's in the letter, this is crazy to think that they could have had a conversation about it at this time, but also the writers definitely did not know what was in the letter at this point when writing the show, I swear. Elliot's phone rings and he's distracted, telling her, I want to talk, I can't right now. Olivia tries to not let him off the hook, asking if he's working, and it's no use. He's already off, letting her know he's gotta go, and they're left, looking at each other like this. Despite Olivia's world being completely turned upside down in the previous episode, with Elliot Stabler literally returning and his wife blowing up in a car bomb, SVU really pushes forward, trying to not have Olivia be impacted by his return, which I remind you, Warren Leight said would never happen. Look, I can't stand here and say directly that Warren Leight was anti-EO at this moment in time, but he had strong opinions in the past, so it's no wonder SVU carries on, acting like everything is normal. Meanwhile, Olivia's guest starring on Organized Crime and having world-changing moments. While Chris's return was dependent on these exact circumstances, the division of the two shows creates some challenges, and very much so when the writers are not aligned on characterization, namely how they feel about each other and interact. In 2210, Welcome to the Pedo Hotel, we get only a slight EO mention when Carisi asks about Stabler, letting he know he's looking out for her. And I do appreciate this moment between the two because Carisi feels like the little brother Simon should have been, but yeah, it was definitely jarring for fans to go back to normal after such a dramatic reunion. Meanwhile, 1-2 Not Your Father's Organized Crime keeps the EO train moving quite literally, with Elliot getting Olivia's voicemail, very symbolic of season 13 premiere, and he asks her not to talk about last night yet, hoping they'll have a chance to talk, and they do. We get to see Olivia dropping Noah off at school, eyes lit up as she says goodbye to her son, before Elliot approaches the car, gifting her a coffee as he slides in. They have some small talk at first, with Elliot asking about Noah, saying,
Drive Noah to school every day?
You know, whenever I can, every chance I get.
You're a good mom.
which hurts given how badly he wanted to see her be one back in the day. Like, oh, she's grown so much. Olivia pivots, not wanting to continue the small talk, asking about what happened last night when she ran into him at the hotel, but Elliot tries to dismiss it as being startled. Olivia says, "You never used to startle before," then saying, "I don't want to push you and I'll back off if you want me to which Elliot quickly cuts in, answering, "I do, back off." I know some people hated this line, but you gotta remember his wife just blew up in a car bomb. Someone killed a person he loved, and if Olivia, someone he deeply cares about, also gets too involved, there's potential he could lose her too. Granted, he could be less of an asshole while saying it, but I think he kept up his walls to make it easier for her to not meddle anymore. Only, it's EO, so it's never gonna happen. Olivia is hurt by his insistence for her to back off, telling him that he has PTSD, and he laughs it off, saying, "I've been on the job 35 years. But Olivia reminds him of what he just went through, seeing his wife murdered right in front of him, but it seems like a lost cause. Olivia sighs, frustrated with him, telling him that she's a captain now and it's her job to take care of her people and make sure that they're good, that they're solid, and that they're together enough to do the work. Elliot keeps his walls up, simply saying he'll take care of it, but Olivia doesn't believe him, huffing out a fine. She goes along with him, voice transitioning into a more captain-like one now, asking him if he told Sergeant Bell where he was when Sinatra was found dead. She continues, saying she doesn't know what happened or where he was, but she saw him come back to the hotel. He looked jumpy, exhausted, and has circles under his eyes, and she's worried about him. It's hard for him to hear, and he replies with,
Thanks for that.
To which Olivia says she didn't mean to be patronizing. He says, "No, I know," but is careful with his words here, clearly struggling to figure out what to say. He keeps his eyes closed for a second, saying it felt good to hear that, before he says with conviction,
Liv, you mean the world to me.
Then stammers out the next part.
I just think I needed to hear you say that.
Olivia is taken aback slightly, watching him struggle, her own eyes becoming watery as he begins to exit the car, telling her one last time to back off before he's gone, leaving her speechless and upset. Olivia is of course right though. Elliot has PTSD, and in this episode he has a panic attack that startles Eli out of bed, having heard him shout Kathy in his sleep. Eli wakes him up and Elliot is startled again, feeling bad for scaring his son, asking him if he freaked him out, but Eli says he's okay and heads back to bed. Before he leaves though, Elliot says, "Hey, we're going to be alright," before he himself breaks down crying on the couch. God damn, it's sad. The case is picking up with an interesting COVID angle because we gotta remind everybody that the show acknowledges it, and we get Elliot bonding with Ayanna, grabbing dinner with her, who offers to order for him. Although Ayanna is new, she became a fan favorite pretty quickly, with the dynamic being like, shit, Elliot did something stupid and I gotta deal with it. And this scene plays perfectly into that, with Elliot trying to admit he did something that might get him in trouble. Ayanna says, "Then don't say it," to which he says there's no respect without honesty. After he tells her about the night he found Sinatra's body, she tells him to stop talking, but he does mention what they could do if he did what he did. It's a great moment and truthfully the beginning of an amazing dynamic that is still around in the present seasons. But the intensity of organized crime is echoed through the end of the episode when Eli is getting dropped off by Maureen's husband Carl, and Elliot walks towards him only to see a man approaching his son. He tells Eli to get inside before he chases the man down, demanding to know who he is, and gets pummeled in the process. The episode ends with him bleeding on the ground, out of breath. In 2211, Our Words Will Not Be Heard, Olivia is dealing with the aftermath of the unlawful arrest, aka the Javon Brown case. It's another episode with limited EO, only wrapping up another storyline for Olivia to help create systemic change, which, like, yes, that's so necessary, except this is a fictionalized show that profits off of its relationship with the NYPD, so, like, just saying it isn't enough. But I guess Olivia really is a superhero. Congrats, she solved racism. Anyways, our 1EO moment is again provided by Finn, asking Olivia if she told Stabler about her previous relationship with Ed Tucker, to which she says no. He then mentions that the last time he talked to Stabler, he told him that she had been involved with someone without telling him who. Remember, a son, good for her. Olivia then mentions that Elliot had told her to leave him alone the last time they saw each other, and that her relationship is probably the last thing on his mind right now. And to be honest, sorry for the slight spoiler, we still aren't sure if he's aware Olivia was with Tucker, so jury's out on that one. Picking up where OC left off, Kathleen is back again in 1-3, say hello to my little friends, worried about her father after he got jumped. She comes over to be a good big sister to Eli, bringing him food and asking him how he is. Eli mentions Elliot waking him up again, although this time it wasn't a nightmare, and Kathleen is still frustrated, saying it's not okay, especially that he's being left alone now, but Eli says that they have a system. Kathleen doesn't agree that he should be staying with their father, wanting Eli to stay with Maureen instead, but Eli doesn't want to leave. She calls her father, asking if he said that Eli can stay with him, and Elliot comes out of the bathroom saying, no, he's going to Maureen and Carl's. The whole point is to keep him safe. Kathleen saying, look at his face, that could have been you, and Eli says it was just a fight over a parking space. Kathleen says, and we're supposed to believe that, knowing it's all BS, but Eli refuses to leave, saying that Dad needs me, and it's sad. He's going through so much. We get a lot more Ayanna and Elliot bonding while they're on a long car ride for more information, and we get her digging into him, saying that she's counted 20 exits of silence. He opens up about what happened, that the guys were going after Eli, and Ayanna says, we really need to shut this guy down. It showcases how she's there for him, and yet she jokes with him too that he's not used to not being in control, bringing up how she's his sergeant sergeant, but he's had more time on the job with a bigger paycheck, so they're more like partners, equals, who want the same thing. They continue to bond, her asking him what demographics she checks and him saying female, black, gay, and she asks if he knows what it's like to be all of them, saying if she crossed any lines like he did, it's way different. Her career would be over, unlike him, who got to come back, and I really like this environment Elliot gets to grow in. Anyways, the end of the episode gives us the arrest of the hitman, so progress is in the case. Alright, so 2212, in the year we all fell down, is another episode that has COVID tied to it, with a woman holding Olivia hostage because she doesn't want to lose her business. It's an okay episode, no EO mentions, but Olivia does talk to the woman holding her hostage, who she is familiar with already, speaking to how difficult the past year has been for her too, after the woman says, "You haven't lost anything, you have your job, your son." And saying that to Olivia is nuts, but this woman is simply an NPC in the world of SVU, so she doesn't know. And Olivia fills her in, saying, "You know, what I do know is that nobody knows what other people are going through. Right before the pandemic, I lost my brother. Overdose. And you remember Ed Tucker?" The woman says, "Yeah, guy you went to Paris with. Those blue eyes. Oh my god, I love when you came in here. You were just so happy. I mean, I know you blew it, but you should really kind of get him back." Olivia chuckles, "That's not going to happen." And the woman responds with, "No, you don't know that. He adored you, like anyone could see it." Olivia lets her know that he's gone, brain cancer, and he killed himself because he didn't want to be a burden to his new wife. "You know, if I would have known that the last time I saw him that I would never see him again," then saying what I would have said to him or what I would have said to Simon. Simon was supposed to meet me and Noah on the day he died and he never showed up, and so I left him a message, an angry message. There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret that. It's literally just a recap of the last traumatic year of Olivia's life, and at the end of the episode she says she's exhausted, and Garland tells her to let someone take care of her, to which all she can respond with is a sorrowed yeah. Buckle up, fuckers. Holy shit. Okay, so in 1-4, the stuff that dreams are made of, the case is getting more complicated, and Wheatley and Stabler are having pissing contests, just like a bunch of standoffs in a threatening way. Elliot becomes obsessed with looking into who set off the bomb that blew Kathy up, and at one point becoming distracted while driving, getting him and Eli into a car accident. This then leads Kathleen to reach out to Olivia, who sits with her at a diner and tells her how Eli and her dad are physically okay, but he's not okay. Olivia's trying to find her place in all of this still. I mean, Elliot straight up told her to back off, and yet here she is sitting across from his daughter, who tells her that she knows he has PTSD but won't do anything about it. "We need your help," Kathleen tells Olivia, grabbing her hands, who asks, "Okay, honey, and what is it you think that I can do?" The kids want to stage an intervention, and Olivia's wary, but Kathleen says it won't work unless you're a part of it. So, when Elliot comes back to his apartment, he's greeted by all 5 of his children and Olivia, who is definitely not in work clothes and is very much giving second wife vibes right now. Elliot is obviously defensive about the whole ordeal, being kind of snippy with everyone, and mainly Olivia, who encourages Kathleen to continue as planned. Elliot finds offense with them saying he has PTSD, saying that was something that him and Olivia discussed in private, and she says it's not a secret. They all can tell. There's some tense back and forth before Olivia steps in, letting him know, "Elliot, I'm here because your family is worried about you," and he snaps back with, "I didn't ask you to be here." She persists, saying, "They're worried about you because of all the things that we have witnessed, and they're worried about you, Elliot, because they care about you. So do you think you could just sit down right now and just listen to everyone?" But Elliot is agitated now, telling her, "No, I don't really think I can. You should talk to my superior, Ayanna Bell. She's a sergeant, and if there were any problems, she would recognize it." Olivia feels defeated, but tries one more time, saying, "Elliot, tell us what you need." And you will not believe the words that come out of his mouth. Olivia sure didn't. Hell, look at his kids' reactions.
I love you.
This man literally says, "I love you." And we're on episode 4 of season 1. He tries to get out of it saying he loves his whole family, but it's all awkward. He's upset and we cut away. And when we come back to the intervention, Olivia's pleading with Elliot, saying, "Elliot, listen to me, listen. Everyone in this room recognizes that something's not right. Everyone but you." He says, "I'm drowning. How's that for recognition?" And she grabs him, although we can't see it, telling him, "Then take our hand, grab onto us." He looks down at where she holds him, saying, I know you're just trying to help. I know you're all just trying to help. You're reaching out, but all you're doing is pushing me further under. It's like a weight that's dragging me down," before he exits, leaving Olivia and the kids shook. And look, let's be real. People are trying to kill his family. The more they care about him, the more guilt he's going to feel, worried that they can get hurt before he catches Kathy's murderer, and it'll once more again all be his fault. This is in no way justifying his actions, like telling Olivia he loves her in front of all of his kids, but like maybe an explanation for his contradictions, because the man's truly going through it. After running out, he finds solace in Angela Wheatley, who knows grief, having lost her son. They have a conversation about it, him seeking her out to talk to, and yeah, like, Elliot, ugh. Anyways, back to the case. Elliot receives a late night notification that gives him more footage from the night Kathy died, and he calls Olivia, wanting to tell her the news. We get one of my favorite shots of Olivia Benson ever, seeing his name on her screen and ignoring the call. Like, girl, I get it. He literally said, "I love you" tonight. Like, you need a minute. Surprise! SVU actually keeps up with the story, and we open 2213 Trick World at the Mulan with a continued scene of the phone call. Olivia can't get back to sleep and listens to his voicemail, hearing that he saw the man who blew Kathy up, and she tries to call him back, getting his voicemail now and asking for him to call her back. The SVU case leads back to the place where Simon was found dead, and as it turns out, Simon might not have OD'd, but maybe was a victim in some girl's scheme. Melinda tells her that Simon's talk screen shows that he was not using again, which both relieves and doesn't relieve Olivia. Before she leaves Emmy's office, Melinda asks about Elliot, having sent her condolences, but he never wrote back, and Olivia just says that he's going through it. She leaves, but Elliot flags her down in the parking lot, saying he didn't want to do this over the phone. She asks him about what he's found, and it's clear he's going crazy now, and she tells him that it's not his case. He asks her if she can use her connections to help, but she says, I can't.
You have no idea how many people are telling me to stay away from this. To stay away from you.
Elliot is offended, asking, who's telling you that? Who's telling you that? But Olivia calmly pivots, asking, Elliot, did you hear anything that we said to you the other night? Elliot obviously says, I don't want to talk about the other night, maybe because it's the night he said he loved her or something. But Olivia carries on, Elliot, you have to take care of yourself. I'm begging you to slow all this down. Go home, eat something, get some rest, Elliot. You have to do this for yourself, for your kids. Elliot says, I hear you, to which Olivia says, good, and he begins to walk away, quickly spinning back to ask, are we good? And Olivia just says, I hope so. Okay, so the case picks up for Olivia, leading them to actually work with Elliot when the organized crime team would be particularly helpful, as Melinda identifies the drugs that killed their victims as purple magic. Oh, and in good news, we find out that Simon never actually heard her angry voicemail, so she doesn't have to carry the guilt of that anymore. Olivia, Finn, and Elliot head to the crime scene, the hotel where Simon died, where Olivia lets Elliot know about what happened to her brother, and he literally has, like, no reaction. This is what I mean about, like, characterization issues. Olivia goes on OC, and Elliot is this fully dimensional character who's, like, dealing with grief from Kathy, guilt from leaving Olivia, fear for his family, and then SVU's version of Elliot is sometimes like a robot. He fills Olivia in, letting her know that purple magic is connected to their lead suspect in Kathy's murder, Richard Wheatley, and the two pair up together as they continue investigating. They end up questioning one of the suspects together, and we get a good old-fashioned partner scene, which is so refreshing to me, before the end of the episode where they're staked out, waiting for their UC, who's wearing a wire, to get some information. Let's just say, it doesn't go well. The UC is made and shot down in front of them before a biker aims a gun at the duo, and Elliot shouts, live down, covering her body with his.
Portable to sense. Shot fired!
And then the episode ends. But, like, not for long, because OC is on right after, but still it was dramatic. 1-5 an inferior product picks up with Olivia in an IAB interview where they're seemingly pinning Elliot's statement against hers. And speaking of Elliot, he's waiting outside for her, watching her storm towards him when she's finished. What did you tell them? She asks, and he responds with, what are you talking about? I told them the truth. She raises a brow, pressing in, did you tell them that I told you to stay in the car when you wanted to get out? He hums a, and she continues saying, you said that I ordered you to stay in the car? Elliot's frustrated, saying, no, I did not tell them that you ordered me to stay in the car. Olivia's pissy too, responding with, but you let them believe there was a window of opportunity for you to save Felix Tinga and I stopped you? Elliot huffs, taking a deep breath before saying, I don't know what they told you in there. I don't know what you think you heard. And I specifically said that if I had gotten out of that vehicle, I'd have been a dead man. And you saved my ass. Oh, and by the way, you're welcome. Olivia is not happy and says, you're not dismissed. To which we get the first of many rank kink displays when he says,
I'm standing right here, Captain.
Ayanna comes in, leaving the room with Chief Garland and Olivia, who still looks pissed. Elliot asks her what the hell's going on, and Ayanna says, it's all good. Captain Benson cleared it up. Come on, man, let me buy you a drink. You've had a night. While he looks back at Olivia, who turns angrily and looks away. While in the car with Ayanna, Elliot finally asks, so are you going to share what happened in that meeting between you, Benson, and Garland? And when she's quiet, he sarcastically says, all right. Ayanna looks over, chiming in, she means a lot to you, Captain Benson, and he nods, saying, partners for a lot of years, somewhat dismissively. Ayanna continues on, saying, I know you've taken a lot of losses lately, and I don't really know the dynamic between you two, but you need to find someone else. Elliot asks, to do what? And Ayanna says, move on. Ooh. And you know what? For the first time in his life, Elliot Stabler listens to a commanding officer, and why did it have to be this? Because our man goes back to Angela Wheatley seeking solace again and makes out with her. I'm getting Danny Beck flashbacks, y'all. He's definitely, like, not in a good place, though, and he does end up leaving, and it's just sad, because, like, buddy, we know you love Olivia. Like, you'll get there. Just chill. Okay, so the case ramps up with them finding a little girl at the crime scene and making the executive decision to bring Olivia in to chat with her. We get a cute scene of Olivia talking with the girl, referring to Elliot as her friend, and the way he stares at her this entire scene is so messed up. Like, oh my god, I hate him. The OC squad debriefs about the case with Olivia there too, and EO is back in sync, literally.
Who was that shooter? Uncle K.
They end up bringing in their suspect, Uncle K, in, and their interrogation provides Olivia with a little bit of closure, getting to speak to the man who killed her brother. Although relieving, it's a lot to deal with, and Olivia leaves with Elliot trailing close behind, calling her name. She stops in the hallway, which will become their hallway. Leaning against the wall, she confesses, I spent the last 2 years thinking Simon did this to himself, like somehow his addiction caught up with him. And Elliot says he didn't deserve it. I mean, nobody deserves it. I'm sorry. So now you know the truth and you can let it go. Which is way better than his response on SVU and more in character. Do you see what I mean about the juxtaposition? She asks if he heard anything about Kathy's case and he says he's being left in the dark. He doesn't like it, but he's staying away. Olivia smiles and says, well, you seem better. And he laughs, asking, do I?
Thanks. Actually, confused as hell. That's so many things.
And she says,
but you look better.
So whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. Grabbing his hand, which he doesn't want to let go of as she leaves. Elliot goes back to Angela, though, telling her, I don't know who that was last night, referring to their kiss. She says, well, he kind of looked like you, but Elliot lets her know, I had no business being there. Angela then says, I'm not sure if that's what I was hoping to hear. It wouldn't have happened if I hadn't wanted you to. I'm not easy, and I can handle myself. To which Elliot says, I know. Angela continues saying, you feel guilty, and Elliot says, I feel a lot of things these days, to which she responds with, well, you're still grieving. He asks, is that what this is, mutual grieving? And she says, I don't think so, at least not for me. Elliot then offers her a ride home, which she refuses politely before telling him, you terrify me, Elliot Stabler. How you fell into my life so suddenly, the circumstances, the things I feel, I wasn't prepared for you. And then Richard Wheatley shows up for another pissing contest, asking if Elliot's trying to get in his wife's pants. Ex-wives, by the way, like this man is fully remarried, and he reveals that he found a bug in his home, which was indeed planted by the OC's undercover woman, Gina. Later, Elliot and Angela speak again, where it's revealed he followed her to make sure she got home safe, and Angela feels attention, calling him detective instead of Elliot. He tells her, I'm in a place I don't want to be, and she asks with me, and he says, what this is cannot happen right now. Angela asks what this is, and he says he doesn't know, so she says, why don't we just let it be whatever you need it to be right now? Elliot snaps out of it saying, hold on a second, hold on. You just called me detective back there because that is what I am. That is what brought us together. I did not fall into your life. I was driven into it for a reason. Now I am hunting the person who is responsible for killing my wife and taking your son away from you. That is my duty. That is my responsibility. She says that is what brought us together, but he continues ranting saying, you're the ex-wife of a prime suspect and I am where I should not be in so many ways. I am not going to allow these emotions to derail me from my mission, especially emotions I don't understand. Angela keeps trying though, saying, Detective Stabler, you have a higher calling, a mission to, I mean it sincerely. Elliot, you need to slay your dragons. So how about we start over? Detective Elliot Stabler, I'm Professor Angela Wheatley. I believe I have some information that might be of value to you. So can I take you to dinner tonight and share? He responds with, well, I actually have a few questions to ask you, so we'll have to go Dutch. To which she says strictly business, and he says, until I put the dragons down. Kind of flirting? Like, huh? Anyways, he waits for her later, and then there's a blitz attack, gunfire coming towards them, and he protects Angela before obviously having to leave. Fuming now, Elliot seeks out Becker, the hitman who is cooperating technically, but it doesn't matter. They're able to connect him to Kathy's murder now, and Elliot manhandles him, demanding to know why Wheatley wanted to kill his wife. And Becker reveals he didn't give the order, Angela Wheatley did. Oh my god! 2214 Postgraduate Psychopath is an extremely intense case and kind of a thrilling episode where I hear one of my favorite line readings from Amanda's kid.
A nice man gave it to me. He's gone now. Please, please, can I keep her? He told me her name's Snowball.
Snowball. They have to bring in Dr. Lindstrom to help with the case, and after people file out of the room, he uses his chance to ask Olivia, how are you doing, Olivia? It's been a tough year. Olivia says, it has been, but I'm lucky, you know. My Nola's okay, my squad is healthy. He pivots asking, and things with you and Detective Stabler, which makes her sigh dramatically, and he continues, your message, you said he reappeared. She cuts in with, out of nowhere, continuing on with, and that's been a lot to process. And Lindstrom says, I can understand why you'd want to make an appointment, and I really look forward to it. To which Olivia says, yeah, me too. Girl. The beginning of 1-6, I Got This Rat has Angela excited to see Elliot show up at her house, only if it's not for dinner. She gets arrested. Later, Elliot asks if Angela requested a lawyer and is told actually she asked to talk to you, which he says, she ordered the murder of my wife. I have nothing to say to her. The case continues to ramp up with all hands on deck to get to Wheatley while trying to get answers out of Angela. Ayanna tries to speak with her, but it's no use, and after a while, Elliot can't take it anymore, finally going to her cell asking why. She reveals then the story she's heard of Rafi's death. Richard told me that it was a targeted hit by police as a part of an anti-drug operation. Harlem Heat, they called it. He Richard said, that the operation was led by a detective by the name of Elliot Stabler. Detective Elliot Stabler, one of those faceless officers who gun down young black men with impunity and expects to never face any consequences. Richard asked me if I wanted him to die, this detective, and I said no. I wanted him to suffer like I'm suffering. I wanted him to feel this pain worse than death. To which Elliot starts crying, saying, well, congratulations, you succeeded. And Angela says, these were just words, Elliot, spoken in the depth of despair. I didn't mean for anyone else to die. Elliot corrects her though, saying, someone else did die, someone that I loved, someone that never hurt a soul in her life. And then he beautifully pivots, saying, remember the moment we met? I told you I would find the person responsible for murdering your son, and the whole time you thought it was me. That's irony. She says, it's what I believed, and he says, yeah, we all believe a lot of things. So here's the truth. Rafi worked for your ex-husband, managing the illegal side of his business, the production and distribution of an illegal drug called purple magic. Angela tries to cut him off, not wanting to hear, but he keeps going. Unfortunately, your son was double dipping. Not only was he taking paychecks from your ex, he was also taking his product to make his own stepped-on inferior product of purple magic, then selling it on the street at a discount, and got caught. She tries to say by the cops, he got caught by the police, but Elliot corrects her again. He got caught by Richard Wheatley, his adopted father. He got caught by your ex, who dealt with him the only way he deals with anybody who rips him off. He shot him between the eyes. That's the truth. Damn. And the case only ramps up from there, with more Wheatley and Stabler pissing contests, and Elliot more confused than ever if he can believe either one of the Wheatleys. And then the UC Gina is murdered. 2215, What Can Happen in the Dark is literally just a case, no EO, so skip. 1-7, Everyone Takes a Beating Sometime has the Wheatley case ramping up, with the OC team desperate to take down Richard. I know it's not necessarily important, but I must bring up the opening with the weird blowjob scene, because this just shows you OC is willing to put out. It is a cringy ass scene because it's Richard Wheatley, but I'm just saying, if EO's doing it in the future, it's gonna be on OC. Angela's put into hiding to be safe against her ex-husband, but she's still facing charges, and the OC attorney asks if she's ready to make a deal yet, but she has one request. And then we cut to Becker, the hitman that's helping the OC team, being executed by Richard Wheatley. Back to Angela, her attorney's looking out for her, saying that there's a good chance they could beat these charges if they go to trial, but Angela's insistent on talking, saying that Elliot was telling the truth and that Richard killed her son. Her attorney is definitely wary though, asking her, did you sleep with this detective? And Angela defensively snaps back with, God, does it matter? He tells her, it doesn't matter to me, but yeah, it does matter. She calms down, apologizing, and clarifies, I didn't sleep with him, but then her attorney asks, are you in love with him? And that is left unanswered, although we all know the truth. Everything is in place to trap Wheatley, but it's not going to plan, especially with Becker's death. It's a dramatic chase, but eventually they get him. Back to Angela, she's about to sign off on her statements when she's informed that Richard is in custody, and she signs. Okay, so quick rundown. 4 Wheatleys are in custody. Angela for involvement in Kathy's death, Richie for killing their UC Gina, and Richard Wheatley for all of his organized crime antics, with Dana in custody for her involvement with that too. And side note, I will say Richie was ordered to kill Gina, and he was in love with her, so he's feeling kind of sad about the whole thing. Anyways, Angela is brought back in cuffs, having given them a plethora of information to help them nail her ex, finally cooperating, but she had that one request from earlier. She wants to talk to Richard with Elliot in the room. She tells Richard how he ruined their kids' lives, to which he says Dana and Richie will be fine, but then she reminds him of Rafi, letting him know that I told them everything I know because I have nothing to lose anymore. Richard asks Elliot, did she tell you she ordered the hit on your wife? And Angela jumps in saying, I told them what I said, and I told them what you did. Richard plays up the dramatics a little too much in my opinion, saying, Detective Stabler's sorry, I'm trying to do like the Wheatley voice. Detective Stabler strikes me as a fairly intelligent man. I doubt if he fell for that I was grief-stricken, I never meant for him to take me literally performance. I assume that's what she told you. I don't think I'm that off. Angela says it's the truth and you know it, to which Richards then says, fortunately, I recorded you. In fact, I recorded all of your conversations in which you conspired with Isaac to plant the bomb, then make sure Mrs. Stabler's husband was distracted by a phone call, so he would be standing right there to witness her gruesome demise. Angela denies it, saying, he's bluffing, Elliot, there's no such recording, and Richard mocks her, mimicking, he's bluffing, Elliot, then saying, girl, you are a hot mess. Still trying to seduce him? You know you're not the love of his life, nor was that poor woman you had brutally murdered the love of his life. Now, wait a minute, what? He continues. Yes, she was the mother of his children and he cared for her. Apparently, Detective Stabler is a good, God-fearing Catholic. Angela tells Elliot to ignore him, that this is what he does, but Richard gags us all when he says,
but, plot twist, there's someone else. Another woman. Who's the one true love of his life.
Every time he was looking into your pretty brown eyes, touching your face or wherever else he was touching you, I'm willing to wager he was thinking about her. What was her name again, Elliot? Bro, look at Elliot. Oh my God. And then the episode ends. Oh my God. 216 Wolves in Sheep Clothing gives us Finn and Phoebe's wedding alongside a case that'll continue on next season. Chriska's officiating the wedding, extremely nervous about a speech, and while waiting for the bride and groom, they come out to let everyone know that the wedding is off, but the party is on, which, like, okay, that's fine, I guess. As the squad celebrates the non-wedding, we also get the dismissal of Chief Garland, who gives Olivia the down low of it all. While this is happening, Chriska is with Rollins, sharing his speech he had prepared, which was about partners, something that they used to be. In his speech, he says, "We are gathered here to witness and celebrate the union of Phoebe Baker and Finn Tutuola. Finn and Phoebe were each other's partners years ago, and a partnership is a lot like a marriage. You fight and you make up, but at the end of the day, you always have each other's back, and if you had to, you take a bullet for each other. And a bond like that never goes away." I haven't spoken much about Releasey, but like, Chriska's been in love with her for a while, and she's kind of a hot mess, but like, he is a good dude. Anyways, they finally kiss, which is great, except EO fans were kind of bitter that their ship isn't sailing yet. And then Elliot shows up a little late, letting Olivia know he was looking for apartments in the city while having a hover hand over her back because instincts want him to, but he can't right now. She is surprised to hear he's staying in the city, sounding relieved when he confirms he's staying. He asks if he missed the whole thing, and Olivia says, actually, they're celebrating their last-minute decision not to get married, to which Elliot is a little surprised, saying, good for them. It cuts away, and when it comes back, Olivia's looking at everyone in love, Finn and Phoebe, Kat and her girlfriend, not even knowing that Releasey's about to fuck. Elliot comes up to her, offering her her coat, and she says thank you as he puts it over her shoulders, handing him a glass of wine and letting him know that she got it for him. He follows where her eyes were locked, spotting Finn and Phoebe, and tells her they're a good-looking couple. How'd they meet? Olivia says,
she's a cop. His first partner.
And there's an exchanged knowing glance. Yeah. They cheers as Olivia says,
the partners.
And like, come on. Alright, so now we're at the finale for OC, and it starts with a recap that solidifies Richard was referring to Olivia when he mentioned Elliot's one true love of his life. I keep calling this episode Forget It, Jake, It's Jake Down. We then open 1-8 Forget It, Jake, It's Chinatown with all of the stablers strutting into the Wheatley's trials, but Richard's super dramatic, using a weird, the court is racist, you can't come after us because my children are black defense. Although later the defense mentions how the case is corrupted because there's a major conflict of interest with Elliot being in charge of the investigation, which, like, yeah, literally, he definitely shouldn't have been allowed, and that is a valid argument, but this is a fake TV cop show, and rules don't matter all the time, I guess. Back to Angela, she's still in hiding, being watched by one of the OC detectives when her attorney visits. Angela still hasn't been eating, and he brings her food to help encourage her, but they can't allow outside food in fear that she'll be targeted. He updates him on her kids, and Angela asks to speak to Richie, knowing he's a softie and she can get him to cave. He then turns to leave, saying he's gonna wait to hear if there will be a grand jury, and before he does, Angela shyly asks, Ellsworth, did you find anything out about that woman? He tells her, I did some checking, it's probably just another bluff, but a couple people thought that your ex might have been referring to Detective Stabler's former partner, Captain Olivia Benson, and she looks crushed before then he's then out of there. On to Richard, his attorney visits him, letting him know a case this sprawling and complex might not see the inside of a courtroom for a year at least. You will sit here biding your time, which he is not happy with, so she finishes telling him, if you're gonna play your card, Richard, now's the time. Richard is smart, trying to get a federal trial instead because he believes he has enough useful information to make the feds want to cut him a deal. The head of the feds, Baldy, apparently has campaign funds graciously donated to him by Richard Wheatley, so it's all sus. And he says, I assure you I want the same thing as you all. Justice. If Richard Wheatley has knowledge that can help us achieve that on a grander scale, I'm obliged to consider it. It's all very anxiety-inducing, and we cut to Elliot having trouble breathing on the phone with a PTSD specialist who reminds him to call someone he trusts. It's not Olivia who shows up, but instead Ayanna, who sits with him, telling him to just be, I'm here. He says he has Triscuits and water, and she laughs, saying, of course you do, and I love them. While Richie's in jail, he spots the Marcy killers, who I only mention because they'll come back a few times, and he brings up their involvement with Congressman Kilbride, who's working with Ayanna's wife Kit on a case and something, and look, if I have to talk about actual case stuff, it's gonna be a mess. Back to the case, kind of. Angela gets poisoned by shampoo, and it's a lot. We cut to Elliot in a therapy session talking about how everything is worse, the anxiety, the feeling of hopelessness, and he then says, work helps. It keeps the darkness at bay, and his therapist says, but you haven't stopped working. Elliot goes on to say he hasn't, but it's the case. The case, it's out of my hands. I've done my job, and now it's up for the money and lawyers to twist the truth. She asks, that make you feel out of control? And he clarifies, no, it's not about control. It's, I know what justice is. I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. And she chimes in telling him, Elliot, during our last session, you expressed a feeling that you had made some bad decisions. Is it possible you're anxious somehow those lapses in judgment may affect whether or not justice prevails? Ooh, damn. His phone rings then, informing about Angela, and he has to leave. The case now pivots to Angela's poisoning, and since she is a vital asset to taking Wheatley down, they definitely know Richard has something to do with it. Richard is being transferred into FBI's custody, with Ayanna warning them about him, but they won't listen, which is stupid as hell, because Richard does indeed get away away, and good thing OC's team trails him. A massive chase happens, and it ends with a bunch of police officers standing by as the OC team has Richard back in custody, with Olivia right there in the crowd. Ayanna sees it all and asks, "What's going on here?" To which Olivia clarifies, "Someone started a threat on social saying that Baldy was trying to Bigfoot your case. We're here to stand with you." And Elliot says, "They're here for us, Sarge," referring to all the police officers. Ayanna says, "Thanks, Liv," and Richard, who is walking by, says, "Liv?" before turning around. He eyes her up, monologuing, "Captain Olivia Benson. Wow, Elliot, now I completely understand. She's a knockout. Poor Angela, though, huh? Such a pleasure to meet you, Liv." He talks like an anime villain. Olivia stares him down, says, "Get him out of here," and he chides, "Is that a yes for dinner? Thanks for saving my life," as he's taken away. We cut to Richard talking to Baldy, sharing all the information he knows, still trying to cut a deal, and the feds are willing to talk on one condition, requested by Elliot. All charges can be dropped except for one, the murder of Kathy Stabler, asking that he still be prosecuted for that. Richard is cocky, though, being an ass, bringing up, "Poor Angie had a tummy ache, and I truly find this man insufferable." And great news for me, though, it's not over for him. Once in his jail cell, we see him digging around for a phone, which, like, cool, I guess, love that. And he makes a frantic phone call asking his new wife for a favor. "I'm gonna dictate a message to you, and I want you to enter it exactly as I say. Type, 'Oh, I'm in trouble. Can you please come get me?' Oh, as in Olivia, who does just that, meeting Elliot and Ayanna at the hospital where Angela is. We see her get out of the elevator perplexed when she comes across one of the OC detectives, Morales, in disguise, and she phones Elliot in response. He answers right away, hearing her say, "Elliot, I think I just saw one of your detectives here dressed as an orderly," and he's confused, asking, "Wait, what do you mean here? Where are you?" To which she clarifies, "I'm at Briarwood. You told me to meet you here. I got your text," and it's tense. Olivia hears groaning down the hall, and precautions are up with her having her gun at the ready. She sees a doctor bound and his clothes missing right as Ayanna and Elliot make it out of their elevator on their way to Angela's room. Olivia runs down the hall telling them, "Elle, go that way on the right," and we see Morales coming out of Angela's room, gun in hand. Quick side note, this is the first use of Elliot's nickname Elle, which Olivia used frequently in 1.0 with him calling her Liv, so it's kind of a big deal for EO fans. Anyways, it's a standoff. Morales was bribed by Richard to kill Angela, offering him $2 million, and now Morales is distraught about it after he's caught. Ayanna tries to plead with him, but he turns the gun and she's forced to shoot him dead. In my humble, unprofessional opinion, I do think maybe he was aiming for Olivia in a last-ditch effort, but that's kind of a stretch per se. I don't know. I know that Richard wants Olivia dead, and we kind of get hints at that answer next season. Olivia frantically runs to Angela's aid, but it's not looking good for her. Elliot calls for a code blue, and we end the season with an insane music score and a pretty dramatic shot. Okay, so a lot happens in the hiatus between the next seasons, with the biggest news that Mariska broke her ankle at the premiere of Black Widow, so major changes will be needed to SVU, having to now put it into the story at last minute. And the way they do that causes the most confusing timeline of them all. Kat and Garland are also both forced out this year, which caused some major stirring on socials, as they're getting rid of two of the few minorities on the show. And I wholeheartedly agree that this is a major issue, but instead of focusing on the heads of the show, people shifted the blame to Mariska, stirring rumors that she didn't want Jamie around because she was younger and prettier, and this rumor was started by a temporary cast member from the show. It was a wild time. Dick Wolf also relaunches Law & Order back up, The Mothership, which is basically the most Republican show I've ever seen, as if Blue Lives Matter wasn't already a problem on the franchise. We open SVU Season 23 with a 2-hour special, 23-1 and The Empire Strikes Back, and 23-2 Never Turn Your Back on Them. It picks up at Finn and Phoebe's non-wedding, with Releasy running off to make out at the courthouse, and Olivia on her way there too, as their case from the finale has picked back up. While driving there, Olivia's on the phone with Elliot, who says,
"It was a great night. Everything that's been going on, it's nice to get a break."
It really was. Hey, hold on a second. I got Chriska on the other line.
We cut away and then back again, with Olivia letting him know, "I was supposed to be at the DA's office an hour ago, so I gotta go," and he says, "I know you do." We then see her looking into a rearview mirror, lights blinding her, and a car being kind of aggressive behind her. She tells Elliot, "Except that I've got some idiot with his brights on behind me," and Elliot says, "Pull over." "Hey, Liv, let him pass," but it's becoming more tense with the car, and Olivia says, "I'm trying," before the car almost hits her, running her off the road, and she gets into an accident. When we cut back, Olivia's hearing Elliot's voice call her name.
Liv, I got you. Stay with me.
She opens her eyes to see him dressed in an EMT outfit, decked out with a beard, and she confusingly says, "Elliot?" To which he responds with, "Hey, I'm here." She starts to fade again, being woken up by a different voice saying, "Hang in there, ma'am, you're going to be okay, we've got you." And we see that it wasn't Elliot at all that she saw, but was imagining him. And I've got some qualms about this, like most EO fans, because you're telling me that Elliot doesn't check on her at all, even though he was on the phone with her while it happened. He doesn't go to the scene, doesn't go to the hospital, nothing, after he's been so scared about everyone in his life? Like, be fucking for real right now. I know there's division between showrunners, but this is just nuts. But this is how they decide to write her injury in, with Warren Light saying that EO was supposed to slow dance at the wedding when they picked up this season, but had to cut it due to Mariska's ankle, and most EO fans call BS on that. Anyways, we get a time jump in the continuation of the SVU case with the introduction of a new chief who sucks, McGrath, and a new guy, Velasco. We get a scene of McGrath going on in a meeting, Olivia suddenly distracted by her phone, which is when she gets the text from Wheatley, although at the time she thinks it's Elliot. When McGrath gets pissy with her, asking if she's with them, Olivia tells him,
I'm sorry. Something's come up. I have a situation, I need to leave. Excuse me.
And the timeline is even more confusing now than ever because this means the wedding was supposed to happen before the ending of organized crime, meaning Olivia gets in a car accident, then helps Ayanna and Elliot at the hospital, where if you go back and watch it, she's actively running on that ankle like it's no big deal. We then get Olivia's IAB statement about the Morales incident, where she says Morales was a cop gone bad. He was distressed, couldn't handle it, going on to say, he put a gun to his head, Sergeant Bell was trying to talk him down, Morales finally lowers his weapon and we all took a breath. Everything happened so quickly. He aimed his gun at us and Sergeant Bell was forced to fire first. It was a good shooting. Textbook. Suicide by cop. The IAB officer asks if she wants to add anything and Olivia says no before the woman asks, why were you at the hospital, Captain Benson? And Olivia says, I received a text from Detective Stabler, but I know that he didn't send it. How? She's asked, and responds with, he told me, to which the IAB officer says, and you have no reason to doubt him? Olivia dismisses it saying, he was my partner for years, prompting her to ask, then who was it from? Olivia says, Richard Wheatley. It's all a part of his vendetta against Detective Stabler. Any woman who's close to him is a target. The officer's a little taken aback, asking, Wheatley wanted to kill you, and Olivia doubles down on her claim, saying, I was run off the road a week before. That may have been a warning shot. The officer says, I'm aware, but at the hospital it was my understanding he sent Morales to kill his ex-wife Angela Wheatley, and Olivia says, or both of us. I told you so. Okay, so the second hour is mostly just a case, and it gives us the exit of Kat, who gets shot and decides to leave SVU, telling Olivia, after last year I thought things would change, like really change, but they haven't. The guys like McGrath are holding on tight. Olivia says this is exactly why she needs to stay, that they need more voices like hers, but Kat says people aren't going to listen to her. They'll listen to Olivia because she has years behind her, but Kat has to get out while she can, and honestly, good for her. And although people wanted to paint Mariska out as the villain, videos surfaced of her behind the scenes talking about how she wanted more out of Kat's departure, even yelling at Warren on set, because Kat was important to Olivia and this is gonna sit with her. So ballerina lady was likely wrong. 2-1, The Man with No Identity, helps close a few storylines with us, namely that all of Richard Wheatley's charges are dismissed due to aiding the FBI, minus Kathy's trial, which is still on. We also get a lingering Angela moment in the middle of the episode, who seems to be suffering from consequences after the poisoning and still asking about Elliot. But who cares? We get the introduction into the best arc, the Albanian arc, and see that Elliot has been undercover as Eddie Ashes for the last 3 months. Eddie Ashes is basically just a masked lesbian who has a punching problem, and I love him so much. I can't get too deep into the cases anymore because it's a lot, and they're not like tethered to Elliot's personal life anymore, so I'll try to keep it only to the EO moments as best as I can, and we do get a great one this episode. While undercover, Elliot's close friend Reggie visits his mother, who has difficulty speaking after being shot back in the day. She offers Eddie tea, immediately snagging his cup after he's finished to read his leaves. Reggie then translates. She wants to know why you won't tell her how you feel, the person that you love. Eddie has a slight reaction but keeps it together, and goddamn, Olivia being the love of his life breaks me. This episode also gives us an Eli and Elliot bonding moment, and it's super cute. But after the episode ended, fans were left shook, waiting for the following week with a promo that truly baited us all.
Elliot.
The letter. I want to talk.
I have nothing to say.
I need you.
We get our first crossover of the season with 23-3, I Thought You Were On My Side, getting a scene between Finn and Olivia where they talk about Elliot. Finn asks, talked to Stabler lately? And Olivia answers, actually no, he's been off the grid for a couple months, why? He tells her Phoebe invited him over for dinner, trying to hook him up with her sister, and Olivia's reaction is my favorite.
Oh.
Finn reveals that he never heard from him though, asking, he doing his stuff again? To which Olivia says, I think that he's working, and that it's none of our business, and he did let me know not to worry about him. Finn asks, and what did your shrink say? And Olivia says, he asked if it was triggering for me, and I lied and said that it wasn't. Then he asked me how I was doing with the rest of the changes around here. Finn asks, you lie about that too? And she says, I certainly did, before they're called away for the episode's case. I have to say, this is an incredibly hot Olivia episode where she is not in the mood to deal with the suspect Navarro. Olivia gets a call from Ayanna, notifying her that they're taking the case over as Navarro has connections to a top wanted criminal. This leads to an EO reunion where she sees the beard she imagined after the car accident, and ooh, look at her! There's a lot of tension between the two of them since, I don't know, he abandoned her again after coming back, and now her case is being taken away from her, so she's still not in a good mood. While the FBI and Ayanna are explaining more about Navarro, Olivia whispers, "You couldn't tell me that you were undercover?" And Elliot says, "No, Liv, I couldn't." Then saying, "I texted you." And our girl snaps back with, "So I wouldn't think that you ghosted me? Again?" Oh, they're fighting. Ooh, they're fighting. Elliot says, "Liv, let's not get into that," before Ayanna clears her throat to make them pay attention because everyone can clearly hear them. Olivia gets disrespected by the FBI officer while they basically try to tell her that the SVU part of the case isn't their top priority and how they have to pivot. Olivia and Chriska then rant about it for a second before Elliot interrupts, and I'm sorry, everything about this episode is hot to me, except the back of Elliot's head. Now we get an EO-only scene with her starting, asking, "So what's going on, Elliot? Radio silence for 3 months?" And he answers, "Yeah, my sergeant's orders." Pivoting to ask, "Car that ran you off the road, crash investigations ever find anything?" She tells him no, according to them it was a drunk driver. He looks at her before asking, "How are you doing?" And she answers in a voice that makes me sob.
Had to have surgery, but I'm okay.
But Elliot pivots to the case now, saying, "I'm a little salty about this too. I didn't want it to get all turfy." Olivia clarifies, "I meant about being undercover. Are you able to see your kids?" And he kind of brushes off the question, answering, "Yeah, now and again. They're doing okay. It's kind of nice to not be me for a while." And the red flags are off the charts. The way that SVU writes Elliot is a little weird this episode. He feels robotic to me again. Like him barely caring about her and being kind of cold. Meanwhile, on OC, he's going to be a giant simp. Now, I don't necessarily think he's being out of character, but I do think it's a stark difference. It's a juxtaposition I think reflects more about the writers not agreeing than I do the actual characters themselves. Anyways, the FBI agent interrupts, saying that Navarro dismisses counsel and wants to talk to Elliot man to man. But Olivia says, "Not unless I'm in the room." The guy turns to Elliot and says, "It's your call," disrespecting Olivia again, but Elliot has her back, saying, "She's the captain. It's actually her call." This was the episode 2 that we get this photo from, where they said they were just rehearsing and they're like practically kissing. And there's like a behind the scenes video of like them just goofing off on set.
We're shooting a TV show.
What?
You're the star. First, put down the fan. Let go of the fan now.
Who are you?
Exactly.
Oh god, and then we get the hottest interrogation scene of our lives, like for real. I hate cops, but this had me gnawing off my hand. Please just witness Olivia and Elliot.
Am I not your friend anymore, Gabe?
Captain, why don't you leave us boys alone in here? Turn off the camera. You want to get your hands
You know, I
dirty.
think I'm good. I'll watch.
Unfortunately, after that, though, the EO-ness starts to dip now. We get a random transition scene of EO meeting under a bridge where he tells her that they okayed the raid before telling her, "Liv, I give you my word, I got your back on this, trust me." And she says, "I guess I have to." Then while preparing for the raid, we get a small exchange after Navarro asks Elliot to play his arrest up so it looks believable, and Elliot says, "So you want me to make it look like I'm arresting a total scumbag who doesn't deserve to live? I can do that." And Olivia sarcastically says, "There goes months of counseling down the drain." Like, she's really just pissed off this whole episode, and it brings me back to season 8 Burned. When they catch Navarro and Popkov, Navarro makes a move causing Elliot to shoot, and we get one more brief exchange between the two where Elliot says, "Son of a bitch tried to shoot me," and Olivia, still pissed, says, "Or was that you guys trying to make it look good?" We don't see Elliot again, but Chriska calls the squad later and lets her know that Navarro's not in the hospital and that the FBI took him into custody. It means that Stabler lied to us and we were being played. Olivia is pissed again and heads to Ayanna, who says, "Captain, if you're looking for Detective Stabler, he's not here." And she says, "Oh, I'm getting that. His cell's going straight to voicemail and your uni downstairs is a pretty bad liar." They discuss the case and Olivia once again tries to ask if Stabler had any involvement, to no avail. Later, Amanda and Olivia are in her office, both upset about the whole ordeal, when Amanda asks if she talked to Stabler, and she says yes, from his burner cell before he went back undercover, and he swore to me that he did not know Navarro was being put in WITSEC. Amanda says, "You believe him? He shot the guy," but Olivia defends him, as always. He swore that he just reacted, and that wasn't part of a bigger plan. Amanda's not having it though, not letting her friend be delusional, telling her, "We know even if Navarro goes into witness protection, that guy's not going to stop assaulting women. Bell, Stabler, they don't care about that." But Olivia continues riding for her man, saying, "Stabler used to. Rollins, he was in SVU before I was." To which Amanda reminds her that he's been gone for 10 years. And Olivia says, "And I've had 10 more years of disclosures and 10 more years of hospital calls and morgue visits, and he never even met Tara." Amanda hopes she gets it now, saying, "So even if it wasn't his call to let Navarro go, it sure as hell makes it easier to go along with." Olivia tries to hold on, saying, "He told me to trust him, and I know him better than anyone." And Amanda is lethal, saying, "You used to." Oh. Holy shit, this episode leads to the previous press secretary, Jen Psaki, calling EO fans bullies. I'm not kidding. We get 2 hours of OC back to back with 2-2 New World Order and 2-3 The Outlaw Eddie Wagner, which starts off showcasing how gruesome OC can get, cut off fingers and stuff like that. Real gross. But more importantly, Bernie's back. She's not doing too hot though, having been off her meds and getting arrested for slapping a kid in the park for feeding ducks bread, calling him Elliot. Oof. When Ayanna gets her out of jail, Bernie's confused when she introduces herself as Elliot's partner because, well, you'll see. Elliot and Bernie reunite at the OC office, and God, it's sad and sweet, and these two actors are incredible together. During this exchange, we find out that Elliot and Kathy have visited New York about 4 times in the last 10 years, and the mention of Kathy's name has Bernie apologizing for what happened to her, saying that she was going to attend the funeral, but she's not sure what happened. She reveals she changed her pills, and Elliot is obviously worried, but she keeps apologizing, saying, "I'm so sorry, honey. I'm just so sorry about your beautiful bride." How was Olivia's funeral? Elliot is taken aback, and so were fans, but he doesn't correct her, saying it was beautiful, giving her a hug while he looks just like, yeah. Elliot now has to figure out what to do about his mom, deciding to move her into his apartment with Kathleen and Eli's help, as hers is overridden with cats. After this family interjection, it's back to the case, and there's a turf standoff between the Italians and Albanians, where Eddie Ashes shows off his loyalty by bringing a bazooka to the scene. Literally. He saves the day with this move, and all the Albanians love him now, taking him partying, giving him food, and a woman, which he does this with. Look, I know I'm gay, but whew. But apparently that woman drugged him through their kissing, and Eddie gets all woozy, keeping it together enough to not reveal his identity to the main boss and get a secret phone from them. The drugs are starting to get to Elliot though, and he leaves, nearly falling over himself. We see him moving and moving, not sure where he's headed, but as he gets closer, he smiles once inside an elevator, seemingly proud of himself for finding his destination. He moves down the hallway, and then we see he's at Olivia's door, banging on it, calling her name. And then the episode ends with the door opening. Okay, but it is a 2-part special, so we immediately get to see what happens. Olivia answers the door in her pajamas, extremely worried about him, asking Elliot what the hell happened. He reaches for her, telling her, "Drugs, someone dosed me," and she says they have to go to the hospital immediately, his arms now wrapped over her shoulder. He tells her they can't, then pleading, I need you to let me in, and she finally does. Elliot is completely out of it on her chair, drinking water like a little kid and making stupid faces, while Olivia looks so freaking pretty and soft. I'm sick over it. Olivia tells him there's a protocol when a UC is forced to take a controlled substance, handing him water, but he says, "I felt like I had to come here." Olivia prods further, "You felt?" And Elliot says, we never talked about what happened." To which Olivia says, "I have nothing more to say about what happened with Navarro." But Elliot clarifies, "Not Navarro, us." Olivia is not letting this conversation happen like this, so she says, "Elliot, now's not the time for us to talk. Now is the time for us to figure out what you ingested and have it vouchered and lab tested, so I'm gonna call it in," walking away from him. And then the reveal.
I didn't write the letter.
Elliot tells her, "I didn't write the letter," meaning the one he gave her in the snow in the first episode of season 1, continuing on to say,
Kathy.
Olivia is rightfully shook, having to sit down for this one, asking, "Kathy, your wife, wrote the letter that you told me that you wrote?" And Elliot answers, "Yes, it was her idea. It'd be easier to talk when we see each other after so much time. I tried, and then Kathy helped dictate." Olivia is upset, recalling the letter's contents like she's a middle schooler auditioning for this year's play, saying that what we were to each other was never real, and that we got in the way of each other being who and where we needed to be. He nods. That was Kathy. And she continues, "And if there was a man in my life, you'd hope he's the kind, faithful, and devoted man that I deserved." He answers once more with Kathy, and Olivia continues saying, "But in a parallel universe," and Elliot cuts her off saying, "But in a parallel universe,
it will always be you and I."
I wrote that. I slipped it in there before sealing the envelope. Oh my God. And then he reaches out, falling to his knees, calling her name, and she scrambles over to him, trying to help, but he stays on his knees, Catholic imagery, thank you, Rachel, and holds her, looking up at her with such reverence, reaching his hand up to cup her face, and her whole world was just shaken up so severely. So you see now why I said that SVU Elliot seemed like a robot when this aired on the same night. The scene cuts off though, and the theme song begins to play, which is a great time for us to debrief on what the fuck just happened. This man thought he literally could be dying and went straight to Olivia Benson's home, still dressed as Eddie Ashes. We don't even know how far he walked, but I don't think they were partying anywhere near that lady's Upper West Side home. As for the letter, Olivia had that memorized, and she didn't just receive it. Like, it's been a minute, so you know that's just been sitting with her. And his need to tell her the truth in this moment of peril is just so, like I briefly mentioned the Catholic imagery, but remember Saint Olivia? Like, he's on his knees confessing his sins to the woman at a time of need, and he's laying his head on her chest while his arms are squeezed around her. Like, oh my god. Mariska teased these photos on her Instagram before the episode aired, and I'm telling y'all, no one saw the scene going this way. Everyone thought this scene would maybe be a kiss, or at least finally when they got together, but instead we got more angst for EO, which unfortunately I personally love. After the show comes back, we get an extremely high-res shot of Elliot's nipple as he wakes up, and not at Olivia's, but Ayana's. She asks him, did you blow her cover? And he says, no, I kept it together, to which she says, until you got to Benson's. He asks why, which she say, and Ayana says, just that you were pretty messed up. And the rest of the episode we move into the crime part of the show, though I'd pay big money to see how he got to Ayana's. I was not yet active in the fandom to experience this live, but I was on Tumblr watching from afar. Bloggate, as it's known, happened after finding out what was in the letter, with EO fans upset with Kathy Stabler starting to post a lot of memes about her, including one prominent one, a Photoshop picture of Kathy on the burn book from Mean Girls, and a plethora of hate tweets. All this attention got to the actress Isabel, who wrote a blog post about the whole situation, in which she reveals that she called Mariska over the hate tweets about Kathy, who just told her she receives hate too and to not take it personally, to take the high road. She ends this article saying, can we all please take it down a notch, no matter what our personal views are about TV love stories or climate change or the Senate parliamentarian? Can we pause? There is an acronym, THINK. Is it thoughtful? Is it honest? Is it interesting? Is it necessary? Is it kind? And once this article gained traction, hate tweets towards fans started ramping up now, and the whole thing just became a mess. And it became way worse, with Isabel tagging the then press secretary Jen Psaki in her tweet, who replied back with, here's what I know, Isabel. You can't change people who have poisonous venom pulsing through their veins that prompts them to hate tweet. All you can be is the person you clearly are, a full-hearted human actress and mom. Thank you for writing this. And all of this was over Law and Order. Here is my unrequested take. While I think it could be a lot to receive hate comments on the internet, I've had a fair share of my own, none of the hatred was truly about Isabel herself at first, but the character. And I think she has every right to speak out about her feelings, but all of this got wildly out of control, and taking on the beast of the internet and asking people to be kinder is never going to give you the results you want. In fact, it only got way worse since she called attention to it with genuine hate tweets now about the actress. Even fans talked to Mariska on set about it. There's also apparently an SVU podcast she appeared on. Anyways, that's Bloggate and how SVU fans were called out by a White House press secretary. So, wild times. Back to SVU, we're at it again with minimal EO, which is wild given how Olivia just heard, in a parallel universe it will always be you and I, and this stark contrast is something fans would take issue with, wanting there to be more and ramping up their demands towards the active showrunner Warren, who was not having it. 23-4, One More Tale of Two Victims really solidifies that McGrath sucks, leaving an iconic Olivia moment that's used in a lot of edits.
And just to be clear, as I told you before in my office, I won't turn my back on any victim.
Nor would I.
And if you stand between me and any victim of sexual assault ever again, you can take my shield and my gun. In fact, if that's not understood, take it now.
In this episode, she also goes to the doctor about her ankle and it's not looking good. Her doctor asks, look, have you ever considered it's time to move on? He clarifies, retirement. I'm considering it myself. Olivia says, I am nowhere near moving on or retirement. Look, I still have so much work to do. I'm raising a young son on my own, to which he cuts in saying, you could spend a lot more quality time with him while he's young, like I wish I had done with mine. Olivia says, I need to work. I love my job. And he tells her, Olivia, we both know it's not the same job it was when we signed on. The last few years, the stress, the turnover, I heard about the new interim chief. Your accident on the way to the courthouse, that makes it job related, so I can mark you fit for duty right now, or I could put you on the fast track to pay, tax-free, full bennies for life. Just think about it. Now to the better of the two shows. I have no idea how to say this title, so I'm just going to go for it. 2-4 for If You Like You More has Eddie Ashes in danger again, which is not rare in the slightest. However, it's the type of danger that has him hugging Eli goodbye like this before looking at a picture of Kathy and then calling Olivia up, getting her voicemail. He says, hey Liv, it's me. Wish I was there. I'm just calling to say, I wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for me, for the kids. You've been my rock. And when I said that I love you, I think that you know before getting cut off by the machine. He hangs up up and calls again, hearing her voice say, "This is Olivia, leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can." But he chickens out this time, hanging up the phone in the end. Anyways, because I'm not going over the case stuff, I haven't talked about Flutera, but basically she's the wife of Albie, whose nephew is Reggie, Eddie's friend that got him into the Albanian group. And last episode, Eddie discovered Albie was secretly gay, and that was a whole story, with Flutera hitting on him now too, without her husband knowing, obviously. Elliot uses Flutera's interest in Eddie to his advantage, getting into their home and secretly spiking her drink so he can snoop around, where he finds passports of girls, meaning there's possible sex trafficking, and the OC crew will have to bring in SVU on this. At the end of the episode, though, Flutera shows up at his trailer, apologizing for passing out on him, and Elliot knows he can't avoid her any longer or it'll get too suspicious, and yeah, they fuck in his trailer. Whoops. 23.5 Fast Time at Diggy's Penthouse, or Wheelhouse, the name keeps changing across platforms, is just a really cringe TikTok episode where Jet guest stars, and the end scene leads into the next crossover. No EO, so boo. 2.5, The Good, the Bad, and the Lovely delves into the sex trafficking case, pulling in SVU. We open with the teams coordinating, with Olivia getting briefed on the major players. While Elliot's telling her about everyone, Olivia points to Flutera, asking, "Who's that?" Elliot tells her, "Flutera, she's Albie Briskew's wife," with Olivia asking, "She handles the girls for the KO?" And Elliot saying, "Well, if she does, it's news to me." Olivia's definitely suspicious, saying, "So you're saying she's not involved in the sex trafficking operation?" And Elliot jumps in a little too defensively, telling her, "I'm saying she calls herself a party planner. What she really does, I just don't know." But Olivia's still sus, saying, "But if you already are working her, then you must have suspected her of something." And Elliot says, "I was working her to find anything I could on her husband. I found the documents and the passports, which all point to sex trafficking, which is obviously why we're here." Look at her face. She definitely knows they fucked. There's no way that she didn't. Everyone keeps watching and it gets more suspicious, leaving Olivia to guess that she is right and say, "And I'd say that your friend, Flutera, is that how you say it?" Oh, she's much more than a party planner. I loved Olivia, and it's been so long since she's been around. In addition to the case, we get some home life updates, with Bernie missing her medication, blaming Eli. He denies it, but he definitely stole it. As we see later on, he actually ingests some of the pills himself. This family squabble leads to more bonding, with Bernie, who wants him to be done and come home, but Elliot says as soon as the case is done. There are some case scenes, obviously, with some brief Olivia cutaways before we get to the raid of the party where the girls are being sold. We get a tease of Olivia again and a lot of her being protective, immediately wondering about Elliot's safety and whereabouts because, yeah, he gets hurt again and eventually has to flee the scene. We get a really important Elliot case scene where he frees one of the girls, Rita, and lets her go home, and it's super sweet, and this is why he has the nickname Monte Carlo, if you're ever wondering. When he gets back home, he's surprised to see his mom still awake, who's too focused on the cut on his face, before she eventually says, "Well, your partner came to check on you," and he's surprised to see Olivia walking out of his bedroom, him saying, "Hey, partner." She teases back, saying a howdy, before letting him know, "This place looks amazing." He says thank you, but Bernie chimes in, "Yeah, he had nothing to do with it," and Elliot concedes, repeating, "I had nothing to do with it." Elliot is obviously wondering why she's here, asking, "Everything all right?" But she tells him, "Yeah," filling him in on the case. Bernie interrupts though, saying, "You know, that cut looks bad," and Olivia agrees, saying, "Yeah, do you have any hydrogen peroxide?" with Elliot resisting, saying, "I don't need hydrogen peroxide," and it's all very domestic. Olivia heads to the bathroom, but Eli's in there, and we hear some fumbling around, with Olivia apologizing for almost opening the door, and we get this awkward moment.
Sorry. Eli, hey.
Hey.
He flees quickly when Olivia looks under the cabinet for hydrogen peroxide, and then she sees pills on the floor, and stepmom mode is activated. She asks, "Hey, where did Eli go?" And Bernie tells her, I think he was going to a movie with a friend. Olivia says, "Yeah, Elliot, can I talk to you for a second?" and pulls him aside to fill him in. So the door was locked, and Eli was in the bathroom, and then I heard something spill. I found these. Elliot is not happy, heading to the door where his son just exited, calling after him, but it's no use. Olivia apologizes for this, and he tells her it's okay, before Bernie cuts in, saying, "Yeah, he took my pills, didn't he?" Elliot asks her, "What movie did he go to?" And she says, "I don't know, he's not talking to me these days." Olivia asks, "Do you track his phone?" And he says, "No, but that's about to change." She then asks, "Elliot, is there anything I could do to help you?" But Elliot says, "No, everything is fine. I'm just going to stay the night, and I'll talk to him when he gets home." He offers to walk her out, and she heads to the front door until he calls her name and tells her to walk out the back. It's shorter. She says a heartfelt goodbye to Bernie, and her man grabs the door for her, walking her through the garden. She starts the combo off saying, "I agree with Bernie, Elliot. I want you to come home," to which he says, "I intend to." But he's not getting it, so she says, "Before it's too late." They're at the gate now, really close, and he looks down at her like this, saying, "Liv, I'm being careful." And then she touches his face, saying, "I mean," before Eddie Wagner takes over and Elliot Stabler is nowhere to be found. They share this intense glance before she turns and walks away, and you can just see on his face how much that fucked him up in that moment. Anyways, we end the episode with a heartwarming mother and son moment, and God, the Albanian arc is just truly life-changing. The anchor towards War and Light picks up in this milestone of an episode appropriately titled 23-6, the 500th episode. We start off this episode with a flashback to season 1, our only scene with Serena Benson, as Olivia is walking Noah to school. He pulls her out of her head asking, if your mom were still alive, how old would she be? And she says, my mother, Serena Benson, would have been 77. He keeps it up with the questions asking, and you were already a detective when she died? Did she like that you were a detective? And Olivia says, well, it sounds like you're being the detective now. He then asks, do you miss her? And she says a heartfelt, yeah. And Noah says, because she was a good mom, like you. She teases him saying, Noah, you should know by now that no one's as good of mom as I am. Crouching down to give him a kiss, and they share a cutesy goodbye, ended by another reminder of COVID. Put your mask on. Olivia then walks into the precinct, apologizing to Finn for being late, filling him in on her morning. Sorry I was late, I was walking Noah to school, and out of the blue he asked me about my mother. Finn asks, you went with a short answer, and she says, yeah, obviously not ready to tell her son everything about her troubled home life. She pivots, asking, so what is this about a suspect? And surprise, it's not real. Nick Amaro is back and hotter than ever to surprise our girl. He's back to work a cold case actually, asking for SVU's help with one of Cragen's old cases. Nick was approached by a true crime writer to pull DNA and wanted to coordinate, and surprise, Olivia knows him. Remember way back in season 1 when I told you about the soulmate scene and how Olivia revealed that she'd been seeing a guy way older than her? Well, Stinky Pete from Toy Story 2, aka Burton Lowe, is that man, and he's back. We get another flashback to season 6 where Olivia was telling Casey about the fight with her mother, and yeah, the 500th episode is not a happy milestone. It sure is something else though. The two start working the case together, in which we get a conversation about how they ended. Burton says, an ADA, a geneticist, your ex-detectives go places. And Olivia says, well, I wish they wouldn't, because as my mother used to say, everyone leaves, and holy shit, that hurts. Burton says, Serena was always a little dark, which like, shut your mouth, sir. And Olivia pivots saying, you know, Burton, if you needed help on a case, you could have just told Nick you knew me or gotten in touch. He tells her, I guess I was afraid you'd just say no, considering how we ended. And she reveals, you know, my mother made me write that letter, trigger warning, to break off our engagement. She told me that you had a real girlfriend in college. He says, I did not. I was in love with you. I told her that. And she's confused saying, but you disappeared. And he says, I wanted to write you, to see you. She told me that if I even tried to get in touch, she'd immediately have me expelled. And Olivia is clearly hurt, saying, well, then she lied to both of us. Later, Amanda, being the best nosy bitch, comes to talk to Olivia saying, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Him showing up in your life now, Stabler, Burton, something's going on. Olivia says, nothing's going on. Burton is obsessed with his work. You realize that his last podcast series, he got a man off death row. And Amanda says, yeah, I Googled him too. You also saw that he split up with his girlfriend. Olivia says, yeah, the French journalist. I did see that. And Amanda digs in saying, yeah, and right after, out of all the cold cases, he chooses one from SVU. Oh, I love her. We get more of Burton and Olivia working together, and then some cameos from Cragen. They solve the cold case, getting the innocent man freed, and the right man is put away. Burton is a little too overdramatic though with the retelling of the crime itself, saying that it's just his writer's brain as they discuss the next steps. He says, wow, Olivia, how do you do this? And she says, it's a lot, you know, but I spend time with my son, I listen to music, I go on walks when I can, and this guy goes, how about a walk right now? I could use one. And Olivia says, give me a minute. It then cuts to them walking and catching up, where she brings up his girlfriend, verifying that she's his ex. He creepily says, an old man dating a young woman always ends up playing a fool, before asking, have you been to France? And she tells him that she went on a romantic trip to Paris once, prompting him to ask, is he still in the picture? She tells him he's not, and God, I hate this scene because Olivia Benson is so truly baby girl this episode, and it all gets ruined by this man later. But look at her, she's so cute. He asks her if she has time for a nightcap, and she says, I could be persuaded, before kissing her. He says, ugh, I'm sorry, that wasn't very gentlemanly, and she says, I didn't mind, before they kiss again. Fun fact, fans saw this being filmed and already knew about the kiss because it's the streets of New York City and there are fan hawks everywhere, so they rightfully were not looking forward to this episode. I, on the other hand, was not aware of this yet, so I was rightfully shocked. Now, September 23rd, 2021 was memorable for two reasons. One, my sister and her husband got engaged, and two, this scene of Olivia Benson looking like this aired. And you know I love my sister because I actually paused the TV at this exact moment to hear about her engagement. So I love you, Megan. Anyways, we get a flashback scene to the soulmate scene, which is the only time we'll see Elliot this episode, despite it being a monumental episode for SVU. And yeah, her and Burton had sex. Look, not to shame a man, but I am gay, and I will. Olivia, him? Have you seen yourself? I'm just saying. She's so baby girl too. I'm ill about this scene. She gets an update about the case while they're kissing, and then a text from her nanny, and she's gotta go. Trevor Langan then makes his guest appearance, which, like, I literally wish it was them that banged and not the prospector, but that's for later, literally. They end up getting the guy freed, and Burton is all cocky about it, with Olivia freshly fucked and excited by the prospect of her soulmate coming back, only to be warned by Trevor of all people. 2 words of advice: watch yourself. I used to have clients in publishing. He's got a reputation, so just eyes open. And she says, always. We get a cute reunion via FaceTime with Cregan, who calls her captain, and she literally hangs up on him, which makes me laugh, although it is a sweet moment. And then it's back to the case in court, where everything is looking good until a woman approaches Olivia and Burton asking, "You're Captain Benson, the head of SVU?" Olivia says, "I am," and then the woman responds back with, "Can I ask you what you're doing working with a predator?" Yep, Burton Lowe is as slimy as he seems, and it messes with Olivia, who's beyond hurt and confused. She's a captain, known for listening to victims, and she trusted him. Hell, maybe even had hope for them to be together. I mean, everything with her and Elliot has been so rocky, and he's been the one man there for her in the past, but before him, there was Burton, who, because of her age, she truly thought was her soulmate. Amanda and Finn interview the woman, finding out that Burton got her drunk and played a song, The Girl from Ipanema, and the two update Olivia on what they find, only to realize the statute of limitations is up and there may be others. Finn offers to step in to deal with Burton, but Olivia rejects his offer, letting him go, while Amanda stays back to talk to her friend. She says, "I'm so sorry," but Olivia just asks her about the interview. This woman, is she credible? Amanda says she was. Whether you can prove it's rape 3, I don't know. Burton was 50, she was 20. He spent the summer grooming her. Olivia asks how, what did he do? And Amanda tells her he solicited her opinion about his novel, took her out to nice restaurants, gave her books, music. Olivia perks up, asking, music? And Amanda says, yeah, like a Brazilian compilation. Girl from Ipanema, older man move. And oh, here we go. We cut to Olivia with a glass of wine digging into her apartment closet, sitting on a bench sifting through a box of cassette tapes, finally finding what she was looking for, and she lets it play. The Girl from Ipanema starts, and Olivia cries on her floor. It's heartbreaking. The next day, Olivia comes in, showing the tape to Amanda, who's surprised, and Olivia says she thought he was so sophisticated back then. They're still investigating him with nothing yet, but soon there's a plethora of women accusing him of gross behaviors. However, none of them are convictable crimes. Nick comes by, and the squad updates him on everything going on, and Nick just gets angrier about it all. Olivia tells him, "Nick, Ian Ridley has been exonerated after years. I don't want whatever this is to overshadow that." And he says, "I'm sorry I walked him back into your life." But Olivia says, "Please, I'm a big girl, Nick." And he asks, "How old were you then, 16? He was 21. My daughter's 15. But Olivia argues, "And it was a different time back then. We were in love. Anything that we did, I wanted to do. It was my choice." And Nick argues back, "Well, that's one thing about predators, Liv. The good ones, the smart ones, they make their victims believe that." And that sets Olivia off, who says, "Nick, thank you, and I appreciate that you have graduate degrees, but I've also been here for a very long time, so I don't need your expertise, but thank you very much." Nick is offended and clearly can tell she's not processing this well, saying, "Well, physician, heal thyself." And Olivia has had it, saying, "I think we're done here." We get another flashback to her conversation with Serena all those years ago, and now she's at Burton's hotel room again. He's pissed, screaming about cancel culture and demanding to know who's accusing him. Olivia lets him know that none of them rose to the level of chargeable offenses, so he's off the hook. He tells her, "I haven't been a saint, Olivia. If a beautiful younger woman seemed interested in me, I'm human. I was grateful. Yes, did I sleep with some of them? Absolutely, but I never took advantage of anyone, ever." Olivia says, "That's not what these women are saying, Burton. Listen to me. Come on. You were a powerful, successful man. These women looked up to you. You abused their trust." And he grossly says, "Oh, come on. They didn't complain at the time. Have I pursued women? Yes. You know what it used to be called? Seduction, not rape. Come on. You know me, Olivia." Olivia argues back, "Do you really not understand the power differential? Do you not understand that you were their mentor?" And this douchebag says, "I was, and so what? It's okay for them to obliterate a lifetime's work, my reputation, over these fabrications. That's okay. But what about Ian Ridley? What about all the good I've done? I need you to stand up and defend me here, Olivia. You're a captain at the SVU. You can do that." She says she can't. He asks why not, and she reminds him, "You slept with me when I was 16, Burton. You were 21, and technically that is sexual assault." He is offended, saying, "Oh, are you saying that you're a victim now? We were in love." But Olivia continues, "I was a teenager. My house was a mess. You knew that. You knew I would do anything to get away from my mother." And he's still being an ass, saying, "Oh, please don't get her voice in her head. We both know she was stone crazy." And Olivia asks, Was she, Burton? Or maybe she was trying to protect me." He tries to argue again, asking, "Do you remember the first night we had sex 40 years ago? You didn't put up much of a fight. And the other night, are you going to change the narrative there too and say I raped you? Because that sure as hell seemed like consent to me." He then asks, "What the hell do you want from me, Olivia? An apology because I was in love with you?" And she, with teary eyes, says, Maybe I wanted some sort of acknowledgement because I was so young." And this bastard says, "Well, you're not going to get it." Olivia says, "I can see that," and leaves, only to hear the glass shatter behind her. The bastard threw his glass at the door as if it would hit her. Still hurt, she goes on a walk, calling Nick and telling him that he was right and she was sorry for being defensive, before she throws the old cassette in the water. God, the 500th episode is so much for Olivia, and Mariska's acting in it was truly amazing. It hurts to watch watch, but it is a monumental episode for her growth, unfortunately. There's mixed reviews on the matter, with many fans upset she had to go through this, and don't get me wrong, I want Olivia to be happy, but there was some closure provided. My only criticism is that there's absolutely no reason she had to sleep with him. We could have gotten the same results without that bit. No matter what you thought about this episode though, wait until Burton comes back, because that episode, yeah, that caused a small boycott. Quick speed round. 2-6 Unforgivable has no EOs, but guys, I have to confess, I think Flutero's kind of hot. SVU 23-7, They Already Disappeared is super creepy, like really, really creepy, but Olivia is really hot in it as always. 2-7 High Plains Grifter, there's no EO again, but this episode is fantastic. SVU 23-8, Nightmares in Drill City is so cringy, dear God. And 2-8 Ashes to Ashes is the end of the Albanian arc, and it's so, so good. Like, they made you root for the bad guys to get away in the end, and that is impressive. We also get this.
He was fun. Like a horny altar boy having sex for the first time in his life. Except he lasted longer.
Okay, I'd gladly pay a year's salary to unhear those words.
December 2021 was a blessed time of my life, only made better by the winter finale crossovers, which fed EO fans well. We start 23-9 People vs. Richard Wheatley, finally getting some closure on his trial, but not Wheatley overall because he's going to be back again, unfortunately. We open with Olivia walking towards Kathy's grave, a bouquet of flowers in her arms. She's meeting up with Elliot, Kathleen, Dickie, and Eli, and EO kind of flirts on top of Kathy's grave.
Oh, you shaved. It's nice to see your face.
Whose time?
We then get into the meat of the case, which has some losses for the people right away, and the reintroduction of Barbara, who chooses to defend Wheatley during trial, and that creates some tension. Angela's still sick, ready to testify against Richard, but keeps forgetting basic details, and Richie is more than willing to cooperate, still upset that Richard killed his grandfather. Elliot asks Olivia if Barbara's any good, and Olivia says very, and then we get a tense standoff in the precinct. Barbara says, "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss," and Elliot says, "Argue? Then why are you defending the man who killed my wife? Liv, I'll see you later." Olivia brings Barbara to her office asking why he's doing this, and he brings up the suspicion of it all. Think about it, 30 RICO charges that they let slide, but they cherry-picked this one? Why? Because one PP pressured them? Olivia begs him not to take the case, but he says, "Be careful what you wish for. I step aside whatever shark Weekly hires will not just put the NYPD and Stabler on trial, but you, not just your partnership with Stabler, but your relationship. He never should have been allowed anywhere near this investigation, Liv. They'll eviscerate you on the stand, maybe end your career." Olivia is frustrated, asking, "So which is it? Are you protecting me, or is this your defense attorney outrage? Or is this about Stabler?" And Barbara says, "I don't know, Stabler. Maybe it's the first 2 out of 3. She's still clearly hurt by the betrayal, but it's time for the trial and she's up first. During her testimony, we find out that Elliot actually requested Olivia on the scene specifically, and we can see the Stabler kids in the gallery, with Eli having the hardest time hearing about everything. When it's Barbara's time for questioning, he brings up the interrogation of the first suspect, with Olivia defending Elliot's aggressive outburst before he pulls up a video for everyone to rewatch. He brings up their past partnership too and doubles down in asking her if she should have allowed him in the room. This episode is a lot of trial stuff, so I'm kind of going to gloss over parts of it because there's a lot of EO to get to. Ayana's next, and Barbara's smart, twisting her testimony as well before we see Richard whisper to Barbara. We then cut to Olivia meeting up with Wheatley and Barbara, wondering why she's there. Richard starts it off saying, "I heard about your crash, and I want to tell you in person, I can't imagine how frightening that must have been. And I give you my word, I had absolutely nothing to do with your car being run off the road." She says, "Your word? Like your word that you had nothing to do with Kathy Stabler's death?" To which he says, "The jury's not even out yet. I do somehow wish we'd met under different circumstances," and Olivia immediately says, "I don't. But if you have something you'd want to confess to me, I'll see you in court." He lets her go, but not before saying, "By the way, before you go, the love of my life, Angela, takes a stand tomorrow. You might want to make sure Stabler's children aren't there. They probably don't want to hear about what she has to say. And I guess neither do you," causing this reaction from Olivia. We then get a pivotal conversation between EO that's hard to hear, but it's one of the first times Olivia really goes off on him, and rightfully so. She starts it off saying, "Angela Wheatley's testimony's up next. Any reason I shouldn't be there?" Elliot says, "Why would you ask me that?" And Olivia says, "I was warned." He doesn't respond, just asks by who, and Olivia digs in, telling him, "Whatever happened between you and Angela, Wheatley knows, which means Barbara knows, and they're gonna use it." Elliot defends himself, saying, "Wheatley doesn't know anything. He's just stirring up Barbara, and Barbara's stirring you up." But Olivia stays firm. "You're not answering the question." Remember, this is SVU Elliot, so he's a little colder than on OC, and he says, "That's none of your business, or the courts. The question is, why are you really asking?" Olivia sadly says, "I wish I could trust you, Elliot," turning to leave, but he cuts her off saying, "Liv, what does that mean?" And she sighs before really getting into it. "I know that you are carving your way through a mountain of grief, and I have tried to be there for you. But this is a one-way street, Elliot. You have not asked me one question about what has happened to me since you left."
You show up at my house in the middle of the night when my son is there, asleep. That was hard for me. Scary.
And that letter. Why did you give me that letter? A letter that you didn't even write? What was that all about? Elliot says, I'm not sure I know. I guess I didn't know how to begin. And Olivia stares at him before replying, well, that makes two of us. Look, it was really nice to see Olivia actually read him for filth. Like, it's part of EO's history in my opinion. And standing up for herself was necessary, although it does kind of feel like it's maybe a reflection of what the showrunners were dealing with behind the scenes too. We cut to Angela's testimony, which, surprise, doesn't go that well. Case aside, Barbara asks her about her situation with Elliot despite thinking that she killed his son, and she says, we grew close. I realized he wasn't capable. Barbara asks, close? How close? Prompting her to say, I've heard it called grief partners. He asks for clarification, so there was nothing between you two romantically, and she says, we both had feelings for each other. He asks, those feelings become physical? You kissed Detective Stabler, correct? Chriska tries to object, and Angela answers, we kissed once, but he left before anything can go further. Later, he asks again, you didn't have feelings for him? You weren't in love with him? You are under oath, Professor Wheatley. And she says, yes, I was in love with him. Barbara asks, are you still in love with him? And despite an objection, she answers with, I wish I wasn't. I didn't ask for any of that to happen. And Olivia's just watching the whole time. Like, look at her reactions. The trial isn't going well still, especially when Richie's threatened in prison and changes his testimony. But the good news is you're up next, detective. Barbara's whole defense is that you're out of control. I need you to be calm and collected up there. Only it's Elliot, so maybe a different strategy would work better. Elliot's up on deck and questioned about the night of the bombing and more into the investigation of Wheatley, where Elliot starts to get riled up to cause a mini scene, accusing Richard of a plethora of crimes, not limited to, he tried to run my former partner off the road, with Olivia's iconic reaction to this antic.
Detective Stabler, I'm holding you in contempt. Officers?
After he's dismissed, Elliot continues playing it up, figuring out a way to get him and Wheatley alone in the bathroom together to truly have a pissing contest now, even with Wheatley getting an eye full of Stabler Jr. Richard says, that was some performance back there, another minute you'd been frothing at the mouth, then saying, I was surprised to see Olivia in the gallery. She didn't hear enough after Angela's testimony, you must have had some mansplaining to do. And with his hands literally at his crotch, Elliot says,
Well, Olivia knows a lot more about what went on between me and Angela than the jury does.
She's good like that. And a voice that's, it's hot.
She's good like that.
Richard says, poor Ange. She's a shell of her former self, hasn't been the same since her son died. And Elliot, playing it up, says, that's not my experience with Angela. Seems as if grief was a powerful aphrodisiac. This is a sensitive spot for Richard, who threw a hissy fit at Barbara after Angela's testimony earlier, whining about him being painted out as a cuck, and he responds with, she was playing you, but our Elliot is just too good, saying, yeah, she was, over and over. Richard tries to keep it cool, saying when all this is over, she'll be right by my side, and Elliot really seals it in with, yeah, maybe so, but trust me, she'll be thinking about me. Oof. This interaction makes Richard want to testify, though, which Barbara is against, but he does anyways, leading to a tense interaction between him and Chriska, who is kind of a shitty lawyer this episode, and I'm sorry, he was just much better cop. We then get a small scene between Olivia and Barbara at a bar where we hear that the jury's still out. The judge sent them back 3 times and it's still deadlocked. Olivia's still upset with him, especially after he says Stabler coming back has made things more complicated, and she cuts him off with, so now we're gonna have small talk. And this bastard says, you know the problem with being an empath? It's too easy to lose yourself when other people need you. Olivia says, just so we're clear, I feel betrayed by you, and I don't know how I'll ever get over it, before they have to go back to hear the verdict, and trust me, we'll pick this up at the end of the season. When Olivia arrives back to the courthouse, Elliot is distracted by his phone, his mother saying Eli is gone, even though security cams show him in his room, but he's faking it. He was not doing well the whole episode too, so it makes sense. Elliot says he has to go, but the verdict is given, it's a mistrial, Wheatley is remanded. Olivia tries to comfort him, saying they'll try him again, but he says, will they, before leaving, saying, I have to find my son, and the episode ends, leading into the second half of the crossover, which is one of the greatest EO episodes known to man. Okay, so this episode fed EO fans well for the holidays in 2022. We start off OC29, the Christmas episode, with all of the Stablers panicking about where Eli is, no one hearing from him yet. The audience sees where he is though, flirting with a woman on a pier who takes him back to her place and drinks with him while he shares Bernie's pills with her. They kiss, and I hate it because we literally saw this child be conceived, birth, and is now grown up having his own kissing scene before EO does. The woman Mia though ends up dead, and Eli is panicking and it sends him down a spiral. He eventually calls Elliot, telling him he's sorry, and gives him his location. Elliot tells him to stay put, and then he's on his way, and then...
There's something wrong. He didn't sound right.
Elliot, he's okay. We know that he's alive. He had the sense to call you.
Yeah, he said, I'm sorry, as if he disappointed me or something.
Oh yeah, Olivia's putting on second wife pants and a stepmom jacket this whole episode, so buckle up. She reassures Elliot in the car, telling him, whatever happened, we're gonna go and we're gonna bring him home. We're gonna find out what's going on here and take it one step at a time, grabbing his hand. He looks down at it, wrapping his thumb around her hand, and I swear, this shot is what I used to see every time I closed my eyes. He says, thanks for coming, Liv, and she looks at him like this, all sleepy and soft at like 4 in the morning. Unfortunately, though, we cut to Eli, who's sitting on the edge of a bridge, ready to jump when an adorable newbie officer, Luke, steps in to comfort him and get him down. We then cut to his precinct, Olivia and Elliot rushing in like a goddamn couple, even prompting Luke to ask, are you Eli's mother? To which she says, I'm a friend of the family. Captain Olivia Benson. Almost saying detective because she's with Elliot, and it's like old times. We then get peek EO as parents while talking to Eli in the interrogation room, Olivia using her soft voice to comfort him, while Elliot takes on the physical comfort. Eli is not doing well at all and then tells him about Mia, which causes Elliot to obviously panic, and Olivia steps in to not only question Eli, but to comfort Elliot. In fun music moment, we get Eli's anxiety, which Ruth wrote in hints of the EO love theme into, with Olivia's motif to play the soothing maternal role. God, I love composers. After hearing more information, she leaves, saying, I got this, Elle, I got this, touching him twice. And got this she does, heading to the crime scene to find out any information she can, despite it being out of her jurisdiction. She calls Elliot to update him. They think that the woman was murdered, and God, that's not looking good for Eli. Because Eli was in such a bad mental state, though, he isn't being arrested per se, but he has to get a psych eval first, still being the main suspect. Elliot just can't let the Jersey police take his son, so of course he turns to Jet and his squad, even though he shouldn't. It's out of their jurisdiction too. But after pleading with Ayanna, she lets Jet help, and they investigate what they can. They find out the apartment wasn't really her apartment, it was an Airbnb with, guess what, hidden cameras. They sift through the footage, and you can literally see like full-on shots. Oh, see, okay. Anyways, they get the footage seeing Mia be murdered by the witness who named Eli, but all I see is the construction worker from Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. Back to Mommy and Daddy EO, they rush into the psych ward to pick up Elliot, but are told they have to wait after Elliot is being Elliot, and Olivia steps in to be the calm and collected wife. This is also the prettiest episode of Law & Order ever, too, with amazing shots that are so aesthetically beautiful. We then get the scene with them in the waiting room, Elliot starting off by saying, I want to know about your life, what you've been through, the things I've missed, then asks, seeing anyone?
Seriously?
Is that too awkward?
A little bit.
She eventually answers, saying, but no, I'm not at the moment. And this motherfucker says, but you did? Olivia, still pacing, says, well, it has been 10 years, Elliot. And again, this man continues probing, asking.
About how many?
What?
About how many?
Do you want to know my dating history, detective?
You're being evasive.
She stares at him for a little before saying, there was one who I thought I might actually, but I wasn't ready. And then Ed died. He says, Liv, I'm so sorry to hear that, before they're interrupted by the doctor. Olivia is relieved to get out of that conversation, stepping back into the calm balance Elliot needs as Dr. Stutz talks about Eli.
He is manifesting real signs of severe anxiety.
Well, yeah, he was charged with a murder that he didn't commit.
Elliot?
So it would make sense that...
He lets him know that Eli's afraid for Elliot, and it's all very emotional. It hits Elliot like a ton of bricks, and Olivia literally has to guide him into the room where he hugs his son, while Olivia watches from afar, saying a quiet, hey there, as they exit, giving us this glorious shot. We cut to the witness giving his confession, and yeah, there's definitely a connection to the Wheatley. Oof, guess they're back. EO watches from outside the room, wearing literally coordinating outfits before they walk out together like this.
Video and confession, it's pretty cut and dried. Thank God.
He stops her from moving, though, grabbing her bicep like old times, turning her to say, thank you for being there again, when I needed you. She tries to stop him, but he continues, saying, I want to find balance here in this, whatever this is. She looks at him, saying, how about we call it a friendship? How's that for now? And look at how happy this motherfucker is. He literally is flirting hardcore now, saying sweetly, hey, my friend Olivia, I'd like you and your son Noah to come on over to my place this weekend for a family Christmas get-together, please. Olivia is feeling like every emotion at once, saying, wow, okay, before smiling like this and saying,
I just need to think about it. Okay, but I'll let you know. Can I let you know?
Just come.
Hey, my friend Olivia and Just Come shook every EO fan to the core, sliding into every subsequent fanfiction throughout hiatus, writing both the fluffiest fluff and the raunchiest smut just from this scene alone. It was wild. We then cut to Elliot visiting Wheatley, confronting him about his involvement with what happens, but he actually points to his daughter Dana. So Elliot and Ayanna go to visit Angela looking for her, and she's still flirting with Elliot despite it all. They can't find Dana, so they leave, and when they do...
What do they want?
I think you need to disappear for a little while, honey. Your father should be able to arrange something.
Yeah, she's faking it. I knew it. We get a sweet Elliot and Eli scene where he tells his son there might be a retrial, and Eli just tells him that he wants Elliot to be home with his family. We get one last Barbara scene too where he refuses to work with Wheatley again, and yay, I guess. Then it's time for the Christmas party. All the sailors are bonding, and it's so cute with Elliot anxious about the arrival of them, aka Olivia and Noah.
My business. Feel the burn. Hey, Kieran.
sorry about that. Hey, they're here. They're here, guys.
But it's not them at the door. It's Ayanna, and it's not good news. Cue Dick Wolf. The jury's still out on if she was planning to show up, but it's clear that she was at least planning as he was expecting her, but we do know that they never did end up coming since Noah and him officially meet later this season. So a melancholy end to a great EO episode. Fans were literally in the clouds this winter hiatus, ready for our beloveds to be together after the break, and we're even more excited to see an Insta-pic of Chriska at a fancy dinner with Dick Wolf and the showrunners Warren and Eileen. Now, while we got this photo during hiatus, there's theories that it's actually in connection with a previous Warren tweet from November, where he said, "Back from a terrific dinner with Mariska, Chris Maloney, Julie Martin, Eileen Chaikin, and some great Wolf Entertainment folks. The discussion, where does or do EO go from here? If, when, how fast, towards what end, any thoughts, tweet now or forever hold your tweets." Of course, it blew up with many fans chiming in with their input, but it seems like it was for nothing when the show returned and EO seemed to deflate almost completely. Later on, I'll mention it too, but Warren Light ends up leaving the show this season, and so does Eileen, so there's suspicions that maybe this was a separate dinner after all and the writers were parting ways. Lots of fan theories, no idea of the truth, so take it all with a grain of salt. I'm just a messenger. After the high of the winter finales, are you ready? For nothing. We return with 2310, Silent Night, Hateful Night, where it's Christmas. Olivia and Noah are seen leaving a church, which, I guess I didn't realize they were those people now. But the whole episode's about hate crimes and is just not good remotely, with some insensitive dialogue in my opinion and more trauma that's glossed over for Olivia when she shoots someone in the head. On Christmas. And things get weirder with 2311 burning with rage forever, where we get Noah in a dog cage being told to bark and Olivia walks in. She's a little too out of character this whole episode in my opinion, because her son was in a dog cage and she's just so casual about it. But anyways, all of this leads to a reveal that Noah is bisexual. Just like his mom. 2312, Tommy Baker's Hardest Fight is basically just a Blue Lives Matter McGrath episode with him annoying Olivia, revealing that he yelled at his daughter as if he couldn't be more of an asshole. Then in 2313, If I Knew Then What I Knew Now, Releasey discloses their relationship to Olivia, which duh. And we get some mentions of Olivia's mom, which I think adds more continuity errors when she talks about being 13 years old and hearing "I wish I never had you" as it's informed my whole life. And then finally, 2314, Video Killed the Radio Star has Olivia on a night out with Trevor Langan, which connects to their main case. People were upset about Olivia going on a date with another man, bringing in donuts for the squad the next day, with Warren Light confirming she got laid. But her and Elliot aren't official, so I think it's fine for her to fuck around personally. She deserved a fun night out. Also, Amanda goes undercover this episode, and I think it has some nice parallels to Elliot. On Organized Crime, we get the second part of the Wheatley arc with 210 to 214, and I cannot describe to you how bad this arc is, especially after the high of the Albanian arc. Elliot acts unhinged, Angela becomes a doormat, even though she should have been the big baddie in the end, but no. There's also a city-wide blackout for a few days in this arc that has no connection to any of the other Law & Orders. There's zero flows between the shows, for real. There's no mentions of Olivia this whole time, which, how? She was Wheatley's biggest leverage last season, and he's just not going to rope her back into this? Bernie gets kidnapped instead, and I get she's an NYPD captain and it's riskier, but why make Olivia such a big deal back then if she's not even going to be mentioned once? It gets so chaotic, eventually Angela just drives her and Richard off a cliff, with his body never being found, and I swear to God, if this show ever brings back this motherfucker. At the end of 214, Wheatley is Distabler, though, we get the introduction of the new showrunner, Barry O'Brien, who used to write for Hannah Montana, and is also the introduction into the next arc, the Brotherhood. Elliot's not doing too good, though, given the fact that Wheatley made him confess all of his wrongdoings as a police officer live on camera, and yeah, his job's in trouble. He's drinking at a bar when an old acquaintance, Frank Donnelly, shows up. He's the son of Elliot's father's close friend, practically a brother, which leads Frank to say, "I was talking to Captain Benson the other day, and your name came up. From the sounds of it, you could use a brother who's got your back right about now." Back to SVU, we're still on an EO drought over there, with Warren getting more pissed off at EO fans on Twitter and increasing his block rate. 2315, Promising Young Gentleman, and 2316, Sorry If It Got Weird For You, are just case episodes, and in 2317, Once Upon a Time in El Barrio, there's a corrupt police officer but has nothing to do with the Brotherhood? Come on, what a great way to connect the shows, but no. And then we get 2318, 18 Wheels of Predator, and 2319, Tangled Strands of Justice, which are just 2 more case episodes. As for Organized Crime, though, we get the Brotherhood arc and also the Marcy Killers from Season 1. We get a little EO in the intro episode of the arc 215 Takeover, where Elliot is at 1PP yelling at Ayanna and Captain Benson interrupts, asking what's going on. Ayanna clears things up, leaving EO alone, and Elliot loudly asks for her help to talk to McGrath about his suspension, to which she says, "Are you kidding me? What are you doing here? Having an outburst in the middle of 1PP? I'm sure he's going to find out about it, and when he does, he's more likely to extend your suspension." I say that line way too often. Having an outburst in the middle of 1PP? PP. The girls are fighting, except they're not. It was all a ruse. Olivia struts into OC's building, Ayanna thanking her for making it seem believable, and Olivia asks where he is. Well, he shows up behind her, and he just had 8 shots while with the brothers. We then get him walking her out, talking about the case, but Olivia doesn't leave right away, leaning against their hallway, asking him how he's doing with all of this. Elliot says, my old man would have hated this. What are you doing? Go after the Marcy killers. They're the bad guys. Leave your fellow cops alone. And Olivia says, Elliot, that was a different time. That was your father. You had to go along to get along. He's still having trouble with it all, saying he was a tough ass. Not perfect, but he was a good cop. And Olivia reassures him, getting closer to say, Elliot, my friend, you're doing the right thing. And because he's 8 shots in, he looks at her like this and asks,
Olivia, my friend, can I take you and Noah out to lunch this weekend?
But she's a little apprehensive, saying,
Let's wait, okay?
Noah, you know, he gets attached very easily, and you're undercover again. He asks, am I? And she says, you are. You're undercover as Elliot Stabler before leaving, and that's all the EO we get for a while. She is right. Elliot's undercover as himself, infiltrating a corrupt police group, the Brotherhood, while he learns more about his father while bonding with Frank. It's hard for Elliot because he grows to like Frank, but he has to stay focused. During this time, though, he finds out his father faked the shooting that made him receive the combat cross that Elliot was always so proud of his father for, and he's very emo throughout the rest of this arc, to be honest. He gets more in danger this arc, too, because it's Elliot, and that's kind of his thing now, and there's not any Olivia mentions, but lines that maybe could apply to her if you want them to, with mentions about Frank having his 6th kid and 2nd wife, and a throwaway line from Elliot saying you're not a cop until you're on your 2nd wife. So like, Olivia, 2nd wife, Noah, 6th kid, I'm just saying. Oh, and Kragan comes back, and it's highly emotional since that was like the dad Elliot didn't have. Okay, so on April 1st of 2022, EO was seen filming out in casual clothes with Noah, and many were sure this was an elaborate prank. It wasn't per se, as in 2320 Do You Believe in Miracles, we get some Mama Benson moments as it's coming up on Mother's Day before ending the episode with an incredibly sweet moment between Noah and his mom. It then transitions into a personal fave EO scene of mine, the Mother's Day scene. Olivia is walking with Noah when she literally runs into Elliot with a bouquet of flowers by chance, the two of them both taken off guard. They exchange awkward hellos while staring at each other, and Olivia stutters while introducing Noah to Detective Stabler, who surprisingly already knows who he is, saying, I know, your old partner. Elliot shakes his hand, says it's nice to meet him, and lets him know to call him Elliot before turning to Olivia and telling her Happy Mother's Day, something he's probably wanted to say for 20 years.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
He then tells her she looks great, and Olivia is taken aback again, pivoting, asking him what his plans are and telling him to give his family all of her love. Elliot asks Noah what his plans are while Olivia gets a text, and this is how the case for the crossover is introduced. The two part ways, with Olivia going to take Noah home, letting Elliot know she'll call him. There is a lot of behind the scenes pictures and videos from this day, including ones from Ryan himself, posing with Chris like Elliot's his father, which had fans dying. But if you're like, wait, I can't find this scene anywhere, that's because it was a semi-April Fool's joke because it was axed from all streaming services, so that's fun for EO fans. The real crossover is on OC, with 220 Lost One, where we find out that their case is that one of the brothers' daughters was kidnapped and they have to find her ASAP. Not to spoil it, but this episode is much different from the Christmas episode. Playing up the Benson and Stabler were amazing partners and they're finally in sync again while working bit of EO over any romantic movement, to be honest. And it sits as the last EO moments of the season, which left fans disappointed despite the great partnership vibe. SVU and OC pair up, meaning the dynamic duo is back.
I'd like to combine forces on this one. SVU, OC, work this case together. What do you say, partner?
The case is intense and Donnelly is a main suspect, with EO remaining a tag team, even though, like, he's just a detective, but it's like a given they'll be together. It's unspoken. They question the girl's mother, who's Elliot's already familiar with, in the Brotherhood with her husband and having helped send him to prison for robbery. Olivia sticks to the case, and when Elliot's alone with the mother for a moment, she yells at him, hitting him before crying in his arms. They get their first suspect and bring him into custody, and we get another hot EO interrogation scene. Lots of case stuff happens, some side plots too, and then we get another EO scene in the car. Olivia asks, so what's your take on Donnelly? To which Elliot tells her, complicated. He's charming. He's likable. He's scheming and manipulative. You get between him and a dollar bill, you do it at your own peril. Olivia says, it sounds like you like him. And Elliot says, it gets worse. I think I admire him. To which Olivia makes a playful face in response. And he continues, oh, you know, look, the guy works the gift he's got to get what he wants. And, he's loyal. Named his kid after me. Olivia's like, what the fuck? Flabbergasted, asking, wait, what? He named his kid after you? And Elliot clarifies, his wife's water broke. She needed to go to the hospital. He was off doing whatever the hell he was doing, so I did it. And Olivia's still shook, saying, Elliot, I don't even know what to do with that. That sounds like you guys are getting pretty close there. Elliot reassures her, though, by saying, maybe so, but I have no illusions about what he is or who he is. I just think the older I get, I'm beginning to understand that people are complicated. Olivia sighs and says, yeah, ain't that the truth, before sentimental music begins playing. Now, I, like many other fans, thought we were going to pivot into some romantic conversations, but instead Elliot opens up about his father to her, which is still nice, letting her know, I think my father staged a shooting when he was on the job. Olivia says, that's that's a lot, to which Elliot says he was a lot, but I always admired him as a cop. She asks if he has evidence, and he says he knows where to get it before it's back to the case at hand. Frank gives the mother money, EO questions her about it, and we get a ransom video of the daughter. They look into the video and end up finding a location, with EO getting to the scene first. They're told to wait, but it's EO, so they go in. It's hard to describe the scene because it's all action, but they're so perfectly in sync with synchronized breaths, glances, and always having each other's back. It's so truly like old times, it's incredible. They of course find Sarah, saving the day, and we get a cute moment of them at the end of it all. Luckily, we do get one more EO scene with Olivia dropping Elliot off, and again, EO fans thought this is where we would get some romantic movement, but it doesn't have much. They do flirt a little though, with Olivia asking, so how'd it feel to work an SVU case again? And he said, thought this was an OC case, causing them to chuckle before he says, it's always good to work with you, Liv. She's super cute, leaning her head back against the seat and asks, and how's your search for the truth going? Causing him to ask, how's that? And she clarifies, with your dad. He tells her, long, complicated, painful, before they're interrupted by Donnelly at Olivia's window, who says, ain't this a treat, the indomitable Captain Benson at the lowly 3-7. She teases, oh, I'm just playing Uber driver for my old partner, before he thanks them both for doing a great job with Sarah's case. They talk pleasantries for a bit before Olivia says, well, I gotta tell you, I'm a little jealous because Elliot here tells me you're the second best partner that he's ever had. Frank jokes back before saying goodbye, and then EO stare at each other for an ungodly amount of time. We then wrap up the episode with a really sad Elliot moment and a flashback to his childhood, and the brotherhood arc is really great for Elliot's growth. Fans get the announcement that Warren is leaving, and EO fans were thrilled, hoping this online tension would subside and shipping EO would no longer be as volatile. But before he leaves, we are given 2321, Confess Your Sins to Be Free, which absolutely ruined the show for many survivors. The B-plot of this episode has Burton Lowe returning and confusingly gives him a redemption arc. The groomer gets to be forgiven. It was jarring for fans to see their comfort show, which has consistently focused on survivors, now go from this angle, placing the perpetrator as the focus, with Benson kind of aiding his process. One fan on Reddit summarized it well, saying, I'm so confused as to why Warren Light felt Burton Lowe needed or deserved redemption and closure and had Olivia show up more for him than for Elliot. And another responding, it's his last fuck you to fans before leaving, so you can see this episode was not received well. Fangirlish summarized it as such. To recap, Law & Order SVU 2321 was like, hey, let's make alcoholism an excuse for grooming, raping, throwing glasses, and God knows what else. Because, like addicts, people with real illness aren't judged enough, and mental illness isn't stigmatized enough. I don't even feel like I need to recap it fully because truly it's nauseating to see Benson also breaking the rules by revealing victim statements to Burton, barely acting like the captain we know, and the more important takeaway is that the mass scrutiny online came up after this, with fans threatening to boycott the show and even expressed their distrust in Mariska herself, wondering why she would dare let this plotline be followed through. But Fangirlish did a really good job echoing how fans felt, writing, so let's take a look at the things Burton Lowe did to Olivia before attempting to make amends in Law & Order SVU 2321, shall we? He groomed her, slept with her at age 21 when she was a teen, further damaged her already bad relationship with her mom, disrespected her position as an NYPD captain repeatedly, took advantage of her vulnerability and sunny view of the past to get one more fuck out of her, mocked her when she confronted him about all of the above, plus the multiple other women he assaulted, threw a glass at her, and also mansplained to her how he threw the glass at the wall, not her, during his little amends session. That's a pretty hefty lift. So no, 5 whole months of working on himself and not very well, for all of the reasons in this section about how offensive and messed up the alcoholism aspect of this was done, doesn't cut it. In fact, there are some wrongs that can never be made right, and I'd say grooming alone falls under that. Maybe Captain Benson needed to do the lighter type of forgiveness, the kind that helped her get past the trauma. Great. Even so, that's not the vomit-inducing image we saw here. And it really felt like behind-the-scenes fighting between EO fans and Warren Light was being reflected in the show, with Fangirlish continuing on to recap all the misses in the episode, even bringing up the contradictions about budgets, noting how they afforded Ada to Quinn for this large guest spot but can't have EO on the phone together because it's too expensive. Fans also begged to see a diner scene that was cut from an earlier episode, the shots having made it in the promo, but instead receiving a diner scene of Olivia with her groomer, who we're going to let her make amends with while pissing all over actual addicts in recovery in the process. The author also mentions how antis consistently say that Olivia Benson no longer cares about victims, total doormat, insert other misogynistic things I can't even repeat for the sake of dragging y'all here, if she forgives her former partner for ghosting her. But taking the time off from a case to support an actual rapist, A-okay, glad we have our priorities. And the conversation she's having with Burton echoed one fans wanted for EO, with Olivia saying, I want to forgive you, Burton, and him saying, you don't have to, you were kind enough to listen to me, that means a lot. As Fangirlish notes, correct words from the wrong person after too much damage. So yeah, the backlash was warranted in my opinion, with fans threatening to boycott, writing lengthy posts about their disappointment in Mariska, only for NBC and her to stay quiet until some time passed, and then they toss out some Chriska content at the upfronts, distracting fans from it all. Okay, so starting off with OC first, 222 Friend or Foe is the finale and the end of the Brotherhood arc. Elliot got into a major fight last episode, so this episode's pretty intense, especially since Elliot knows now that his father was a liar. The Brotherhood is onto him, and in fact, Elliot gets shot 3 times, killing him. Psych, he was wearing a vest. He's fine, but he wants them to think he's dead, so Ayanna literally calls it in on the radio, and the fact that Olivia possibly heard this is nauseating. Rushing ahead, they have to find Frank, and later, after running from Elliot, Frank gets Regina George, only this time via train. We get an ouchy scene of Elliot crying at his fake desk while Ayanna tells him he's getting a combat cross for his work on this case, and golly, big sad man makes me sad. At the ceremony, Olivia is not in attendance, which hurts, but Cregan is, along with his whole family. Elliot has more flashbacks of his dad and his time with the Brotherhood before receiving the medal during a great speech about his work. He hugs his mom and his kids before hugging Cregan, who's literally his dad now. I don't make the rules. He raised EO. We end the episode at the destroyed apartment of Elliot and get a scene between him and Bernie that has kind of an ominous end, with Elliot feeling guilty about it all, telling his mom how he feels responsible for Frank's death and leaving his wife and baby behind, with Bernie pointing out how he may not be that different from his dad after all, saying, now you know the price, and like, damn mom, like maybe now's not the time. Meanwhile, in SVU 2322, a final car at Forlini's bar opens with Olivia in therapy saying, Noah is thriving, my career is going pretty well, so why do I wake up at 4 a.m. anxious and unhappy? Lindstrom asks, when did you start feeling unhappy? And she says, about a year ago. You know, Noah and I were doing fine during the pandemic, but now just don't have any, closure. A year ago, you say, like when a certain bald man reappeared. Lindstrom says, it's so interesting you talk about closure. What else happened this past year? And Olivia answers, a lot of change. My chief, my squad, causing him to dig deeper, asking, anyone else? Mr. Barba? Olivia says, no, there's no closure with Barba, and then our man says, I'm also thinking about you and Elliot Stabler. We cut away to the case part and then back again with Lindstrom continuing on saying, most of your coworkers are in stable relationships. And she says, yeah, they are, and I'm really happy for them. He asks, you're not wondering when your turn will come? And she says, not really, between Noah and work, seeing his face, and then says, okay, so you think that I have intimacy issues. He asks, is that what you're hearing me say? And she says, can we just stop the shrink talk and you just tell me what you think? To which he says, I think that you and Elliot either need to see whether there's more there or move on. This idealized relationship is hanging over you, prevents you from true intimacy, Olivia, either with him or with anyone else. That's what I think. Oh my god. Again, another cut to other scenes, then back again. Lindstrom saying, something you said in our first session, you said that you didn't think happiness was in the cards for you. Olivia says, wow, I said that? And Lindstrom says, yeah, you were living a narrow life. You went to work, you came home to a dark apartment. Reminder, she started up with him after Lewis, and she says, well, I didn't have a lot to celebrate then. Lindstrom says, there is now, you're a role model for survivors, for women officers, you have friends, you have a happy child, you have a happy life. But Olivia's eyes get teary, and she asks, so why am I feeling so sad? Lindstrom says, oh, Olivia, everyone's feeling depressed now. You and I have talked a lot about what you want, what you need. I'd like for you to start thinking about something else. Olivia asks, and what's that? He tells her, what you deserve. You deserve happiness, Olivia Benson. And she starts crying, and the greatest scene transition happens to symbolize this moment.
What you deserve. You deserve happiness, Olivia Benson.
This is the greatest guest star episode by far. Like, the main victim is so truly captivating, I cannot stop thinking about her performance. In the middle of the episode, we get a scene between Amanda and Olivia talking about the victim Delia, with Olivia telling her to go home, asking, Chriska cooking? And Amanda jokes, yeah, he expanded his repertoire to Middle Eastern, don't tell his mother. Olivia asks, you two are doing well, huh? And Amanda says, before being the best wing woman, saying, you and Stabler, you two worked on a case while I was away. Olivia deflects by packing up her things, saying, yeah, we're always a good team, but Amanda's not buying it, saying, yeah, making this face. Olivia says, what? Deadpanned. And Amanda says, a year ago, when I was talking to my mom about Carisi, she said, why don't you two just get a hotel room and get it out of your system? Before her phone buzzes and Olivia says, that's some advice. It really is, Olivia, it really is. But fantasy hotel sex aside, our victim now becomes a suspect, which leads to Barba coming back to be her defense attorney because SVU needs a good one to get this woman free of all charges. This resurfaces the Benson and Barba tension, with her still feeling betrayed by him defending Wheatley. They reunite at a bar where it's revealed that Amanda called them in, Olivia having called 3 other attorneys first. He says, you and I spent a lot of time in this place, it's a shame they're closing, huh? With her saying everything comes to an end. They talk the case, but he eventually asks if they could stay for a drink, and she says no, prompting him to say, it's possible to sit with someone and have a drink and not say a single word to each other before saying, I miss you, Liv. And she says, I gotta go, turning to leave. And I'm sorry, but I must skip over the trial and case stuff since the Barson conversation is really important to discuss, but it is a good episode, so I'd give it a watch. We end this finale with another Olivia and Barba scene, her showing up to the bar for the last call. And fun fact, this was a bar they often filmed at and was actually shutting down in real life, so the cast and crew paid homage to it too. Anyways, the two talk the case, and Olivia says Delia's in a much better place, causing Barba to say, unlike the two of us, you're still holding on to this. Olivia gets into it, saying, I asked you not to defend Wheatley, him cutting her off with, "And now he's dead. We've been over this. I was trying to protect you." And Olivia tells him, "I didn't ask you to." And he ultimately concedes, saying, "No, I guess you didn't. I hear you." She thanks him, but he isn't done, telling her, "What I don't get is why you feel more anger at me than you ever let yourself feel towards Stabler." Olivia's taken aback, saying, "You don't know anything about my feelings for Elliot, and you don't know him," with Barbara saying, "I got a glimpse." Olivia defends her man, saying, "I've known him for 23 years, and he's always had my back." But Barbara does a low blow and says, "And he grew up without a father to protect you. I grew up in a home in a neighborhood where I got bullied. We're gonna see him through different prisms." Olivia is tired of it, saying, "This isn't about him. This is about you and me and how you betrayed me. I asked you not to defend Wheatley, and you did it anyways." And Barbara's frustrated too, saying, "We're going around in circles. You're denying, you're deflecting, you defend him. It's all right, I get it. That's what you do when you love someone unconditionally." She says, "Please don't tell me how I feel." And he spits back, "In this case, I can, because I do know what it means to love someone unconditionally. When you're ready to stop feeling betrayed by me, I'll be here." He throws some money on the bar, and Olivia says, "Rafa, I miss you too," but he leaves, and she, like Elliot this season, ends with a sad-ass face. Like, damn. Now, I briefly mentioned Barson in the 2.0 discussions, and like I said, it was a jarring ship in my opinion, with even the actors not seeing them as anything remotely romantic. But Barson fans unfortunately made themselves loud and clear, using this episode as a weird win for their ship, even after the showrunner Julie Martin clarified the intention wasn't to imply a romantic connection between Benson and Barbara, but a deep love. A love as friends. It caused a lot of drama between fans of EO and Barson though, and honestly, I felt like maybe Warren was throwing it in there since he was leaving and he knew it would piss off EO fans, but that's a big stretch and probably not the case, just something I remember feeling like the vibe of on the EO side of the fandom, especially after the low blow of the previous episodes. Anyways, sad ending to the season and time for a very depressing hiatus. This summer hiatus was brutal, with many fans ready to quit watching, and EO fans feeling more defeated than ever. And non-EO fans actually joined the mix when it's announced that Kelly will be leaving the show, and not because she wanted to. So then there's boycotts from the Burton episode, and then the No Rollins, No Rating boycotters too. And then the new showrunner, David Graziano, is announced. And fans were excited by the prospect of a new guy, skeptical after their time with Warren though, and immediately flooded his socials, asking far too many questions about EO, and he answered way too many of them. But the takeaway was that he shipped EO and was a fan of the show, so that gave fans some hope, despite articles later coming out about his poor behavior on set. Damn, can they just get one decent human to write this show? This summer was really quiet from the actors too, namely Mariska, who basically had no Instagram this whole time until it got closer to the show's coming back, promoting this huge movie-like event that was a 3-hour episode and would be a crossover between all 3 Law and Orders. There was a lot of press for this where we got some information on the upcoming seasons.
Because Olivia and so many of the characters on our show have been through so much trauma, I really wanted to delve into that a little more.
For Olivia, she was going to deal with her PTSD head on, to deal with it properly and put it behind her, with Mariska saying the only way out is through, while Elliot is still going to be finding his footing. Also, I think I should just put in some other key press interviews because Chriska really lets it all out there as the seasons go by.
Olivia, being the product of a rape and not being raised by a single mother, hasn't had a lot of stability in her life in terms of a male figure. And Elliot Stabler was the first person that really came in her life that really had her back, whose focus was to protect her.
I think he's in the middle of realizing it. Yeah, I think it's more difficult for him. I think he's carrying a lot of stuff.
The premiere of Gimme Shelter Part 1, 2, and 3 is this huge case involving everyone, but let's just focus on the EO of it all. We get a small scene of him at her office hovering over her like this because personal space doesn't exist with them, and as he leaves he says, "Thanks Liv," like this, and it's super sweet. Elliot is struggling after losing a UC, while Olivia is struggling because Amanda gets critically shot, and yeah, I think they were going to kill her off here. But don't worry, she's going to get a fully fledged goodbye arc, which many say that Mariska had a hand in, vouching for this character and Kelly to get a proper exit. However, it was possibly at the cost of EO, but that's just rumors. EO-wise, they work together in a few case scenes, always close by each other, always paired up. Olivia clocks him a few times for doing stupid shit, asking him where he's going and such. But the main moment of this episode happens after intense interrogation, with Olivia pulling Elliot out because there's no time. Olivia walks out with him saying she's sorry about his UC before they're interrupted by the FBI, and we get this.
And all you end up with is a dead CI?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I've got this. Stop! Elliot! I've got this. Back up.
God, that was so hot, and unfortunately is the most EO we're getting these episodes, which feels somewhat symbolic of most of the season. Like I said, David was overpromising on social media, mentioning there would be a bottle episode for EO at the winter finale where they would discuss Lewis, and let's just say that doesn't end up happening. This man was really doing a lot for fans, but once the articles came out accusing him of his bad behavior, all socials were closed off and the talks began to cease. That, in combination with the press interview saying how Olivia will confront her trauma, had fans excited for a healing arc, but interestingly enough, it almost feels like she's more traumatized until the very last episode, so fans were a little confused by it all. Anyways, this is her hottest season by far, which I will probably say every year because Mariska just looks that good. And she was feeding fans this year, going to major events dressed to the nines to show off whose daughter she really is.
Also, your walk is really good.
Well, don't forget, JM was my mama.
Diving into season 24, we get Amanda back to work immediately in 24-2, The One You Feed, which also gives us the intro of the BX9 gang, Captain Duarte and Grace Muncie. Duarte flirts with Olivia, who's not in the mood, but EO fans are fun, and he was written about a bunch. Many fics had Olivia letting off some steam with him, or even Jalen Shaw after those photos resurfaced of Mariska and McCod. Look, I'll just say, EO fans know our place. EO is endgame, but Olivia deserves to have great sex with someone besides her groomer. The introduction of Muncie in the SVU squad gives us a parallel to baby Benson, kind of, and EO through a parallel between Muncie and Velasco throughout the season. 24-3 to 24-8 are case episodes with no EO moments as we're focusing on Amanda's goodbye arc, but there is a pivotal moment in 24-2 I want to come back to. Olivia and Amanda are talking about her being shot, with Amanda saying, "Look, I know I've missed a few department trink appointments. I don't want you to have to be worried about me," but Olivia says, "Well, it's a little late for that. I've been worried about you for about 6 weeks now." Amanda is a lot like Elliot in her dismissiveness, saying how she's been shot before, even asking if Olivia didn't want her to come back, but Olivia just says, "You scared me. I can't imagine what it was like for you. What happened?" She recaps what happened before saying, it made me think about my girls, losing them, and Olivia says, "Or them losing you." Amanda then says, when looking at the gun pointed at her, she was just thinking about Carisi, how I'm never gonna see him again. "I've been so careless with my life. I let my guard down. I just let myself be happy for once, and this is what happened." And Olivia says, "I guess the difference is you've never had anything to lose before." And I only bring this up because I do want to call back to it later. You'll see. And then we're at my literal comfort episode, which is 24-9, and a trauma in a pear tree, which is Amanda's last episode. We get the wedding of Releasy, which is sweet, but we also get the reveal that Noah has a half-brother, leaving Olivia beyond uncomfortable when he wants to meet him, saying, "He's the only real family I have." Noah, the disrespect. So she takes him to the suburbs 2 hours away, and everything is so wildly different from what she's used to, and Olivia remains uncomfortable while at their house, as this perfect nuclear family is far from her reality. Noah begs to stay over, and she's heavily reluctant, but concedes when she sees how happy he is. Then we were truly fed, getting Olivia being snarky with the motel guy before the towel scene that has truly rotten my gay brain for the rest of my life. Then when in the motel, she spots a hidden camera in the mirror before Amanda calls wanting to talk to her. Side note, I didn't mention this, but Carisi found a job for Amanda to be a professor, so that's what her exit story is, so this call is her trying to tell Olivia about that. But they talk about the McCanns instead, aka Noah's half-brother's family, before she tells her about the hidden camera, and Amanda's like, "Let me come up to help." So then we get the lesbian wives teaming up to catch the creep with the camera while bonding, and we get the following footage.
Ever had a threesome?
Well, you know, ladies first and all that.
Fair is fair. Oh. You know, I think that it's time to get serious. Right, Ray? Should we get serious, Ray?
I like that. Let's get serious. Down.
What's the matter, Ray?
Ask me if I'm okay, because I'm not. But after solving the case, we get our EO moment. The two women tipsy off box wine, eating snacks like a classic sleepover, with Olivia adorably congratulating Amanda on her wedding. "Can I tell you how nice it is to see you happy?" Olivia says, to which Amanda responds with, "It's so nice to allow myself. When are you gonna do the same?" Olivia says, "With who?" And our girl Amanda pulls through like always, saying, "Stabler?" And then the vibes shift though. She teases, "Remember how I used to joke about you two being in a motel room? And now here we are." But Olivia is the sad drunk friend, opening up to Amanda saying, "I did feel like Stabler was my home, but he left me, Amanda, and I'm not over it. And the thing is that I didn't have a right or a claim. He's somebody else's husband." Amanda clarifies, "He was your partner," and Olivia says, "Yeah, and I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes I think it would almost be easier," with Amanda filling in, "if Kathy hadn't died. Like she was the boundary." Olivia agrees, getting up to get more wine, finishing with, "And with her gone, it's like there's nothing but possibility, which is paralyzing." To which Amanda says, "If things didn't go well, so much to lose, a whole friendship." And yeah, it's a lot for her to have to pivot to telling Olivia that she's now leaving, especially since that's a sore subject for Olivia, and it doesn't go as well as she had previously hoped. But don't worry, they make up and we get a tearful goodbye and an "I love you" at the end of the episode. Then it's winter hiatus time before we get the arc of the season, with the return of BX9, starting with 24-10 Jumped In and ending with 24-12 Blood Out. In the first part, Olivia's on her way home with Noah before she gets jumped in the street, being kicked kicked and stomped on, almost being sliced with a machete before shooting one of the kids in the knee, and they run off. There's a lot to deal with, but basically Duarte's back to help, Noah is sent away for his safety, and the BX9 gang is run by Oscar Papa, who looks like a villain at the Geek Squad, and it's a tense standoff until ultimately Duarte is brutally killed and Oscar Papa is put away, waving his white flag to Olivia and telling her it's because she's a good mom. Mommy issues through the roof. But fans were looking forward to this big EO moment with promos hyping it up like this.
It's blood for blood. What did you call me?
And she won't do it is right, because the big moment was saved for the last 2 minutes of the show. Olivia in a prior scene telling Chriska that Elliot was picking up Noah for her and she was meeting them at home, saying, I didn't want to have to drive after the day we've had. There's nobody I trust more to bring my son home in one piece than Stapler. And then we cut to Olivia walking out of Noah's room saying he's out like a light, with Elliot snooping around her cabinets while she thanks him for picking him up, and he says, your family. Olivia asks what he's looking for and he says sugar, prompting her to get up and look for it for him. But Elliot is staring at her while she does, needing to ask, why didn't you call me? She stays focused on the task at hand, saying, because I knew you would try to protect me. And big boy Stabler says, and there's something wrong with that, but she's being as dismissive as possible. He tries again, saying, I care for you. And then the music picks up with him looking as intense as ever, saying, Liv, look at me. She turns around and we get this.
Yeah.
Elliot, I want to, but I can't.
He asks her why not, and she says, because what if it doesn't work out? But he looks at her with all the reassurance in the world and says, and what if things work out? Only she's not ready for this.
Elliot, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this.
Fans were confused as this is what the promo showed and this is what we got. The backlash picked up once more, with rumors spreading that Dick Wolf changed it at the last minute. That's why all the shots didn't have any continuity. Backed by an NBC article being published that described the other version of the scene, where in the end they end in each other's arms. But the larger, more unbelievable rumor was that Chriska was watching live at a viewing party at David's home, and I highly doubt it, but Chriska does go particularly silent after this moment airs. Hell, Mariska doesn't even wish him a happy birthday this year. Oof. But yeah, fans were upset at the old bait and switch, with one summarizing it well. The bait cycle is as follows. Step 1. The show promises some big EO moment in an upcoming episode. Step 2. Fans excited. Finally we're getting what we've been waiting for since April 2021. Ratings go up for a big EO moment episode. Step 3. The thing we were promised is shallow bullshit that will never be mentioned again, or news breaks that the thing we were promised had to be cut. The supposed EO bottle episode was scrapped in favor for the never-ending Rollins exit arc. Oh, and Chris's schedule. It's always Chris's schedule. If something bad happens, you better believe it's because Chris's schedule. Somebody key your car, Chris's schedule did it. Step 4, fandom is pissed as fuck because we were once again promised shit that was never delivered. Fans yell online, the show doesn't care, ratings drop. Step 5, the show trots out Maloney and Harjite on a talk show or at a press event. Maybe one of them posts a selfie to social media. All this is the show's trying to shut fans up and get their ratings back up. It's an empty ploy to distract us with a shiny object, and it works. The fans, desperate to feel anything besides used, freak out and start talking about how great Chris and Mariska are. All hail Chriska, oh my god look, EO is endgame, we love them. Step 6, nothing happens on the show regarding EO for episodes and episodes and episodes. There aren't even phone calls or texts between the characters, they might as well not exist to each other. Step 7, fans start asking why there hasn't been any follow-up on literally anything to do with EO. See next SVU arc, for Olivia is supposed to be a trilogy where she will literally get jumped by the gang from the SVU season premiere. Behind the scenes pics show her with a big black eye. Will Elliot, her friend and the man who's supposed to be in love with her, even call to see how she is? Nope, he won't give a fuck. Does it make sense he won't even call her after he hears she was literally beaten in the street? No, but we're doing it that way, probably because Chris's schedule won't allow for a text message. And step 8 sees step 1. EO is then quiet again through 2413 to 2420, all being back to cases after Amanda is gone, and we get a packed squad room again with the introduction of Bruno and Churlish. And despite the EO drought, I have to say I love the dynamic of Captain Benson with all her annoying kids. It's like Olivia's the mom and the oldest is Bruno, who she could talk shit to about all the other kids and trust him to get them fed if she comes home late. Velasco suffers as the somewhat middle child who Olivia gets disappointed in, and he has to prove himself to his mom that he deserves to get his PS5 back. Churlish is like the eldest daughter who's a little too perfect, but it's Olivia's baby, wanting to have her not worry about perfection, but instead growing up. And then Muncie's the youngest child from the Duarte divorce who constantly gets in trouble and bugs the shit out of Olivia. I do want to highlight 2415, King of the Moon, as this was another Mariska directing episode and truly was fantastic, with a heartwarming love story tied into a sad plot, where we get a line tossed in referring to Mariska's mom.
An ass like the devil and a face like Jane Mansfield. You're a lucky son of a bitch, whoever you are.
We also get the main couple facing their desks across from each other because they're so in love, which is a parallel to season 7 with the I was mentioning earlier. Oh, and unlike any season before, the continuity goes hard, with a line from the beginning of the season being repeated in 24:19 and hints at how well David can feed us later in the finales. Meanwhile, it's a shit show on OC, with showrunners leaving left and right, and the discombobulation behind the scenes is reflected on screen through confusing story arcs and way too many plots. To recap some of the storylines / arcs this season, we have the casino arc, gang arc, gold arc, Miami arc, marine arc, gay club episode, Irish arc, and the assassination attempt episode. None of them need discussing though, because the moments are rare, but we'll discuss that next.
I know what you did with the Brotherhood. And Captain Benson speaks very highly of you, so I knew you were someone I could trust.
You know Captain Benson? Okay.
The showrunner debacle has stressed Chris too, with videos surfacing of him yelling on set, and also the conversation about contracts comes back up, and yeah, fans think that had a lot to do with the Chriska tension. It's rumored that Chris was ready to walk out again, and yeah, if that were true, that might have crushed Mariska after dealing with that once already. And although it's just a rumor, when the contracts are announced, things do get calmer, and Chriska actually interacts again, so I'm just saying. Anyways, we're on like 6 showrunners for OC now, with the last one leaving early before the season ends, and having David from SVU step in to finish off the season, which ends up being amazing for EO. We get the introduction of 2 new OC squad members, Reyes, my love, and Jamie, who has kind of like a son vibe with Elliot. Elliot-wise, he's a sad little man because Eli's gone off to college and Birdie's not at the house anymore, so he's pretty lonely. However, he is seen at therapy though, and we kind of allude to Olivia in that scene, and he acts pretty stable for Ayanna, who's the one going through it this season. Who knew he had it in him? There's 3 major pillars for Elliot this season: Tia Linetti, Bernie, and Ghost Kathy. We'll get there, trust me. Most of OC Season 3 lacks EO, but the first important part starts in 3-7 All That Glitters, where the squad is working a case and ends up chasing down a suspect who Elliot tackles down before it's revealed.
Elliot?
Tia.
When the promo for this episode premiered, fans were worried about her arrival, calling her an off-brand Olivia, and fear that since EO hasn't really spoken, the show wasn't going to pull through with EO anymore, and maybe they decided to shift to this route. This caused a lot of fans to dread the episode, holding their breath to see where the storyline would go. Meanwhile, on the show, everyone's like, how the hell do they know each other? With Ayanna asking, what was your relationship like with her in Italy? And he reacts like this.
What was your relationship like with her in Italy? Oh, I've never seen that face before.
Tia comes back in the room, and it's revealed that Agent Linetti and I worked a number of high-profile racketeering cases, and we had some big busts, and the vibes are kind of flirty. And by kind of flirty, it's definitely flirty, not like Angela depressed flirty, like happy-go-lucky flirty. Elliot also acts different. Like, he starts acting all suave now that she's around, like all rizzed up to the nines, and it's like, did y'all do something in Italy? Tia's a little forward too, showing up at Elliot's apartment to bring over case information, and they talk pleasantries for a bit since, well, they were at least friends. Tia comments on his place, and he fills her in on being an empty nester, causing her to ask, and how are you adjusting? He tells her, I don't miss him playing his music loud at 2 a.m., but she clarifies, I meant since, Kathy, I'm sorry I didn't hear in time. He says, I know, and you called and I got your messages. Sorry I didn't call you back, I just didn't have the words. I didn't know what to say, so thank you. And she says, you two are special together. You're special. We then find out why she's in New York, having been hung up on a case and desperate to take down the man she's after. So anyways, most of their scenes are all focused on the case, but they're acting a little too close and in sync and keeping up that flirty vibe, which is a little nauseating as an EO fan, but hang in there please, Tia is actually one of my favorite humans. We do hear some lore that Elliot felt burnt down in Italy, but he can never stop working before the case ramps up and there's a shootout before the episode starts to close out. We see Elliot listening to the blues, drinking while by himself, looking at a picture of Kathy when his phone rings. It's Tia. Tia says she can't sleep after a big bust, too much adrenaline. Elliot says good work today, and Tia says felt good working as a team again. Elliot says, yeah, so when do you leave? And Tia says, are you trying to get rid of me already? Elliot says, no, I'm just worried about you. And I know you got a lot waiting for you when you go home. Interesting lore. Tia says partly why I don't want to go back, then revealing that the other part is Elliot. She asks if he's home because she could use a drink, and he asks where she's at, with her revealing she's outside his door, asking if he's going to let her in. We don't know what happens this episode, and the promo for next week didn't hint at anything, so fans were left unsure if he let her in or not. The next episode 1-8 Whipping Post gives us her answer, and one of my favorite moments of all time. The memory of watching this live and sending updates to my friends since my TV was like ahead of theirs and not knowing what's happening yet is seriously a core memory I will never forget. We open the episode with OC squad tension before we finally cut to Elliot in his apartment buttering toast, looking up at Tia. Tia comes strutting out of his bedroom, and we all were like, damn, he really did hook up with her. She's asking for an aspirin. Elliot gives her Advil and he offers her coffee before she asks, was the couch okay? The couch? So that means they didn't fool around, right? Elliot says he sleeps there all the time, and next they're complaining about how they'd never drank that much grappa in their lives and will never drink it again. So they were drunk. Yep. We're celebrating, Elliot says, and Tia says, yeah, we had a good time, I think. You don't remember? Elliot asks, and Tia says, no, I do. I remember some things. The important parts, I guess. Yeah. While Elliot's still moving about and she's eyeing him down. And then he's next to her and she says, except her name. Elliot, still distracted, asks, whose name? And Tia says, you said there was a woman you were in love with, prompting this reaction. And my queen pulls through, telling him, love shouldn't be complicated. Love affairs, yes, they can get messy, but love, that's different. I'm happy for you. I booked a flight, by the way. No reason for me to stay. Is there? I respect the hell out of her because, like, she knows her place. She does linger for the rest of the episode before her flight, with Elliot not ready to let her go. And, like, yeah, Tia is less complicated, less messy. He and Olivia have a lot of baggage, and they've done so well not being together that if Tia leaves, Elliot's going to have to face his feelings for Olivia head on, and that's kind of scary. That level of love he has for Olivia seems overwhelming, with a history that's rocky and spans over 20 years. But even Tia's not letting up, telling him, you've got everything you need now. It's time for me to go. Elliot tells her, I like having you here, but Tia says, you go back to your life. I go back to my hotel room, finish packing. Catch the flight tonight, okay? And he says, as you wish. He drops her off at the hotel, and I just realized they're in coordinating outfits, damn. But she turns and says my favorite stim, goodbye, Elliot, before she hugs him.
Goodbye, Elliot.
I'm sorry, I love that accent. Like EO, a lot is said in the physicality of the hug, and I think Tia represented Italy and him letting his time in Rome go. He's back in New York, and that chapter of his life has closed. Every step is him pushing towards Olivia and towards that relationship coming to fruition. Cue of Arrivederci Roma. She walks away and turns back once more, saying, hey, whoever it is you're in love with, she's a lucky woman. And that's the end of Tia Linetti with a strong blessing for EO. Everyone was so up in arms about her, hating her, and guess what? She's my favorite human. So yeah, nice try. Nice try. As a Sicilian, I refuse to let this franchise make me hate an Italian woman. Also, I really like Tia because Elliot deserves a friend and she's kind of a vibe. I miss her dearly. 3-9 to 318 are genuinely forgettable episodes, and I hate to say that because OC is really good when it's good, and unfortunately the show just fell victim to the behind the scenes chaos. In 310 though, I believe we get that moment of Elliot in therapy where he does talk about Olivia for like a second.
I recently lost a friend, a very close friend, partner.
Care to tell me how that happened?
Through neglect on my part, fear, selfishness.
But now we're at the next phase of Elliot's growth, Bernie. In 319, A Diplomatic Solution, Bernie is losing her memory a lot more easily, and it worries Elliot, who literally makes Jet babysit her after she goes on a walk and doesn't know where she is. She ends up helping to solve the case, which is funny, recognizing some cigarettes in the guy's pocket.
Oh, this looks promising. He has looks like a deck of playing cards in his pocket.
No, Russian cigarettes.
My first boyfriend got to like him when he was stationed in Korea.
Afterwards, we would share one. You know, I can still taste them sometimes.
We end this episode with a sweet Bernie and Elliot moment on the patio, with her looking at the sky saying, I was just making a wish, prompting Elliot to ask if he can know what it was, and her to say, well no, then it won't come true. He sits next to her, eventually sighing, and reveals, I got the names of 2 really nice places that we can go look at when you're ready, realizing she needs more help than he can give her at the moment. Bernie then says, this must be hard for you, looking for a place to put me out to pasture, huh? And Elliot says, I just want you to be taken care of. She asks if either place have walking paths, and he says if they don't, they'll keep looking. He wants her to be happy, but Bernie sighs and looks at him saying, all I ever wanted is for you to be happy. That's my only wish. He kisses her hand and the episode ends, and damn, I love them together so much. 320 Pareto Principle starts with a horrific opening involving a decapitated head, but for EO fans, what was scarier was seeing Isabel's name in the opening credits, with theories running wild that Kathy actually never died, or if we're lucky, we'll get a flashback, with few actually guessing the right answer. The whole episode is focused on the case, which will lay out the finale's main story, and it actually connects to BX9. But that's for later. For now, back to Bernie, who's cooking in the kitchen, Elliot sending the aide home. While saying hi, Elliot notices 3 plates on the table, and he asks her what the third one's for, and she says,
It's not for her, it's for Kathy.
Oh my God. It's okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's all right.
It cuts to them eating, and she says, I can't believe I could just forget about Kathy. And Elliot says, Mama, you didn't. Look, you didn't forget. Hey, the way I look at it, she's already here with us, so whether you put out an extra plate or not, it doesn't matter. And then Elliot gets a call about the case, and we get plenty of cute Bernie and Elliot moments like this.
It's Antonio's day off. Or did you forget?
Well, I'll tell you, these young detectives these days, I don't know if they're lazy or what, but if it's not on a computer, they don't want to know about it, right?
I love you, Mama. Stay in the car, don't leave.
Bernie doesn't stay in the car, though, even coming into the victim's home with Elliot to investigate, noting that the victim, Rachel Lee Sprague, was a widow, and that's why she's so angry, if that's her, because she lost her husband and so young, and she never remarried. Remind you of someone? Perhaps a bald man? Elliot is hung up on the case, coming into the office early the next day to investigate, and Ayanna tells him he needs to go home. He doesn't want to, letting her know, hey, you know, the last time I was there, my mom cooked dinner for me, her, and Kathy, but Ayanna knows what's best, telling him, Elliot, home, now. That's a direct order. He sighs, packing up the crime scene photos when he sees movement down the hall out of the corner of his eyes, and yeah.
Jet? Hello?
So Ghost Kathy's a thing. And because fans are fans, people began noticing that a certain bald man was wearing his wedding ring on set again, and EO fans were thinking this was the end. Ghost Kathy would be the nail in the coffin. Elliot was still not ready to pursue Olivia, and we were going to have to end this season with another lackluster finale. But David was taking over, and we were about to have almost 4 full episodes of EO, so fans were really not sure how to feel, with our hopes often being lifted only to be disappointed. It was a weird time. Let's recap though. Tia came back as a possible representation of his time in Italy that he was saying goodbye to. Bernie's health brings him back to focus on his personal life with her wish for his happiness, but also brings in the third pillar, Ghost Kathy, as his mother's false memory of her, combined with his exhaustion, manifests her right in front of him to face her head on. Resident Ghost Kathy expert Rachel deduced, I think Ghost Kathy is sort of a manifestation of Elliot's guilt. He's been ready to move on. He's admitted he's in love with Olivia, and even besides that, his life is just different now. Then Bernie sort of messed him up, and he had to say she's always with us, and I think it was just sort of like, ah, shit, am I betraying my dead wife who I feel I got killed by not actively being sad every day? Hence why the ring is shoved back on, and it'll represent the last hurdle for EO fans. Kind of. Like, it's a big deal, but also it's not. But anyways, the promos ate down bad, and despite all of our worrying, fans were still excited to be fed at least some crumbs. But none of us were ready for the 4-episode feast. Despite the huge crossover event that started this season, nobody cared, because this was the crossover event that fans really wanted. It starts at the end of SVU 24-21 Bad Things and continues in OC 3-21 Shadow Work in week 1 of the 2-week crossovers, with a case that involves a revenge for hire site that makes the case become an international concern. Amanda Rollins even comes back for it too, heavily pregnant, which was exciting for fans who cared like me. But truly, EO fans have never been fed this well, so I have no time to talk about anything but their scenes. I'm sorry, but the amount we got is an unprecedented level of EO, and I just have to go for it. Our first scene is in SVU 24-21 with EO reuniting on the library steps, ready to discuss their cases connecting. But we start with some pleasantries.
Detective! Thank you for meeting me.
Captain, it's good to see you.
You too.
How's Noah?
He's good. He's good. Everything's good.
And you?
Olivia then tells him, you know, the last time we saw each other, that was a bad time for me, with Elliot saying, worst timing for me. Olivia then says, I know that you were just trying to make me feel safe. I think we both felt that, and Elliot smiles softly saying, just not the right moment. They then discuss the cases before realizing they're connected.
That's why I called you. I think you and I work in the same case from opposite ends.
Okay, partner.
Look at her face. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? And this is only the beginning. Then OC 321 fundamentally rewired my brain. Like, I was physically running around my apartment while this was airing. We start off with EO right off the bat with them alone at OOCB together. Olivia just sat on his desk while they're discussing the case and flirt.
Okay.
Smells bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Kind of like a cop who hasn't showered in a couple days.
They keep talking about the case, with Elliot telling her, my mother, Detective Bernie, thinks that she was acting out. She was in pain because she recently lost her husband. And then...
You're wearing your wedding ring again?
He tries to defend himself, saying he's not Rachel Lee Sprague. He found it in a drawer, and
don't do that. You're doing that with the eyes, with the head cock and the dime-sized pupils.
Holy shit. Olivia then says it's called empathy, which causes Elliot to drop his armor a little because it's Olivia, and he confesses that he saw Kathy, just kind of like waiting to be interrogated. Olivia is a little alarmed, but she says, well, maybe she wanted to interrogate you, and Elliot tells her, I'm not losing my mind. She says, okay, before going to say, well, Elle, you know, if there's one thing I've learned after all these years, it's that if we don't deal with our trauma, the world will. And he cuts her off saying, I'm not a victim, but she clarifies, you are a survivor, and sometimes that's just as hard. Elliot accepts her words, but still pivots to the case with a plan to head up to Greenhaven to question their suspect. But
in the meantime, I would get some sleep.
do you see what I mean when I say fed? Also, like, not to pivot to awful times, but Olivia had seen William Lewis after his death, and I think that's very symbolic. She literally understands what he's going through, and God, it's so much. We cut to Suarez's cell being destroyed, looking for a cell phone, with EO acting so hot. Like, fuck cops, but also this scene was very sexy. I mean, he even looks at her ass. They continue their search in the library then and get a reunion we didn't want between Olivia and Oscar Papa, and Elliot can immediately clock the tension.
The problem?
And look, I just have to show you what happens next.
Are you why I had to go up to Woodstock and get Noah? Know who you are?
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hey! Elliot, stop.
1. Elliot, you just doxed your future stepson's safe house. Like, come on, man. And 2. Olivia barely tried to stop him. Like, that Elliot was so lazy. And 3. This was practically a sex scene and I am Oscar Papa. Speaking of, Papa says, Captain, I'm so glad you got somebody who cares for you. You deserve that. As him and Elliot eye each other down before EO exits together. Olivia says, I wish you hadn't done that. But Elliot says, if someone tried to kill me, and Olivia cuts in with, I'd kill him. Elliot says, well then compared to you, I showed remarkable restraint. And Olivia tells him, he gave me his word. Noah is safe. Protect the case, not me. Like, they're already acting married. I'm sick over this, and we're on week 1 still. They exit and we lose Olivia for a bit while we work the case, although there is a small phone call, so we know they're in communication throughout. Once they figure out their suspect, kind of, we get to see Amanda as a professor with Elliot in the crowd as she teaches a lesson that just basically symbolizes the case. But who cares? We get a cute Stablin's bonding scene.
Well, first of all, congratulations. Happily married and 3 kids, huh?
Did not think that was on my bingo card.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. For you, for Greasy. Does Liv know?
God, look at how happy he is, and his little Liv makes me so sick. Side note, I actually glossed over Carisi's reveal to Olivia in 24-21 that Amanda was pregnant, but it was so cute. I love happy Olivia so much, and it's so rare to see.
Yeah, this place is gonna be a little tight for the 5 of us.
I mean, the 4 of us. Oh, crazy. Congratulations. God, this is how you tell me?
Don't tell Amanda I told you. She's gonna kill me. She wanted to tell you herself.
Oh, Carisi. I'm so happy for you.
Back to Sablin's though, they discuss the case and Amanda really gets into it, with Elliot clocking her excitement, telling her, I gotta tell you, you looked way more excited here than you did in that lecture hall, before asking, how long have you been bored? Amanda asks the truth, and Elliot says, well, you could lie to me, but I do interrogate people for a living. She tells him, I love the students, but I do miss the feeling of solving a good mystery. Elliot asks if Carisi knows she's bored, and she says it'd break his heart because he got her the job, and then he asks about Olivia, with her saying, you of all people should know how she reacts when people leave her. Ooh, rough. Elliot says, I see your quandary. Well, hell, I've lived your quandary, before telling her, well, I think you and I can help each other out, offering to bring her onto the case to work up a profile on the suspect before he's called away. The case ramps up with a targeted hit on a judge who is helping them with the investigation. The suspect now knows they're onto him. The case is now extended to an international investigation, and EO reunites at the crime scene discussing the case before Elliot gets for Olivia a little reunion of their own.
Amanda.
I can wait. I'm just double parked.
Olivia congratulates her on the pregnancy, and Amanda says surprise, with Olivia letting her know that Carisi already spilled the beans. It's definitely awkward.
I've been meaning to call you.
But look at Elliot being a good husband already, staring his wife down, cutting in to change the subject to help her out. God, this is one of my favorite shots. Like, look at him, look at her, look at her face. This episode ends with Amanda describing their suspect, and then it's promo time, which teased fans like this.
This guy's manipulating all of us.
What are we walking into?
Oh, man.
Not gonna lie, all of us were like, God damn it. Olivia's never been shot before and it's happening now. EO's going to have this high stakes moment where she's dying and holy shit, this is why we haven't seen so much behind the scenes stuff going on, because it's going to be intense. NBC showed us 2 body bags. Like, for real. We were slowing down that clip frame by frame during the week we were waiting, needing clues so badly, with mass amounts of fix popping up to AO3 of Olivia thinking that she was dying. Hell, remember that conversation with Amanda in 24-2 where she talks about letting herself be happy before she let her guard down and then she got shot? We were like, yep, that's gonna be Olivia's time for that, being on good good terms with Elliot finally and even being happy with him before she gets shot herself. This second week of crossovers was so insanely EO packed, they give us the best EO moments across this whole recap video. 2422, All Pain is One Malady, and 322, With Many Names, are tethered together with all hands on deck to find their suspect and shut down the website that is publishing crimes for hire, Shadowwork. We open the SVU episode to see everyone watching this boring office in Dublin, Ohio, whose address is connected to the site somehow. They just don't know yet. Sticking to EO, we get a small moment outside the courthouse where McGrath is speaking to the press and Elliot cuts in right behind his lady. This is the scene that I saw them filming in real life as it was near my office, and it was so wild to see Benson and Stabler in real life, and I was terrified. It was so cool. SVU has their own case going on that Finn and Bruto are taking point on, but for EO, they're sticking together on the Shadowwork one. We get this scene which introduces a new player into the game, a Christmas present.
Yeah, thanks, Finn. Okay, listen, you and Bruno, stay at the hospital with him.
Backtracking a little, in 24/9, Olivia was gifted this small box from the McCanns and it sat on the back of her desk for the rest of the season, with fans assuming we would never really get any answers as to what's in the box because we've never had continuity before. But David said, oh really? And it becomes a pivotal symbol for EO's growth. Elliot asks her about the SVU case, and after she tells him, he says, it doesn't get any easier, does it? Churlish then calls them away and it's bad news. The website got shut down, causing McGrath to freak out and yell like always. We then get another Olivia scene that's really cute when she visits the office. Olivia, like Elliot, can see how into the case Amanda's getting, and Amanda says Stabler really knows how to gossip, with Olivia saying, no, not Stabler. I love this scene so much, and weirdly, I feel like it opens the door for Amanda to rejoin the show, or even OC. I'm not sure, but that's the vibes that fans were getting. So like, her exit felt a little pointless then. I mean, we already found out she's appearing in season 25, but that's just for her baby's baptism, so jury's still out on this one. There's also a scene that was either cut or maybe added. It's hard to tell because it definitely didn't air live for the US, with Muncie mentioning she was offered a promotion and being unsure to take it. The only reason I mention it though is because Muncie tells Churlish she's not sure she'll take it because, I don't know, Benson's always been good to me and she doesn't exactly do well with people leaving her. Churlish says, yeah, you think? But look, hey, Benson and Stabler seem good, Rollins is here and it's fine. People adapt. You do you, boo. Benson and Stabler seem good? I love that even after 24 years, there's still the gossip around 1PP. The SVU case closes and Olivia sends Carisi and Finn home, leaving EO.
Guess you stuck with me.
This leads us to the desk scene, and dear God, this is one of the best scenes ever. It opens with them eating Chinese food together, Elliot asking if they changed the sauce, and Olivia telling him that must be your palate. This guy's been making the sauce the same way since the beginning of time. Elliot jokes, well, you would know, before Olivia says, you know, Woo Hop is my second longest partnership I've ever had. And then Elliot says this.
I wish I could bottle this.
Bottle what?
This moment.
I hate him. I hate him. He then plays a game of 20 questions asking, you rebuilt, huh? Good team? Then you and Rollins talk before finally asking, what's with the Christmas present? Olivia's taken off guard, looking behind at it before clarifying it's from Noah's half-brother's adopted parents, and Elliot's like, I know, I met them when I picked up Noah. She's still surprised, asking, you talked to them? And he tells her, I didn't have much of a choice, before she says, they're normal. Elliot asks her what she means, and she says, they're like a TV family. They're wholesome. Elliot tells her, maybe that's easy to get when you're not seeing what we do on a daily basis, before curiosity gets the best of him and he picks it up asking, what if it's perishable? Olivia chuckles saying, oh, then it's definitely stale, before Elliot asks if he can open it and we get this cute little exchange.
Open it? No.
You have a Christmas present unopened in the middle of May. It's kind of a crime.
Right, and it's my gift.
I'm not going to take it from you, but I will tell you why you're not opening it.
Maybe there is no why.
There's always a why.
Okay, detective. Tell me why.
Elliot then tells her, whatever's inside this box you're afraid is too normal. Olivia says, too normal? I didn't know there was such a thing. And he says, there is, and it scares you more than anything you'll ever face in your life. Olivia is obviously a little uncomfortable, deflecting by saying,
well, thank you, Dr. Stabler.
You're welcome.
I have normalitis.
Elliot then says, Liv, deflect all you want, it's the truth, before she says, so you and Rollins really have been spending a lot of time together, prompting him to mock laugh and say, if it were me, I'd open it. Olivia says, you're not me, to which Elliot teases, detective, detect thyself, before, uh-oh, it's back to the case. Something something server, something something IT, and it's all hands on deck even more now, with EO being sent to Ohio immediately.
Hope you had a good flight.
Well, it was short, so there's that.
Free peanuts.
When they get into the office, Jack calls Elliot to let him know that the site's back up and there's something they should probably see. There's a new hit listed and it's on EO with $50,000 bounty on each of their heads. Now it's time for the OC of it all. They're deep into the investigation, not too worried about the hits because it's EO, and eventually they can connect one of the women from the boring office to the suspect. It's definitely her creepy son. They get annoyed when she won't talk to them, and we get another marriage-like scene when Elliot expresses his frustration.
All right, well, what are we doing? We're just gonna sit here and wait?
Detective, you feeling hungry?
I'll order some takeout.
I'm getting out of here.
God, look at them. And now we are at the diner scene, where fans deduced was the time that Olivia gets shot. We open the scene with another cute exchange, and dear God, things are going so well for EO. They're flirting in front of the feds.
Wow. This mac and cheese is so good.
Isn't that something?
What?
It's just good to see Captain Benson embrace normalcy for a change.
They're so cute, I can't. Anyways, chaos does indeed ensue, with a masked assailant spraying bear spray everywhere, coming into the diner specifically for EO, aiming his rifle towards them, with only Olivia being able to see as she dipped a napkin in water and covered her eyes. She stands quickly to stop him from shooting Elliot, only to get shot herself, and Elliot jumps to block her body while he hears her scream. But he can't see, having his gun at the ready, except Olivia can, and she grabs his arm, aims and fires, killing the suspect immediately. This was basically a wedding. Look at this shot. Like, it's so pretty with their hands. I made a bag out of it. It won't stay on the wall. That's how insane this is. They are exhausted, out of breath, and Elliot asks if she's okay, her breathing out an exasperated yeah, only for him to ask if she got hit and for her to say yes. He pops up immediately, despite not being able to see still, and offers his hands, asking if she can walk, but she says not really, so he just instantly does this.
To left, right.
Yeah, he carries her bridal style out of the diner while she's shot in the hip and is being his eyes. Are you as sick as I am? Like, what the fuck? They're married now. I'm sorry, I don't even make the rules. As for everyone else, they're panicked to hear Olivia was shot, but we find out that Elliot took her to an urgent care, so it's probably not that bad. Still, everyone else, but especially Finn, is pissed at the lady for now not talking, being like, you got my best friend shot. But at that urgent care, we get another EO scene, and we still aren't done with this episode. The doctor lets Olivia know that they got all the pellets out of her. Gross. And she's good to go, but no physical activities for at least 2 weeks. And that physical activity just happens to be standing at the door ready to help his baby girl.
How's your ass feeling?
Well, I won't be sitting anytime soon. Get me out of here.
Pause. Holy shit. My brain is recalibrating after that moment in her hair. Okay, resume.
You okay?
Elliot tells her, couldn't see anything, heard that shot, thought I lost you, prompting her to place a hand on his chest and say, I can't imagine what that brings up for you. And like Olivia, yeah, it might bring up something, but I think he's mostly just saying this because he's in love with you. Elliot gets a call, they found the suspect Kyle and he's gotta go, but not before they hug, and it almost seems like they were gonna kiss.
You need to go? I'm good.
Look at their faces. I don't know what to say right now. Okay, so Olivia's out for the rest of this, and yeah, it wasn't her who was shot in a near fade away. It's Jamie. It's a brutal death scene, and it's super sad to be honest, and it takes up most of the rest of the episode pretty much. In the end, they do catch Kyle, and the site is shut down, so it's a win even through this tragedy. And just when fans thought that the OC episode was over, we were surprised to see Manhattan Special Victims Unit proudly on the screen, with the scene that closed out the season and left EO fans fed for the summer and the writer's strike. Elliot shows up at Olivia's office dressed in funeral attire, Olivia telling him that she's so sorry about what happened to Jamie. Elliot says, me too, got me thinking again, and Olivia says, about what? To which Elliot says, about how precious life is, before handing her the most crumpled paper bag known to man. She asks, what's this? Before Elliot turns away. Look at him, so nervous, letting her know, a reminder, I wanted to give it to you before I left. She asks, before you left, you going somewhere? And he says, new case, I'll be gone for a while. And she lets him know, well, thank you for telling me this time, causing him to smile like this. Dear God. She starts opening up the gift, but Elliot stops her.
Wait a minute, not so fast. I want to know what's in that box first.
Okay, pause. His voice went so deep, that's crazy. Continuing on.
You do you? Okay, I'll make you a deal. You open it, you keep it.
God, they're flirting so hard right now. I don't even know how to act. And it only gets worse when he eventually opens the box, revealing a live, love, laugh ornament, and Olivia just thinks it's so funny, saying, having a little regret there, aren't you? But she shuts up real quick when Elliot says, no, and breaks off the E, making it say live, love, laugh, instead telling her you can always fix things, then now I'll treasure it. Oh, he's sick for that one. Oh, he's so sick. He then says your turn while fiddling around with his new present as she opens her gift to reveal.
Compass. Elliot, this is beautiful.
Fans looked this up after, and that necklace in real life costs at least $10,000. And doing some investigating, it's all about love, and there's enough diamonds in there that people think that there's like 2 representing Elliot and Olivia, and the rest are representing their children together. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I'm still shook about this. She asks though, is this supposed to lead me somewhere or to something? And her man says, lead you to happiness, Liv. She is speechless, but manages to say, well, I sure as hell am gonna try. And then we get the final moments of EO for this season.
Me too. Partner.
Holy shit, it's happening. Like, it's happening. Just like that, you're caught up. 24 seasons of SVU, 3 of OC, and a premiere night just ahead of us with a lot of hope since Mariska has been caught filming with her compass on, wearing it proudly. 3.0 is the resurgence of EO, but like it never was before. Being what fans wanted, although still missing terribly due to logistical issues behind the scenes, mainly with showrunners disagreeing, but also scheduling conflicts and having to figure out how to do these damn crossovers. The first seasons established his return, not really faring well for Olivia, who had to handle a lot of his PTSD over losing his wife, and Elliot being confused about his feelings overall, telling Olivia that he loved her, but going to kiss another woman who ended up being involved in killing his wife. He escapes from himself as Eddie Ash's next seasons, leaving Olivia behind again, which is incredibly frustrating to hear. But in that time, his feelings for her were ramping up with a reveal of a letter that spoke of parallel universes. Olivia kept a safe distance, still caring for the man she once called her partner, scared to let him meet her son because he'll get attached, and still hesitant because Elliot left her. Both go through their own journeys, which tend to be fairly intense, wrapping up season 2 with him getting closure about his father and a combat cross for the ordeal, hurt by his mother in a destroyed apartment, while Olivia loses a friendship with Barba, facing her therapist who tells her she deserves happiness. But when will she get it? And the following seasons see a new SVU showrunner who really provided a well-written season for the 24th, contrasting a wildly all-over-the-place 3rd for OC. There was a surprising lack of EO to start, but both again had their own journeys, with Olivia saying goodbye to Amanda, meeting Noah's half-brother, uncomfortably facing normalcy, before she gets stomped in the streets, unable to accept Elliot in yet, until the finale where we get such a high for EO. And on Elliot's side, we have an old friend coming back, wanting to pursue something, only holding back when she tells him that he confessed his love for Olivia to her, and that she's a lucky woman, leaving him in New York to pursue that relationship. And Elliot tries to be there for Olivia, picking up her son 2 hours away and driving him back home to her, wondering why she didn't tell him about what happened, wanting her to let him in, but she's not ready. He keeps his distance, managing not to call her, although he wants to, before they're reunited in the finale after he's been facing some demons again, even putting his wedding ring back on. But again, that finale, man, like, yeah, it's happening. Like, those moments alone have me delusional as possible because, like, come on, that man carried her out of a diner, unable to see, with her as his eyes. He got her a diamond necklace so she could find happiness, breaking an ornament that she refused to open, making things better by having it say her name. Like, this is unheard of. And there is a part of me that fears that the show will continue this will they won't they because it keeps fans waiting, but there really is no logical way for the show to not have it happen after that finale. And I fear that if they wait any longer, it won't be worth it in the end. Well, we have to wait until January 18th to really know, but fans already have some hints. For one, Mariska has been seen on set parading around with that big-ass compass necklace on, which feels like a definitive yes for EO Endgame, although Elliot might be doing his Elliot things again, as we saw him with a bloodied face and beard, so very Eddie Ashes of him. We also know that his brothers and Bernie will be a part of the OC storyline, so we'll have some personal moments, which is always like good news because that's where a lot of EO happens. On the other hand, Olivia seems particularly impacted by a case involving a child, and yeah, we really just don't know. But NBC has been promoting EO like crazy, going past partnership like they used to and talking about them more romantically. And you know what my besties at NBC decided to do right when I was about to film this thing that took me a year to work on? They decided to release their own little recap video of EO, something that they did for Releasey in the past before they became Endgame. Although they did miss a bunch of moments, including most of OC, so thank you for watching my video because y'all deserve the full story. Anyways, there it is. All 24 plus years of EO for you, with very little time before we head back to find out, are these 2 fake cops gonna kiss?